He was once a rookie assistant coach in the China League One, but with the help of the legendary coach system, he had an eye for talent and turned stone into gold. Kante, Mahrez, and Vardy miraculously won the Premier League, while Mbappe and Haaland dominated Europe under his guidance. He led England to victory in the European Championship, breaking prejudices and becoming a legendary father figure of a generation. The story begins with the ordinary assistant coach Chen Mao, who came out of the mountains of Guizhou. Chapter 1. April 19, 2011. Guizhou Zhiqing Club, just past 1 p.m. With a nervous heart, Chen Mao walked towards the closed mahogany door of the chairman's office. As he reached the door, a frantic roar suddenly erupted from inside. 1 draw and 4 losses. Just 1 point in 5 rounds. At the bottom of the league, no face left, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing down and chairs being kicked aside. Chen Mao frowned, about to raise his hand to knock. But the tone of the roar suddenly shifted to one of despair and blame. You say it lightly, it was already a pile of shit. Now it's even worse. Not even someone to take the blame. He's relieved. What about me? What should I do? Who's going to take charge of the game in 5 days? Let a ghost take charge? What a damn misfortune. I'm done talking. Hanging up. Take the blame? Relieved? Chen Mao was confused, but an ominous premonition began to rise. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking 3 times, he pushed the door open, and a strong smell of smoke hit him. Inside, it was a mess, and Qian Wanli had his back to the door, his shoulders slightly trembling. Hearing the door open, he abruptly turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Mao. Mr. Qian, you were looking for me? Chen Mao asked with confusion. From Qian Wanli's expression and the chaos in the office, he knew the situation was definitely not simple. Chapter 2. Legendary coach system binding successful. Newbie benefits have been issued. Immediately, the electronic sound disappeared, replaced by a mystical tone. Chen Mao looked around in confusion, thinking he was hearing things. Could it be an illusion caused by fatigue? He pinched his thigh hard, and the sharp pain told him that everything was real. Before him, a faint purple virtual data interface appeared out of thin air, filled with a sci-fi vibe. On the interface, several clear functional module icons were softly glowing. Player assessment, tactical analysis, opponent insights, training optimization, match. Decisions. Newbie benefits have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.SS level opponent weakness analysis report, specialized for Dolly and Albing. The God's perspective that sees everything has been activated. 2. Master level precision counterattack tactical template, formation locked, 541. The victory code for the week to counterattack has been generated. 3. 10 beginner tactical points can be used to unlock or upgrade system functions, helping you forge a legendary path. For detailed information, please check yourself. Chapter 3 at 9 a.m. in the Guizhou Zhiqing Club press conference hall. The flashes made Chen Mao squint slightly below the stage. A few sparse local reporters were whispering to each other. Their expressions varied. Qian Wanli sat next to him, his face pale. Chen Mao appeared fatigued, but his eyes were bright. The press officer briefly opened the session. Now, let's welcome Chen Mao, Coach Chen. Coach Chen, a tall, skinny tabloid reporter quickly took the lead, almost poking the microphone into Chen Mao's nose. I heard that Coach Wang Haifeng chose an extreme method due to the poor performance and unbearable pressure. Did the club know about this beforehand? His words were laced with malicious traps, clearly aimed at creating sensational news. As soon as he finished, the reporters below immediately became excited, their cameras pointing at Chen Mao. Qian Wanli was seething with anger, ready to slam the table. But Chen Mao gently pressed down on him and stared directly at the reporter. First, Coach Wang died in the line of duty. It was an accident caused by fatigue driving, and the police have reached a conclusion. Second, what you just said is a great insult to the deceased and malicious slander. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, carrying an undeniable counterattack. The reporter was momentarily stunned, his face turning red. Chapter 4 Football is a game played with a mind and heart. Wang Haifeng. His hand trembled slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This was the treasure that Coach Wang never parted with. This is Coach Wang's notebook. Fan Yunlong's voice was a bit hoarse. Chen Mao nodded, his tone heavy yet powerful. Coach Wang is gone, but his dedication to Guizhou football and his expectations for each of us are all in here. Fan, you and I are both from Guizhou, born and raised in Guizhou. Do you think we can just stand by and watch Coach Wang's hard work, watching the spark of Guizhou football be trampled upon, extinguished by those irresponsible people? He paused, looking earnestly at Fan Yunlong. You know the team's current situation better than I do. The morale is scattered, and the atmosphere is toxic. If this continues, let alone winning, even survival will be a luxury. In the end of his notes, Coach Wang mentioned my tactical ideas, and he recognized them, just didn't have time to implement them. Chen Mao's voice began to choke up, but soon turned into strength. Of course, I know that some of the older players in the team have been around for a long time, have many ideas, treating the team as a retirement home, and using the hopes of young players as stepping stones. Chapter 5. Football is a game played with the mind and heart. Wang Haifeng, his hand twitched slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This is the treasure that Coach Wang never parts with. Is this Coach Wang's notebook? Fan Yunlong's voice was a bit hoarse. Chen Mao nodded, his tone heavy yet powerful. Coach Wang is gone, but his dedication to Guizhou football, his expectations for each of us, are all in here. Fan, you and I are both from Guizhou, born and raised in Guizhou. Do you think we could just stand by and watch Coach Wang's hard work? Watch the spark of Guizhou football be ruined and extinguished by those irresponsible people? He paused and looked earnestly at Fan Yunlong. You know the current situation of the team better than I do. The morale is scattered. The atmosphere is toxic. And if this continues, let alone winning, even staying in the league will be a luxury. At the end of Coach Wang's notes, he mentioned my tactical ideas. He approved them, but there was no time to implement them. Chen Mao gradually choked up, but quickly turned it into strength. Of course, I know that some veteran players in the team, with their long experience, have many ideas and treat the team like a retirement home, using the hopes of young players as stepping stones. But today, I must personally cut these from Guizhou Jiqing. I need your support and cooperation. Fan, no. Our Guizhou football needs your support. Chapter 6. A sharp scraping sound accompanied by a short cry of pain from Chen Xiao. Ah, echoed across the training ground. Chen Xiao fell to the ground, clutching his calf, his face contorted in pain, rolling on the ground. The training ground instantly erupted. Fan Yunlong and several young players closest to him were about to explode with anger and rushed over immediately. Fan Yunlong pushed aside Li Yi, who wanted to argue, and shouted angrily, Li Yi, what the hell are you doing? Is this football or just ruining people? Chen Mao and other players also rushed over, helping Chen Xiao up and checking his injury, while glaring angrily at Li Yi. Joel and Ryan tried to step forward to defend Li Yi in broken Chinese, but their words sounded weak and powerless. The team doctor finally arrived, panting. After examining, he reported to the gathered Chen Mao and Fan Yunlong. Fortunately, it's just a scrape with some bleeding, but no bone or important ligament injury. However, this move was too dirty and could easily lead to serious consequences. The team doctor's tone was filled with strong dissatisfaction and condemnation. Chen Mao stood up, his eyes like daggers directed at the pale-faced Li Yi, who was still gasping for breath. Just at the moment of Li Yi's foul, a blood-red new entry popped up under Li Yi's player information in the system interface in his mind. Chapter 7. April 24th, 2011, Guizhou Province New Stadium. There were only about half an hour left before the match began, and some fans were already sparsely seated in the stands. Unlike the usual quietness, the number of fans present today was noticeably higher, with some young people holding up simple slogans like Chen Mao, we believe in you, and Guizhou rises. 3 days before, the explosive press conference, along with the news from within the club about the new coach Chen Mao's iron fist approach to managing the team and the decision to promote new players against the majority's opinion, acted like a stone thrown into the long quiet waters of Guizhou football, creating ripples both big and small. There were skeptics, there were mockers, but it also ignited a long-dormant spark of hope in some fans' hearts. In the player tunnel, Chen Mao checked the players' gear and mental state one last time. His gaze swept over faces that were either tense or resolute, and in his mind, the player evaluation interface of the legendary coach system quietly appeared. Yilahamu, who had been promoted to the front line, had both excitement and a hint of anxiety in his eyes at this moment. On the system interface, the attributes representing his talent, full of spirit and goal-scoring instinct, were still prominent, and a newly appeared entry, starting excitement, was gently pulsating, but the existing entry, lack of experience, also hinted at risks. Chapter 8. The ball is in. Guizhou. Number 17, Yilahamu. 1-0. Guizhou Jiqing broke the deadlock in the 18th minute of the match. A textbook counterattack. Commentator Chen Yang almost jumped from the commentary seat, his voice slightly distorted with excitement. My God, Yilahamu, a young player making his first start in the China League One. He received an assist from the equally young Deng Yufei, scoring the first goal for Guizhou Zhiqing. This is incredible. Chen Mao's 5-4-1 counterattack tactic actually worked against the league leaders. Partner Li Zheng also exclaimed repeatedly, his tone filled with disbelief. The stadium was instantly drowned in a huge cheer. Chen Mao witnessed all of this from the sidelines, and the system interface in his mind instantly became active. At the moment of scoring, Yilahamu's goal-scoring instinct, purple, entry erupted with dazzling brilliance, shimmering like the brightest star in the night sky, while starting excitement peaked and began to slowly fade, replaced by a more stable glow of confidence. Deng Yufei's incredible speed, purple, was still shining. Chapter 9. In the Guizhou Zhiqing locker room, the players were panting heavily, while the team doctor was busy massaging and icing players with minor strains. Chen Mao walked into the locker room with a calm smile, which eased the tension of the players a bit. His gaze quickly swept over the players, and in his mind, the insightful entry quietly activated, confirming the condition of each key player. Deng Yufei displayed a warning for energy consumption, and sharpness was dimmed due to mistakes. But the core entry, incredible speed, was still shining. Jiang Liang's energy consumption had turned a deep red, verifying the necessity of substitutions. You all did well. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. In the first half, we not only scored, but we also successfully limited the attacks of the league leaders for most of the time. This proves that our tactics are effective, and that as long as we unite and execute decisively, Dalian Erbin is not invincible. He walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and quickly sketched. System, immediately conduct a review of the first half data and provide optimization suggestions for the second half. Chapter 10. The ball flew like a cannonball, spinning strongly, whistling straight towards the top left corner of the goal. Dalian Erbin's goalkeeper Yuziqian almost instinctively made a saving motion, stretching his body to the limit, forming a desperate arc in the air. However, faced with this shot that was perfect in both angle and power, the feeling of helplessness as his fingertips brushed past the ball was like a scene frozen in a tragic painting. Chen Mao witnessed this crucial moment on the sidelines through the word entry insight. Obi's liberation, long shot, orange, reached its peak flicker at the moment of the shot, and disguise played a perfect role, completely catching the opponent off guard. Whoosh! The ball hit the net. The net erupted with a splash. 2-1. Guizhou Zhiqing takes the lead again. The entire Guizhou province new sports stadium was instantly drowned in a tsunami of cheers after a brief silence. The goal is in. Goal. Obi, a world-class shot. An unbelievable world-class shot. Guizhou Zhiqing takes the lead again. The Nigerian powerhouse Obi scored such a stunning long-range shot in the 67th minute of the match. Chapter 11. Hours after the match, the press conference room was packed. Unlike the quiet atmosphere of the pre-match press conference, the number of reporters present tonight had more than doubled. Apart from a few local media, there were even sports reporters who rushed in from the province, armed with cameras and flashlights that could light up the galaxy. Sitting calmly at the podium, Chen Mao accepted the media scrutiny. Although his suit was cheap, his upright posture still exuded an undeniable presence. Coach Chen, how much of this victory do you attribute to luck? A middle-aged reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked first, his tone laced with skepticism. After all, the strength of Dalian Erbin was evident. Do you think such a miracle can be replicated? Chen Mao picked up his water cup, took a sip, and replied with an unsettling calmness. There are no absolutes in strength on the football field. Tonight's victory is primarily due to the players' fighting spirit, and, secondly, to the tactical legacy left by Coach Wang. As for luck, I prefer to call it the inevitable result of thorough preparation. Murmurs of disbelief rose from the crowd, clearly unimpressed by this answer. How do you explain the absence of key players like Li Yi and Joel Griffins? Chapter 12. The morning at the training base was shrouded in mist, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh grass. When Chen Mao stepped onto the training field, he keenly sensed that something was off today. A few veteran players were huddled in a corner whispering, and upon seeing the head coach, they immediately dispersed, their eyes revealing unspoken thoughts. Coach Fan Yunlong approached quickly, his expression grave as if a storm were brewing. I need to speak with you privately. The two walked to the office, and Fan Yunlong closed the door, taking a deep breath. Recently, Li Yi and some others have been spreading some unflattering remarks within the team. Chen Mao put down the tactics board, frowning slightly. What exactly did they say? They mainly questioned your coaching ability, claiming that defeating Airbin was purely by luck, and even threatened that the club would eventually bring them back. Fan Yunlong said in a low voice. What's worse is that they've been inciting some of the veteran players, saying that young coaches do not respect their seniors and that they need to show you a thing or two. It's really outrageous. The system interface quietly appeared, showing slight fluctuations in the team's unity metric with gray warnings of shaky appearing over some players' avatars. Chapter 13. May in Guangzhou was as warm as spring water, and Tianhe Stadium was like a pearl embedded in the heart of Zhujiang New Town. As Guizhou Jiqing's bus crossed the Zhujiang Bridge, Yilahamu pressed his face against the window, his pupils reflecting the dazzling lights of this modern city. Is this your first time in Guangzhou? Fan Yunlong patted the young man's shoulder gently. Yeah, it's bigger than I imagined. Yilahamu swallowed hard, a slight sweat forming on his palms. Deng Yufei sat in the back row of the bus, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fists. Outside the window, a massive advertisement for Hongda Club flashed by, showcasing the three players Kante, Muriki, and Cleo, draped in red jerseys, looking down like war gods. Chen Mao's mind echoed with the system's notification. Detected away game pressure environment. Some players have activated temporary negative status. Away game pressure, reducing focus by 5 points. Outside Tianhe Stadium, a crowd surged, a sea of red engulfing everything. Tens of thousands of Hongda fans had already surrounded the stadium, banners proclaiming Hongda's victory fluttering like battle flags. The deafening cheers surged from all directions, as if they were about to ignite this steel giant completely. Chapter 14. In the Guizhou Jiqing locker room. The air was thick with the sounds and smells of sweat and heavy breathing. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactics board, his sharp gaze mixed with satisfaction. We played well in the first half. Everyone executed my tactics effectively, but it's not enough to make Hongda stumble. Chen Mao tapped the tactics board. After observing the first half, I noticed several obvious flaws in Hongda's game. Mainly, Fan Yunlong wiped the sweat from his forehead while listening. Coach Chen is amazing, but to be honest, this first half had my heart racing. Feeling stifled, huh? Chen Mao scanned the team, then let Hongda experience this feeling as well. Deng Yufei clenched his fists. I have to admit, Muriki is indeed fast, but I can keep up. Not just keep up. Your task now is to initiate and surpass before he reacts. Since we are neck and neck in strengths, we have to find a different approach to compensate mentally. Chen Mao pointed to the red markers on the tactics board. Pan Wei's assists are quite significant, leaving gaps behind him every time he charges. Du Gu's passes can accurately find this position, and Xiao Deng, your speed can tear through this defense. Du Wenwei nodded. Understood, I'll watch for the right moment. Chapter 15. At the moment of the goal, Tianhe Stadium fell into a deathly silence. The deafening noise created by the 60,000 Hongda fans around the field suddenly stopped, and in the silence, only a few incredulous gasps could be heard, making them sound particularly jarring. Li Zhangzhu was frantically waving his arms on the sidelines, his square face flushed red, veins bulging like earthworms at his temples. Push up. Everyone push up. Li Zhangzhu roared onto the field, his voice hoarse. Kante received the ball, and the midfield engine, Golden, roared back to life. He changed direction continuously near the center circle, trying to break through Guizhou Jiqing's defense. Muriki launched an assault from the left, the Brazilian winger rapidly swinging his legs. Facing Tang Yuan's defense, Muriki suddenly cut inside, curling a shot with his right foot towards the far corner. Wang Zhuo leaped to save, his fingertips barely grazing the ball, sending it over the crossbar. Wang Zhuo, great save, Iwi exclaimed excitedly. The Hongda fans in the stands could no longer contain themselves, their pent-up dissatisfaction erupting into deafening boos and curses, merging into a wave of anger. Zhang Ji frequently took shots from outside the penalty area, and the long shot blew. Entry flashed on the system interface. The captain of the national team struck the ball with his right leg like a hammer, launching a powerful shot towards the bottom corner of the goal. Chapter 16. The roar of airplane engines circled above Guiyang, Longdongbao Airport, and the atmosphere in the cabin was about to explode as the players shouted off-key songs at the top of their lungs. Yilahamu held his phone, the screen scrolling with countless news headlines. Chen Mao, look at this. The bottom team of the China League staged a stunning comeback. Guizhou Ji crushed the Galaxy battleship away from home. Yilahamu's voice trembled with excitement. And this one is even more intense. Li Zhangzhu's Waterloo. The Korean Iron coach was taught a lesson by a young Chinese coach. Deng Yufei also leaned over, his normally tanned face glowing red, grinning foolishly. Fan Yunlong shook his head and chuckled. Boys, these reporters are really ruthless. Chen Mao took the phone, his gaze landing on the huge headline of the Sports Weekly. Miraculous coach Chen Mao creates another miracle. Rookie in China League conquers Tianhe Stadium. The accompanying image captured him celebrating on the sidelines, looking focused and determined. The article in the football newspaper was even more detailed. Du Wenhui passed over another phone. Victory of data flow tactics. A 25-year-old Guizhou boy conquers the football world with big data. From Wang Haifeng's legacy to Chen Mao's inheritance, Guizhou Ji is writing a China League legend. Chapter 17. Coach Chen, I want to see your usual working environment. Su Qing stood up, adjusted her glasses, and walked while asking. Of course. Chen Mao got up and gestured towards the training building. I'll take you to the tactical analysis room. It's more professional there. The two walked slowly along the track, with the photographer following behind, capturing the green field under the setting sun, focusing more on Chen Mao's calm profile. Recently, there's been a lot of discussion online about your data flow tactics. Some say you are the data revolutionary of Chinese football. Su Qing walked briskly, her notebook open in hand. What do you think of this title? Chen Mao chuckled lightly, his footsteps steady. Data is indeed important, but it's just a tool, not a universal key. Can you elaborate? Give an example. Chen Mao stopped at the sideline, pointing at the players packing their gear. Data can tell me the average sprint speed of Murik. Analyze the passing success rate of Kante, but data cannot tell me where Yilahamu's courage came from at the crucial moment of that shot. Su Qing quickly took notes, nodding for him to continue. Chapter 18. In the morning, on Chen Mao's desk, the headline of the Football Weekly was particularly eye-catching. Chen Mao. Data is just a tool. The soul of football lies in people. Chen Mao picked up his coffee and slowly read through the report. Su Qing's writing was impressive, bringing his thoughts and the team's spirit to life with concise and powerful language. His phone vibrated continuously. In the Weibo group, friends were reposting this report one after another. Old Chen is awesome. This interview level is completely unlike a rookie coach. Feels like this kid is about to become popular. He speaks well. Data flow combined with human touch. This concept is great. Even more surprising to Chen Mao was that major sports websites were reposting this article. NetEase Sports changed the title to the football philosophy of a 25-year-old local coach. Upsetting Hangda is no fluke. While Tencent Sports used a young football magician emerges from Guizhou. He clicked into the comments section, where the previous sarcastic remarks had been drowned out by a flood of new supportive messages. Previously thought this kid was just lucky and making a gimmick. After watching the exclusive interview, my opinion changed. He really has ideas. China League Mourinho? I'll acknowledge half of that title for now. I hope Coach Chen can continue to create miracles with Guizhou Ji. Chapter 19. The bus slowly drove into the outskirts of Wuhai Xinhua Road Stadium. Through the window, the players of Guizhou Ji could hear the distant roar. It was a heartbeat-accelerating, thundering sound, accompanied by synchronized shouts. Damn, are Wuhai fans as crazy? Chen Xiao pressed his face against the glass to look outside. In the distance, outside the stadium, the orange crowd surged like waves. Countless fans waved scarves and flags, some banging on iron barrels, others blowing horns. I heard they have a fan organization called Ahu Army. Fan Yunlong lowered his voice. There are more than 30,000 registered fans. Yilahamu licked his lips. This spectacle is even more exaggerated than Hangda. Chen Mao sat in the front row, quietly observing the scene outside. The system interface had already popped up real-time analysis data. Home Atmosphere Index, 92100, extremely enthusiastic. Expected Psychological Pressure Index on opponent, 84100, severe. Advice, conduct psychological preparation in advance, focusing on the emotional fluctuations of young players. Before the bus had completely stopped, deafening boos erupted outside. Hundreds of Wuhai fans surrounded the hotel where Guizhou Ji was staying, waving banners that read Ahu must win and similar phrases. Chapter 20. As the second half began, Wuhai Zhuer charged like a wounded monster. Yao Hamlin received a pass from a teammate, paused near the center circle, and scanned Guizhou Zhicheng's defense. With a deft touch, he escaped Obi's pressure, then unleashed a powerful long-range shot towards the goal. The ball whistled towards the upper left corner of the goal, and Wang Zhuo instinctively dove to save, barely touching the ball with his fingertips to deflect it over the crossbar. What a close call! Yao Hanlon's long shot was of extremely high quality. Liu Yu's voice trembled. After the corner kick was taken, Adriano, like a tiger descending the mountain, used his body to pin down Eth Tung, leaping high to prepare for a header. Just as Adriano was about to head the ball, a shadow suddenly collided with him from the side. Wang Lian seized the opportunity, using a fierce but fair shoulder challenge to shift the opponent's weight. The ball grazed the top of Adriano's head and flew out of bounds, drawing a chorus of regretful sounds from the Wuhai fans. Great defensive cooperation. Wang Lian's positioning was very timely at a critical moment. Su Xian praised. As the match reached the 55th minute, Wuhai Zhui's onslaught remained fierce, but the observant Chen Mao had already noticed subtle changes. Chapter 21. As night fell, Guizhou Zhicheng's bus was already on the highway heading back. The cabin was quiet, except for the soft hum of the engine. As the players had all fallen into a deep sleep, their faces still carrying satisfied smiles from a victory. Chen Mao sat in the front row, the blue light of his phone screen flickering in the darkness. News notifications keep popping up. The dark horse of the China League 1 defeats a strong opponent again. Chen Mao's onside command is textbook-like. Deng Yufei's last-minute goal defeats Wu Han. The flying knife determines the fate of Jiangcheng. Tactical master Chen Mao. A magnificent turnaround from doubt to praise. What surprised him the most was a comment from a well-known football blogger. This young coach from Guizhou already possesses all the qualities of top coach: calm on-the-spot judgment, decisive substitution timing, and a proper grasp of players' characteristics. If the previous victory over Hongda could be explained by luck, the consecutive wins have proven his strength. The Mourinho of China League 1, indeed well-deserved. Chen Mao softly repeated this title, unable to help but pat his own chest. His phone vibrated. It was a call from Qian Wanli. Chun, amazing. Do you know, since yesterday, I received calls from 7 or 8 sponsors. Chapter 22. At the end of May in Xi'an, the ancient city is draped in a layer of mist. Banners outside the Shaanxi Sports Stadium flutter in the wind, with slogans like Shan Army Rises and Zhuke Invincible piercing the sky. Chen Mao stood at the door of the away team's locker room, looking through a small window towards the stands. The stands of Zhuke Stadium were already filled. A wave of red, cheering voices came forth, shaking the ground slightly. The atmosphere was even crazier than in Wuhan. Fan Yunlong adjusted his shin guards, mainly because they have deep roots. Du Wenhui wiped the sweat from his forehead. The history of Shaanxi football is there, and the fans' desire for victory is stronger than we imagined. Chen Mao nodded and squatted down beside Deng Yufei. The young man was warming up his knees, his movements a bit stiff. How are you? Deng Yufei gritted his teeth. No problem, Chen, I can hold on. The system interface flashed in his mind, the red warning still glaring. Knee hazard worsens, high risk of forcing a fight. Chen Mao patted his shoulder. Let's first observe the opponent's rhythm. Don't rush to exert yourself. The whistle sounded in the player tunnel. It was time to take the field. The grass of Zhuke Stadium shimmered green under the afternoon sun, and the players of Shaanxi Rena were already warming up, their movements skilled and relaxed. Sun Jihai led the defense in tactical drills, and Yuhai practiced long shots outside the penalty area, each kick clean and crisp. Chapter 23. The second half began. In the 46th minute, Lin Longchong replaced Deng Yufei. Chen Mao made a gesture at the sidelines, and Lin Longchong took off his jacket and began to warm up. After leaving the field, Deng Yufei still wanted to protest, but was interrupted by Chen Mao. Yufei, take good care of yourself. Chen Mao patted his shoulder. You've already contributed enough to the team. Don't be stubborn. Chen Mao readjusted the formation, letting Tang Yuan return to his familiar left flank, with Lin Longchong taking the right-back position. Guizhou Zhicheng made a substitution adjustment, with Lin Longchong replacing Deng Yufei. Dong Lu's voice carried a hint of concern. This young player's impact on the right is indeed impressive, but after several consecutive matches, his body must be under strain. Kasanovic crossed his arms, nodding slightly when he saw Deng Yufei leave the field, seeming to have anticipated this change. He turned to whisper a few words to his assistant coach, then made a gesture, signaling the on-field players to strengthen their control of the midfield. In the 52nd minute, Kusanovic also made a substitution adjustment, bringing on the experienced veteran Gao Lin to replace the underperforming Mao Jianqing. As soon as Gao Lin came on, he actively participated in midfield interceptions, forming a triangular position with Zhao Shiri and Li Chunyu, attempting to completely lock down Guizhou Zhiqing's midfield. Chapter 24. The night breeze at Zhuke Stadium carried a hint of coolness, but Chen Mao's mood was extremely hot. He stood at the entrance of the player tunnel, watching the players walk towards the bus one by one, each with a satisfied smile on their faces. The penalty shootout eliminated Shangxi Renha, and Guizhou Zhiqing's name exploded across the national football scene. Chen, look at this. Du Wenhui ran over with his phone, the screen playing a video. In the video, a netizen wearing flashy glasses gestured animatedly. Let me tell you, this Chen Mao is definitely not an ordinary person. Have you noticed? Every time he makes a substitution, it's like he has a divine insight. Deng Yufei goes off, and immediately there's a warning for injury. Wang Zhua saves a penalty. That judgment was simply divine. The comments below the video were varied. Chen Mao, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying all the Super League coaches present are trash. I suggest FIFA and the Football Association investigate whether Chen Mao is using hacks. Guizhou Zhiqing's underdog rise in football. Chen Mao, the protagonist of a song upstairs, saying that suddenly reminds me, is this guy a time traveler? Chen Mao shook his head in amusement. Chapter 25. The lights of the new sports stadium in Guizhou were as bright as day, and the stands surged with a sea of green. The loyal fans of the Qianfeng Fan Association had long occupied the best spots in the stands, wearing unified green home jerseys, waving huge banners. Guizhou rises. Zhiqing soars to the sky. Guizhou rises. Zhiqing soars to the sky. The war drums had been beaten, echoing from the south stand, and the faces of a few young fans were lit up with excitement. Brothers, we must take down Baxi today, shouted a fan with a goatee. Chen Mao has led us to so many victories. We can't drop the ball at home today. A middle-aged fan next to him adjusted his glasses, analyzing rationally. Baxi is not an easy team to deal with. Their coach Tomic is very experienced and will definitely park the bus. We need to be prepared for a protracted battle. What are you afraid of? A 17 or 18-year-old boy protested. Coach Chun has plenty of tricks. Look at how he handled Albin and Renha. Wasn't it always a brilliant strategy? Suddenly, there was an explosive cheer from the stands, and several fireworks burst in the night sky, illuminating the entire stadium with green light. Security rushed over to stop them, and the fans laughed heartily as they packed away their firework tubes. Chapter 26. The whistle blew, and the players of Guizhou Zhiqing advanced their formation, the sense of pressure suddenly increasing. Deng Yufei received a pass from Fan Yunlong on the right, immediately accelerating. Han Xiao closed in, and the two engaged in fierce combat near the sideline. Deng Yufei made a quick stop and change of direction, shaking off half a body, and then passed the ball into the penalty area. On the left, Chen Xiao frequently cut inside, actively moving to create space for his teammates. Every time Obi received the ball in the middle, Chen Xiao would move in from the left wing to support. Guizhou Zhiqing clearly accelerated the pace. Li Zheng observed the situation on the field. Their wing attacks were raising the threat level. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Chen Mao must have made targeted adjustments in midfield. In the 48th minute, Obi received a pass from Du Wenhui, not choosing to pass sideways or backwards like in the first half, but instead charging straight forward. Lu Jiang quickly covered, and the two made contact in the middle of the field. Obi's muscles were tense, each step filled with explosiveness. He used his shoulder to push against Lu Jiang, forcefully protecting the ball as he moved forward. Lu Jiang, experienced, tried to use his body to block the position, but Obi's strength advantage began to show. The Guizhou team's Obi was quite aggressive in the second half. Chen Yang noticed the change. Chapter 27. As night falls. In the office building of the Guizhou Zhiqing training base, Chen Mao lightly tapped on the door frame, and Qian Wanli was reviewing the financial statements. Hearing the sound, he looked up. Xiao Chen, have you finished dealing with the training matters? Qian Wanli put down the documents in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. I must say, the match against Beijing was played beautifully. I was thrilled watching Obi score from a box. The team's achievements cannot be separated from your hard work, Mr. Qian. I came here to take advantage of the break between matches to discuss something with you. Chen Mao walked into the office, holding a thick stack of materials regarding the recruitment issue we mentioned earlier. Qian Wanli's eyes brightened, motioning for Chen Mao to sit down. The office was filled with a faint aroma of tea, and a victorious group photo from the Albin battle hung on the wall. You see, the team's winning streak is going so well now. The fans are enthusiastic, and sponsors are starting to reach out to us. Qian wanly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Mao. We really need to plan the recruitment matter carefully. Chen Mao took the teacup and took a deep breath. Mr. Qian, I would like to first analyze the current situation of the team with you. Chen Mao opened the folder. Chapter 28. On the stands of the new sports stadium in Guizhou province, a green banner fluttered in the wind. For consecutive victories, promotion is in sight. A huge slogan hung on the north stand, and the Guizhou Zhiqing fans had arrived early, waving fireworks and shouting slogans. The warm-up music played, and the players gradually emerged from the player tunnel. The audience erupted into applause and cheers like the sound of drums. Today's attendance has reached a new high. Chen Yang excitedly opened the commentary. The enthusiasm of the home fans for the team was unprecedented. Indeed, the winning streak had set the entire Guizhou ablaze. Li Zheng took over the commentary. However, today's opponent, Hubei Dongfang Daxing, should not be underestimated. They have a tough style, and both foreign players are quite impactful. Guizhou Zhiqing's starting lineup and formation: 433 goalkeeper, 1 Wang Zhua, right back, 26 Deng Yufei, center back right, 2 Yi Teng, center back left, 5 Wang Lian, left back, 12 Tang Yuan, defensive midfielder, 6 Fan Yunlong, central midfielder right, 18 Obi, central midfielder left, 8 Chen Xiao, right winger, 23 Rao Yao, left winger, 11 Du Wenhui, forward, 17 Yilahamu. Chapter 29. In the 55th minute, Deng Yufei received a pass from Obi on the right flank, facing Hubei Dongfang Daxing's left back Lu Bin. Lu Bin's steps were slightly heavy, and the continuous defense had consumed a lot of his stamina. Deng Yufei noticed Lu Bin's heavy footwork out of the corner of his eye and understood. He no longer charged straight ahead, but instead flicked his ankle, suddenly stopping and changing direction, pulling the ball away from the opponent's center of gravity. Lu Bin lost his balance and stumbled a couple of steps. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Deng Yufei accelerated, lightly pushing the ball with the outside of his right foot, his whole body shooting towards the baseline like an arrow. The wind whistled past his ears, and Deng Yufei's gaze locked onto his teammate in the penalty area. Chen Xiao was making a high-speed run from the middle, his timing perfect, shaking off his marker Zhou Hao. Deng Yufei hesitated for no moment, delivering a curved cross with the inside of his right foot, the ball spinning over the first line of defense. Chen Xiao leaped high at the back post in the penalty area, and the moment his forehead met the ball, a crisp sound echoed throughout the stadium. The ball changed trajectory, heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. Zhang Si made a desperate dive, just managing to graze the ball with his fingertips, but it only slowed the spin slightly. He turned his head, helplessly watching the ball hit the back of the net. The net bulged backward, the white mesh shimmering in the sunlight. Chapter 30. The night at Shenyang Tieshi Stadium. Chen Mao tightened his coat, gazing at the steel forest-like stadium before him. In northeast China in May, the temperature was nearly 10 degrees lower than in Guizhou, causing the players to instinctively hunch their necks as they got off the bus. This weather is quite intense. Yang Jian rubbed his hands together, the white breath dissipating in the air. Scanning around, the fatigue on the players' faces made Chen Mao's heart sink. It wasn't just the exhaustion from a match, but the mental fatigue from continuous travel. The system interface flashed a glaring yellow warning. Fan Yunlong, Deng Yufei, Wang Yiteng. The fatigue accumulation entries for the main players lit up. A series of flights, tough matches, and a packed league and cup schedule were about to drain these young men dry. Chen Mao looked at the exhaustion on the players' faces and knew that this wasn't sustainable. Tonight, someone must step up and someone must sit down. At the press conference, Mahrez sat at the podium, looking serious. Coach Ma, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's match? A reporter raised the microphone. Mahrez adjusted the microphone. The FA Cup is very important to us. Yes, we will give it our all. Guizhou Zhiqing is a good team, but we will not give any opponent a chance to pull off an upset. Chapter 31. Before the second half began, Chen Mao called Yang Jian and Chen Xiao over. Yang Jian, your task is very clear. Chen Mao pointed at the markers on the tactical board. Stick to Yuhan Xiao. As soon as he gets the ball, apply tight pressure and don't give him a chance to receive comfortably. Yang Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded vigorously. Chen Xiao, you're responsible for intercepting in the middle. Chen Mao turned to the young midfielder. Their passing routes will change because of our pressing. You need to anticipate and, after intercepting, immediately find Du Wenwei. Chen Mao took a deep breath, a glint of determination in his eyes. Remember, we're not here for practice. Chen Mao patted both of their shoulders. We are here to create miracles. The whistle for the second half sounded, and the stands at Tieshi Stadium erupted into thunderous cheers again. The Red Sea surged, each cheer striking the hearts of the Guizhou Zhiqing players like a heavy hammer. Liaoning Hongyan continued to launch fierce attacks. Yu Hanchao received the ball on the right, instinctively wanting to break through. Yang Jian closely followed him, his body pressed against the national team player. Yu Hanchao hesitated, wanting to change direction to break free. The slight pain in his ankle made his movements somewhat stiff, and that smooth feeling of being in his element disappeared. Chapter 32. 3 days after returning from Shenyang. The atmosphere at the Guizhou Zhiqing training base was filled with an unprecedented sense of ease. Hey guys, did you watch that interview last night? The reporter asked if we have a chance to promote next year. Yilahama boasted while changing his soccer shoes. I almost laughed out loud. Deng Yufei shrugged. Promoting? That's too small a vision. I see those sports media discussing our double-line championship possibility. Rao Yao lifted his head, cleared his throat, and casually mentioned, speaking of which, Liaoning's reporter really knows the game, saying that my goal had national team level. Laughter echoed loudly in the locker room as several young players gathered in a circle, discussing the compliments they had seen online. Fan Yunlong silently tied his shoelaces in the corner, his brow slightly furrowed. On the training ground, the early summer sunlight was somewhat blinding. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, holding a training notebook, his gaze sweeping over the players warming up. The system interface quietly popped up several glaring yellow warning entries. Complacency, yellow warning, flashing beside the avatars of Yilahamu, Deng Yufei, and Rao Yao. Today's practice focused on passing and shooting. The assistant coach blew the whistle. Chapter 33. On the night of Tianjin Olympic Sports Center, Shuai-D Stadium shone under the lights. Although the attendance wasn't very high, the home team's fans' cheers still resonated throughout the venue. Red scarves waved in the stands, and the Tianjin cheer banner fluttered in the wind. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's coach's bench, scanning the formation on the field. Guizhou Zhiqing's starting lineup and formation: 442 diamond midfield goalkeeper, 1 Wang Zhuo right back, 26 Deng Yufei center back right, 2 Yitong center back left, 5 Wang Lian left back, 12 Tang Yuan defensive midfielder, 6 Fan Yunlong right midfielder, 8 Chen Xiao left midfielder, 18 Aobi attacking midfielder, 11 Du Wenwei forward, 17 Yilahamu forward, 23 Rao Yao. Tianjin Runyulong's starting lineup and formation: 451 defensive counterattack goalkeeper, 1 Song Jinyu right back, 6 Wu Zhe center back, 3 Wang Wanpeng center back, 5 Zhao Zui Jun left back, 2 Bai Yefeng defensive midfielder, 15 Huang Fengtai right midfielder, 7 Wang Jiayu central midfielder, 21 Zhang Shua central midfielder, 10 Laodic left midfielder, 11 Liao Buichao forward, 9 Jose Amaya, Colombian foreign aide. Chapter 34. As soon as the whistle blew for the second half, Chen Mao made a decision. Chen Xiao, get ready to come on. He turned to the bench, with a tactical board in his hand was already filled with new lines. Chen Xiao quickly took off his jacket and did his last warm-up on the sidelines. Chen Mao walked over to him and lowered his voice. Replace Chen Xiao. You're playing left winger. Remember, use your speed to decisively attack Wu Zhe. Don't hesitate. Understood. Chen Xiao nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with desire. The substitution sign was raised, and Chen Xiao reluctantly left the field. Chen Mao patted him on the shoulder. You did well in the first half, but we need different weapons now. The formation quietly changed. Du Wenhui withdrew from one of the 2 forwards to the attacking midfielder position. And Chen Xiao appeared on the left flank, with Guizhou Zhiqing shifting from a 442 diamond midfield to a 4,231 formation. On the Tianjin Runyulong bench, Zhang Xiaorui frowned. They've changed formations. He shouted at the field, watch the flanks. Luodic gestured to his defenders, signaling to maintain the defensive shape, his face displaying undisguised disdain. In the 52nd minute, Fan Yunlong made a diagonal pass from midfield, and Chen Xiao received the ball on the left. Chapter 35. The day after returning from Tianjin, Chen Mao's office was piled high with various materials. Tactical analysis reports, player medical checklists, training schedules, and most importantly, files on recruitment targets. The joy of 5 consecutive wins had been diluted by the pressure of reality. The league continued. The opponents in the FA Cup were getting stronger, and the team's depth issues were becoming increasingly prominent. Chen Mao picked up the coffee on his desk, its bitter taste making him frown. The phone screen displayed 3 unread emails, one of which was from the Brawny Club in France. After reading the email, he silently turned off the screen and got up to make himself another cup of unsweetened coffee. Dear Mr. Chen, regarding the loan of N'Golo Kante, we need to renegotiate the terms. The player's agent, Mr. Michel Lebrun, has put forward new demands. The loan fee adjusted to 80,000 euros. And we must guarantee the player at least 60 minutes of playing time per match, along with priority renewal rights. Chen Mao's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the pace increasing. The originally agreed loan fee of 50,000 euros had now jumped directly to 80,000. Even worse were those additional conditions, which were treating Guizhou as a cash cow. Chapter 36. In mid-June, the night breeze at Guizhou Province new stadium carried the early summer coolness. The number of fans in the stands was slightly fewer than usual, but the Guizhou fans' iconic cheers were still loud. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze sweeping over the opposing Beijing University of Technology team. This student team's warm-up movements were synchronized, and every player was diligently completing the coach's assigned tasks. There was none of the playful banter common in professional teams. They look very disciplined, the assistant coach commented beside Chen Mao. Bien Lijun stood in front of the away team's coach's bench, arms crossed, his expression serious like a military officer. His gaze lingered on each player on the field, occasionally making gestures to remind them. Wang Chao, pay attention to controlling your runs. Bien Lijun shouted at midfield. Wu Fanghu, keep an eye on their attacking midfielder. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, running back and forth in midfield. Although this young midfielder wasn't tall, his coverage area was impressive. Wu Fanghu was right beside him, focused on every pass made by the Guizhou players. Guizhou's starting lineup and formation, 433 emphasizing high pressing and midfield control goalkeeper. 1 Wang Zhuo right back, 26 Deng Yufei center back right, 2 Yitang center back left, 5 Wang Lian left back, 12 Tang Yuan defensive midfielder, 6 Fan Yunlong right midfielder, 18 Aobi Chapter 37 in the Guizhou locker room. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, his marker drawing a few lines on the whiteboard. Yilahamu scored a goal in the first half and played well. Chen Mao turned to face the players, but the second half is crucial. As a student team, Beijing University of Technology has weaknesses in their physical fitness and experience. Fan Yunlong wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in response. I really felt it. Those guys run hard, but they lack stamina. Continue to put pressure on them physically. Chen Mao marked several key areas on the tactical board. AOB, you need to be fiercer in midfield. Deng Yufei, attack their left back more from the right. AOB clenched his fist. No problem, coach. Deng Yufei took a deep breath. I feel like their left side is already struggling to keep up with my pace. In the away team's locker room, Bien Lijun's voice came through the wall. Guys, don't be discouraged. Bien Lijun clapped his hands. Our skills are no worse than theirs. Keep playing to our strengths. Wang Chao lowered his head, gripping his hands tightly. Coach, about my mistake in the first half. Forget it. Bien Lijun walked in front of Wang Chao. Chapter 38 in late June. The 12th round of the China League one-away match against Beijing University of Technology. The home ground of Beijing University of Technology, with its unique and rich student base, had a very distinctive cheer from the fans, filled with youthful vitality. The young, delicate female students in the stands waved their homemade banners, shouting slogans. Engineering gods play handsomely. Academic stars are also great at football. Martin Appa is a technical flow. Fangirls go crazy for you. Beijing Institute of Technology, rise up. The academic champions are also strong in football. The unbeatable bit team will surely win tonight. No regrets. Unlike the last encounter, in this match, Bit is clearly more proactive. Bien Lijun stands with his arms crossed, his gaze firmly locked on a gap behind his defensive midfielder, which feels like a black hole, causing his heart to race. The previous loss kept him awake all night, repeatedly watching the match footage, searching for ways to break Guizhou's tactical techniques. Bien Lijun forces his gaze away from that gap. He would rather play ugly for these 90 minutes than allow it to become the opponent's playground again. This time, he has learned from the previous defeat, adjusting the formation to 4-3-3, moving the foreign core Martin up to midfield, attempting to strengthen control and offensive organization. Chapter 39. The hurried footsteps of Yilahamu sound on the grass, each step firm and powerful. His eyes are fixed solely on the white ball and the goal that is gradually enlarging ahead. Bai Xiaolei sees Yilahamu's move, and his heart races instantly. As the goalkeeper, he must decide whether to rush out or stay on the line. Experience tells him that against such a one-on-one opportunity, rushing out is the only choice. Lu Bin, 1 meter behind Yilahamu, desperately chases back, sweat sliding down his forehead, and his legs are starting to feel weak. He knows he can't catch up, but he is still unwilling to give up. Damn it! Lu Bin curses himself for being half a beat slow. Bai Xiaolei decisively rushes out, arms extended, trying to block Yilahamu's shooting angle. The distance between them shrinks rapidly. 8 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. In an instant, the noise of the field is cut off. In his world, there is only Bai Xiaolei and that invisible path to the goal. Time stands still. Yilahamu gently pushes with his right foot. The ball rolls along the grass towards the far corner of the goal. Bai Xiaolei dives, his fingertips grazing the ball, but it's not enough. The moment the net shakes. The cheering at the home ground of Beijing Institute of Technology abruptly stops. Chapter 40. At the training base of Guizhou Zhiqing, in Chen Mao's office. The coffee on the desk has long gone cold, his eyes are bloodshot, and his fingers are flying over the keyboard. The screen displays the latest email from Brawny Club. Dear Mr. Chen, regarding the loan terms for N'Golo Kante, we can reduce the loan fee from 120,000 euros to 80,000 euros, but the buyout clause must be set at 1.5 million euros. Additionally, Mr. Michel Lebrun insists that the player needs to enjoy a private apartment, a dedicated car service, and an additional monthly living allowance of 2,000 euros. Chen Mao rubs his temples and begins to reply. Thank you for your club concession. However, the 1.5 million euro buyout clause is too high for a player from the French 3rd Division. We are willing to accept a buyout price of 1 million euros, which reflects our confidence in Kante's future development. Regarding living conditions, we can provide a comfortable accommodation environment and reasonable living allowances, but the 2,000 euros monthly allowance exceeds our budget. After sending the email, Chen Mao leans back in his chair and sighs deeply. The phone rings, and he glances at the caller ID, feeling even heavier. Chapter 41. The evening breeze of the Haihe River carries moisture, and how Haitao feels the coolness. But his gaze is firmly locked on Chen Mao, having seen through the cracks in the opponent's tactics. The youthful arrogance is understandable. Let them attack, come on. How Haitao's lips curl slightly, feeling like an elder watching a younger generation. Guizhou Zhiqing starting lineup and formation. 4-2-3-1 goalkeeper. 1 Wang Zhuo right back. 26 Deng Yufei center back right. 2 Yitong center back left. 5 Wang Lian left back. 12 Tang Yuan defensive midfielder. 6 Fan Yunlong defensive midfielder. 18 Aobi right winger. 23 Rao Yao attacking midfielder. 11 Du Wenwei left winger. 8 Chen Xiao forward. 17 Yilahamu. Tianjin Songjiang starting lineup and formation. 5-4-1 extreme defensive counterattack goalkeeper. 1 Sheng Peng right back. 2 Zhang Cheng center back. 3 Wang Jie center back. For Lu Sheng left back. 16 Pan Chao defensive midfielder. 5 Thomas Ghana foreign player, midfield grinder right midfielder. 7 Hui Jiakong central midfielder. 6 Zhao Yinming central midfielder. 8 Chen Fong left midfielder. 10 Vicente, Brazilian foreign player, technical type, counterattack core forward. 9 Zola, Brazilian foreign player, spearhead. Chapter 42. As soon as the ball lands, Thomas has already positioned himself, not even looking up to observe, relying solely on instinct to send a ground pass that tears through Guizhou's entire defense. The ball crosses Guizhou Zhiqing's vacated backline and heads straight for the right side. Zola, like a hungry wolf, has already sensed the praise sent, his legs exploding with incredible power. Yitong desperately chases back, sweat sliding down his forehead, and his legs are starting to feel weak. He can feel the wind from behind, the hurried footsteps of Zola getting closer and clearer. Damn it! Yitong grits his teeth, knowing he can't catch up. As Zola receives the ball, the noise of the entire stadium seems to freeze. All eyes on him and the rushing goalkeeper Wang Zhuo. His first touch perfectly controls the ball, and he accelerates towards the penalty area. Wang Zhuo sees the danger and decisively rushes out. The distance between them shrinks rapidly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. A cunning glint flashes in Zola's eyes as he deftly nudges the ball to the right, and Wang Zhuo instinctively dives in that direction. Just as the goalkeeper loses his balance, Zola pulls the ball back and goes around Wang Zhu's left side. Chapter 43. In the away team's locker room. Deng Yufei sits in the corner, gripping his jersey tightly, his palms sweaty. Sweat drips from his forehead, mixing with the smell of grass and dirt, leaving mottled marks on the floor. Yilahamu leans against the wall, pounding his fist against the locker. The sound of metal striking is especially harsh in the silence. He recalls those near-miss opportunities and Sheng Peng's miraculous saves, feeling as if something is blocking his chest. Fan Yunlong takes off the captain's armband and places it on his knee, staring blankly at the ground. The glory of 7 consecutive victories has turned to ashes overnight, a drop that makes it hard for him as captain to breathe. Chen Mao enters, the sound of his leather shoes echoing in the hallway. He doesn't immediately speak, as usual, but quietly scans each dejected face. These young people had just given their all on the field, and now they look like frostbitten eggplants. Someone's phone rings inopportunely, the ringtone sharp in the frozen air. Chen Mao glances at the caller ID, his heart sinking. Qian Wanli. Hello, President Qian. My dear Director Chen. The voice on the other end, Qian Wanli, is suppressing his anger. What happened? Did the 7-game winning streak just end like this? Chapter 44. Late at night at the Guizhou Jiqing training base. Only Chen Mao's office light is still on. The computer screen repeatedly plays the match footage against Tianjin Songjiang, and Chen Mao's eyes are bloodshot. He pauses and rewinds over and over, trying to find the root of the failure in every detail. In the 68th minute, Thomas intercepts the ball. He hits the pause button. Our midfield pressure is insufficient, giving him too much time. The system interface flashes in his mind. Dense data pours down like a waterfall. Real-time match analysis shows Du Wenhui's passing success rate is 62. Tactical simulator suggests strengthening wing crosses. Opponent insights highlights the defensive gaps of the Songjiang team. In reality, these perfect data analyses are like fists hitting cotton in front of the opponent's ironclad formation. Chen Mao rubs his temples, for the first time, doubting the data flow he once took pride in. The system prompt sound from the psychological counseling module, Beginner, rings in his mind. A stream of information floods Chen Mao's consciousness. Basic theories of sports psychology, team motivation methods, techniques for alleviating negative emotions. More importantly, the system provides psychological state analyses of several key players in the team. Chapter 45. In the training base conference room. The projector hums. Chen Mao stands in front of the screen, holding the remote, waiting for the players to take their seats one by one. After a few days of psychological adjustment, the gloom on the players' faces has mostly dissipated. Deng Yufei actively sits in the front row, notebook open, ready to jot down key points. Yilahamu is no longer as dejected as in the previous days, his eyes reignited with fighting spirit. Fan Yunlong looks around, confirming that everyone is present, then nods at Chen Mao. Today we will take a look at the next opponent. Chen Mao presses the remote, and the logo of the East Asia team appears on the screen. The scene switches to the East Asia team's training environment. A group of young players sweats profusely on the green field, their passing and coordination flowing smoothly. Su Jinbao stands on the sidelines, arms crossed, his sun-tanned face lined with deep creases, but his gaze towards the players reveals an undeniable sternness and focus. Su's youth squad has an average age of 21. Chen Mao pauses the screen. What are their characteristics? Du Wenhui immediately responds. Skillful technique, excellent possession. Exactly. Chen Mao clicks play, and indeed, the East Asia players exhibit remarkable footwork, their short passes tight and precise. Chapter 46. At the Yinshan Sports Stadium, night. The stands are filled with young faces waving blue and white scarves, chanting in unison. The air is thick with youthful hormones. The atmosphere tonight is quite good. Tang Ming adjusts his headphones in the commentary booth. The East Asia fans are all young and full of energy. The batch of young talents cultivated by Coach Su is indeed worth watching. Liu Yu flips through his materials. Average age 21, each one is a technical player. In the players' tunnel, Guizhou Jiqing's players line up, ready to enter the field. Chen Mao stands at the front of the line, taking a deep breath. He can feel the tension in the air like an electric current jumping through everyone. Remember what we talked about yesterday? Chen Mao turns to face the players. Steady the start, patiently wait for opportunities. Fan Yunlong nods and pats his teammate on the shoulder. Yilahamu stretches his neck, eyes focused. Deng Yufei tightens her socks, palms slightly sweating. The entrance ceremony concludes, and players from both sides shake hands at the center circle. Su Jinbao stands in the technical area, arms crossed. Each wrinkle on this patriarch's face etched with stubbornness for football. Chapter 47. At the moment Chen Mao intercepts the ball, the entire Yinshin Sports Stadium falls into a brief silence. The ball stops firmly at his feet, as if magnetically attracted. Quick pass. Du Wenhui gestures from the center, his voice particularly clear in the night wind. Chen Mao hesitates not at all, lightly pushing the ball towards Du Wenhui. This pass is clean and decisive, without any unnecessary movements. As the ball rolls to his feet, Du Wenhui doesn't even need to look up. He has already memorized every counterattack detail Chen Mao instructed. His body's instinct faster than thought. The system interface flashes rapidly in Chen Mao's view. Data analysis engine marks the best counterattack route with a golden arrow pointing directly to the gap behind the East Asia team's defense line. Without needing to look up, Du Wenhui, relying on years of match experience, flicks the ball with the outside of his right foot. Du Wenhui makes a no-look pass. The ball sails over the heads of the East Asia midfielders, landing precisely behind the defenders. Danger! Su Jinbao shouts from the sidelines, his voice tinged with urgency. Yilahamo has already started. His legs spring into action, like a coiled spring ready to explode, his cleats making quick friction sounds on the grass. Wang Xinchao and Tang Jiechi chase back simultaneously, the sound of their footsteps behind him like war drums pounding in Yilahamo's eardrums. Chapter 48. At the moment Chen Mao intercepts the ball, the entire Yinshin Sports Stadium falls into a brief silence. The ball stops firmly at his feet, as if magnetically attracted. Quick pass. Du Wenhui gestures from the center, his voice particularly clear in the night wind. Chen Mao hesitates not at all, lightly pushing the ball towards Du Wenhui. This pass is clean and decisive, without any unnecessary movements. As the ball rolls to his feet, Du Wenhui doesn't even need to look up. He has already memorized every counterattack detail Chen Mao instructed, his body's instinct faster than thought. The system interface flashes rapidly in Chen Mao's view. Data analysis engine marks the best counterattack route with a golden arrow pointing directly to the gap behind the East Asia team's defense line. Without needing to look up, Du Wenhui, relying on years of match experience, flicks the ball with the outside of his right foot. Du Wenhui makes a no-look pass. The ball sails over the heads of the East Asia midfielders, landing precisely behind the defenders. Danger! Su Jinbao shouts from the sidelines, his voice tinged with urgency. Yilahamo has already started. His legs spring into action, like a coiled spring ready to explode, his cleats making quick friction sounds on the grass. Wang Xinchao and Tang Jiechi chase back simultaneously, the sound of their footsteps behind him like war drums pounding in Yilahamo's eardrums. Chapter 49. Wu Lei's goal is like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the passion of Yinshin Sports Stadium. The East Asia fans in the stands rekindle their hopes, their cheers surging towards the field like a tidal wave. What is Guizhou Zhiqing? A bunch of country bumpkins. Go Wu Lei, take down these outsiders. Su's youth squad is the real deal. Let's see how long these guys can be arrogant. Up High Beach is not a place for you to run wild. With the goal back, the morale of the East Asia team soars, as Wu Lei and Lu Wenjun act like two sharp blades on the flanks, continuously tearing apart the Guizhou Zhiqing defense. Every touch of Wu Lei can ignite the stands. His speed and agility leave Tang Yuan exhausted. On the left flank, Lu Wenjun is equally active, his skills and creativity exerting immense pressure on Deng Yufei. A shot after cutting inside grazes the post, almost piercing through Wang Zhu's fingers again. Chen Mao clenches his fists on the sidelines, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. He can feel the team is under immense pressure. The youth storm of the East Asia team is more fierce than expected. Hold steady. Hold the formation. Fan Yunlong shouts loudly from midfield, his voice exceptionally clear amidst the noise, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Chapter 50. The night breeze of Yuanshan Sports Stadium has not yet dissipated when Chen Mao is already on a flight back to Guiyang. The city lights outside the porthole gradually fade away, and his phone screen keeps flashing with various messages. Coach Shin, you are amazing. Su Qing's text pops up first. Winning 3-1 away against East Asia. Now everyone knows the prowess of Guizhou Zhiqing. Chen Mao replies with a light smile. Just got lucky. Messages pour in one after another on his phone. Interview invitations from sports media, heated discussion screenshots from fan forums, and even tentative contact from several Chinese Super League clubs. The magician of the China League shows his magic again. The away king, Chen Mao. A perfect interpretation of data-driven tactics. Various headlines go viral online. Chen Mao looks at these praises, feeling mixed emotions. Fame is a double-edged sword, bringing opportunities while also attracting more attention and pressure. When the plane lands at Guizhou Longdongbao Airport, it is already late at night. Chen Mao did not expect a crowd of fans to gather at the airport exit, holding banners that say "Welcome home, hero, Coach Chen, Coach Chen." The shouts of the fans rise and fall. Chen Mao hurriedly takes photos with the fans, but his mind is calculating more important matters. Chapter 51. In the early morning at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, a thin mist envelopes the runway. Chen Mao drags his suitcase out of the terminal, the air filled with a mix of coffee and car exhaust. He takes a deep breath, feeling the atmosphere of a foreign land. Monsieur Chen? A middle-aged French driver holds up a sign with his name. Chen Mao nods, and the driver takes over the suitcase. As the car drives out of the airport, the architecture of Paris appears ancient and solemn in the morning light. Chen Mao pulls out his phone, and the system interface flashes in his mind, activating the language and culture assistance feature. "Bruno, how long?" Chen Mao asks in his rudimentary French. 2 hours, sir." The driver replies slowly, seemingly aware of Chen Mao's limited French proficiency. The car speeds down the highway, and Chen Mao closes his eyes, reflecting on the negotiations he is about to face. Kante's information clearly displays in the system: unpretentious, positive, iron lung, purple, interception master, orange potential. This young man will become the stabilizing force in Guizhou Jiqing's midfield. Brunoy is a quiet small town, with sycamore trees lining the streets. Chapter 52. In the early morning of Le Havre, the sea breeze carries a salty smell through the port. Chen Mao stands in front of his hotel window, watching a freighter slowly depart in the distance. His phone shows 9 in the morning, with an hour left until his meeting with Jean-Marc Nobilo. He adjusts his collar and picks up his briefcase. Mahrez information flickers with purple light in the system. Magical left foot, purple potential, delicate dribbling blue. This young man of Algerian descent will become the sharp blade on the flanks for Guizhou Jiqing. The training base of Le Havre Club is more modern than Brunoy, with green grass sparkling in the sunlight. Jean-Marc Nobilo is already waiting in the conference room. This man in his early 50s has a sharp and cautious gaze. "Mr. Chen, welcome to Le Havre." Nobilo stands up to shake hands. "I heard you had great success in Brunoy yesterday." Chen Mao smiles slightly. The news travels fast. The football world is small, especially in France. Nobilo gestures for Chen Mao to sit down. "Regarding Mahrez, we are open to discussions, but we do have some concerns." "What concerns?" "The level of the Chinese league, the players' development prospects." Nobilo pauses. Chapter 53. In the away team's locker room at Yang Olympic Sports Center. The clock on the wall ticks away, each second feeling like a countdown. The score of 0-1 weighs heavily on every player's heart like a boulder. The scent of sweat mixed with disappointment fills the cramped space. Fan Yunlong sits in the corner, gripping his hands tightly, knuckles turning white. His captain's armband shines mockingly under the lights, highlighting his helplessness. "Everyone, listen to me." Assistant coach Li Ming's voice echoes in the empty locker room, pale and powerless. Du Wenhui lowers his head, his shoes lightly scraping the floor. Yilahamu leans against the wall, staring blankly at the ceiling. Obi's fists clench and relax repeatedly in a cycle. No one responds to Li Ming's words. Wang Zhui takes off his gloves, grass clippings still clinging to his palms from his recent saves. The goal he conceded plays repeatedly in his mind, a painful sting. The referee's decision was indeed somewhat. Li Ming tries to find the right words. What was it? Deng Yufei suddenly lifts his head, anger igniting in his eyes. Was it biased? Was it unfair? Li Ming opens his mouth, ultimately choosing silence. The atmosphere in the locker room drops to freezing point. Chapter 54. In the 15th round of the China League, away versus Hunan Xiangtao, mid-July. Guizhou Jiqing's starting lineup and formation: 42-31 goalkeeper, 1 Wang Zhui right back, 26 Deng Yufei center back, right 2 Yitong center back, left 5 Wang Lian left back, 12 Tang Yuan defensive midfielder, 6 Fan Yunlong defensive midfielder, 18 Obi right winger, 23 Rao Yao attacking midfielder, 11 Du Wenhui left winger, 8 Chen Xiao forward, 17 Yilahamu. Hunan Xiangtao's starting lineup and formation: for 142, home aggression, fighting for the derby goalkeeper, 12 Dong Jianhong right back, 23 Lu Shuai center back, 5 Luo center back, 3 Wang Yongming left back, 16 Li Zhaonan right midfielder, 7 Wang Chen midfield, 8 Cardoso midfield, 6 Allen left midfielder, 11 Dai Qinhua forward, 9 Neto forward, 10 Lu Chao. The whistle blows, and the second half begins. The players of Guizhou Zhiqing step onto the pitch again, each person's gaze completely different from the first half. Fan Yunlong, Obi, and Yang Jian stand closely together in midfield, forming a steel defense. Chapter 55 at Guiyang, Longdongbao Airport. The late-night flight slowly lands. Chen Mao drags his weary body out of the cabin, his phone filled with congratulatory messages. On the bus from Yiyang to Guiyang, the players sang loudly, and the thrill of emerging from desperation excited everyone. "Coach, you're truly our savior," Deng Yufei shouted from the back of the bus, eliciting a burst of laughter. Chen Mao turned his head to look at this group of young people who had just accomplished the impossible task. Sweat hadn't completely dried, but pride was written all over their faces. "Don't get too happy too early." His voice cut through the noise in the bus. There were still many rounds left in the league, and the road to promotion was still long. Fan Yunlong turned around from the front seat. "Chen, let the brothers enjoy tonight. We promise to focus on training tomorrow." Chen Mao gazed out at the flowing lights outside, with the players off key, singing in his ears. The ecstasy of winning felt like alcohol, temporarily making these young people forget their fatigue, and he couldn't help but smile as well. By the time they returned to the base, it was already 2 in the morning. The players returned to their rooms to rest. But Chen Mao stayed in the office until dawn. Spread out on the desk were reports from various sports media, each headline more exaggerated than the last. Chapter 56, Guiyang Longdongbao Airport. The afternoon sun streamed through the huge glass curtain wall into the waiting hall. Chen Mao stood at the arrival gate, holding a welcome sign with N'Golo Kante written on it, his heartbeat a few beats faster than usual. Personally welcoming a player from Europe was a first for Chen Mao. Looking at the shy young man in front of him, Chen Mao's mind conjured the shadow of a defensive giant that would cover the globe and leave all forwards in despair. "Coach, are you nervous?" The club's translator, Xiao Wang, stood beside him, watching Chen Mao adjust the welcome sign repeatedly. "A little," Chen Mao admitted honestly. After all, he was our first player directly imported from France. Outside the airport, about 50 Guizhou fans had gathered. They held up makeshift banners welcoming Kante to Guizhou Zhiqing, written in both Chinese and English. A few young fans even rushed to create Kante's portrait overnight. Though the artistry was mediocre, the enthusiasm was touching. "He's here." Xiao Wang pointed to the exit. "That should be him." A not-so-tall, dark-skinned young man walked out from the crowd. Chapter 57, Guiyang Olympic Sports Center. As night fell, the lights shone brightly. 20,000 tickets had long been sold out, and the stands were packed with people, green flags waving in the night wind. The fans' chants echoed through the sky, and the excitement of emerging from desperation had not fully dissipated. "Kante, Kante, Mahrez, Mahrez." The 2 stars shone bright. Victory for promotion is a must. 3 banners unfurled in the north stand, and the fans' expectations were at an all-time high. The victory over Hunan Xiangtao had everyone believing that this team was creating miracles. In the away team locker room, the players from Yinbian Korean Autonomous Prefecture were making their final preparations. Head coach Zhao Jingyan stood before the tactical board, his gaze sharp as an eagle. "Today we are facing the hottest team in the China League 1, but so what?" His voice was deep and powerful. "We Northeasterners are never afraid of any opponent." Qi Zhongwa patted his chest, muscles taut under his jersey. Li Sun moved his shoulders, and his elbows made a slight cracking sound. These men from the Northeast exuded a spirit of defiance. Guizhou Zhiqing's starting lineup and formation: 42-31 goalkeeper, 1 Wang Zhua. Right back, 26 Deng Yufei. Center back right, 2 Yi Teng. Center back left, 5 Wang Lian. Left back, 12 Tang Yuan. Defensive midfielder, 25 N'Golo Kante. Defensive midfielder, 6 Fan Yunlong. Right winger, 28 Riyad Mahrez. Attacking midfielder, 11 Du Wenhui. Left winger, 8 Chen Xiao. Forward, 17 Yilahamu. Chapter 58. The 15 minutes of halftime passed in the blink of an eye. The players stepped back onto the grass, the night breeze slightly cooling the anger that had built up in the locker room. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his tactical board filled with arrows and circles. His eyes scanned each player, finally resting on Deng Yufei on the substitute bench. Deng Yufei, the young fullback, suddenly looked up, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Get ready to go on." Chen Mao walked over to him, his voice low. Remember, use your speed to attack the space behind Zhao Ming. He turned slowly. That's our opportunity. Deng Yufei nodded vigorously, starting to loosen up. His legs looked long and powerful under the night lights, every muscle poised for action. Chen Xiao, come off. Chen Mao waved to the field. Hearing the command, Chen Xiao jogged toward the sideline. His jersey was already soaked with sweat, and traces of the intense first half remained on his face. You've worked hard. Chen Mao patted his shoulder. The second half is in Deng Yufei's hands. The substitution sign was raised, and Deng Yufei took a deep breath, striding confidently towards the right side. The grass trembled slightly under his feet, each step solid and powerful. Chapter 59. The moment Liao Lixing stepped on the grass, the night wind billowed his jersey, and each step was solid and powerful. Teammates on the bench stood up, applauding the young midfielder. Control the tempo. Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines. Find that spot for Mahrez. As the match entered the final 10 minutes, the 1-1 score left both sides unwilling to accept. The Yanbian players began to frequently search for set-piece opportunities, knowing that with their physical advantage, this might be their last chance. In the 84th minute, Yanbian was awarded a well-placed free kick. Jin Jingdao stood at the penalty spot, taking a deep breath. The night wind tousled his hair, and the grass trembled beneath his feet. The free kick was taken. The ball arced toward Guizhou Ziqing's goal. Wang Zhu would jump high on the goal line, securely catching the ball. Good shot. The fans in the stands erupted into enthusiastic applause. Mahrez began to frequently demand the ball on the right. His gaze was focused and sharp, with each touch carrying a strong sense of purpose. Jiang Hongchuan stayed tightly close to him, giving him no comfortable opportunity to receive the ball. In the 86th minute, Mahrez received a pass from Liao Lixing, facing Yanbian's dense defense. Chapter 60. Round 17 of the China League 1. Away versus Shenzhen Phoenix. Early August. Guizhou Ziqing starting lineup and formation. 4-3-3 goalkeeper. 1 Wang Zhuo right back. 26 Deng Yufei center back right. 19 Shirku center back left. 5 Wang Lian left back. 12 Tang Yuan defensive midfielder. 25 N'Golo Kante right midfielder. 21 Liao Lixing left midfielder. 18 Obi right winger. 28 Riyad Mahrez left winger. 27 Liu Binbin forward. 17 Yokohama Shenzhen Phoenix starting lineup and formation. 4-2-3-1 goalkeeper. 1 Qing Yuliai right back. 15 Zhang Yuan center back. 5 G Mahrez. 4 and 8 from France. Defensive core center back. 4 Liga left back. 11 Zhang Yaoquan defensive midfielder. 8 Huang Long defensive midfielder. 6 Su Bo right winger. 7 Dong Shueshing attacking midfielder. 10 Luis Felipe. 4 and 8 from Brazil left winger. 21 Gao Fei forward. 9 Chris Killen. 4 and 8 from New Zealand. Tall striker. Chapter 61. Yokohama's gaze was locked onto the Shenzhen Phoenix defense, his leopard-like focus tightening all the muscles in his body. The positioning of center backs Mahrez and Li Zhe indeed showed slight gaps, and he keenly seized the opportunity. The chance has come. Chen Mao muttered to himself on the sidelines, fists clenched. In the 28th minute, Luis Felipe once again received the ball in midfield. The Brazilian was clearly not in form. His gaze was somewhat vacant, and homesickness made it difficult for him to focus on the match at hand. Liao Lixing approached stealthily like a lurking leopard. His eyes were fixed on Luis Felipe's feet, calculating the best moment to strike. Luis Felipe habitually chose to make a lateral pass, intending to send the ball to teammate Huang Long. Just as Luis Felipe passed the ball, Liao Lixing timed his move perfectly, lunging forward and almost scraping the ground to intercept the ball. The action clean and swift, leaving no room for the opponent to react. It's intercepted. Chen Ning's voice rose instantly. Liao Lixing successfully stole the ball from Luis Felipe's feet, leaving the Brazilian momentarily stunned. Chapter 62. The lights in the club office stayed on late into the night, the phone ringing and Qian Wanli's excited shouts intertwining, heralding a football carnival about to unfold in Guiyang. News of Guizhou Ziqing's 2-1 revenge against Shenzhen Phoenix spread throughout the city, the fans' excitement spreading like wildfire. The front page of the Guizhou Metropolitan Daily was particularly striking, featuring an image of Mahrez celebrating his goal. Su Qing wrote in her column, Chen Mao's data flow has already caught the attention of other coaches in the China League 1, and his on-the-spot command is redefining the coaching standard at this level of league. The club's phone kept ringing all inquiries for ticket purchases. Qian Wanli was beaming in his office, waving to his secretary. Tell them, the tickets are sold out, not a single one left. The names of Kante and Mahrez circulated through the streets and alleys of Guizhou. Fans discussed the performances of these two new signings in tea houses, while children imitated Mahrez' dribbling moves on the school playground. The atmosphere was particularly lively at Guizhou Zhiqing's training base. The players knew that tomorrow night's home debut would be their stage to prove themselves. Chapter 63. The sound of soda cans opening filled the locker room, as Chen Mao sat in front of the tactical board, not appearing anxious despite the stalemate in the first half. His gaze swept over each player, as if reading some hidden information. Yang Jian was indeed in good form today. Chen Mao's voice sounded calm, but the calmer it was, the more chaos we needed to create. He stood up and drew several arrows on the tactical board. In the second half, I want you to increase the number of crosses from the flanks. Mahrez, Liu Binbin, don't hold back your energy, give it your all. Long-range shots also need to be strengthened. Chen Mao's pen drew a circle at the edge of the penalty area. Obi, it's time for your talent to shine. Fan Yunlong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Coach, do you want to use set pieces? Exactly. Chen Mao's gaze swept between Fan Yunlong and Du Wenwei, as if he could already see the scene of scoring. Yang Jian's weakness lies in aerial balls and judgment on coming out. We need to force him to make choices and hesitate. The whistle for the second half sounded, and Guizhou Zhiqing's attack was even more fierce than in the first half. Mahrez received the ball on the right side, and this time he chose not to show off with fancy dribbling, but directly accelerated to attack. Chapter 64. The day after the loss to Dongri Zhichuan, the meeting room at Guizhou Zhiqing's training base was filled with people. Chen Mao stood in front of the large tactical board, his gaze sweeping over each player. Last night's match exposed problems. He picked up a marker and drew a large circle on the tactical board, stating that against a packed defense, our methods to break through were too singular. Fan Yunlong sat in the front row, hands crossed on his knees. Coach, didn't we win? Yes, but it was too hard fought. Chen Mao turned around, his expression turning serious, saying that in the next round we would face our old rivals Dalian Erbin, who were 10 times stronger than Dongri Zhichuan. If we play like last night, we will be torn apart. The meeting room fell silent. Chen Mao faced the tactical board again, beginning to draw a new formation. Starting today, we will establish an entirely new tactical system. His pen made 2 highlight marks on the names of Kante and Mahrez, establishing them as dual cores. Kante is our engine and defensive barrier. Chen Mao pointed to Kante's position, saying that his presence could liberate the entire midfield, allowing you to attack with confidence. Kante nodded, his expression unchanged. Chapter 65. At Dalian Erbin's training base, Stanojevic slammed the tactical board, his eyes fierce. The previous loss in Guizhou was an accident. The Serbian waved his arms vigorously, stating that returning to our home ground, our only goal is revenge, to take all 3 points. Peter Utaka stood in the front row, hands on his hips, his chest heaving. The Nigerian forward twisted his neck, making sounds of cracking bones. I want to wash away the last loss with goals. Utaka clenched his fists, letting those from Guizhou know what it truly means to be the dominant team in the China League One. Several key players bumped chests, growling in response to Utaka, and the atmosphere on the training ground became tense. Meanwhile, national sports media had escalated the match into a mountaintop battle. The headline of the Sports Weekly boldly proclaimed Top Revenge Battle, featuring a close-up of Utaka roaring. The football news went even further. The magician returns to face the leader. Can Chen Mao work his magic again? Online, fans' discussions became even more heated. Dalian fans boasted in forums about bloodily defeating Guizhou, while Guizhou fans retorted that they would make Erbin taste failure once again. Chapter 66. Dalian Albin Training Base. Stanojevic pounded the tactical board with a fierce look in his eyes. The previous loss in Guizhou was an accident. The Serbian swung his arms vigorously. And this time back at our home ground, our only goal is revenge, to take all 3 points. Peter Utaka stood in the front row, hands on his hips, his chest heaving. The Nigerian forward twisted his neck, making a sound of bones cracking. I will wash away the loss from the last match with goals. Utaka clenched his fists, letting those Guizhou people know what it means to be the true king of the China League. Several main players bumped their chests against each other, responding to Utaka with low growls, and the atmosphere on the training ground became tense. Meanwhile, national sports media had already hyped this match into a mountaintop battle. The front page of the Sports Weekly boldly declared revenge battle for the top spot, featuring a close-up of Utaka roaring. The football news went even further. Magician takes on the leader again. Can Chen Mao work his magic again? Online, fans' discussions were even more intense. Dalian fans shouted in forums about bloodily wiping out Guizhou, while Guizhou fans retorted that they would make Albin taste defeat once more. Chapter 67. As the whistle blew. The 30,000 fans at Guizhou Stadium erupted with a roar like a tsunami, their passion completely ignited. Blue scarves surged like a tide, and a massive wave of sound compressed towards the green field from all directions. Eat them up. Tear the Guizhou people apart. The roar from the stands was deafening, and Liu Binbin felt his eardrums vibrating. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Shirku stood in the center-back position, his gaze locked on Utaka ahead. The Nigerian forward was stretching his neck, muscles bulging, his eyes fierce like a hungry wolf. "Kid, ready to be torn apart?" Utaka taunted in English, his voice low and dangerous. Shirku did not respond, merely adjusted the position of his shin guards. Stanojevic stood on the sidelines, hands on his hips, roaring loudly at the players on the field. "Fight hard from the first minute. Let them know what home advantage means." Just 2 minutes into the match, Dali and Albin displayed a crazy thirst for revenge. Their pressing intensity was unprecedented, with 3 players surrounding and tackling one ball holder, completely disregarding physical exhaustion. Are these guys crazy? How long can such intensity last? The live commentator Chen Yang's voice was filled with surprise. Chapter 68. As the second half whistle blew. The lights of Guizhou Stadium shone down on the green field like searchlights on a battlefield. The Dalian fans in the stands were still hoarse, waving their blue scarves, trying to continue the madness of the first half. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He could clearly see the subtle changes in Albin players, whose Zhaojuan's breathing was more rapid, Ataka's muscles were no longer as tense, and the 2 full-back's retreat speed had noticeably slowed. The time has come, Chen Mao murmured to himself, then made a discreet gesture. This was the pre-match agreed signal for a full counterattack. Kante understood the head coach's intention, and his positioning quietly advanced, transforming from a purely defensive midfielder into a central midfielder capable of participating in the attack. The match resumed, and Albin's offensive still looked fierce, but keen observers could notice that their pressing intensity was not as strong as in the first half. The physical exhaustion was causing these Dalian players' movements to become slightly sluggish. In the 52nd minute, Hu Zhaojun received the ball in midfield. His midfield metronome was still in operation, but the rhythm was no longer as tight as before. Chapter 69. Guiyang Longdongbao Airport welcomed a celebration. Red banners hung from the top of the terminal, welcoming the heroes back home, with 6 big characters shining in the night. Hundreds of fans gathered at the exit, their scarves and banners surging like a tide. When the players of Guizhou Zhiqing walked out of the cabin, an ear-splitting cheer erupted instantly. "Chen Mao! Chen Mao!" The fans' chants rose and fell, and the flashes of mobile phones sparkled like stars. Chen Mao walked at the front of the group, wearing a tired yet satisfied smile. The feat of double victories over the league leaders had brought his reputation in the industry to an unprecedented height. The title of Magician of the China League had spread throughout Chinese football. Outside the airport, more fans held banners waiting. Guizhou Zhiqing, the heroes of promotion. Chen Mao, our pride. These slogans fluttered in the night wind, every word filled with anticipation. Back at the hotel, Chen Mao did not join the players' celebration party. He sat in his room, staring at the message from Su Qing, his brow furrowed. System, activate the club relationship network analysis. The blue interface flashed like a waterfall, scrolling through lines of code, eventually stopping on a global scout activity heat map. Chapter 70. The night deepened in Guiyang, and only the lights in the conference room of the club's office building were still on. Chen Mao sat at one end of the long table, a pen inserted in the folder spread out in front of him. Qian Wanli, Li Ming, and several club executives were seated around the table, each with a serious expression on their faces. The firewall plan. Chen Mao opened the folder. We must act immediately, or core players will be picked off by other clubs like cutting tofu. In the ashtray on the table, Qian Wanli's cigarette had accumulated a long ash, but he was oblivious, staring blankly at the plan. He had just listened to the recording of a call from Europe, and his face was darker than ink. TFA agency. I've checked. Qian Wanli's voice was low, specializing in this kind of parasitic behavior, poaching players for cheap and selling them for a high price. Rarely do players they target escape. Chen Mao nodded and pulled out a list from a folder. Kante, Mahrez, Iliamu, Shirku, Lu Binbin, and a few substitute players. Everyone needs to renegotiate contracts, doubling salaries and setting the buyout clauses to a sufficiently high level. How much is needed? Qian Wanli directly asked the core question. Chapter 71. Above Shenyang Jinzhou Stadium, autumn rain fell densely like fine threads. The cold raindrops hit the players' faces, slowly flowing down their cheeks. The players of Guizhou Zhiqing stepped off the bus, each frowning tightly. Damn it, this cursed weather. Lu Binbin tightened his coat, his teeth chattering slightly. He stomped his feet, trying to warm them up. Mahrez looked at the wet grass, reached out to catch a drop of rain, and shook his head. This field is too slippery. Very hard to control the ball. Fan Yunlong patted the young teammate's shoulder, his expression serious. We have to adapt, even if we can't. This is the away game. No one will sympathize with you. In the locker room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, scanning each player. He could feel the players' tension and unease. But more than that was a sense of contempt. Listen, Shenyang Dongjin is currently second to last in the standings. They will fight hard today. Chen Mao's voice echoed in the locker room, reminding everyone to keep the pace and not be affected by the rough actions of the opponents. Yilahamu casually tied his shoelaces, muttering, "It's just a relegation team. We even managed to double-kill Albin." Chapter 72. The Golden State Stadium on a rainy night. The whistle for the second half pierced the damp cold air. The players of Guizhou Zhiqing rushed out of the tunnel, each of their eyes burning with the flame of vengeance. Kick them to death. Fan Yunlong roared to his teammates as he ran towards the center circle. His voice was particularly loud in the rainy night, as if he wanted to roar out all the humiliation from the first half. Kenny wiped the rain off his face and nodded at Mahrez. "Riyadh, it's up to you tonight." "Don't worry, Ngolo." Mahrez tightened his shin guards, his gaze as firm as steel. "I'll make them know what real football is." The game restarted, and Guizhou Zhiqing's offensive surged like a tide towards Shenyang Dongjin's half. They no longer played timidly like in the first half, but used their bodies to confront and fought to tear apart the opponent's defense. Yilahamu received the ball in the front court, facing the encirclement of 3 defenders. Instead of passing, he shouldered the opponents and pushed forward step by step. The eyes of the Uyghur forward sparkled with a beast-like glow, as if he wanted to vent all the frustration from the first half. Chapter 73. The autumn night at the Guiyang Olympic Sports Center was particularly quiet, with moonlight filtering through the clouds and illuminating the empty stadium. In the office of the chairman's box, Chen Mao sat alone in a chair, hands tightly clasped, his gaze fixed on the tactical board on the table. The tactical board had been broken last night in the Shenyang locker room and was now taped together, with cracks still clearly visible. "Chen, some things still need to be dealt with." Li Ming pushed the door and walked into the office, holding a list. Chen Mao looked up, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. "Call Deng Yufei and Lu Binbin. Now." Li Ming glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 p.m. "Now." Chen Mao's voice was unquestionable. 15 minutes later, Deng Yufei and Lu Binbin nervously knocked on the office door. The expressions on their faces still bore the frustration of last night's defeat, their eyes filled with unease. "Sit." Chen Mao pointed to the chairs opposite him, his voice cold enough to send chills down their spines. Deng Yufei and Lu Binbin exchanged glances and slowly sat down. The atmosphere in the office was oppressive and suffocating. "Do you know why I called you here?" Chen Mao interlocked his fingers, his sharp gaze fixed on the two. "Chen." Lu Binbin started to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Mao. Chapter 74. The night sky over the Guiyang Olympic Sports Center was heavy as ink, with moonlight filtering through thick clouds, casting a particularly desolate light over the stadium. Fans in the stands arrived an hour earlier than usual, and their voices were no longer filled with jubilant cheer, but rather a deep sense of unity. "Guizhou will win. Guizhou will win." The synchronized chants echoed in the night sky, as if offering a final prayer for the impending battle. The fans knew that the team was in a low point. What they needed was not celebration, but support. They waved their scarves, their eyes sparkling with determination to fight alongside the team. In the players' tunnel, the Guizhou Zhiqing players lined up waiting. Each face lacked the usual pre-game ease, replaced by a resolute determination. Yilahamu clenched his fists tightly. He had only one thought in mind: score a goal, to wash away the shame of the last match. Chen Xiao quietly stretched by the wall, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. As soon as the whistle blew, the entire Guizhou team surged forward, from the forwards to the defensive midfielders, each one rushing towards the nearest opponent, giving no room for the other side to breathe. "Brothers." Fan Yunlong's voice was deep and powerful, as if squeezed out from the depths of his chest. "Tonight, we will let everyone know what the backbone of Guizhou Jiqing is." Chapter 75. The stars in the night sky were sparse, but the lights on the field were as intense as daylight. The whistle for the second half sounded, and the players of Guizhou Jiqing streamed out of the locker room, each of their eyes burning with an indomitable flame. Assistant coach Li Ming glanced at Chen Mao and saw his focus, almost cold demeanor, and dared not disturb him further. He did not shout loudly but used hand signals to direct the players' movements. The data from the first half had proven everything: their physical fitness, willpower, and fighting spirit, each aspect surpassing the opponent. Kante intercepted Wang Xinxin's pass in the midfield, his movement clean and sharp. The ball was firmly under his control, and the Tianjin Kangshifu players immediately surrounded him, trying to regain possession. Pass. Yilahamu raised both hands in front, sweat dripping from his forehead, but his gaze remained resolute. The resentment and regret from losing to Shenyang surged up again, and Yilahamu gritted his teeth. This was the best opportunity, and he had to seize it. Mahrez received Kante's pass on the right, and in front of him, Chaoyang was already panting, clearly lacking the stamina he had in the first half. A glint of cunning flashed in the Algerian's eyes. He knew the opportunity had come. Chapter 76. As the fireworks of victory faded, the Guiyang Olympic Sports Center returned to calm. The day after defeating Tianjin Kangshifu, while other teams were still on holiday, the players of Guizhou Jiqing had already appeared on the training ground. Recovery training. Chen Mao's voice echoed on the training field, stating that victory was not the end. Maintaining humility and focus was the norm. The players silently engaged in light jogging and stretching. The atmosphere on the training ground had changed. There was less playful banter and more mutual reminders and support. Even veteran Du Wenhui couldn't help but say to Fan Yunlong, "These kids seem to have grown up overnight." Kante was at the front of the line, his steps steady and powerful, sweat dripping from his forehead, but his gaze remained focused. The Frenchman did not complain or slack off, exemplifying what it meant to be a professional. Mahrez was doing technical training nearby. The Algerian's talent was undeniable, but he never let it make him arrogant, maintaining a pure love for football. Yilahamu practiced shooting repeatedly in the penalty area. The goal from last night had restored his confidence, but he knew this was just the beginning. Chapter 77. The grass at the Guiyang Olympic Sports Center gleamed with a lush sheen under the afternoon sun, with over 30,000 fans filling the stands 2 hours early. Unlike usual, today's fans were more rational. They waved their scarves, but their faces were filled with expectation rather than frenzy. Today's atmosphere is a bit special. Commentator Chen Yang adjusted his microphone. The fans had mixed feelings, regretting the previous defeat, but filled with anticipation for the team's adjustments. Li Zheng nodded, acknowledging that the match against Shenyang had indeed sounded the alarm for everyone. However, from the training situation, the team's mental state has obviously changed in the past few days. In the locker room, the players were making their final preparations. Chen Mao didn't make a long-winded speech to rally the team. He simply looked calmly at everyone. "There's no need for me to say much today." His voice wasn't too loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. "You know how to kick, and you know why you kick." Fan Yunlong stood up, adjusting the captain's armband. "Brothers, stay calm." The players streamed out one by one towards the field. The applause from the stands roared like thunder, but it lacked the usual frenzy, replaced by a sense of steadiness and trust. Chapter 78. The front page headline of Chongqing Evening News boldly read, "Defend Daishan 1. Liffen Fan faces life and death battle against Guizhou." The accompanying photo showed the entire Chongqing Liffen Fan team, each player's expression unusually serious. Chongqing Business News directly stated, "Southwest Football Glory Battle. Who is the true king?" The official poster of Chongqing Liffen Fan flooded the streets, featuring a lion overlooking the entire mountain city, with just 4 simple words, "Defend home turf." These Chongqing people sure know how to stir things up. Fan Yunlong was scrolling through his phone on the team bus, saying, "Look at this. They painted us as a bunch of sheep." Kante glanced over, shrugged. The Frenchman didn't care about such things. Lu Binbin leaned over to take a look, smirking. "Sheep? Let's see who bites who." Chen Mao sat in the front row, holding a tactics board, ignoring the external noise. His attention was fully focused on the upcoming match. Li Jun's firm declaration was made at the training base of Chongqing Liffen Fan, where head coach Li Jun was being interviewed by the media. Chen Mao is a good young coach, and Guizhou's performance this season has been impressive. Li Jun crossed his arms, his tone calm, but... Chapter 79. In the 22nd round of the China League 1, Guizhou Zhiqing's starting lineup and formation: 433 goalkeeper, 1 Wang Zhua, defenders, 26 Deng Yufei, 19 Shirku, 5 Wang Lian, 12 Tang Yuan, midfielders, 25 N'Golo Kante, 6 Fan Yunlong, 18 Aobi, forwards, 28 Riyad Mahrez, 17 Yilahamu, 27 Liu Binbin. Chongqing Lifan starting lineup and formation: 442 goalkeeper, 1 Han Qian, defenders, 2 Xiajin, for Li Yinan, 3 Yang Yun, 27 Luo Xn, midfielders, 7 Luo E, 8 Lai E, 6 Zhou Heng, 12 Zhang Chiming, forwards, 9 Takos, 10 Ivan. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, 40,000 fans at Chongqing Olympic Sports Center erupted in a thunderous cheer. The entire stadium shook, with banners and scarves creating a sea of blue. Damn, this sound could deafen a person. When Liu Binbin had the ball in midfield, he could barely hear his teammates' calls. Deng Yufei was shielding the ball on the right, sweat already trickling down his forehead. It was only the 5th minute, and it was this crazy. The players of Chongqing Lifan were ignited by this frenzy, launching full-field pressure on Guizhou Zhiqing from the very first second. Chapter 80. In the locker room at halftime, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactics board, quickly sketching lines with a marker. Push the formation up, control the midfield. His voice was calm and firm. Let them chase our rhythm. Fan Yunlong wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chen, their impact was too strong just now. Exactly because it was too strong. Now it's our turn, Chen Mao replied. He put away the marker. The fitness data showed that their fullbacks were already out of gas. The players returned to the field, and Chen Mao signaled from the sidelines for the team to push forward. Guizhou Zhiqing's midfield line was raised by 5 meters, with Kante and Fan Yunlong covering more ground. Push up, push up. Chen Mao kept waving his hands from the sidelines, control the midfield. As the match restarted, the players of Chongqing Lifan clearly sensed the opponent's changes. The originally furious attacking rhythm was interrupted, and they had to adapt to Guizhou Zhiqing's new tactical setup. Li Jun was anxiously pacing on the sidelines, shouting, "Get it back! Get it back!" Lai received the ball in midfield, sensing the increased pressure around him. Kante, Fan Yunlong, and Aobi tightened their encirclement. Every time he received the ball, it required more energy to shake off the defenders. Chapter 81. Lai took a run-up, the ball flying towards a goal with a sharp curve. Wang Zhu's body stretched in the air, fingers spread wide, securely catching the ball. Counterattack. Wang Zhu didn't hesitate, quickly throwing the ball to Kante. The moment the Frenchman received the ball, Chongqing's formation hadn't had time to recover, exposing a huge gap in the midfield and defense. Kante took off. His body moved like a heavy tank, bulldozing through the opponent's midfield. Each step left a clear mark on the grass. Lai tried to recover the ball, but Kante's speed and strength made it impossible for him to keep up. Block him, Li Jun shouted frantically from the sidelines. Kante observed for a moment in midfield, instantly spotting Mahrez on the right. A diagonal pass found the Algerian's feet perfectly. As Mahrez received the ball, the entire left defensive line of Chongqing lunged at him. Luo Xn and Li Yinan closed in simultaneously, their eyes filled with despair. This was their last chance. Facing the two defenders, Mahrez executed his signature nutmeg. With a light touch from his left foot and a flick from his right, he shifted his body's center of gravity in an instant. This is impossible. Luo Xin felt a blur in front of him as Mahrez slipped past him with the ball. Chapter 82. The cabin of the charter plane was filled with the scent of champagne as the players exuberantly celebrated. Yilahamu, shirtless, waved his jersey, shouting, "We are kings! We are kings!" Kante raised a champagne bottle above his head, letting the golden liquid splash onto the floor. His face radiating satisfaction. This is even better than the World Cup. Mahrez sat in his seat, feet resting on the back of the chair in front of him, grinning widely. I knew this day would come. Fan Yunlong held his phone, recording a video while grinning. I'm going to send this to my wife. Let her know how awesome her husband is. Shirko hugged a bottle of champagne like it was his child. My mom must be crying in front of the TV. Chen Mao was surrounded by the players, white foam splattering all over him. He was embraced by the players, the champagne foam soaking his hair. But he didn't mind at all. He simply smiled at it all, his gaze sweeping over every excited face, committing this moment to memory. The plane flew steadily at 10,000 meters, breaking through thick clouds. He looked out the window. The plane had pierced through the clouds, and the starry sky felt within reach. This starry sky, like the future they fought for, was vast and limitless. Chapter 83. Chen Mao pushed open the office door, where the desk was piled high with contract documents and financial reports. Qian Wanli sat on the sofa, calculator in hand, his expression swinging between excitement and confusion. Chunji, this is indeed a happy trouble. Qian Wanli put down the calculator. How should this bonus be divided? Chen Mao picked up the bonus distribution sheet, which was filled with a series of numbers. The distribution was based on contributions, playing time, training attitude, and performance in critical moments all had to be taken into account. Mahrez and Kante would definitely get the most, right? Qian Wanli rubbed his hands together. That decisive goal against Chongqing is worth this price. Not just those two. Chen Mao wrote on the paper, Ili Ham scored twice. Fan Yunlong's consistent performance throughout the season. And Shi Ke's growth. Everyone has their own contribution. Qian Wanli nodded. What about the substitutes? The substitutes should also get a share. Give more to those with good training attitudes and less to the slackers. Chen Mao's voice was firm, letting them know that no idle people are allowed here. Huh. Qian Wanli patted his thigh. I like your spirit. Footsteps came from outside. Li Ming knocked and entered. Chunji, the players are waiting. Chapter 84. The lights at the Guizhou Olympic Center illuminated the night sky like daylight, and fans had gathered in the stands early, with a huge banner reading "We're coming," fluttering in the night breeze. Today's atmosphere feels a bit different. Shen Yang sat in the commentary booth, adjusting the microphone, feeling that everyone was celebrating, lacking the usual tension of a match. Li Zheng flipped through the starting lineup in his hands, his brow furrowed slightly. Wait, is there something wrong with this starting lineup? I don't see Kante and Mahrez names anywhere. I'm confused too. Chen Yang took the list and looked closely. I haven't seen this lineup much. What is Chen Mao trying to do? In the player tunnel, Su Boyong was putting on gloves, his fingers trembling slightly. After being a substitute for most of the season, today it was finally his turn to start, feeling as complicated as a mixed bag of flavors. Suzy, are you nervous? Shi Ke walked over and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we'll help you defend the goal. Thanks, Stone. Su Boyong took a deep breath. I just want to prove that I'm not worse than Wang Zhua. In the media area, reporters whispered among themselves. What does Chen Mao mean? Is he starting to rotate players after promotion? A local reporter put down his camera. Isn't this a bit too relaxed? Chapter 85. On the lawn of the Guizhou Olympic Center, golden streamers were still fluttering in the wind, in a huge, inflatable arch-red promotion celebration. The smiles on the fans' faces were brighter than the October sun as they waved their flags, as if welcoming a grand festival. Dear viewers, welcome to the 24th round of the China League 1. Chen Yang adjusted his headset, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Today's Guizhou Olympic Center is simply a sea of joy. Li Zheng flipped through his materials, his brow slightly furrowed. However, I noticed a detail. The Chongqing Lifan players looked quite serious when entering the field. The setback of failing to promote has indeed hit them hard. In the away team's locker room, the atmosphere was as heavy as dark clouds. The Chongqing Lifan players sat in their respective spots, some fiddling with their shoes, while others stared blankly at the ceiling. Even a few exchanged words were weak. I heard Guizhou is rotating players again today. A Chongqing player muttered, does he look down on us? Who cares? Just play well ourselves. The captain, Lei, waved his hand, but his eyes were filled with fatigue. Chapter 86. In late October in Guizhou. The autumn wind stirred the phoenix tree leaves, and the lights at the Guizhou Olympic Center flickered in the night. Tonight's opponent is Shanghai Donya, the proud disciples of Su Jianbao. Dear viewers, tonight's match is a bit special. Chen Yang adjusted the microphone. Two teams known for their youth training. One a dark horse that has already been promoted, the other a technical youth team. Li Zheng flipped through his materials. Wu Lei, Yin Junling, Wang Jiajia. These names will shine in Chinese football in the future. In the locker room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactics board, lightly tapping the formation diagram with a marker. Today's opponent is different. His voice was calm. They play very intelligently, have strong possession ability. But we have an advantage in physical confrontation. Liao Lixing said nothing, just staring at his shoelaces, his hands resting on his knees, unconsciously tightening. The last time they faced Donya, the opponent's number 18, Wang Jiajia, left a deep impression on him. Same midfield position, same age, but the opponent's technique was more refined. Lixing, don't overthink it. Fan Yunlong patted his shoulder. Just play your way. Chapter 87. In late October in Guiyang, the autumn atmosphere was strong. On the lawn of the Guiyang Olympic Center, staff were building the award stage, and golden decorations sparkled in the afternoon sun. Dear viewers, welcome to the last round of the China League One. Chen Yang adjusted the microphone. Today, for Guizhou Zhiqing, a draw will secure the league's second place. Li Zheng flipped through his materials. Interestingly, the opponent Shenyang Dongjin had previously beaten Guizhou Zhiqing away, and today is a chance for revenge. In the locker room, the players wore neat jerseys. Their movements appeared more relaxed than usual. Having already secured promotion, they no longer felt the heavy burden on their shoulders. Today we need to play smarter. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactics board. No need for grand gestures, just control the pace. Su Boyong wore his goalkeeper gloves, moving his fingers on the chair. This might be his last starting opportunity of the season, feeling a mix of emotions. Su Zi, relax. Fan Yunlong patted his shoulder. Today is a day for celebration. Shurka silently tightened his shoelaces, recalling his reckless tackles at the beginning of the season. Comparing that to now, he felt much steadier, turning his neck with a crisp crack. Chapter 88. At Hongkou Football Stadium, the lights were bright. In the stands, a sea of blue Shenhua fans surged, their deafening cheers crashing against the field like waves. The small corner occupied by the traveling Guizhou fans was also lively, their songs ringing out as red scarves danced in the night breeze. Dear viewers, the FA Cup semi-final is about to begin. Duan Xian adjusted the microphone. Shanghai Shanhua against Guizhou Zhiqing, a strong Super League team versus a promotion dark horse. This will be a match with a significant disparity in strength. He Wei flipped through his materials. The Shenhua attack, led by Anelka, is powerful, and whether Guizhou Zhiqing can continue their miraculous journey remains to be seen. In the player tunnel, the two teams stood side by side. The Shenhua players were relaxed, chatting and laughing, clearly confident about the match. Anelka stood at the front of the line, his stern face showing a hint of disdain. Are you ready? Fan Yunlong quietly asked Kante beside him. Of course. Kante clenched his fists tightly. Tonight is our home ground. FA Cup semi-final. Home versus Shanghai Shenhua. October 19th. Guizhou Zhiqing starting lineup and formation. Chapter 89. In the locker room, Anelka's anger had been completely ignited. He stood in front of the mirror, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. This group of barbarians. He slammed the locker. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the enclosed space. Did they think they could stop me with such a crude method? Shi Jikong tried to approach, but was pushed away by Anelka's hand. Don't talk to me about tactics. The Frenchman's voice grew louder. I will resolve this battle my way. The other Shanhua players exchanged glances. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the team became oppressive and tense. As the second half began, Anelka's style of play completely changed. He no longer waited for his teammates to cooperate. Upon receiving the ball, his first instinct was to either break through on his own or take a long shot. In the 52nd minute, Anelka received the ball in the center circle, facing Kante's pressure. He actually twisted his waist and forcefully initiated a breakthrough. After a series of feints, he attempted to break through from the left side, but found that Fan Yunlong had blocked his path. Anger made him lose his reason, and he lifted his foot for a long shot. The ball soared high over the crossbar and crashed into the stands. Too impatient, Duan Xian shook his head. Anelka's shot posed no threat at all. In the locker room, Anelka's anger was completely ignited. He stood in front of the mirror, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. This group of barbarians. He slammed the locker again, the sound of metal clashing resonating in the enclosed space. Did they think they could stop me with such a crude method? Shi Jikong tried to approach, but was pushed away by Anelka's hand. Don't talk to me about tactics. The Frenchman's voice grew louder. I will resolve this battle my way. The other Shanhua players exchanged glances. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the team became oppressive and tense. As the second half began, Anelka's style of play completely changed. He no longer waited for his teammates to cooperate. Upon receiving the ball, his first instinct was to either break through on his own or take a long shot. In the 52nd minute, Anelka received the ball in the center circle, facing Kante's pressure. He actually twisted his waist and forcefully initiated a breakthrough. After a series of feints, he attempted to break through from the left side, but found that Fan Yunlong had blocked his path. Anger made him lose his reason, and he lifted his foot for a long shot. The ball soared high over the crossbar and crashed into the stands. Too impatient, Duan Xian shook his head. Anelka's shot posed no threat at all. As the lights of Hongkou Football Stadium gradually dimmed, the Shanhua fans in the stands had long dispersed, leaving only cleaners silently picking up the litter. Chen Mao stood in the center of the field, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky. The excitement in his chest still not subsided. "Chen, we should head back to the hotel." Li Ming walked over, holding a thick stack of business cards handed out by reporters. "The media went crazy. Everyone wants to interview you." Chen Mao shook his head, taking one last look at the grass that witnessed the miracle. Tomorrow, a bigger challenge awaits them. On the way back to the hotel, Chen Mao's phone kept ringing. Su Qing, Qian Wanli, reporters from various media. Everyone wanted to get his response as soon as possible. The car window reflected Chen Mao's slightly tired face. The neon lights outside blurred into a haze in his eyes, his attention completely on the opponent information that Li Ming had just sent. The Football Weekly wants to do a front-page feature. Li Ming scrolled through messages on his phone. The Sports Weekly is preparing to dedicate a full page to our Cinderella story. And this CCTV Sports channel wants an exclusive interview. He continued reporting. Even the People's Daily sent in an interview request. In a training base on a clear morning, sunlight spilled onto the ground through the thin mist. Chen Mao held a freshly printed newspaper, the smell of ink mixed with the fragrance of grass, carrying fresh hope. The headline of the Football Weekly stood out: "The Kaiserslautern of China, the championship dream of the underdog team." Su Qing's article occupied the entire page, passionately comparing Guizhou Zhiqing to that team that created the Bundesliga myth. The words flowed with a yearning for miracles and a dedication to dreams. "Look at this." Shirku excitedly ran into the cafeteria, waving the same newspaper in his hand. "The reporter Su compared us to Kaiserslautern." Kaiserslautern? This word ignited everyone. The players put down their utensils and gathered around, the cafeteria suddenly buzzing with voices. In 1998, that Bundesliga newcomer defeated Bayern Munich to win the league championship. Liao Lixing adjusted his glasses. He was always the encyclopedia of the team. That was one of the greatest miracles in football history. "Now it's our turn." Mahrez set down his coffee cup, determination flashing in his eyes. "We're going to write our own history." On November 19th, 2011, at the Hefei Olympic Sports Center, night fell, and the lights above the stadium shone as bright as day. 56,000 seats were filled to capacity. The sea of orange and red split the modern stadium into two worlds. Tonight is destined to be recorded in the history of Chinese football. Duan Xian's voice echoed through the microphone across the entire stadium. Guizhou Zhiqing, a China League newcomer, is about to challenge the Super League powerhouse Shandong Luneng Taishan. In the stands, Shandong fans waved orange scarves, singing the team song in unison. The wave of sound surged towards the field, each note reflecting the heritage of a prestigious club. On the other side, the 5,000 Guizhou fans who traveled far, though fewer in number, made their voices heard. Red flags fluttered in the night breeze. The slogan of Guizhou's victory echoed through the sky. "Son, go for it." Shirku's father stood in the front row of the stands, his voice already hoarse. "Coach Chen, we believe in you." A middle-aged fan with tears in his eyes tightly clutched a scarf printed with Chen Mao's portrait. In the player tunnel, the two teams stood side by side. The Shandong players were focused, their eyes reflecting a thirst for championships. Han Peng stretched his shoulders, standing out in the crowd at a height of 194 meters. Chapter 95. The second hand of the clock in the locker room ticks with every beat, like a heavy hammer striking the heart, making the 15-minute break feel suffocatingly long. Chen Mao stands in front of the tactics board, drawing invisible trajectories in the air with a marker. He knows that the next 45 minutes will determine the fate of this civilian team. "Yufei, are you ready?" "Aye." Deng Yufei nearly jumps out of his seat, his voice small but full of power, his eyes filled with an eagerness to fight. "Remember the routes we've practiced." Chen Mao points to the red arrows marked on the tactics board. "Behind Yuan Weiwei is our breakthrough point." The whistle for the second half sounds. Deng Yufei stretches his legs on the sidelines, every muscle preparing for the impending rush. In the 47th minute, Chen Mao makes a key adjustment. He raises the substitution board, and Deng Yufei's number stands out under the night lights. "Binbin, you've completed your task." Chen Mao pats Lu Binbin's shoulder. "It's Yufei's turn now." The young fullback steps onto the grass, and the Guizhou fans erupt in cheers. They know that this incredibly fast kid might be the key to turning the tide. Chapter 96. The night is deep, and Guiyang Longdongbao Airport is brightly lit. The charter flight has just come to a stop, and before the gangway has even connected. The cheers from outside the airport have already broken through the night sky. Hundreds of thousands of fans have surrounded the airport, with green being the only color in sight. Flags waving and scarves fluttering, resembling an endless green forest. Chen Mao steps out of the cabin, tightly holding the FA Cup champion trophy. The trophy shines under the spotlight, reflecting his youthful face. Coach Chen, double champions, our double champions. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause. An elderly man with gray hair waves his arms desperately, tears welling in his eyes. In my lifetime, seeing our Guizhou team win the championship is worth it. Fan Yunlong walks behind Chen Mao, carrying the team flag on his shoulder. He surveys the sea of people, a proud smile on his face. Brothers, do you see? This is our hometown. Kante and Mahrez exchange glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes, and Mahrez instinctively grabs Kante's arm. This is the passion of Chinese fans. Kante nods in response. They see us as heroes. Chapter 97 in the Guizhou Mutai building on the 26th floor. Sunlight pours through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the solid wood conference table, but it cannot dispel the chill in the meeting room. Chen Mao walks into this luxurious conference room, his footsteps echoing sharply on the marble floor. The atmosphere here is completely different from the sweaty and passionate vibe at the team base. It is filled with a cold commercial air. The air conditioning hums lowly, blending with the sound of the projector fan, and occasionally, the scratch of a pen on paper breaks the silence, making the entire room feel unervingly quiet. Qian Wanli is already seated at the side of the conference table, his usual authoritative demeanor completely absent. He frequently glances at the door, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table. When he sees Chen Mao enter, he manages a strained smile, but his eyes seem to avoid direct contact. Zhang Jingguo sits at the head of the table. Behind him is a huge Mutai corporate culture wall. He is dressed in a sharp dark blue suit, his hair neatly combed, and his gaze behind the glasses is sharp and shrewd. Thick folders are placed on the table, each wrapped in transparent plastic covers. Looking formal yet cold, Zhang Jingguo leans forward, his smile sincere but without a hint of flaw. Coach Chen, your contributions have not gone unnoticed. Chapter 98 in the press conference hall of the Guizhou International Conference Center. Hundreds of journalists are already in position, cameras aimed at the podium. Flashbulbs are constantly going off. Each burst of white light feels like a countdown to the impending judgment. The reporters are whispering, discussions rising and falling. Are they really changing coaches? Just after winning the double crown, and now stepping down, that S2. I heard Lippi is already on his way. How will Chen Mao respond? The air is thick with tension and unease. Everyone knows that today will witness the farewell of a young, accomplished coach. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the press conference officially begins. Zhang Jingguo walks up to the podium in a sharply tailored suit, wearing a victor smile. He clears his throat, facing countless cameras and microphones. Dear media friends, thank you all for taking the time to attend today's press conference. His voice resonates through the hall, confident and strong. Today, we will announce an important message. After careful consideration, the Guizhou Mutai Football Club has decided to initiate a new development strategy. The reporters below hold their breath, waiting for the already known answer. We are honored to announce that the world-class coach Mr. Marcelo Lippi has officially agreed to coach the Guizhou Mutai team. Chapter 99, early morning at the training base. Chen Mao parks his car in the usual spot. The familiar sound of the engine turning off is particularly clear in the quiet base. He has not notified anyone, just like countless mornings before. He pushes open the door of the locker room alone. The locker room still bears the traces of yesterday. The tactics board on the wall has not been wiped clean, with remnants of the red arrows he drew. Each player's training gear is neatly placed in front of their lockers, everything waiting for its owner's return. Chen Mao walks to his usual seat, the wooden bench he has sat on for an entire season. He gently strokes the surface of the bench, the wear marks recording countless tactical discussions and pre-game mobilizations. Footsteps echo in the hallway, getting closer. Fan Yunlong is the first to push the door open, and upon seeing Chen Mao sitting there, he freezes. The training bag in his hand drops to the ground with a dull thud. Coach, his voice trembles, filled with disbelief and surprise. Soon after, Du Wenhui, Obi, and Yilahamu walk in one after another. Obi is about to open his locker, but his hand stops mid-air. He turns his head, and upon recognizing the visitor, the joke he was about to make gets caught in his throat. Chapter 100 The Winter Training Base in Guizhou, is empty and silent. Chen Mao sits alone in his car, repeatedly looking at a text message on his phone. The unfamiliar Spanish number and the awkward Chinese translation stir an inexplicable thrill in his heart. Wang Haifeng. This name clears his chaotic thoughts. He presses the redial button. The phone rings a few times before a steady voice with a strong Basque accent comes through. Hello, Coach Chen. This is Alex Aranzabal. The voice is calm and gentle, carrying the weight of years. Hello, Mr. Aranzabal. Chen Mao responds in English. You just mentioned Wang Haifeng. Yes, Haifeng is my best friend. The voice on the other end suddenly softens. We were teammates when he played in Eibar. In 1995, we struggled together in Spain's Segunda División. Chen Mao's heart raced. The mentor had never spoken in detail about his playing career, but occasionally, after late-night training, he would gaze at the distant mountains with a hint of nostalgia. Haifeng was the most Basque-spirited Chinese person I had ever met. Alex continued, his voice filled with deep reminiscence. Chapter 101. At the exit of Bilbao Airport, the damp, cold sea breeze, tinged with a hint of fishiness, hit Chen Mao's face. He walked out of the airport hall with a simple backpack, taking a deep breath. The moist air with a hint of the ocean invigorated him, contrasting sharply with the dryness of the mountainous region of Guizhou. Coach Chen. A deep voice rang out from the crowd. Chen Mao turned to see a resolute-looking middle-aged man approaching him. The man was not tall, but his broad shoulders and direct, scrutinizing gaze conveyed a sense of understanding. This was Alex Alansaval, the president of Eibar Football Club. Hello, Mr. Alansaval, Chen Mao replied in English, extending his hand for a handshake. Alex's rough, strong palm exuded a warm, genuine friendliness. Welcome to the Basque Country, my friend, he responded in heavily accented English. Please call me Alex. Haifeng often mentions you. He says you're the most promising young coach he has ever seen. Chen Mao felt a warmth in his heart, and the fatigue and anxiety of recent days dissipated significantly. Chapter 102. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Apurua training ground was still shrouded in mist. Chen Mao stood alone on the grass, holding a detailed training plan. The system interface flickered before his eyes, with various data and suggestions neatly arranged. Training plan optimization completed. Key projects, high-intensity pressing, quick attack-defense transitions, expected effects, testing player attitudes. Filtering available personnel. He took a deep breath of the ocean-scented air and began to set up training equipment on the field. Cones, marker discs, resistance bands. Each one was placed precisely according to the system suggestions. This would be his first training session at Eibar and his first opportunity to assert his authority over the players. At 7 o'clock, the players arrived at the training ground in groups. They gathered in small clusters, whispering in Basque, occasionally casting curious or skeptical glances in Chen Mao's direction. Javier Garcia was the last to arrive, deliberately timing his entrance, hands in his pockets, ignoring the training equipment spread across the field, only muttering a few sarcastic remarks to his teammates, which led to suppressed laughter. Good morning, everyone, Chen Mao's voice echoed across the empty training ground. Chapter 103. Inside the office of the Eibar club president, the air seemed to freeze. Joan de Garcia sat at one end of the long table, tapping his fingers on the surface, producing a monotonous and urgent sound. He was a veteran director at Eibar, having held this position for 20 years and witnessed all kinds of storms. But today his face was ashen. A 25-year-old Chinese man, Chima Gallen, suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his chair sliding back far. How dare he demote our players to the B team on his first day? The water cup on the table trembled slightly, creating ripples. This is an insult to the club. Gallen's voice echoed in the office. Leaning over the table with hands planted on it, his eyes filled with rage. Javier and Adrian were both long-serving players for the club. Were their contributions to be so easily overlooked? Javier Arrieta frowned tightly, holding a pen in his hand, the tip leaving small ink spots on the paper. As the club's financial director, he was more concerned about cost issues. We spent so much money hiring him, and now he wants to clean house on his first day? Arrieta's voice was filled with obvious dissatisfaction. If he drives the players away, we'll have to pay extra severance fees. How do we account for that? Chapter 104. When news of the board's authorization came, Chen Mao was standing in the center of the Apurua pitch. The sun was setting, casting golden light across the green field, elongating his shadow. Alex walked quickly towards him, wearing a rare smile. Chen, the board has approved your proposal. Alex's voice had a hint of excitement. They've given you full authority for recruitment. Chen Mao turned around, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He already knew the outcome, but hearing the official confirmation stirred a wave of exhilaration within him. "Thank you, Alex." Chen Mao extended his hand for a handshake with the president. Now, the real work was just beginning. "Who were you planning to bring in first?" Alex asked curiously. Chen Mao did not reply immediately, but gazed towards the distant mountains. In his heart, there was a name more important than any other. That was his most trusted disciple at Guizhou Jiqing, and the most critical part of his tactical system, Fan Yunlong. Chen Mao softly uttered the name. "He is the CPU of my tactical system. Without him, all my ideas are just castles in the air." Alex nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 105. The arrival of Fan Yunlong injected new vitality into Ibar. But Chen Mao knew it was not enough. He stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Fan Yunlong and his teammates gel, while his mind pondered deeper issues. An excellent midfield core needs substitutes, needs competition, and more importantly, needs partners with different styles. "Alex, we need to talk." Chen Mao found the club president after training. The two entered the office, and Chen Mao directly unfolded the tactical board on the table. "Fan Yunlong has solved our core issue in midfield organization, but a long season requires depth in the squad." He drew a 4-2-3-1 formation on the tactical board. "We need a rotation, a plan B that can bring a different rhythm." Alex nodded. He was already accustomed to Chen Mao's direct and professional way of expressing himself. More importantly, Chen Mao continued to draw tactical diagrams. "We need a catfish to stimulate the team's creativity. The impact of young players is sometimes more valuable than experience." Alex furrowed his brows. "Do you have a target?" Chen Mao did not answer immediately, but returned to his office. He activated the legendary coach system, and the interface shimmered with golden light. Chapter 106. The arrival of Campania injected new vitality into Ibar's midfield, but Chen Mao keenly sensed that the team still had obvious shortcomings. He stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over the players engaged in group drills, his brow slightly furrowing. The issue at left back was too apparent. The current players were strong in attack, but weak in defense, always struggling against quick counterattacks. After training, Chen Mao called a meeting with the coaching staff. In the conference room, the tactical board was filled with various arrows and markings, with the 42-31 formation diagram prominently displayed in the center of the whiteboard. "Our counterattacks need speed, and the flanks must be able to go up and down, becoming the wings of the team." Chen Mao circled the left-back position with a red marker, indicating that we need a modern fullback. Assistant coach Pedro flipped through the player dossier in his hands. A thick catalog of players from the Spanish Segunda B League. "Coach, I have a few good candidates here." Pedro pointed to the photos in the dossier. "Marcos Lopez, 24 years old, has played 2 seasons at Alcorcon, experienced. And Juan Carlos, 22 years old, has good speed and a low transfer fee." Chapter 107. The setting sun at the training ground of Ibar cast its light onto the grass through thin clouds. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines watching the players engaged in a group training match. Fan Yunlong's passing remained precise. Campania's technique was increasingly fluid. Enrico's speed intimidated the opponents. But there was one issue that stuck in his heart like a thorn: scoring goals. The team could now create opportunities. The midfield coordination looked decent, and the flanks were pushing forward, but when the ball reached the goal, it went cold. Veteran Alui Barina was inconsistent, sometimes scoring brilliant goals, but at times missing even open nets. This instability kept Chen Mao awake at night. After training, Chen Mao summoned the coaching staff into the tactical meeting room. He turned on the projector, and the screen displayed an analysis of the team's attacking data from the first half of the season. "Look at these numbers." Chen Mao pointed at the densely packed statistics on the screen. "We create an average of 42 scoring opportunities per game, ranking 3rd among relegation teams in Segunda. But our conversion rate is only 12, ranking 2nd to last." Pedro felt a jolt as he looked at the data. The problem was clear. The front line was blooming but not bearing fruit. We created opportunities, but no one could put the ball in the net. Chapter 108. At Ibar's training base in winter, the cold wind blew from the Pyrenees, and the players' breaths formed white mist in the air. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, observing the recently concluded group training, his brow furrowed. Gomez's 3 goals still echoed in his mind. Rico's runs down the flank were eye-catching. And Fan Yunlong's distribution was effortless. Data-wise, the Team S framework had been established. Yet, Chen Mao felt an indescribable sense of regret. He approached the tactical board and picked up a red marker to draw a question mark at the right winger position of the 4,231 formation. The existing Solbijan, although experienced, lacked the explosive power to deliver a decisive blow. Our tactics are too European, too structured, Chen Mao murmured to Pedro beside him. Sometimes, we need something irrational to break the deadlock. Pedro looked at him, puzzled. Coach, what do you mean? We need a variable. Chen Mao turned to face the assistant coach, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light, a variable that will completely baffle the opponent. After training, Chen Mao headed straight to the club's office building. Chapter 109. In Eibar's locker room, new faces and old players sat together for the first time, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Fan Yunlong sat in his spot, carefully organizing his socks and shin guards. His movements were slow, but his eyes were observing his teammates around him. To his left was the young Campania, checking tactical diagrams on his phone. To his right was Rico, the 18-year-old rookie, nervously rubbing his palms. Nervous? Fan Yunlong asked in broken Spanish. Rico looked up, revealing a shy smile. A little. It's a new environment after all. Footsteps came from the door, and Gabi Silva swaggered in. He wore a new pair of golden football boots today, his hair styled higher with gel. And the samba music in his headphones was loud enough for the entire locker room to hear. Good morning, guys. Gabi took off his headphones and waved to everyone. The veteran players nodded politely in response, but their curiosity was evident. The arrival of this Brazilian kid added a splash of color to the otherwise calm locker room. Gomez sat quietly in the corner, as low-key as ever. He had already changed into his training gear and was checking the studs on his football boots. Chapter 110. The bus crawled along the mountain road, the roar of the engine echoing in the valleys of the Pyrenees. Through the windows, Eibar's players watched the gradually changing scenery outside, their emotions mixed. Fan Yunlong sat in the middle. The screen of his phone lit up with the translation app. He was trying hard to communicate with Danny Garcia in broken Spanish. Tomorrow's match will be difficult? Fan Yunlong pointed to the words on the phone screen. Danny smiled and gestured. Difficult? Yes, very difficult. But we can do it. The young Rico leaned over from the back seat, clenching his fists, and asked in a low voice, Coach, are we really going to face a La Liga team head-on? The quality of the pitch doesn't matter. Raul Navas's voice came from the front. What matters is our mindset. Gabi Silva, wearing headphones, slightly swayed his body to the rhythm of the samba music. He took off one earbud and turned to Gomez sitting next to him. Inaki, are you nervous? Gomez shook his head, his expression calm as water. It's just another match. Chapter 111. Copa del Rey 1/16 final first leg. Levante vs Eibar. Levante's starting lineup. Formation 42-31. Goalkeeper, Gustavo Munua. Defenders, Pedro Lopez, Sergio Ballesteros, Gustavo Cabral, Juanfran. Defensive midfielders, Vicente Iborra, Pape Diop. Midfielders, Jose Barquero, Ruben Suarez, Juan Lagomez. Forward, Aruna Cohn. Eibar's starting lineup. Formation 42-31. Goalkeeper, Javi Irurita. Defenders, Ander Kappa, Raul Navas. Eneco Boveda, Diego Rico. Defensive midfielders, Danny Garcia, John Aris. Midfielders, Gabriel Silva, Fan Yunlong, Solbijan. Forward, Inaki Gomez. At Valencia City Stadium, the roar of 20,000 spectators surged like waves. The blue and white Levante jerseys in the stands formed a sea, while the voices of Eibar supporters in the away section seemed weak and lonely. The referee brought the whistle to his lips, and the sharp sound cut through the night sky. The first leg of the Copa del Rey 1/16 final officially began. Chapter 112. In the locker room of Valencia City Stadium, Eibar's players sat around Chen Mao, each of their chests rising and falling rapidly. Chen Mao did not speak immediately, but quietly scanned the young faces before him. Fan Yunlong's forehead was still glistening with sweat, while Silva was using a towel to wipe his cheeks, and Gomez was staring down at his own soccer shoes. How do you think you played? Chen Mao finally spoke up. Raul Navas was the first to look up. Coach, we could have done better. That conceded goal. Chen Mao waved his hand, interrupting the captain. You've exceeded my expectations. He walked to the tactical board and picked up a red marker. What did we prove in the first half? We proved that Eibar is not a lamb to be slaughtered. Our defense kept Levante from finding their rhythm, and our attack made them nervous. The marker moved quickly on the tactical board, drawing an arrow that pierced straight to the heart of the opponent from the backfield. But now, they think one goal can break us. A cold light flashed in Chen Mao's eyes. In the second half, let them see the real Eibar. He pointed to Silva. Gabby, your speed has made Lopez afraid. Chapter 113. The newspaper spread out on the table was particularly eye-catching in the light and shadow. The front page of Marca featured bold headlines proclaiming Eibar's new hope, with a picture capturing Silva's brilliant breakthrough. AS devoted an entire page to report on the match, with the headline The Debut of the Eastern Magician particularly striking. The report detailed Chen Mao's tactical arrangements and praised his ability to transform the team in a short period. Fan Yunlong held a copy of Mundo Deportivo, excitedly showing his teammates his photo. It was a snapshot of him passing the ball, captioned the passing master from the East. Look, I'm in the paper. Silva waved the daily sports in his hand, his smile as bright as the sun. Gomez quietly flipped through the newspaper. Though his expression was calm, the joy in his eyes was hard to conceal. This was the first time he had received such attention in his career. Raul Naves patted the young teammate's shoulder. Boys, enjoy this moment. But don't forget, this is just the beginning. In the corridor of the training base, staff members were also discussing last night's match. Cleaner Maria excitedly gave a thumbs up to every player passing by, while Chef Juan prepared a special breakfast to celebrate. Chapter 114. On the training ground, Chen Mao was gesturing a complex tactical move with his hands. His hands traced arcs in the air, simulating the ball's trajectory, while he quickly explained the key points in Chinese. The use of space in the flanks needs to be more flexible. When the opposing center back pushes up, this is our opportunity. Fan Yunlong stood nearby, frowning as he listened. His brain raced to convert Chen Mao's Chinese commands into expressions in Spanish. Danny Garcia and several other Spanish players gathered around, their faces filled with confusion. They could sense the importance of the coach's words, but couldn't fully grasp their meaning. Wait, coach. Fan Yunlong raised his hand and walked to the tactical board. He picked up a marker and drew a simple diagram. In his broken Spanish, Fan Yunlong began his translation work. Here, when cuando el defensa central su, his pronunciation was not standard and his grammar was a bit off. But every word was filled with sincerity. Fan Yunlong pointed to the positions on the tactical board, combining gestures with simple demonstrations. Chapter 115. The winter sun shone through the clouds onto the Ipurua Stadium, and the fans in the stands could no longer contain their excitement. Blue and red scarves waved in the air, and deafening chants echoed over the ancient stadium. Eibar, Eibar, always forward. The voices of the fans converged into a sea, washing over every corner of the stadium. The brilliant performance in the King S Cup had given them hope, and today's league match was a crucial relegation battle. In the locker room, players were making their final preparations. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, his marker drawing clear lines on the whiteboard. Remember, they will try every way to disrupt our rhythm. Chen Mao's voice was calm and firm, but we cannot let them drag us into the mire. Maintain our style, and defeat them with technique and speed. Fan Yunlong nodded seriously. As the core of the midfield, he knew the responsibility he carried. He glanced down at the captain's armband, the blue and red seeming to burn. Fan, they will definitely pay special attention to you today, Chen Mao said as he walked up to him. Don't force it. Use short passes more. Understood, coach. Chapter 116. The atmosphere in the locker room was tense enough to suffocate. Chen Mao stood at the tactical board, drawing a new formation diagram with his marker. In the second half, Jose will replace Fan Yunlong. His voice was calm and firm. Murcia thinks that taking out Fan will dismantle our attack. They are wrong. Campania nervously licked his lips. At 18, he had never played a core role in such a crucial match. Chen Mao walked up to him and gently placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. Jose, forget the pressure. You have the best technique and the sharpest awareness. Chen Mao's gaze conveyed absolute trust. Use your talent to tear through their defense. Fan Yunlong sat in a corner, his ankle wrapped in thick bandages. He gritted his teeth and stood up, limping toward Campania. Jose, believe in yourself. Fan Yunlong handed the captain's armband to Campania. The rhythm on the field is in your hands now. Campania took the armband, the warmth of Fan Yunlong's fingers still on it. He looked down at the blue and red fabric, took a deep breath, and solemnly put on his arm. As the second half began, Eibar's substitution immediately caught Murcia's attention. Chapter 117. Santiago carefully examined Fan Yunlong's ankle, the Chinese player's expression still tense. Does it hurt? The team doctor pressed on the swollen area gently. Fan Yunlong shook his head through gritted teeth. It's okay, just a bit tight. On the adjacent bed, Danny Garcia was receiving ice treatment for his knee. Multiple collisions in yesterday's match had left the young midfielder with bruises. As soon as Chen Mao entered, his gaze immediately swept back and forth between Fan Yunlong and Danny Garcia, asking urgently, "How's it going?" His eyes scanned the several beds in the medical room, the system interface flashing reminders in his view. Warning, multiple core players are experiencing fatigue accumulation. Suggestion, immediately adjust training intensity, focusing on recovery training. The team doctor looked up. Fan's ankle is not serious, but he needs to rest for 2 days. Danny's knee also has a slight bruise. It's recommended to reduce contact training. Chen Mao nodded, turning to Fan Yunlong. "Don't worry, the King S Cup is in 3 days. Coach, I'm really fine. I can still participate in training." Fan Yunlong attempted to sit up from the bed. "Listen to the doctor." Chen Mao pressed down on his shoulder, reminding him that resting now was for a better performance later. Chapter 118. On the morning of match day, the city of Ibar was shrouded in a thin mist. The shops on both sides of the street opened early, and blue and red flags fluttered from every window. The cafe owners were busy preparing breakfast, and the radio broadcasted the passionate team anthem. "Today is our day." The bakery owner waved a rolling pin and shouted at the pedestrians on the street. Outside the Apurua Stadium, staff were making final preparations. The grass was neatly trimmed, and every inch of land exuded the fragrance of fresh grass. Banners on the stands fluttered in the wind, with the words "Ibar Forever Forward" standing out prominently. Chen Mao arrived at the stadium 2 hours early. Walking alone among the empty stands, his footsteps echoed in the silent space, each step taken with exceptional steadiness. The system interface flickered with data analysis in his field of vision. Home advantage assessment, 92, fan emotion index, extremely high, opponent psychological pressure, continuously rising. He stopped in front of the central stand, overlooking the green pitch. This would be the battlefield that determined fate, as well as the chessboard for his tactical game. Inside the changing room, players arrived one after another. Fan Yunlong's ankle had swollen, but he carefully moved his joints. Chapter 119. The whistle pierced the night sky of Apurua, and the match officially began. Fan Yunlong received the kickoff, and without hesitation, passed the ball forward. Campania received the ball in midfield, facing the pressure from Levant's midfielder Ivorla. The 18-year-old displayed a calmness beyond his years. A clever backheel flick sent the ball through Ivorla's legs. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands. "Beautiful!" The announcer's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Campania showcased astonishing skills. Ibar's offensive surged toward Levant's penalty area like a tide. Silva received the ball on the left. Facing right back Pedro Lopez, and the Brazilian displayed dazzling dribbling skills. A series of step-overs left Lopez dizzy. Silva suddenly accelerated and broke through from the outside. The terms dribbling master and speed burst lit up simultaneously, blue light flickering on the system interface. Cross. Silva's left foot delivered a beautifully arced cross. Gomez leaped high in the penalty area, contesting a header with center-back David Navarro. The ball traced a parabolic arc in the air, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Chapter 120. Just as the whistle for the second half sounded, Ibar's attack surged toward Levant's left flank. Silva faced Juanfran with the ball. He made no unnecessary feints, but his determined aura of intent to get past was palpable. Juanfran, already on a yellow card, clearly restrained his actions. Facing Silva's approach, he could only retreat passively, afraid to make a move. "Come on, old man," Silva whispered provocatively in Portuguese. The ball at his feet moving with exceptional agility. In the 48th minute, Silva received the ball on the left, and a series of step-overs left Juanfran dizzy. Suddenly, the Brazilian accelerated sharply towards the outside, instantly lighting up the speed burst term. Juanfran desperately chased back, but Silva's speed left him in the dust. The fans in the stands erupted with deafening cheers. "Quick! Quick! Break past him!" Silva raced along the sideline, the ball glued to his left foot. Before reaching the goal line, he opted to pass back to the following Fan Yunlong. The Chinese player received the ball without hesitation and sent a diagonal pass to Gomez in the penalty area. However, this attack was timely thwarted by Navarro. In the 55th minute, Ibar launched another offensive. Danny Garcia intercepted the ball successfully in midfield and immediately passed it to Silva on the left. Chapter 121. The sound of the phone ringing pierced the morning tranquility, waking Chen Mao from bed. The screen displayed an international long-distance number. He rubbed his eyes and answered the call. "Coach Chen, this is Juan Carlos, a reporter for the World Sports Daily. Last night's match was fantastic. Can we interview you? The excited Spanish voice came through the other end of the line. Chen Mao glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. Just as he was about to respond, another call notification chimed in. Sorry, please hold on a moment. He switched to the other call. Chen Mao, you're trending. All of Europe is talking about you. Su Qing's excited voice came from thousands of miles away. The French Le Quipe, the British The Sun, and the German kicker all want to interview you. Chen Mao pressed his temples in frustration. It had been less than 12 hours since eliminating Levant, and his phone had become the busiest hotline. Stepping out of the hotel, the streets of Eibar had transformed. The once quiet Basque town donned festive attire. Shop windows plastered with team posters and celebratory songs resonating from the bars. Coach Chen, Coach Chen. A group of uniformed children surrounded him, holding paper and pens for autographs. Chapter 122. The morning training base in Eibar was shrouded in mist. Team Dr. Jose Antonio tightly gripped the health report in his hands. His brow furrowed into a tight knot. Coach, this is the data compiled from last night as overtime. He handed the thick report to Chen Mao. His voice tinged with worry. The situation is not optimistic. Chen Mao took the report and quickly flipped through the numbers and graphs. Fan Yunlong's ankle swelling index was still at the warning line. Silva's muscle fatigue exceeded the standard by 15. And Gomez's heart rate, recovery time, was 12 seconds slower than normal. The most concerning was Danny Garcia. The midfield iron wall's lactic acid accumulation value was nearing the red line. Damn it. Chen Mao cursed softly, closing the report. On the system interface, the red warning light for fatigue accumulation flashed incessantly next to several key players' avatars. The team bus slowly departed from the base, heading to the airport. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was relaxed. The players were still immersed in the joy of defeating Levant. Silva was playing samba music on his phone, while Kappa and several young players discussed the exciting moments from yesterday. Chen Mao sat in the front row, silently sketching something in his notebook. Assistant coach Pedro curiously leaned over to take a look, instantly stunned. Chapter 123. The grass at Montalivi Stadium glimmered with a lush green sheen under the afternoon sun, and the stands were a sea of red and white scarves waving. Girona fan singing echoed loudly. They had already heard that Eibar sent out a second-team lineup, excited as if they could already smell victory. Let these substitutes experience real football. A fan shouted from the stands, drawing a chorus of agreement. In the corridor of the changing room, Eibar's players lined up, waiting for the signal to enter. Saul Bajan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. The glaring newspaper headlines from last night still echoed in his mind, each word like a needle pricking his heart. Remember, we are not here to prove anything. The veteran Olibarina turned to face his teammates, his voice low and firm. We are here to win. La Liga 2 Round 23, Girona versus Eibar. Girona starting 11 formation, 4-4-2. Goalkeeper, Danny Malo. Defenders, Jose Martinez, Pedro Alcala, Moises Hurtado, David Garcia. Midfielders, Juan Lu, Richie Pons, Marcos Toval, Jairo Morales. Chapter 124. The locker room was filled with the smell of sweat as Chen Mao looked at the exhausted players before him. They had just endured a grueling 45 minutes. Every shirt soaked with sweat, but there was no sign of retreat in their eyes. You did well. Chen Mao's voice was calm and powerful. We withstood their wildest attacks. Javi Lara was gasping for breath, his calf muscles clearly twitching. The system interface showed his stamina had fallen below the red line. Continuing would only drag the whole team down. Lara, your task is done. Chen Mao patted the veteran on the shoulder. The second half is up to Danny. Danny Garcia stood up from the bench and began his final warm-up. The 21-year-old midfield powerhouse had fire in his eyes, ready to unleash his interception specialist trait. The effect of substituting in Danny Garcia was immediate. As soon as the young player entered the field, he raised the intensity of Eibar's midfield with his extensive coverage and tireless fighting spirit. In the 48th minute, Girona's midfielder Richie Pons had just received the ball when Danny closed in. The young powerhouse used his body to block the position, forcing the opponent to hurriedly release the ball. Chapter 125. The morning mist still shrouded Eibar's training base, but the atmosphere in the conference room sharply contrasted with the quiet outside. A massive LCD screen hung on the wall, displaying the live page of the Spanish Football Association's official website. Players gathered around the table in small groups, each face marked with tension and anticipation. Fan Yunlong tightly gripped his coffee cup, steam rising, but his attention was entirely captured by the screen. Silva rubbed his hands together nervously. The Brazilian had never experienced such an important draw ceremony. Chen Mao sat in the front row, appearing calm on the surface, but his right index finger tapped a rhythm on the table, a habitual action when he was tense. The system interface quietly ran within his view, showing detailed data of each team. Gentlemen, the draw for the Copa del Rey round of 18 is about to begin. The host's voice came from the television, and the conference room fell silent. Alex Alancevar entered, holding a stack of freshly printed opponent analysis materials. No matter who we draw, we are ready, he said, sitting next to Chen Mao, his voice low and powerful. Chapter 126. In a late-night IBAR training base, only the light in Chen Mao's office remained on. The blue light from the computer screen illuminated his tired face, with 3 empty coffee cups and several cold sandwiches scattered across the desk. Chen Mao's eyes were bloodshot, but he remained focused on the screen. He had watched the match footage of Real Sociedad no fewer than 10 times, analyzing every detail repeatedly. Griezmann's positioning in the 23rd minute. He murmured, his fingers flying over the keyboard, marking the segment and entering it into the system. On the system interface, Griezmann's movement trajectory was accurately recorded. Red lines intertwined on the green pitch, forming a complex network pattern. Data analysis complete. Griezmann's habitual positioning route recognition rate, 923. Recommendation to formulate targeted defensive strategies. Chen Mao rubbed his aching eyes and clicked on the system's Tactical Simulator feature. A 3D model of the pitch appeared on the screen, with virtual player models starting to move according to the data. This was not simple video analysis, but behavior prediction based on big data. Every sprint, every turn, every choice of receiving position by Griezmann was precisely calculated by the system. Chapter 127. The night shrouded the Basque Mountains as cars slowly made their way along the winding roads. Chen Mao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles slightly white. Su Qing's words struck his heart like a hammer, each word leaving him stunned. A promising journalist, giving up a stable job to become the agent of an uncertain coach? This decision seemed insane to Chen Mao. Have you really thought this through? His voice was somewhat hoarse, his gaze still fixed on the road ahead. Su Qing did not answer immediately, but took out an exquisite folder from the trunk. Her movements were calm, as if she had anticipated Chen Mao's reaction. Take a look at this first. Inside the folder was a beautifully bound printed version of the PPT, with the cover embossed in gold lettering. Chen Mao personal brand strategy and initial assessment of commercial value. He had never imagined that his tactical board, those positioning diagrams drawn during sleepless nights, and even his identity as a Chinese, could all become precise commercial selling points in Su Qing's writing. This made him feel unfamiliar, yet compelled to admire. The report detailed the market demand for new academic-style coaches in European football. Chapter 128. The mountains of the Basque region were draped in morning mist, with winding roads coiling around the hills like ribbons. Ibar's team bus moved through the fog, the roar of the engine echoing in the valley. Chen Mao sat in the front row, looking through the window at the Cantabrian Sea shimmering in the distance. The beauty of the Basque scenery was indeed breathtaking, but at this moment, no one had the mood to appreciate it. The bus was so quiet that the only sound was the tires grinding against the road. "Coach, how long until we arrive?" Young goalkeeper Sanchez broke the silence, his voice clearly tense. "Half an hour." Pedro glanced at his watch. San Sebastian is just ahead. Fan Yunlong clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although he had been in Spain for several months, the pressure of facing an opponent like Real Sociedad was still immense. Chen Mao glanced in the rearview mirror. The players were sitting upright, their faces as tense as stone. He knew that the tension before the big battle had gripped everyone's hearts. Silva wore headphones, but the music could not cover up his rapid breathing. This young Brazilian was participating in such an important derby for the first time, excitement and fear intertwined. Chapter 129. The Anoeta Stadium shimmered in the night, with 40,000 Real Sociedad fans turning the stands into a blue and white ocean. A massive Tifo banner slowly unfurled from the south stand, depicting a roaring lion, as if it were about to tear the opponent to shreds. Deafening songs surged from all directions, shaking the entire stadium. As the players of Ibar walked out of the player tunnel, what greeted them was not applause, but a tide of boos and curses. "Go back to your little town. The Chinese don't deserve to step on this sacred land. The young Campania's face turned pale. His legs trembled slightly. This hostility was more intense than he had imagined, almost swallowing him whole. Raul Navis walked up to him and patted his shoulder firmly. The captain's gaze was as solid as steel, completely unaffected by the external disturbances. Remember the coach's words. Navis's voice cut through the noisy background. The angrier they are, the more it proves we have threatened them. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his hands slightly curled in his pockets, but his face was calm. He scanned the Real Sociedad players across the field, where Griezmann was warming up, his movements graceful and confident. Chapter 130, as the whistle for the second half blew. Real Sociedad's head coach Philippe Montanier made adjustments. He substituted the more aggressive midfielder Mikel Oyarzabal for the defensive midfielder Bellegarde, clearly planning to launch an all-out attack. In the stands of Anoeta Stadium, nearly 40,000 Real Sociedad fans sang the team anthem in unison. The blue and white flags fluttered in the night wind, and the entire stadium was cheering for the home team. This oppressive atmosphere was enough to suffocate any visiting player. However, the Eibar players had already adapted to this environment. Their excellent performance in the first half had given them immense confidence, and the fire of battle burned in everyone's eyes. The attack from Real Sociedad indeed became fiercer. Griezmann frequently roamed along the front line, trying to shake off Dani Garcia's close marking. Xabi Prieto and Zurtiza constantly created threats on the wings, sending the ball into Eibar's penalty area time and again. In the 52nd minute, Griezmann finally found an opportunity. He received a pass from Prieto outside the penalty area and quickly turned to face the goal. But just as he was about to shoot, Dani Garcia's timely tackle disrupted the ball, sending it out for a corner. Chapter 131 at 11 o'clock at night. Eibar's bus slowly drove into the main street of the small town. From a distance, crowds had gathered on both sides of the street, holding blue and red scarves and flags, their faces painted with the team's emblem. What on earth is going on? Fan Yunlong pressed against the bus window, his eyes filled with shock. The entire street was decorated as if for a festival, with the team's posters plastered in shop windows and celebratory banners hung outside bars. The air was filled with the smell of fireworks, and colorful fireworks burst in the night sky. As soon as the bus appeared, the street fell silent, with only the name Eibar echoing in the night. The heroes have returned. Our warriors. Long live Eibar. The thunderous cheers almost toppled the roof of the bus. Thousands of fans surged into the center of the street, waving their scarves and raising their phones, capturing this historic moment. Gomez looked at the crazy fans outside the window, tears shimmering in his eyes. He had never been cheered for by so many people. The feeling of being embraced by the whole city was almost suffocating. The bus struggled through the crowd, with fans tapping on the windows and waving to the players inside. Chapter 132 on the stands beside the training ground. A few unfamiliar faces had appeared. They were dressed in smart suits, holding notebooks, and intently watching every move on the field. Gabriel Silva's flashy dribble drew a quick note from one of the suited scouts in the stands. Before long, Dani Garcia cleanly intercepted the ball, making another scout's eyes light up. Chen Mao noticed these visitors but did not stop the rhythm of the training. The system interface displayed the player's status data in his view. After a few days of recovery training, the fitness levels of the main players were gradually rising. Coach, who are those people? Fan Yunlong walked over to Chen Mao during a break, glancing at the stands. Scouts. Chen Mao answered succinctly, here specifically to observe your performance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Fan Yunlong's eyes, but quickly subsided. The victory in the King S Cup had indeed brought the team into the spotlight, but he knew it was not the time to be distracted. After training, Alex Alancevar rushed into Chen Mao's office. Good news, but also a troublesome matter. The club president sat down abruptly, getting straight to the point, his smile tinged with a hint of worry. Chapter 133 in the stands of Apurua Stadium. The blue and red sea still surged vigorously. Fans waved their scarves, singing the team anthem, and the entire stadium was enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Eibar! Eibar! The deafening shouts came from all directions, every note filled with anticipation for the team. The glory of defeating Real Sociedad in the King S Cup was still fresh in the memory, and the fans believed this team could continue the miracle in the league. In the player tunnel, Chen Mao checked the starting lineup one last time. The names of the rotated squad were neatly listed on the paper, each representing an opportunity, a chance to prove themselves. He handed the list to the fourth official, his gaze firm and calm. Coach, are you really going to arrange it this way? Pedro Echeverria quietly asked beside him. As the assistant coach, he understood the necessity of rotation, but deep down, he still felt a bit worried. Chen Mao nodded without hesitation. Trust them. In the locker room, the rotated players were making their final preparations. Campania was repeatedly tying his shoelaces, his fingers trembling slightly. This was his first starting appearance in such an important league match this season, and the pressure weighed heavily on him. Chapter 134 in the locker room of Ipurua Stadium. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, sketching new patterns with a marker in hand. The players formed a semicircle around him, each focused on the coach's movements. Forget the nerves of the first half. Chen Mao's voice was calm and powerful. We have found their weaknesses. He drew an arrow on the tactical board, pointing from the left flank directly to Numantia's penalty area. Jose, don't always think about the killer blow. Football is a team sport. We need to use our collective strength to tear apart their defense. Campania nodded vigorously, lifting his head again, his gaze meeting Chen Mao's, filled with determination to execute. Not every pass needs to be stunning. Sometimes simple combinations can be more lethal. Diego, your speed is our weapon on the left flank. Chen Mao turned to the young fullback Rico, boldly pushing forward, trusting your teammates will create opportunities for you. A flush of excitement appeared on Rico's face. The coach trusts me so much. Rico's heart raced, filled with a desire to perform. Saul, forget your worries. Chen Mao walked up to the winger, patting his shoulder. Chapter 135 in the morning of the small town of Ibar. The air was filled with a tense and fiery atmosphere. The day of the second leg of the Copa del Rey match has finally arrived, and all of Spain's attention is focused on this small Basque town. On the distant mountain road, a line of blue and white buses winds its way toward the stadium, with the Royal Sociedad logo and banners stuck to the windows. Real Sociedad, revenge. The shouts of the away fans penetrate the bus windows, echoing in the valley. Dozens of buses carry nearly 2,000 Royal Sociedad fans, their faces painted in blue and white, waving huge flags, their eyes burning with the fire of revenge. The residents of Ibar are already prepared. Every house along the main street is hung with blue and red flags, and shop windows are plastered with slogans of Gora Ibar. Elderly people sit on balconies, waving small flags, while children run in the streets, singing the team's song loudly. This is our city. An elderly man with graying hair stands in front of a bakery, hands on his hips, gazing steadfastly at the approaching buses. Let them come, we are not afraid. At the training base, Chen Mao is watching the latest news reports. Chapter 136 The night sky over Ipurua Stadium is illuminated as if it were daytime by countless searchlights, and the cheers of nearly 20,000 spectators converge into a thunderous roar. In the home team stand, a sea of blue and red flags rolls in the night wind, while the away stand is dyed another sky by the blue and white smoke of Royal Sociedad fans. Tonight, we will make these country bumpkins pay. In the away stand, a Royal Sociedad fan with face paint waves his scarf, roaring hoarsely. In the players' tunnel, the players from both teams stand side by side. Griezmann's gaze is cold and focused, sweeping over every Ibar player, especially lingering on Dani Garcia for a few seconds. The humiliation of the first leg has left this French forward seething with anger. Tonight, he will prove himself with goals. Chen Mao stands at the edge of the technical area, hands in his coat pockets. His expression is as calm as a lake, but the glint in his eyes reveals his inner tension. The system interface displays real-time data in his mind, showing that the status values of the Royal Sociedad players are generally high. Griezmann, fighting spirit 98, revenge desire 95. Prieto, leader quality activated. Derby heart attribute shining with golden light. Chapter 137 The locker room is silent, with only the heavy breathing of players echoing in the air. Sweat drips from everyone's cheeks, making faint sounds as it hits the floor. Chen Mao wipes off the original deployment on the tactical board and redraws a brand new formation. His movements are slow and light, but each stroke is filled with power. Danny. He turns to look at Garcia, who is sitting in the corner, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel. Coach. Danny raises his head, his eyes still showing the frustration of being suppressed in the first half. Chen Mao squats down to meet his gaze. In the first half, you are the shield. In the second half, you will be our dagger. A hint of confusion flashes in Danny's eyes. I don't understand. You will understand. Chen Mao stands up and draws an arrow on the tactical board, pointing from the defensive midfield position straight into the opponent's penalty area. Joan drops back. You move forward. When they think we're going to defend, You will be the blade that pierces their heart. Fan Yunlong nods thoughtfully. Coach, this is very risky. Football itself is a risk. Chen Mao's voice is calm and firm. They are playing with excitement now, thinking victory is within reach. But overexcitement leads to underestimating the opponent, and underestimating will expose flaws. Chapter 138. In the conference room of the Ibar training base, the television screen is broadcasting the live draw for the Copa del Rey quarterfinals. When a guest draws the fateful slip from the crystal ball, the entire room falls into silence. When the name Barcelona is announced, the previously lively conference room seems to drop a few degrees in temperature. My God, Diego Rico is the first to react, jumping up from his chair, eyes sparkling with disbelief. We're going to face Messi. It's really Messi. The young Rico almost bounces out of his chair, grabbing the arm of Navas beside him, excitedly stammering, "It's Messi. We are playing against Messi. Did you hear that? This isn't a joke, is it?" Saul Bijan murmurs, his voice trembling slightly. The conference room gradually fills with a cacophony of discussions. Some are excited, some are worried, and some even start calculating the gap in strength between the two teams. These mixed emotions ferment in the cramped space, making the atmosphere extraordinarily complex. Fan Yunlong sits in the corner, silently observing his teammates' reactions. As one of the few players in the team who has experienced big occasions, he feels a mix of emotions. Excitement is certain, but more is a sense of awe towards the unknown challenge. Chapter 139. The grass of Apurua Stadium glistens in the afternoon sun, a vibrant green, while a gentle breeze sweeps through the stands, bringing a refreshing feeling. In the locker room, Ibar players are preparing for the match, but the atmosphere is completely different from usual. There is no tension, no anxiety, and even the usual tactical discussions feel relaxed and casual. After enduring 2 derby battles, especially the feat of defeating Royal Sociedad, this group of young players has undergone a qualitative change in mindset. Coach, are we still using that defensive counterattack strategy today? Danny Garcia asks while tying his shoelaces, his tone carrying a certain expectation. Chen Mao shakes his head, a hint of a smile escaping his lips. Looking in a good mood, he walks to the tactical board, not drawing a complex formation, but simply writing one word: enjoy. There are no complicated tactics today. He turns to face the players, his gaze sweeping over each one, carrying a sense of indulgence that says go have fun. Jose Campania blinks, somewhat incredulous. Is this still the coach who always emphasizes discipline and execution? Dance? Gabriel Silva repeats the word in his not-so-fluent Spanish, a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 140. At 5 in the morning, the entire Ibar team gathers at the Basque airport in northern Spain. The players, dragging their weary bodies, board the flight to Las Palmas, the celebration of the Copa del Rey still coursing through their veins as they must rush into the journey of the Segunda Division. The plane slowly ascends, and through the window, the green mountains of the Basque country gradually become dots. Fan Yunlong sits by the window, holding a Spanish grammar book, but his attention is clearly elsewhere. Coach, how long will this flight take? Diego Rico stretches, young people always full of complaints about long travels. 3 hours. Chen Mao doesn't look up, focused on watching match footage of Las Palmas on his tablet. Once we arrive, we'll go straight to the hotel to rest and have adaptive training in the afternoon. After 3 hours of flying, the plane landed at the airport in Las Palmas. The moment Saul Bijan stepped out of the cabin, a wave of heat hit him. This is the Canary Islands in the Atlantic, just 210 kilometers from the African coast. And the humid and hot island climate stands in stark contrast to the coolness of the Basque region. My God, why is it so hot here? Saul waved his hand to fan himself, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Chapter 141. As night fell, the neon lights of Barcelona began to flicker. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room, the crowds on La Rambla were bustling, and the music of street performers could be faintly heard. This capital of Catalonia exuded a unique charm. But for the entire Ibar team, this charm felt more like oppression. Coach, when are we having a tactical meeting? Raul Navas knocked on Chen Mao's door. Chen Mao opened the door and looked at the players gathered in the hallway. Every face was marked with tension. Even the usually calm Fan Yunlong seemed a bit anxious at this moment. There will be no tactical meeting tonight. Chen Mao's words left everyone stunned. What? Danny Garcia's eyes widened. Coach, we're facing Barcelona tomorrow. Exactly. That's why what you need tonight is not tactics, but relaxation, Chen Mao said calmly. Go to the hotel gym. Go to the pool. or just watch TV in your room. Do anything that makes you happy, but don't think about tomorrow's game. The players exchanged glances but eventually dispersed. Chen Mao returned to his room, locked the door, and pulled the curtains. Chapter 142. The roar of Camp Nou hit them like a wave. The bright light at the exit of the players' tunnel was blinding, and the deafening cheers made the air tremble, suffocating them. Fan Yunlong clenched his fists. He had seen the big scenes of Chinese football and the intensity of the AFC Champions League, but the atmosphere at Camp Nou was completely different. Damn, this place is truly spectacular. Danny Garcia swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Raul Navas patted his young teammate on the shoulder. Don't be scared by the scene. They're human too. But when the Barcelona players walked out from another tunnel, even Navas couldn't help but hold his breath. Messi, Xavi, Iniesta. Now, they were right in front of him, just a few meters away. Chen Mao took a deep breath and turned to face the team. Remember what we talked about yesterday? His voice was calm, but every word struck the players' hearts. Stand tall and leave. That is our only goal. The whistle for the start of the game sounded, and Camp Nou instantly transformed into a sea of sound. Chen Mao deployed the most defensive 5-4-1 formation, with 5 defenders lined up at the back from midfielders closely arranged, leaving only Gomez roaming in the front. This was the most conservative tactic and the only possible choice against Barcelona. Chapter 143. The whistle for the second half sounded again, and the 100,000 fans at Camp Nou were still waving flags and cheering for their team. Barcelona substituted the perfectly performing Xavi with young Thiago, but the pace of the game showed no signs of slowing down. The young Thiago inherited the passing maestro's legacy, continuing to weave that invisible web of passes. As the Eibar players stepped back onto the pitch, their expressions changed. No longer was there the confusion and fear from the first half. Instead, there was a pure focus. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, gesturing to the players. His instructions were simple. Forget the score, enjoy every touch, make a successful tackle, and take a decent shot. In the 48th minute, Barcelona once again displayed their suffocating coordination. Thiago received the ball in midfield and facing Danny Garcia's press. He cleverly passed the ball to Busquets behind him with a light back heel. Busquets immediately distributed the ball to the right side without stopping, finding Alves. The Brazilian full-back cut inside, completing a brilliant 1-2 with Iniesta at the edge of the penalty area. When the ball returned to Alves' feet, he had already evaded 2 Eibar defenders. Chapter 144. In the tunnel returning to the locker room, the footsteps of the Eibar players echoed in the narrow space. Their shirts were soaked with sweat, but the expressions on their faces were completely different from those at halftime. The despair and confusion had vanished, replaced by a wonderful calm. Danny Garcia held Messi's number 10 jersey tightly against his chest, his fingers gently caressing the sweat-stained blue and red shirt. The jersey still retained Messi's body heat, and the young Eibar midfielder looked like a child who had received a beloved toy, his eyes shining with disbelief. It really is Messi's jersey, he murmured, his voice trembling. Raul Navas patted the young teammate on the shoulder. Danny, you deserve this respect. You proved yourself in 90 minutes. The locker room door swung open, and Chen Mao walked in. But this time, he didn't rush to gather the players into a circle or pick up the tactics board. He simply stood quietly in the center, surveying each tired yet radiant face. Tell me, what did you all exchange just now? Chen Mao's voice was soft, as if chatting with old friends. Danny Garcia was the first to raise Messi's jersey. Chapter 145. Morning light streamed through the blinds of the training facility, casting patterns on the floor. Chen Mao arrived half an hour earlier than usual. He stood in front of the tactics board, the marker hovering in the air, replaying the scenes from Camp Nou in his mind. It wasn't the score of 4-0 that mattered, but Xavi's passing choices in tight spaces, Iniesta's coordinated runs with his teammates, and Busquets' seemingly simple yet wise support. The players gradually walked into the training room, each still showing signs of fatigue from the previous night. But Chen Mao keenly noticed that their eyes were different from usual. Today, we won't talk about Camp Nou. Chen Mao turned to face the entire team. We will only talk about Tarragona. He drew the opponent's 5-3-2 formation on the tactics board, a typical relegation team that likes to park the bus. The marker moved quickly across the paper, but today, we would try something new. Fan Yunlong lifted his head and exchanged a glance with Campania. They both saw the same thought in each other's eyes. This training session is interesting. Chapter 146. The grass at Ipurua Stadium glimmered under the afternoon sun, and blue and red scarves waved in the wind from stands. Fans arrived early, hoping that the team could wash away the shadows of their loss at Camp Nou with a resounding victory. Today, we will show everyone what Ibar has learned. An old fan waved his scarf, his voice sounding particularly loud in the wind. In the changing room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, sketching today's starting lineup with a marker in hand. It was an aggressive 4-2-3-1 formation, with Fan Yunlong and Campania both starting, intending to break through the opponent's defense with technique and possession. Remember what we learned in training. Chen Mao scanned each player, emphasizing short passes and smart positioning, showing Tarragona what the evolved Ibar was capable of. Fan Yunlong took a deep breath, focusing on the opponent's half. He had to prove in this match that he had learned something. Campania gently touched the jersey on his chest. This 18-year-old was starting for the first time in such an important match. Chen Mao's trust put immense pressure on him, but more than that, he felt excitement. Chapter 147. The pitch at Ipurua Stadium glimmered under the afternoon sun, and blue and red scarves fluttered in the stands. Fans arrived early, hoping the team could wash away the gloom of the defeat at Camp Nou with a resounding victory. Today we will show everyone what Ibar has learned, shouted an older fan, waving his scarf, his voice cutting through the wind. In the changing room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, marking out today's starting lineup once again. It was an aggressive 4-2-3-1 formation, with Fan Yunlong and Campania starting, aiming to tear apart the opponent's defense with technique and possession. Remember what we learned in training. Chen Mao urged, glancing at each player, emphasizing short passes and smart runs, showcasing the evolved Ibar to Tarragona. Fan Yunlong inhaled deeply, focusing on the opponent's half. He needed to prove himself in this match. Campania gently ran his fingers over his jersey, feeling the pressure of Chen Mao's trust, but mostly excitement. Chapter 148. Chen Mao's roar echoed in the changing room, each word hitting the players' hearts heavily. Yunlong suddenly raised his head, his previously confused expression now filled with determination. We are not Barcelona. We are Ibar's Fan Yunlong. We are not a copy of Barcelona. Chen Mao walked to the tactical board, forcefully wiping away the formation diagram. We are Ibar. We have our own weapons. He redrew the familiar 4-2-3-1 formation, the marker flying across the paper. Forget those fancy short passes. Forget that slow possession. Danny Garcia clenched his fists, his chest heaving. He recalled the moment he successfully intercepted Messi at Camp Nou, that pure fighting spirit. In the second half, we will show them the real Ibar. Chen Mao pointed toward the door, relentless pressing, lightning-fast counterattacks. Let's tear apart their iron defense with our passion. Silva stood up from the wall, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. He was tired of the restrained play and longed to feel the thrill of breaking through again. The frustration of starting for the first time still lingered, but the coach's words made him straighten his back. Campania wiped away his tears. This speech in the changing room left a deeper impression on him than any tactical lesson. Chapter 149. The small town of Ibar was enveloped in a special excitement this March. Store windows along the streets were filled with blue and red scarves and jerseys. And even grandmothers who usually didn't care about football hung club flags from their balconies. Gora Ibar. Children shouted joyfully in the streets, their voices bright and full of hope. In the square in front of the town hall, a temporary big screen was playing clips of the team's training. Hundreds of fans gathered here, erupting into thunderous applause whenever Chen Mao appeared on screen. This is our head coach, an elderly fan proudly introduced to his grandson. He made us believe in miracles. At the training base, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, facing the players who formed a semicircle. Before today's training began, he had something to say. Gentlemen, Chen Mao's voice was calm, but each word was filled with determination. Tomorrow night, we face one of the best teams in the world. The players listened quietly, each expression focused. I know many will say we have no chance. Chen Mao drew a goal on the tactical board. But I want to tell you a secret. Chapter 150. The morning sun slanted through the blinds of the training base as Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, waiting for the players to arrive. A news notification on his phone made him smile. Guardiola had indeed rotated the main squad. Gentlemen, today is a historic day. Chen Mao placed his phone on the table, the screen displaying Barcelona's starting lineup. Thiago Alcantara's name was in the core midfield position, while Teo and Cuenca occupied the wings. For these young Barcelona players, Ipurua was the test for their chances at the starting position at Camp Nou. Fan Yunlong was the first to see the list, his brow slightly furrowing. "Coach, this is good news, right? Their main players aren't here." "Good news?" Chen Mao retorted, scanning the young faces. Gomez unconsciously rubbed his hands. This match meant an opportunity for a forward like him. Silva leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping nervously against his knee. Raul Naves sensed the relaxed atmosphere among his teammates and felt a twinge of unease as the captain. Chen Mao walked to the projector and pressed the remote. The screen showed Thiago training at Camp Nou, his precise passes leaving a strong impression. Chapter 151. The night at Apurua Stadium was as bright as day, with the lights shining brilliantly. The shouts of 20,000 fans merged into a giant wave, blue and red scarves flying in the night sky. A huge banner in the main stand unfurled in the wind. Nuestro sueño, un-GOL. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, taking a deep breath. The air was filled with the scent of fresh grass and the smell of excited sweat from the fans. He turned back to see the substitutes already standing, leaning forward. Their energy was palpable from a distance. The referee's whistle pierced the night. The match began. Eibar pounced on Barcelona's defense like a hungry beast. Kappa received a pass from Fan Yunlong and sprinted down the right flank. The young right-back's legs spun like wheels of fire, each step powerful and confident. Barcelona's left-back Montoya couldn't react in time and was left behind by this youthful momentum. "Go for it, Ander!" The fans in the stands shouted hoarsely. Kappa approached the byline, using the outside of his right foot to send the ball soaring towards the penalty area. Gomez dashed in like a cheetah, leaping high and crashing his forehead into the ball. Chapter 152. In the tunnel of the changing room during the second half, Barcelona's young players were already getting ready to go again. Villanova's expression was serious. He knew that Eibar would never give up easily. Seydou Keita was preparing to come on. The assistant coach quietly reported the substitution list. The experienced Mali midfielder was warming up, every movement exuding skill and composure. Villanova needed his experience to stabilize the midfield and completely control the tempo of the match. On the other side, when Eibar's players stepped back onto the pitch, the unquenchable fire still burned in their eyes. The shouts of 20,000 fans in the stands grew deafening as blue and red scarves waved in the night sky. "Gora Eibar! Never give up!" The sound waves rose and fell, making the entire Apurua stadium tremble. In the 52nd minute, Keita replaced Thiago. The entry of the Mali midfielder immediately changed Barcelona's midfield dynamics. His experience and interception ability made Eibar's counterattacks more difficult. But Eibar's players did not back down. Dani Garcia ran tirelessly across the pitch, giving his all in every challenge. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the grass, but his gaze remained as firm as steel. Chapter 153. The morning sun streamed through the blinds of the training base, casting mottled shadows on the white walls of the conference room. Chen Mao stood in front of the projector, tapping the remote with his fingers, waiting for the last few players to arrive. Raul Naves pushed the door open, with a training towel draped over his shoulder. The goal he scored last night still left a smile on the captain's face, but curiosity shone in his eyes about what the coach would review today. "Gentlemen, please take a seat." Chen Mao pressed the remote, and the projector's beam illuminated the entire room. The screen displayed not tactical diagrams, but footage from the match at Camp Nou 2 days ago. The moment Messi received the ball and turned was frozen, his focused expression clearly visible. Dani Garcia instinctively sat up straight. The memories of that match were still vivid, every confrontation deeply etched in his mind. Forget the score, forget who the opponent is. Chen Mao's voice echoed in the silent room. Now we are here as learners, to steal the secrets from the best team in the world. Fan Yunlong blinked, his notebook flipping to a blank page. Stealing secrets? This phrase invigorated Fan Yunlong, and he immediately opened his notebook, ready for class. Chapter 154. In the locker room, Chen Mao's recently announced words echoed in the air. Some players exchanged excited glances, while others avoided eye contact, creating a somewhat subtle atmosphere. Promotion playoff zone? Saul Bajan repeated the words in a low voice, a hint of tremor in his tone. Silva looked up from his locker, his eyes sparkling. He came to Europe for a higher stage, and now the opportunity was right in front of him. However, in the corner, Olibarina frowned. The veteran instinctively rubbed his knee, where an old injury seemed to throb again, reminding him of the harshness of professional football. "Coach, is this goal too?" Olibarina hesitated. Dani Garcia suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as he looked at the veteran. The young midfielder was eager to aim for higher goals. Raul Navas keenly sensed the subtle change in atmosphere. The captain's gaze swept across his teammates' faces, and he began to worry that this disagreement might affect the team's unity. "Gentlemen, today's meeting ends here." Chen Mao clapped his hands, not giving room for the argument to continue. Chapter 155, the Coliseum Alfonso Perez Stadium in southern Madrid, nightfall. In a parking lot outside the stadium, Eibar's bus slowly drove in. Through the bus window, Chen Mao saw Alcorcon fans holding up banners waiting, reading "Welcome to Hell." "Looks like they're very welcoming," Fan Yunlong joked, but his fingers unconsciously tightened on the armrest of his seat. Danny Garcia turned to look out the window, the fire of battle burning in the young man's eyes. "Just right. We have prepared a gift for them, too." In the locker room, Chen Mao moved the tactical board to the center. It was filled with various arrows and lines, the entire layout resembling a complex chess endgame. Alcorcon's formation is interesting. Chen Mao picked up a red marker and drew a neat rectangle on the tactical board. The system referred to it as the chessboard formation. The players gathered around, each focused intently on the tactical board. "What does it mean?" Silva tilted his head, somewhat confused by the concept. Chen Mao drew 9 points inside the rectangle with a marker, then connected them with lines. Each player had their own square, and their movement patterns resembled chess pieces. Disciplined, but lacking variation. Chapter 156. On the pitch at Coliseum Alfonso Perez, Alcorcon's players began to feel unprecedented pressure. Their proud chessboard formation was being dismantled step by step. Mahrez's forehead beaded with sweat as the Spanish midfielder found himself unable to shake off Campania's clinginess. The young man stuck to him like glue, disrupting him at every turn. "Damn it," Mahrez cursed, tried to use his body to shake off Campania, but the young Spanish midfielder remained unfazed. On the sidelines, Chen Mao crossed his arms. His gaze focused on every detail of the game. The system interface in his mind updated the data in real time. Mahrez's passing accuracy dropped from the usual 89 to 67, and Alcorcon's overall formation tightness decreased by 23. "The tactic is working," assistant coach Pedro whispered excitedly. In the 23rd minute, the opportunity finally arrived. Campania once again closed in on Mahrez, this time deliberately moving towards the flank to lure the opponent to follow. Mahrez instinctively followed, wanting to shake off this annoying shadow. An opening appeared in the center. Fan Yunlong had been waiting for this moment. The Chinese player's eyes lit up, and he immediately sent a precise through ball. Chapter 157. The spring breeze of the Basque region, mixed with the scent of the sea, gently caressed Eibar's training base. The distant mountain outlines appeared hazy in the morning mist, while the green grass on the training ground had begun to turn green again. Chen Mao stood by the window in his office, holding a copy of AS that had just been faxed over. On the front page, a large photo showed Gomez celebrating a goal with open arms, the headline particularly striking: "The Forgotten Assassin, Eibar's goal machine." The paper trembled slightly at his fingertips. It wasn't excitement, but a premonition that a storm was about to come. Coach Pedro's voice came from the doorway. He didn't greet as usual, but rushed in, his tone filled with suppressed anger. "Do you know about what's in the newspaper?" Chen Mao turned around and placed the paper on the desk. "Go ahead. How serious is the situation?" Pedro closed the door and lowered his voice. "Last night, I heard several players in the locker room discussing salaries." Silva asked Rico why Gomez was getting attention while their wages remained the same. "What else?" Rico said he heard rumors that several La Liga teams were interested in Gomez. Chapter 158. The lights at Eibar's training base shone particularly brightly in the night. Most players had left, but 3 figures were still sweating it out on training ground number 17. Chen Mao stood outside the penalty area, his gaze focused on every move of Raul Navas. The system interface flashed with data analysis results in his mind, and the purple, hidden talent, entry was finally decoded. Long-range cannon. Ankle strength, 92, body coordination, 89, explosiveness, 85. The system's voice echoed in Chen Mao's mind, indicating he possessed long-range shooting talent and suggesting the development of set-piece offensive capabilities. This discovery excited Chen Mao. Great. Now, there was an additional piece on the tactical board that could break the deadlock. Fan Yunlong placed the ball 25 meters from the goal and turned to Navas. "Raul, remember the routine we've practiced for a week? I'll take the kick, and you take the shot." Navas wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking somewhat helpless. "Yunlong, I really think this is strange. I'm a defender. My job is to defend, not to shoot. Trust me, and trust the coach." Fan Yunlong patted Navis on the shoulder. Chapter 159. At the end of the players' tunnel, the cheers from Epirua Stadium surged like waves. In the stands, thousands of blue and white flags formed a sea. Chen Mao sat upright on the podium, facing over 20 reporters from various media outlets. This was the largest press conference he had attended since coaching Eibar. "Coach Chen, what are your expectations for tomorrow's match against Sabadell?" asked a reporter from Marca. Chen Mao leaned back in his chair, fingers interlocked on the table, scanning the room as if appreciating his own work. "Our goal is simple, to score as many goals as possible in front of our home fans. We have prepared for this for a week." The room instantly fell silent. The reporters exchanged glances. This high-profile declaration completely contradicted Chen Mao's usual low-key style. A reporter from Mundo Deportivo raised his hand. "Do you mean Eibar is going to win big at home against Sabadell?" "Why not?" Chen Mao leaned back in his chair. "We are currently ranked 8th, just a step away from the promotion zone, facing an opponent at the bottom of the table. We have every reason to strive for a big win." Chapter 160. The ball flowed between the two players, easily tearing open a gap in Sabadell's midfield. The young Spanish midfielder received the ball and turned, finding space ahead. Silva made a high-speed inward cut from the left, and the Brazilian winger's speed shone brightly under the night lights. His movement attracted two defenders, creating more space in the middle. In the 15th minute, the opportunity arose. Campania skillfully passed the ball to the left, where Silva faced Sabadell's fullback. The Brazilian didn't linger, executing a simple change of direction to complete the breakthrough. "Go for it, Gabby!" The fans in the stands erupted with deafening cheers. Silva sprinted down the sideline, every step pounding on the hearts of Sabadell's players. "Cross it!" The ball traced a perfect arc, flying toward the center of the penalty area. Gomez appeared like a ghost in the most opportune position, decisively completing the follow-up. Bang! The ball hit the net. The Sabadell goalkeeper's dive had not even finished before the ball struck deep into the net. 10. Epirua Stadium erupted in an instant. Gomez spread his arms and ran toward the sidelines, while Silva jumped onto his back from behind, and the two embraced tightly. Chapter 161. In a cafe in Madrid, several Spanish football journalists gathered around a round table, covered with newspapers and notebooks. 4-0. "That score is insane," said veteran Marca journalist Juan Carlos, shaking his head and tapping his fingers on the table. "I've never seen a Segunda Division team play football like this." The journalist from AS lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. "This Chinese guy, Chen Mao, is rewriting the perception of Spanish football. Look at his tactical board, 4-1-4-1, with 5 attackers on the field at the same time. It's not just about the numbers." Maria, the female journalist from Mundo Deportivo, opened her notebook. "Their passing routes and movement combinations are nothing like a relegation-threatened team." Juan Carlos flicked ash into the ashtray. "I rewatched the footage yesterday. Fan Yunlong's world-class shot, Campania's timing for the run, Silva's breakthrough rhythm. None of this was coincidental." "What do you mean?" "Chen Mao has injected brains and soul into Eibar. A kind of fervor, akin to a seasoned journalist discovering a big scoop, shone in Juan Carlos's eyes." Chapter 162. Eibar's team bus slowly pulled out of the airport, the orange streetlights outside extending into streaks of light in the night. Chen Mao sat in the front row, holding Elche's tactical analysis report. Each page was densely marked with arrows and circles, the result of his late-night research. "Coach, their home ground is tough to play on." Assistant coach Pedro leaned over and whispered. "The grass at Martínez Valero Stadium is very short, suitable for ground passing control." Chen Mao nodded and flipped to the last page of the report. There, in red ink, was a photo of a player, Alvacar, Elche's midfield core. The system interface flashed blue light in his mind. Player, Alvacar, age, 28. Position, central midfielder. Entry, metronome, blue. Excels at controlling the pace of the game and is the starting point for the team's transitions between offense and defense. "This guy is the key." Chen Mao tapped the photo with his finger. "As long as we limit him, Elche's attacking force will lose its rhythm." The bus stopped at the hotel entrance, and the players got off one by one. The streets of Alicante were sparsely populated at night, with only a few bars still lit. Fan Yunlong walked to the front of the line, his expression calm. Since scoring a world-class goal in the last match, his confidence had noticeably increased. Chapter 163. The floodlights at Martínez Valero Stadium illuminated the entire field, and the cheers of 20,000 spectators converged into a massive wave of sound. The red and white striped Elche jerseys in the stands swayed like waves in the sea. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of the field. His right hand tightly gripped the tactical book, which was densely marked with red and blue arrows and circles. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match officially began. Ibar kicked off from the center circle. Campania passed the ball to Fan Yunlong behind him. The Chinese player did not pause, making a lateral pass to Rico on the left. The entire opening process is concise and brisk, with no hint of delay. Danny Garcia moved directly towards Alvacar according to the established tactics. As Elche's midfield core received the ball, he immediately felt the pressure coming from behind. This kid is really annoying, Alvacar thought to himself, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. In the third minute, Elche launched their first offensive. Right winger Fidel received a pass from a teammate and immediately accelerated forward. The young Kappa closely followed him, their speeds nearly on par. Chapter 164, sorry. The unrelated content in the previous chapters is from another book I just wrote. I don't know how it got uploaded incorrectly, and I will delete it as soon as possible. I apologize for any impact on your reading experience. I might have been up late uploading it the other day, so I'm kneeling for you all though. The night breeze at Martínez Valero Stadium carried the salty scent of the Mediterranean, with the cheers of 20,000 spectators echoing. As the whistle for the second half just sounded, Elche's players displayed an even more aggressive offense. Benitez was constantly gesturing from the sidelines, signaling the players to push forward. The home advantage made the cheers from Elche fans even louder, with red and white scarves waving in the stands. In the 48th minute, Elche was awarded a free kick in the attacking area. Alvacar stood over the ball, scanning Ibar's defense. Danny Garcia was still tightly marking him, not letting his guard down even during the set piece. The free kick was taken, the ball arced through the air, heading straight for the right side of the penalty area. Navis jumped high, heading the ball out of danger. Good play. The traveling Ibar fans cheered for their captain's clearance. The pace of the game clearly quickened in the second half, with both teams becoming more aggressive in their duels. Chapter 165. The grass at Ipurua Stadium glistened emerald green under the afternoon sun, with only a few thousand fans scattered in the stands. The match against Alcoyano was originally considered a foregone victory. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, holding a completely unfamiliar starting lineup. Starting goalkeeper Irurita, Captain Navis, core player Fan Yunlong, defensive powerhouse Danny Garcia, and even Silva, who had just saved the team with a last-minute goal, were all excluded from the squad. Coach, isn't this rotation a bit too risky? Assistant coach Pedro walked over to Chen Mao, his brow furrowed. Chen Mao turned around, his gaze sweeping over the eager young faces on the bench. Pedro, what do you think makes a truly strong team? Of course, it's the team with the best players. Wrong. Chen Mao shook his head. A truly strong team is one where someone can step up in every position. Today is the time to test our depth. In the locker room, substitute goalkeeper Ivan Sanchez was making his final preparations. The 22-year-old Spanish goalkeeper's hands trembled slightly. This was his first league start in his career. Chapter 166. The night in Madrid was brightly lit, and Su Qing sat in her hotel room, the laptop screen in front of her displaying data tables. Ibar's consecutive victories not only brought an ascent in the points table, but also a geometric increase in commercial value. Her phone rang incessantly, with business collaboration invitations from around the world flooding in. A thick stack of partnership proposals piled up on the table, ranging from sports brands to food companies, from media platforms to travel agencies, each representing substantial revenue. Chen Mao, do you know how many people want to collaborate with you now? Su Qing looked up at Chen Mao, who was studying tactical videos. Chen Mao didn't lift his head, his remote control continuously replaying clips from the match against Sporting Gijón. I only care about how to win the next game. Su Qing chuckled softly. She was already used to Chen Mao's focus. It was this pure love for football that made her more determined to build a business empire for him. The next morning, Su Qing appeared in Ibar's club conference room. Sitting across from her was a representative from an Asian airline, a middle-aged man in a suit with excitement shining in his eyes. Chapter 167. The ocean of red and white surged in the stands, with a roar of tens of thousands of people merging into a wave of sound, almost taking the breath away from the visiting team. Chen Mao stood in the visiting team's locker room, the tactical board in front of him filled with various data and arrows. The system interface flickered in his mind, presenting a detailed analysis report of Sporting Gijón's last 10 matches. Coach, they're indeed strong. Assistant coach Pedro approached, holding the opponent's technical statistics. Bilic had already scored 15 goals this season, and Trejo's assists ranked among the top in the league. The numbers before him finally settled, and the tactical weaknesses of the opponents appeared like a marked map, clearly presented in his mind. The system showed that Sporting Gijón's attacking patterns exhibited clear regularities. In the first 20 minutes, Trejo's passes frequently targeted the left winger Sanguinetti, an extremely fast Argentine winger who was the team's main breakthrough point. However, as their stamina waned in the second half, their tactics would simplify to crossing from the flanks to find Bilic, a 1.92-meter tall Croatian striker with outstanding heading ability. Pedro, look at these data. Chen Mao pointed at the markings on the tactical board. Their strength is built on fixed patterns, which instead presents us with an opportunity. Chapter 168. The night breeze at El Molinón Stadium was even colder, with waves crashing against the distant shore, producing a series of roars. As the whistle for the second half just sounded, Sporting Gijón's players displayed a more intense offensive. Trejo received the ball in midfield, his gaze sweeping across the entire field. Although the offensive in the first 20 minutes of the first half did not yield a goal, the Argentine midfielder did not abandon his tactical habits. Keep attacking the right flank. The Sporting Gijón coach shouted loudly from the sidelines, waving his arms. Indeed, the corners of Chen Mao's mouth lifted slightly as the system's data stream clearly indicated that the opponents had fallen into the first trap he had set. What's going on? Sanguinetti frowned, looking at his teammates. Chen Mao observed the data dancing on the system interface, as Sporting Gijón's attacking focus, as he anticipated, was quietly shifting. In the 52nd minute, Trejo attempted a different passing route. He passed the ball to the right flank, looking for another winger. But Eibar's defense was already prepared, and Boveda stepped up to intercept the ball in time. Very good, just like that, Chen Mao silently thought. As the game progressed to the 58th minute, Sporting Gijón's patience began to wear thin. The shouts of the home fans grew louder, putting tremendous pressure on the players. Chapter 169. The night breeze at El Molinón Stadium was even colder, with waves crashing against the distant shore, producing a series of roars. As the whistle for the second half just sounded, Sporting Gijón's players displayed a more intense offensive. Trejo received the ball in midfield, his gaze sweeping across the entire field. Although the offensive in the first 20 minutes of the first half did not yield a goal, the Argentine midfielder did not abandon his tactical habits. Keep attacking the right flank. The coach of Sporting Gijón shouted loudly from the sidelines, waving his arms. Sure enough, Chen Mao's mouth slightly curled up. The system's data flow clearly indicated that the opponent had fallen into his first trap as preset. What is going on? Sangui frowned and looked at his teammates. Chen Mao watched the bouncing data on the system interface. The focus of Sporting Gijón's attack was quietly shifting, just as he had expected. In the 52nd minute, Trejo attempted a different passing route. He passed the ball to the right, looking for another winger. But Eibar's defense was already prepared, and Boveda stepped up in time to intercept the ball. Good, just like that, Chen Mao silently chanted in his heart. As the match reached the 58th minute, Sporting Gijón's patience began to wear thin. The home fan shouts grew louder, putting immense pressure on the players. Chapter 170. The night sky over Ipurua Stadium was particularly bright, with the unique humid sea breeze of the Basque region bringing a coolness. Yet the atmosphere in the stadium was heated. The scars waved by the fans formed a sea of colors, making the stands of Ipurua seem to reflect the sky of the Basque region. On the main stand, a huge banner stood out, Rumbo a Primera, the golden letters shining under the lights. These 4 Spanish words carried the dreams of the entire city, moving towards La Liga. Chen Mao stood in the shadow of the player tunnel, closing his eyes, letting the roar from the stadium and the wind mixed with grass clippings hit his face. Coach, the players are ready. Pedro walked up to him, holding the final confirmed starting lineup. Chen Mao took the list and scanned it again. The 4-1-2-3 formation looked highly aggressive on paper. This was the most daring lineup since he took over Eibar, seeing Fan Yunlong and Campania both on the starting list. Assistant coach Pedro knew Chen Mao was taking a gamble on offense today. What about today's opponent? Pedro asked. Hercules? Chen Mao shook his head. They're a mid-table team. But today it's not their problem. It's our attitude problem. Chapter 171. Gomez took a run up, his steps steady and strong. The moment the ball left his foot, the entire stadium fell silent again. The ball flew towards the lower right corner of the goal. Quiller misjudged the direction and dove to the left. The ball nestled into the net, hitting it with a crisp sound. It's in. It's in. Ibar's substitutes jumped from the bench, rushing onto the field to celebrate. 1-1. Ibar bravely equalized the score away from home. Gomez was surrounded by his teammates, his face beaming with excitement. This goal made the Ibar flags waving in the stands even brighter, reigniting the spark in the eyes of every player. Chen Mao raised his arms on the sidelines. An assistant coach, Pedro, excitedly embraced him. The away team's coaching bench turned into a sea of joy. We did it. We really did it. Pedro's voice trembled slightly. With 10 minutes left in the match, Sporting Gijón had to strengthen their offense to seek victory. But Ibar's defense became even more resolute, with every player giving their all. In the 83rd minute, Bilic's header was once again interfered with by Ruiz, sending the ball high over the crossbar. The Croatian striker held his head in frustration, knowing that opportunities were slipping away. Chapter 172. The night sky over Ipurua Stadium was particularly bright, with the unique humid sea breeze of the Basque region bringing a coolness. Yet the atmosphere in the stadium was heated. The scars waved by the fans formed a sea of colors, making the stands of Ipurua seem to reflect the sky of the Basque region. On the main stand, a huge banner stood out, Rumbo a Primera, the golden letters shining under the lights. These 4 Spanish words carried the dreams of the entire city, moving towards La Liga. Chen Mao stood in the shadow of the player tunnel, closing his eyes, letting the roar from the stadium and the wind mixed with grass clippings hit his face. Coach, the players are ready. Pedro walked up to him, holding the final confirmed starting lineup. Chen Mao took the list and scanned it again. The 4-1-2-3 formation looked highly aggressive on paper. This was the most daring lineup since he took over Ibar. Round 32 of La Liga 2, Ibar vs. Hercules. Ibar starting 11 formation, 4-1-2-3 goalkeeper, Javi Irurita defenders, Ander Kappa, Rol Navis, Eneko Boveda, Diego Rico. Chapter 173. Ibar's training base was particularly quiet in the morning, shrouded in the unique mist of the Basque region. But this tranquility was soon broken as media vehicles drove into the parking lot, journalists carrying camera equipment, ready to capture every detail of the promotion zone team. So many reporters are here again. Pedro stood in front of the office window, frowning. Chen Mao looked up, putting down his tactical notes. The number of reporters outside had doubled compared to last week, which was exactly what he was worried about. Just 3 days into the promotion zone, everything had changed. As the players walked out of the locker room, they were immediately surrounded by flashing lights. Silva, Viadinha Adfonis, tried to avoid the cameras, but several photographers still closely followed him. Gabby, do you think the team can get promoted? Will your next stop be? I heard that some Premier League clubs are already watching you. The young Brazilian quickened his pace, his expression clearly impatient. He pushed aside a reporter blocking his way, mumbling something under his breath. Fan Yunlong walked behind him, already accustomed to the media attention. But today, a situation surprised him as well, with at least a dozen cameras aimed at him. Chapter 174. At 5:30 a.m., the sky over the Basque region was still shrouded in deep blue night, the silhouettes of distant mountains faintly visible in the morning mist. Ibar's training base was so quiet that one could only hear the sound of the sea breeze blowing through the pine trees. Chen Mao stood in the center of the training ground, his hands in his jacket pockets, the white breath he exhaled quickly dissipating in the air. He looked at his watch. It was 6:55. Footsteps approached from a distance, and 2 figures appeared almost simultaneously at the training ground entrance. Silva and Danny Garcia walked from different directions, neither looking at the other. The Brazilian's right ankle was wrapped in an elastic bandage, making his walk slightly stiff. The Spaniard's lower lip was still a bit swollen, a mark left on his face from yesterday's conflict. On time, Chen Mao nodded. I like punctual players. The 5-meter distance between the two became a clear boundary on the training ground, distinctly defined. Silva kicked at the dew on the grass with his head down, while Garcia gazed at the distant mountains. Chen Mao walked to the halfway line, marking out a rough, rectangular area on the grass with his foot. The rules are simple. He pointed to the area. Danny defends, Gabby attacks. If Gabby can break through your defense and shoot more than 3 times or score a goal in 10 minutes, then Gabby wins. Otherwise, it's Danny's win. Chapter 175. Chen Mao raised his arms on the sidelines. This goal came at just the right moment. The team's aggressive formation had an immediate effect. Silva ran towards Campania, and the two embraced tightly. The goal this time was a perfect embodiment of team cooperation. From the Brazilian's breakthrough to the Spanish youth's shot, every link was handled just right. The fans in the stands began to clap in rhythm, and the sound of ol 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 echoed throughout the stadium. The players of Hercules looked a bit frustrated. They had hoped to withstand the home team's offensive in the opening stages, but the plan had clearly failed. The head coach shouted something from the sidelines, trying to re-motivate the players' morale. However, Eibar's offensive showed no signs of weakening. In the 15th minute, Fan Yunlong successfully intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly passed it to Saul on the right. The Spanish winger did not hesitate after receiving the ball and immediately sent in a cross. The ball traced a beautiful arc and accurately found Gomez in the penalty area. The Spanish forward jumped high for a header. The goalkeeper made a spectacular save, deflecting the ball over the crossbar. A corner kick opportunity. Navas ran from the backfield to the front to participate in the corner contest. The Eibar captain's forward run made Hercules' defense even more tense. Chapter 176. The Jose Zorrilla Stadium in Valladolid was shrouded in a biting evening breeze, with over 20,000 home fans waving purple and white scarves. The deafening cheers crashing against every corner of the stadium like waves. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, hands in his jacket pockets, his gaze scanning the home team's substitutes. Valladolid's head coach, Luis Cesar Sampedro, was engaged in a heated discussion with his assistant coach, occasionally pointing to the field. "Coach, the players seem a bit nervous," Pedro said, walking up to Chen Mao and lowering his voice. Chen Mao turned to look at the Eibar players warming up. Silva's dribbling frequency was noticeably faster than usual, but his movements appeared somewhat stiff. Fan Yunlong had made 2 mistakes during passing drills, which was something that would not normally happen. The most obvious was Dani Garcia. The usually composed midfielder seemed unusually excited today, with his tackles being more aggressive than usual, nearly injuring teammates several times. The system interface flashed in Chen Mao's view, making him frown. Silva, burst pressure, white, passing accuracy decreased by 15. Chapter 177. Eibar's training base was particularly quiet in the early morning, shrouded in the unique mist of the Basque region. But this tranquility was soon broken as media vehicles arrived in the parking lot, reporters carrying camera equipment ready to capture every detail of the promoted team. So many reporters again. Pedro stood at the office window, frowning. Chen Mao looked up and put down his tactical notes. The number of reporters outside had doubled since last week, exactly the situation he was worried about. Just 3 days after entering the promotion zone, everything had changed. As the players emerged from the locker room, they were immediately surrounded by flashing lights. Silva, wearing headphones, tried to avoid the reporters' cameras, but several photographers closely followed him. "Gabby, do you think the team could get promoted? Where will your next stop be? I heard Premier League clubs are already watching you." The young Brazilian quickened his pace, clearly impatient. He pushed aside a reporter blocking his way, muttering something. Fan Yunlong walked behind him, already accustomed to the media attention. But today's scene surprised him too, with at least a dozen cameras pointed at him. Chapter 178. On the bus from Valladolid to Eibar, the interior was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The nightlight filtered through the windows onto the players' tired faces, casting mottled shadows. On the seats, over 20 men maintained their respective postures, no one speaking to break the dead silence. Boveda curled up in the corner of the last row, hugging his head tightly, his body trembling slightly. The image of that fatal mistake replayed in his mind. The ball flying over his head, Gallus scoring easily, the home fans' ecstatic cheers. "It's all my fault." The young center-back repeated this phrase countless times in his mind. Fan Yunlong sat in the middle, hands crossed on his knees, staring blankly at the seat back in front of him. As the team's organizing core, he knew his performance in the match had been far below standard. The mistakes in several key passes filled him with deep remorse. Silva leaned against the window, his right hand constantly stroking his left knee. Tonight, his number of breakthroughs hit a season low, and he appeared hesitant with every touch. Confusion and frustration flickered in the Brazilian's eyes. He couldn't understand why his skills had suddenly become so stiff. Chapter 179. At 5:30 in the morning. The sky over the Basque region was still cloaked in deep blue night, the outlines of distant mountains faintly visible in the morning mist. Eibar's training base was so quiet that one could only hear the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the pine trees. Chen Mao stood in the center of the training ground, hands in his jacket pockets, the white mist from his breath dissipating quickly in the air. He glanced at his watch. It was 6:55. Footsteps approached from afar, and 2 figures appeared almost simultaneously at the training ground entrance. Silva and Dani Garcia walked towards each other from different directions, neither looking at the other. The Brazilian's right ankle was wrapped in an elastic bandage, walking slightly stiffly. The Spaniard had a swollen lower lip, the marks of yesterday's conflict still visible on his face. On time, Chen Mao nodded. I like punctual players. The 5-meter distance between the two became a clear boundary on the training ground, distinctly defined. Silva kicked at the dew on the grass with his head down, while Garcia gazed towards the distant mountains. Chen Mao walked to the half-line position and drew a rough, rectangular area on the grass with his foot. The rules were simple. He pointed to this area. Danny defends, Gabby attacks. If Gabby can break through your defense and shoot more than 3 times within 10 minutes or score a goal, then Gabby wins. Otherwise, Danny wins. Chapter 180. The lights at Ibar's training base were still on deep into the night. Chen Mao sat alone in his office, the desk cluttered with match footage materials from La Coruña. The clock on the wall pointed to 2 in the morning, but he had no intention of sleeping. The system interface flashed dense data streams in his view. Over the past 72 hours, Chen Mao had hardly left this office, using the system to conduct the most in-depth analysis of La Coruña. Analyzing La Coruña's tactical system. Data collection completion. 100. Core player data updating. Juan Carlos Valorant's avatar appeared at the center of the interface, surrounded by a golden halo. The 36-year-old veteran had legendary-level attributes. Player, Juan Carlos Valorant. Age, 36. Position, attacking midfielder. Core attribute, field artist gold. Ability assessment, passing accuracy 98, vision range 95. Rhythm control 96. Chen Mao frowned. Valorant's data was almost perfect. A player like that on the field was like a metronome. Every touch could change the course of the game. But the system's in-depth analysis never stopped at the surface. Chapter 181. The handshake between the two lasted a few seconds, longer than the usual polite handshake. Chen Mao watched the scene with a satisfied smile on his face. This was exactly the result he wanted. Now you two, as punishment, go wipe down all the training equipment together. Silva and Garcia exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. But this helplessness no longer carried hostility. Instead, it had a kind of absurd mutual understanding. Coach, what kind of punishment is this? Silva complained. Yeah, we're not elementary school students. Garcia echoed. If you're not satisfied, you can have another round. Chen Mao threatened, raising his whistle. The two immediately shook their heads and obediently walked towards the equipment room. The sun began to break through the clouds, draping the training ground in a golden hue. Silva and Garcia walked side by side, complaining and bickering. That sliding tackle you made earlier almost made me think I was going to be sidelined. Silva rubbed his ankle. Exaggerated. I clearly pulled back. Garcia retorted. Do you really think I wanted to hurt a teammate? Then why were you so fierce yesterday? Because you were too selfish. Garcia stopped in his tracks. Do you know how much ground I had to cover in midfield? I was exhausted just to cover for your lost position. Chapter 182. The Jose Zorrilla Stadium in Valladolid was shrouded in a biting evening breeze, with over 20,000 home fans waving their purple and white scarves. The deafening cheers crashing against every corner of the stadium like waves. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, hands in his jacket pockets, his gaze sweeping across the opposing team's substitute bench. Valladolid's head coach Luis Cesar Sampaio was engaged in a heated discussion with his assistant coach, occasionally pointing at the field. Coach, the players seem a bit nervous. Pedro walked up to Chen Mao, lowering his voice. Chen Mao turned to look at the Ibar players warming up. Silva's dribbling frequency was noticeably faster than usual, his movements a bit stiff. Fan Yunlong had already made 2 mistakes in passing practice, which was impossible for him normally. The most obvious was Danny Garcia. The usually composed defensive midfielder seemed unusually excited today, his tackling actions more aggressive than usual, nearly injuring teammates several times. The system interface flashed in Chen Mao's view, and the data made him frown. Silva, pressure, white, passing accuracy decreased by 15. Chapter 183. The night sky over Apura Stadium was illuminated like daylight by floodlights, with over 20,000 spectators' shouts merging into a deafening wave. The referee's whistle shimmered in his hand as he glanced at his watch before putting it to his mouth. The sharp whistle pierced the night sky, officially starting the match. La Coruña kicked off first. Ricky passed the ball to the legendary 36-year-old midfielder Banat. The moment Banat received the ball, it seemed like the rhythm of the entire stadium was under his control. Chen Mao stood at the edge of the technical area, hands in his jacket pockets, his gaze fixed on the figure in the blue and white striped jersey. Banat's first touch was light and precise. the ball completely obedient at his feet, without a hint of unnecessary spin. Press him, Chen Mao shouted to the field. Danny Garcia immediately rushed forward to pressure, but Banat had already anticipated his route. The veteran easily nudged the ball to the right, sending it rolling to teammate Dominguez, while he gracefully glided past Garcia. Fan Yunlong gritted his teeth and quickly moved in front of Dominguez. The Chinese midfielder's physical condition was considered excellent in the Segunda Division, but facing La Coruña's fluid passing combination, he felt unprecedented pressure. Chapter 184. On the bus for Valladolid to Eibar. The interior was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The night light filtered through the windows onto the players' tired faces, casting mottled shadows. In their seats, over 20 men maintained their respective postures, none of them breaking the dead silence. Boveda curled up in the corner of the last row, tightly hugging his head, his body trembling slightly. The image of that fatal mistake replayed in his mind, the ball flying over his head, the goal by Gala, and the jubilant cheers of the home fans. "It's all my fault." The young center-back repeated this phrase countless times in his mind. Fan Yunlong sat in the middle, hands crossed over his knees, staring blankly at the back of the seat in front of him. As the team's organizing core, he knew his performance in the match was far below standard. Those few critical passing mistakes filled him with deep remorse. Silva leaned against the window, his right hand constantly rubbing his left knee. Tonight, his number of breakthroughs hit a season low, and every touch seemed hesitant. The Brazilian's eyes sparkled with confusion and frustration. He couldn't understand why his skills had suddenly become so stiff. Chapter 185. The night sky over Ipirua Stadium was illuminated like daylight by floodlights, with over 20,000 spectators' shouts merging into a deafening wave. The referee's whistle shimmered in his hand as he glanced at his watch before putting it to his mouth. The sharp whistle pierced the night sky, officially starting the match. La Coruña kicked off first. Ricky passed the ball to the legendary 36-year-old midfielder Banat. The moment Banat received the ball, it seemed like the rhythm of the entire stadium was under his control. Chen Mao stood at the edge of the technical area, hands in his jacket pockets, his gaze fixed on the figure in the blue and white striped jersey. Banat's first touch was light and precise, the ball completely obedient at his feet, without a hint of unnecessary spin. "Press him," Chen Mao shouted to the field. Danny Garcia immediately rushed forward to pressure, but Banat had already anticipated his route. The veteran easily nudged the ball to the right, sending it rolling to teammate Dominguez, while he gracefully glided past Garcia. Fan Yunlong gritted his teeth and quickly moved in front of Dominguez. The Chinese midfielder's physical condition was considered excellent in the Segunda Division, but facing La Coruña's fluid passing combination, he felt unprecedented pressure. Chapter 186. The lights at the Eibar training base were still on late at night. Chen Mao sat alone in his office, the desk filled with match video materials of La Coruña. The clock on the wall pointed to 2 a.m., but he had no desire to sleep. The system interface flickered with dense data streams in his view. Over the past 72 hours, Chen Mao had hardly left this office, using the system to conduct the most in-depth analysis of La Coruña. Analysis of La Coruña's tactical system in progress. Data collection completion. 100. Core player data updating. Juan Carlos Banat's avatar appeared in the center of the interface, surrounded by a golden halo. This 36-year-old veteran had a legendary level entry. Player, Juan Carlos Banat. Age, 36. Position, attacking midfielder. Core entry. Field artist gold. Ability assessment. Passing accuracy 98. Vision range 95. Rhythm control 96. Chen Mao's brows furrowed tightly. Banat's data was nearly perfect. Such a player on the field was like a metronome, each touch capable of changing the course of the game. But the system's deep analysis never stopped at the surface. Chapter 187. Above the training ground, Eibar's team flag fluttered in the wind. "Coach, do you think it would be more exciting for us to play at the Bernabeu or Camp Nou?" Gabriel Silva dribbled the ball while laughing and calling out to Chen Mao. Fan Yunlong chimed in. "Of course it's the Bernabeu. The grass, there's softer. Perfect for our possession play." "Nonsense. The atmosphere at Camp Nou is the best," Navis retorted, causing laughter among the teammates around. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his tactical board hanging by his side. The players were still debating whether to go to the Bernabeu or Camp Nou, and a hint of bitter smile appeared on Chen Mao's lips, quickly fading away. The victory over Deportivo La Coruña had indeed boosted the team's morale to unprecedented heights. Before training began, The players gathered in small groups, discussing next season's La Liga opponents, as if promotion was a done deal. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere on the field was the constantly flashing crimson data in Chen Mao's vision. Widespread fatigue warning. Several core players' physical function indices have fallen below the safety line, and the risk of injury has sharply increased. The data showed clearly Dani Garcia's knee joint pressure index was 84, Fan Yunlong's ankle load was 87, and Navas's muscle fatigue level was 91. Chapter 188, the night sky over Ipurua Stadium was illuminated as if it were daytime, with more than 20,000 spectators' cheers merging into a deafening wave. The referee's whistle shone in his hand as he glanced at his watch and then put the whistle to his lips. Round 34 of La Liga 2. Eibar vs. Deportivo La Coruña. Eibar's starting lineup, formation 42-31, goalkeeper, Xabi Irurita defenders, Ander Kappa, Raul Navas, Eneko Boveda, Alvaro Lopez defensive midfielders, Dani Garcia, Joan Edson as midfielders, Saul Bergen. Fan Yunlong, Oscar Lopez forward, Inaki Gomez Deportivo La Coruña starting lineup, formation 42-31, goalkeeper, Dani Aranzubia defenders, Lord Diego Collado, Athami, Tiago Pinto defensive midfielders, Alex Bergantinos, Juan Dominguez midfielders, Bruno Gama, Juan Carlos Belanger, Andres Guardado forward. Ricky the sharp whistle pierced the night sky, and the match officially began. Deportivo La Coruña kicked off first, with Ricky passing the ball to Belanger behind him. At the moment, the 36-year-old legendary midfielder received the ball. The rhythm of the entire stadium seemed to be under his control. Chapter 189 in the conference room of Eibar's training base. A video of the Celta match was playing on the projection screen. Aspas skillfully received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, tapping it lightly, and the ball precisely drilled into the corner of the goal. Someone behind whispered something, breaking the tense atmosphere. Chen Mao pressed the pause button, freezing the screen at the moment Aspas shot. "Did you see that?" He pointed at the figure on the screen with a laser pointer. "This is Iago Aspas, the second top scorer in this season's La Liga 2. Fan Yunlong frowned. "His movement is too unpredictable. You can't anticipate his next move. That's the terrifying part of the spiritual genius." Chen Mao switched to the next frame. Traditional defensive methods were ineffective against him because he played not with his body, but with his brain. The video continued to play, and Aspas once again used an unbelievable stopping motion to completely shake off the defending player. Dani Garcia touched his knee. "Coach, how do we defend against him?" Chen Mao didn't answer directly, but pulled up another video. This time it showed a panoramic view of Boledo's Stadium. The home ground Boledo's Stadium can accommodate about 24,791 spectators, surrounded by a sky blue sea. Chapter 190, the night sky over Boledo's Stadium was illuminated by glaring lights. On the stands, 24,000 Celta fans waved their sky blue scarves, the deafening cheer resonating throughout the stadium. In the corner of the away stand, fewer than 1,000 Eibar fans looked small yet steadfast. The sound from the away stand was barely audible, like a flickering candle in a storm, swaying but unextinguished. In the player tunnel, players from both teams stood side by side. The Celta players looked relaxed, occasionally whispering to each other, clearly confident about the match. In contrast, the Eibar players wore serious expressions, and no one spoke. Navas clenched his fists, drawing a cross over his chest. Fan Yunlong took a deep breath, regulating his heart rate. Dani Garcia gently touched the protective gear on his knee, his gaze resolute as steel. "Come on, Inaki." Captain Navas gently patted Alua Barina's shoulder. The veteran nodded. Without extra words, he knew the heavy responsibility he bore tonight. The player entrance ceremony began, and Boledo's Stadium erupted instantly. The home fans welcomed their heroes with the loudest cheers. When Aspas's name was called, the entire stadium nearly erupted. Chapter 191, the night sky over Ipurua Stadium was illuminated as if it were daytime, with more than 20,000 spectators' cheers merging into a deafening wave. The referee's whistle shone in his hand as he glanced at his watch and then put the whistle to his lips. The sharp whistle pierced the night sky, and the match officially began. Deportivo La Coruña kicked off first, with Ricky passing the ball to Belanger behind him. At the moment, the 36-year-old legendary midfielder received the ball. The rhythm of the entire stadium seemed to be under his control. Chen Mao stood at the edge of the technical area, his hands in his jacket pockets. His gaze locked on the figure in the blue and white striped jersey. Belenger's first touch was light and precise, the ball completely obedient beneath his feet. Without a hint of unnecessary spin. Press up, Chen Mao shouted to the field. Danny Garcia immediately pressed forward, but Belenger had already anticipated his route. The veteran easily nudged the ball to the right, rolling it to teammate Dominguez, while he elegantly floated past Garcia. Fan Yunlong gritted his teeth, quickly moving in front of Dominguez. The Chinese midfielder's physical quality was considered outstanding in La Liga 2, but he felt unprecedented pressure facing Deportivo La Coruña's fluid passing combination. Chapter 192, above the training ground. Eibar's team flag fluttered in the wind. Coach, do you think it would be more exciting for us to play at the Bernabeu or Camp Nou? Gabriel Silva dribbled the ball while laughing and calling out to Chen Mao. Fan Yunlong chimed in. Of course it's the Bernabeu. The grass there is softer. Perfect for our possession play. Nonsense. The atmosphere at Camp Nou is the best, Navis retorted, causing laughter among the teammates around. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his tactical board hanging by his side. The players were still debating whether to go to the Bernabeu or Camp Nou, and a hint of bitter smile appeared on Chen Mao's lips, quickly fading away. The victory over Deportivo La Coruña had indeed boosted the team's morale to unprecedented heights. Before training began, the players gathered in small groups, discussing next season's La Liga opponents, as if promotion was a done deal. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere on the field was the constantly flashing crimson data in Chen Mao's vision. Large-scale fatigue warning. Several core players' physical function indices have fallen below the safety line, and the risk of injury has sharply increased. Data clearly shows Danny Garcia's knee pressure index is 84, Fan Yunlong's ankle load is 87, and Navis's muscle fatigue level is 91. Chapter 193. The halftime break is over, and the players from both teams return to the field. The sky blue sea of the Boleto Stadium is still surging, with 24,000 home fans cheering for their team with even more fervent shouts. Celta's head coach is obviously dissatisfied with the result of the first half. He made adjustments during the halftime break, substituting the underperforming midfielder with the speedy winger Castellano. This substitution signal is clear. In the last 45 minutes, they will do everything possible to break through Eibar's defense. Chen Mao stands on the sidelines, arms crossed, sharply observing every change on the field. He knows the real test is just beginning. As the second half begins, Celta's offensive is even more intense than in the first half. The newly substituted Castellano frequently creates threats on the right, and his speed and impact put enormous pressure on Eibar's left defense. In the 52nd minute, Castellano breaks through Rico's defense and delivers a dangerous cutback pass near the baseline. Chaos ensues in the penalty area, and Bamejo gets to the first touch. But his shot is blocked by Navis with his body. Focus. Maintain formation. Chen Mao loudly reminds the players from the sidelines. Chapter 194. In the conference room of Eibar's training base, a projector screen plays the match footage of Celta. Aspas skillfully receives the ball at the edge of the penalty area, lightly taps it, and the ball precisely drills into the corner of the goal. Someone murmurs from behind, breaking the tense atmosphere. Chen Mao presses the pause button, freezing the screen at the moment Aspas shoots. Did you see that? He points with a laser pointer at the figure on the screen. This is Iago Aspas, the second top scorer in this season's Segunda División. Fan Yunlong frowns. His movement is too strange, completely unpredictable for the next action. This is the terrifying aspect of the spiritual genius. Chen Mao switches to the next clip, showing that traditional defensive methods are ineffective against him, because he plays not with his body, but with his brain. The video continues to play, and Aspas again uses an incredible stopping move to completely shake off the defender. Danny Garcia touches his knee. Coach, how we defend against him? Chen Mao does not answer directly, but pulls up another video. This time the screen shows a panoramic view of Boleto Stadium. The home stadium can accommodate about 24,791 spectators, completely surrounded by a sea of sky blue. Chapter 195. Night falls over the Basque town as Eibar's bus slowly pulls into the Apurua Stadium parking lot. The interior of the bus is deathly silent, with only the dull sound of tires rubbing against the asphalt. The team returning from Vigo resembles a group of battle-weary soldiers just withdrawn from the battlefield. The silence inside the bus allows them to hear each other's heavy breathing. No one speaks, but the anger from Vigo has not dissipated. Navis leans against his seat, his forehead pressed against the cool window. His right leg is wrapped in an ice pack, and his muscles are still aching. Fan Yunlong curls up in a corner, a scrape on his knee oozing blood. But his tightly clenched fists show his inner excitement. "Coach, we're back," the driver reminds softly. Chen Mao stands up, surveying this group of weary warriors. Everyone has paid the price of sweat and even pain for that precious draw. Everyone listens. His voice is not loud, but it reaches everyone's heart. Tomorrow, the whole team will have a day off. As soon as he finishes speaking, a slight stir arises in the bus. This is the first time since Chen Mao took office that he has actively given the team a day off. "I ask you to do one thing. Completely stay away from football." Chen Mao continues. No watching game footage, no discussing tactics, and even no touching a football. Chapter 196. The night sky over Guizhou Stadium is illuminated by dazzling lights. In the stands, 24,000 Celta fans wave their sky-blue scarves, and the deafening cheers echo throughout the stadium. In the corner of the away section, fewer than 1,000 Eibar fans appear small yet steadfast. The noise from the away fans is barely audible, like a single candle flickering in a storm, swaying yet unextinguished. In the players' tunnel, players from both teams stand side by side. Celta's players appear relaxed, occasionally whispering to each other, clearly confident about the match. In contrast, Eibar's players wear serious expressions, and no one speaks. Mahrez clenches his fists and draws a cross over his chest. Fan Yunlong takes a deep breath, adjusting his heart rate. Danny Garcia gently touches the protective gear on his knee, his gaze as firm as steel. "Come on, Inaki." Captain Mahrez lightly pats Alubarina's shoulder. The veteran nods. Without extra words, he knows the heavy responsibility he carries tonight. The player entrance ceremony begins, and Guizhou's stadium instantly erupts. The home fans welcome their heroes with the warmest cheers. When Aspas's name is called, the entire stadium nearly erupts. Chapter 197. On the training ground. The morning sun casts a golden glow. Eibar's players arrive one after another, each wearing a relaxed smile. Yesterday's rest has revitalized them, and the weakness of their next opponent, Guadalajara, has further lightened the atmosphere. "I heard Guadalajara has already lost all ambition." Silva chats with a teammate while tying his shoelaces, saying this match should be easy. Yes, they're currently ranked third from the bottom and have long lost their fighting spirit. Boveda stretches his shoulders, his tone clearly relaxed. "We just need to perform normally." Mahrez furrows his brows. As the captain, he feels uneasy about this atmosphere. Yet even he admits that it's hard to stay highly tense against an opponent clearly inferior in strength. Chen Mao listens to the players' disdain for Guadalajara, remaining silent. He knows that overconfidence leads to defeat, and this invisible enemy is more terrifying than the opponent on the field. "Pedro." He turns to his assistant coach, his voice low. "Today I will personally oversee every detail of the training." Pedro nods, but a hint of doubt flashes in his eyes. In the past, Chen Mao would assign some basic training to him, and today, unusual behavior surprises him. Chapter 198. The halftime break is over, and the players from both teams return to the field. The sky-blue sea of the Guizhou Stadium is still surging, with 24,000 home fans cheering for their team with even more fervent shouts. Celta's head coach is obviously dissatisfied with the result of the first half. He made adjustments during the halftime break, substituting the underperforming midfielder with the speedy winger Castellano. This substitution signal is clear. In the last 45 minutes, they will do everything possible to break through Eibar's defense. Chen Mao stands on the sidelines, arms crossed, sharply observing every change on the field. He knows the real test is just beginning. As the second half begins, Celta's offensive is even more intense than in the first half. The newly introduced Castellano frequently created threats on the right flank, his speed and impact putting immense pressure on Eibar's left side defense. In the 52nd minute, Castellano broke through Rico's defense and sent a dangerous cutback pass near the baseline. Chaos ensued in the penalty area, with Guizhou getting to the first ball, but his shot was blocked by Mahrez with his body. "Focus. Maintain formation," Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines, reminding the players. Chapter 199. In the stands of Apurua Stadium, scars in red and blue waved like a sea, and the songs of 30,000 fans echoed through the sky. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for this must-win match to arrive. "Eibar! Eibar!" The synchronized shouts surged from all directions, making every inch of the stadium's air tremble. In the locker room, Chen Mao made one last check of the tactical board. The bright red 3 on the wall stood out, reminding everyone of today's task. Are you ready? He scanned the semicircle of players. Yes. The unified response was filled with determination. Mahrez was the first to rise, fists clenched. Brothers, this is our home ground. This is our game. The players filed out, stepping onto the tunnel leading to the pitch. The sound of footsteps echoed in the narrow passage, each step in rhythm with their heartbeat. In the opposite tunnel, the Guadalajara players appeared much more relaxed. They whispered to each other, occasionally laughing lightly. For this team, which had already lost all ambition, today felt more like a casual outing. Look at them, Boveda gritted his teeth. They don't take us seriously at all. Chapter 200. In the stands of Apurua Stadium, sporadic applause felt particularly lonely. Eibar, trailing 1-0, faced the most dangerous moment of the season. The faces of the fans were filled with anxiety, and many had already begun to move toward the exits. Rico rushed down the right flank, his left-wing flyer attribute applicable to his speed as well. Bennett had defended for over 70 minutes, his legs beginning to weaken. Diego, tear apart their defense. Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines, his voice almost drowning out the noise of the stadium. Rico understood, and after receiving a pass from Fan Yunlong, he launched forward without hesitation. Bennett tried to keep pace, but the physical gap was exposed at that moment. In the 76th minute, Rico had a chance to cross from the right side of the penalty area. His cross drew a perfect arc, but Sizer once again displayed heroics, punching the ball out of the penalty area. Damn goalkeeper! Gomez cursed, but immediately turned to chase back. Chen Mao glanced at his watch. There was still time, but every minute had to be seized. He approached the fourth official, preparing to make the final substitution. How much longer could Sizer's special condition last? He wondered in his mind. Chapter 201. Night enveloped the small Basque town as Eibar's bus slowly entered the parking lot of Apurua Stadium. Inside the bus, a deathly silence reigned. Only the dull sound of tires against the asphalt could be heard. The team returning from Vigo resembled a group of battle-weary soldiers just pulled from the battlefield. The cabin was quiet enough to hear each other's heavy breathing. No one spoke. But the fire from Vigo had yet to dissipate. Mahrez leaned against his seat, his forehead pressed against the cold bus window. His right leg was wrapped in an ice pack, muscles still aching. Fan Yunlong curled up in a corner, with a scrape on his knee oozing blood. Yet his tightly clenched fists showed his inner excitement. Coach, we're back, the driver reminded softly. Chen Mao stood up, surveying the weary warriors. Everyone had paid the price of blood, sweat, and even pain for that precious draw. Everyone listened. His voice was not loud, but it reached every heart. Tomorrow, the whole team has a day off. As soon as the words fell, a slight stir arose in the cabin. This was the first time since Chen Mao took office that he actively gave the team a day off. I ask you to do one thing. Completely distance yourself from football. Chen Mao continued. No watching match videos, no discussing tactics, and no touching a football. Chapter 202. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours. By the time the last agenda item was completed, the whiteboard in the office was densely filled with strategic plans. Last question. Chen Mao looked at Alex. Has the player's medical report come out? Alex's expression grew serious. The team doctor had just submitted a detailed report. The situation was not optimistic. He opened the folder and pulled out a thick medical report. Mahrez had a muscle strain in his right leg, requiring a recovery period of 3 to 5 days. Boveda had some inflammation in his shoulder, but it did not affect his participation in the match. What about Fan Yunlong? Chen Mao was most concerned about the midfield core's injury. He has a slight bruise on his knee, but recovery will be quick. More importantly, his physical stamina is nearing its limit. Chen Mao pondered for a moment. The continuous high-intensity matches had indeed pushed the players' bodies to the breaking point. Starting tomorrow, adjust the training intensity. Focus on recovery training, with tactical drills as a supplement. Pedro noted the coach's instructions. What about Guadalajara's tactical preparations? The system analysis has been completed. Chen Mao lightly tapped the folder on the table. Their characteristics are clear. Average strength, low morale, a typical team that has lost all ambition. Chapter 203. Recovering from the reverse victory against Guadalajara, Eibar's training base returned to its usual tranquility. The players enjoyed a rare day off. But Chen Mao's mind did not stop working. He sat in his office. Spread out in front of him was detailed information on Villarreal B team. This young team had excellent technical skills, but lacked experience and physical confrontation ability in adult matches. System, Analyze the defensive characteristics of Villarreal B team. Data streams instantly unfolded in his mind. The defensive weaknesses of the B team were evident, fearing high-intensity physical confrontations and rapid transitions between attack and defense. Although the young players' skills were superb, their psychological endurance and match experience were clearly lacking. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Mao's eyes. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for a teaching match? In a tactical lesson the next day, the players sat in a circle in the conference room. The projector on the wall displayed match footage of Villarreal B team, but Chen Mao's focus was not on analyzing the opponent. Gentlemen, Chen Mao turned off the projector and faced the players. In this match, winning or losing is not the primary goal. The players exchanged puzzled glances. I ask you to successfully execute at least one of the tactical drills we practiced during the match. That is more important than scoring. Chapter 204. On the training ground, the morning sun cast a golden glow. Eibar's players arrived one after another, each wearing a relaxed smile. Yesterday's rest had rejuvenated them, and the weakness of their next opponent, Guadalajara, made the atmosphere even more cheerful. I heard Guadalajara has already lost all ambition, Silva said, while tying his shoelaces, chatting with teammates beside him. This match should be very easy. Yeah, they're currently ranked third from the bottom and have long lost their fighting spirit. Boveda stretched his shoulders, his tone noticeably relaxed. We just need to perform normally. Navas frowned. As the captain, he felt uneasy in this atmosphere. But even he admitted that it was hard to maintain intense focus when facing opponents who were clearly inferior in strength. Chen Mao listened to the players' disdain for Guadalajara. Remaining silent, he knew that overconfidence leads to failure, and this invisible enemy was more terrifying than the opponents on the field. Pedro, he turned to the assistant coach. His voice low, I want to personally oversee every detail of today's training. Pedro nodded, but a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. In the past, Chen Mao would usually delegate some basic training to him, and today's unusual behavior surprised him. Chapter 205. The grass at the mini estadi shone under the Mediterranean sun. The young players of Villarreal B showcased pure Spanish techniques during their warm-up, their feet moving as quickly as lightning, but Chen Mao's eyes reflected calmness. System displayed detailed data on the opposing players. A stream of information flooded his mind. The average age of Villarreal B was only 19. 3 years. Technically skilled, but lacking in combat experience. Goalkeeper Diego Mahrez, though quick to react, showed evident lack of confidence when dealing with high balls and physical confrontations. Chen Mao walked to the sidelines, gesturing to the players who were warming up. Remember what we've practiced. Today is an exam, not training. The whistle blew, and the match officially began. Eibar displayed a completely different playing style from the first minute. There were no hasty long balls or blind breakthroughs on the flanks, but rather a patient buildup of passes in midfield. The young players of Villarreal B, used to fast-paced interceptions and counterattacks, struggled to adapt to Eibar's rhythm control. In the 8th minute, Fan Yunlong received the ball near the center circle. Faced with pressure from two forwards, he remained calm. With a nimble touch, he flicked the ball through the opponent's legs and immediately sent out a lateral pass. Chapter 206. In the tactical room of Eibar's training base. The projector's beams sliced through the darkness, creating lines of data on the screen. Chen Mao stared at the match footage of Cordoba, his brow furrowing. This team is really tough. Pedro Echeverria shook his head, his notebook filled with detailed notes on the opponent's defensive tactics. Cordoba was indeed one of the hardest teams to crack in the Segunda División. Their head coach, Luis Carrasco, had studied defensive tactics in Italy and implanted a concrete defensive system into the team upon returning to Spain. The entire backline functioned like a precise machine, with every gear operating perfectly. Look here, Chen Mao paused the video and pointed to a frame on the screen. Their defensive core, Alberto Aguilar, is like a moving wall. In the frame, the 30-year-old center back was commanding the defense. His positioning was always impeccable, and he consistently appeared in the most critical positions whenever the opponent launched an attack. The system interface displayed Aguilar's detailed stats. The wall of size, purple, attribute elevated his one-on-one defensive capability to top-level standards. And even more frightening was his ability to organize and command the backline. Chapter 207. In the stands of Apurua Stadium, scarves in red and blue waved like a sea, and the songs of 30,000 fans resonated through the air. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for the arrival of this must-win match. Eibar! Eibar! The synchronized shouts came from all directions, and every inch of air in the stadium trembled. In the locker room, Chen Mao conducted a final check of the tactical board. The bright red number 3 on the wall stood out, reminding everyone of today's mission. Are you ready? He scanned the players, forming a semicircle. Yes. The unified response was filled with determination. Navas stood up first, fists clenched. Brothers, this is our home ground. This is our match. The players streamed out, stepping onto the tunnel leading to the field. The sound of footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor, each step in sync with their heartbeats. In the opposite tunnel, the Guadalajara players appeared much more relaxed. They whispered to each other, occasionally bursting into laughter. For this team, which had already lost all motivation, today felt more like a field trip. Look at them, Boveda gritted his teeth. They don't take us seriously at all. Chapter 208. Disappointed? Chen Mao shook his head. I'm not disappointed at all. The players looked at him in surprise. What do you think football is? Chen Mao approached the tactical board. Do you think strong teams should easily win against weaker teams? He picked up a marker and drew a circle on the tactical board. Football is not a math problem. Just because we are ranked higher doesn't mean we will definitely win. Look at the other side. They have no pressure and are playing more relaxed than anyone else. Now look at ourselves, burdened with the expectation to win. We can barely move our legs. Fan Yunlong nodded thoughtfully. This explanation clarified the difficulties of the first half. Now tell me, Chen Mao turned to face the players. Do you remember our goal? 3 points. The players echoed in unison. Then let's go get it. Chen Mao clapped his hands vigorously in the second half. Forget all burdens and play to your true level. The fighting spirit reignited in the locker room. The fire of battle once again sparkled in the players' eyes. Before the second half began, Chen Mao made an important adjustment. He replaced the underperforming Bajan with Alia Belina, changing the formation from 4-2-3-1 to 4-4-2. Mikel, he patted the veteran's shoulder. Use your experience to help the team. Chapter 209. On the streets of Ibar, discussions about the upcoming match could be heard everywhere. In cafes, elderly patrons put down their newspapers and passionately debated the team's tactical arrangements. At the bakery's checkout, young mothers exchanged their expectations for the match while waiting in line. Even elementary school students were no longer discussing cartoons during recess, but whether Ibar could defeat Cordoba. The front page of the Ibar daily boldly proclaimed, "Showdown with Cordoba, a crucial battle on the road to promotion." The Basque Sports newspaper was even more direct, featuring a cover photo of Chen Mao directing from the sidelines with a simple yet powerful caption, "The Chinese coach's Spanish dream." As Chen Mao walked on his way to the training base, nearly every few steps a fan recognized him. "Coach, you must win tomorrow." An elderly fan with gray hair grasped his hand, eyes sparkling with eagerness. "We believe in you," shouted a few young people leaning out a car window. The streets were filled with the team's insignia, and even the air was thick with the atmosphere of battle. Chen Mao felt the heavy support, a mix of joy and worry. Chapter 210. In the stands of Apurua Stadium, scattered applause felt particularly lonely. Ibar, trailing 0-1, faced the most dangerous moment of the season. Anxiety was written on the faces of the fans, and many had already begun to move toward the exits. Rico dashed quickly down the right flank, his left-wing flyer attribute also applicable to his speed. Bennett had been defending for over 70 minutes, his legs beginning to weaken. "Diego, tear apart their defense." Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines, his voice nearly drowning out the noise in the stadium. Rico understood immediately. After receiving Fan Yunlong's pass, he started without any hesitation. Bennett tried to keep up with his pace, but the difference in stamina was glaring at that moment. In the 76th minute, Rico got a crossing opportunity on the right side of the penalty area. His cross drew a perfect arc, but Sizer once again displayed his heroics, punching the ball out of the penalty area. "Damn goalkeeper." Gomez cursed, but immediately turned to chase back. Chen Mao glanced at his watch. There was still time, but every minute had to be seized. He walked towards the fourth official, preparing to make the last substitution. How long could Sizer's special state last? He wondered in his mind. Chapter 211. The air in Apurua Stadium was almost solidified. The voices of 7,000 fans were already hoarse, yet they continued to shout desperately, trying to break the deadlock on the field with their voices. In the president's box, Alex Allensavel's palms were sweaty. He kept looking at his watch and then up at the scoreboard. The glaring 0-0 was despairing. Damn turtle tactics. Old Fan Juan on the stands was heavily pounding the railing, his face flushed. He had been cheering for Ibar for 40 years, and had never seen such a suffocating match. On the field, the players of Cordoba stood like 5 iron walls, tightly sealing off every path to the goal. Their 5-4-1 formation was not a simple stacking tactic, but a precisely operating defensive machine. In front of the penalty area was Alberto Aguilar's territory. He slightly hunched his body, calmly assessing every intent of Ibar's attacks. The entry for the wall of size glimmered on him, not just a reflection of defensive skills, but also a deterrent force. Ibar's attacking players would unconsciously change their breakthrough routes as soon as they got close to him. Chapter 212. Recovering from the comeback victory in Guadalajara, Ibar's training base returned to its former tranquility. The players enjoyed a rare day off, but Chen Mao's mind did not stop working. He sat in the office, with detailed materials on Villarreal B team spread out before him. This young team was technically excellent, but lacked experience in adult matches and physical confrontations. System. Analyze the defensive characteristics of Villarreal B team. A stream of data instantly unfolded in his mind. The B team's defensive weaknesses were clear. They feared high-intensity physical confrontations and quick transitions between attack and defense. Although the young players were technically skilled, their psychological resilience and match experience were clearly insufficient. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Mao's eyes. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity for a teaching match? During the tactical lesson the next day, players sat around in the meeting room. The projector on the wall played footage of Villarreal B team's matches. But Chen Mao's focus was not on analyzing the opponent. Gentlemen, Chen Mao turned off the projector and faced the players in this match. Winning or losing is not the primary goal. The players exchanged puzzled glances. I ask you to successfully execute the tactics we've practiced at least once during the game. This is more important than scoring. Chapter 213. In the second half at Ipurua Stadium, the air was filled with an anxious atmosphere. The smell of sweat mixed with the scent of the grass invaded the nostrils as Fan Yunlong wiped his forehead, feeling the heat radiating from every pore of his body. Cordoba's defense remained unyielding, Aguilar's gaze cold as ice, scanning every Ibar player attempting to approach. In the 48th minute, Silva finally tore open a gap on the left. The Brazilian's ankle twisted nimbly, and 3 feints left Fernandez dizzy. Go to the byline. Cross. The ball arced into the penalty area. Gomez rushed to the near post, but Aguilar beat him to it and headed the ball out. Damn! Silva slapped the grass heavily, his eyes burning with frustration. Old Juan in the stands could no longer remain seated. His 72-year-old body trembled, his cane striking the concrete steps heavily. 40 years of waiting, 40 years of longing. Was it all going to shatter at this moment? Substitution. Chen Mao finally made the decision, signaling to the 4th official. In the 55th minute, Javier Lara replaced Campania. The experienced veteran midfielder stepped onto the field with a mission. His task was singular, to break the deadlock with a long-range shot. Chapter 214. The grass at Mini Estadi sparkled under the Mediterranean sun. The young players of Villarreal B showcased pure Spanish technique during warm-ups, their feet moving at lightning speed. But Chen Mao's eyes were calm. System. Display the detailed data of the opposing players. A stream of information flooded into his mind. The average age of Villarreal B team was only 19. 3 years, technically skilled, but lacking in confrontation experience. Goalkeeper Diego Marinho, while quick to react, showed obvious lack of confidence when dealing with high balls and physical confrontations. Chen Mao walked to the sideline, gesturing to the warming-up players. Remember what we practiced? Today is an exam, not a training. La Liga 2 round 37. Villarreal B versus Ibar. Villarreal B starting 11 formation. For 3-3 goalkeeper. Diego Marinho defenders. Pair, Pablo Iringuez, Kiko. Jom Costa midfielders. Marcos Gullion, Toribio, Hernan Perez forwards. Moa Gomez, Gerard Moreno. Manolo Castellano. Ibar starting 11 formation. 4-2-3-1. Chapter 215. El Alcaraz Stadium in Huesca appeared particularly somber at night. Deafening shouts echoed in the stadium, filled with desperation and yearning for survival. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, scanning the situation on the field. Huesca's players pounced on every Ibar player like hungry wolves. They're pressing aggressive to the point of madness. Coach, their actions are too wild. Diego Rico ran near the sideline, a clear stud mark still faintly aching on his left leg. Juanjo Camacho charged through the midfield like a steel warrior. The captain of Huesca burned with a desperate fire in his eyes, exerting all his strength in every tackle. The golden entry relegation warrior spirit shimmered on him, igniting the fighting spirit of the entire team. Fan, be careful of his tackles, Navis loudly reminded his teammate. As soon as Fan Yunlong received the ball, Camacho flew in with a tackle. The Chinese player jumped to avoid it, and the ball rolled toward the sideline. The home crowd erupted with thunderous applause, cheering for their captain's fierce challenge. In the 25th minute, Campania attempted to organize an attack near the edge of the penalty area. Huesca's midfielder David Poza pressed closely, and the two became entangled. The young Campania stumbled, and the ball was intercepted. Chapter 216. The night wind at Ipurua Stadium carried the salty scent of the sea, and 7,000 faces appeared, particularly fervent under the lights. Banners on the stands fluttered in the wind, with the words "Advance to La Liga" shining in the night. Old One tightly gripped his cane, his 72-year-old body trembling slightly with excitement. For 40 years, he had waited from youth to old age, just to see Eibar return to La Liga on this day. Su Qing was adjusting the camera equipment in the media area, her eyes filled with anticipation. The importance of this match was self-evident. The winner would take the initiative on the path to promotion. Chairman Alan Savar forced himself to sit down, but his crossed legs couldn't help but tremble slightly, the anxiety of a small club president facing a huge opportunity breaking through his usual gentle demeanor. The confrontation worth 60 million euros was the headline of this morning's AS newspaper. Promotion to La Liga meant a comprehensive increase in broadcasting fees, sponsorships, and ticket revenues. A world of difference for a small club. Chen Mao stood at the edge of the technical area, scanning the Almeria bench across the field. The away team's coach, Jose Guizhou, was giving final instructions to the players, his expression serious. Chapter 217. In the tactical room of the Eibar training base, the projector's beam cut through the darkness, revealing lines of data. Chen Mao stared at the match footage of Cordoba on the screen, his brows furrowed. This team was indeed a tough nut to crack. Pedro Echeverria shook his head, his notebook filled with detailed notes on the opponent's defensive strategies. Cordoba was indeed one of the hardest teams to beat in the Segunda Division. Their coach, Luis Carrasco, had studied defensive tactics in Italy and had implanted that concrete-like defensive system into the team upon return to Spain. The entire backline operated like a precision machine, with each gear working perfectly. Look here. Chen Mao paused the video and pointed to an image on the screen. Their defensive core, Alberto Aguilar, was practically a moving wall. In the footage, the 30-year-old center back was directing the defense. His positioning was always just right. Whenever the opponent launched an attack, he could always be found in the most critical position. The system interface displayed Aguilar's detailed data. The wall of size, purple, indicated that his one-on-one defensive ability reached a top level. And even more frightening was his ability to organize and direct the defense. Chapter 218. On the streets of Eibar, discussions about the upcoming match could be heard everywhere. In a cafe, elderly men put down their newspapers and debated fiercely about the team's tactical arrangements. At the bakery's checkout, young mothers exchanged their expectations for the match while waiting in line. Even elementary school students, during their break, were no longer discussing cartoons, but whether Eibar could defeat Cordoba. The front page of Eibar Daily boldly declared, "Showdown with Cordoba, a crucial battle on the road to promotion." Basque Sports newspaper was even more direct, featuring a photo of Chen Mao directing from the sidelines, with a simple and powerful caption, "The Spanish dream of a Chinese coach." As Chen Mao walked to the training base, fans recognized him almost every few steps. "Coach, you must win tomorrow." An elderly fan with gray hair grasped his hand, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "We believe in you." Several young people shouted from car window. The streets were filled with the team's insignia, and even the air was thick with the atmosphere of the decisive battle. Chen Mao felt the heavy support, mixed with joy and anxiety. Chapter 219. The night sky of Cartagena was dotted with stars, and the Mediterranean breeze carried a faint salty smell through the hotel window. Chen Mao stood in his room, looking at the distant port lights through the shutters. Tomorrow was the decisive battle that would determine their fate. With only 90 minutes away from La Liga, the pressure was suffocating for everyone. "Coach, I'm a little nervous," came a light knock on the door, and Campania poked his head in. The young midfielder looked somewhat pale, his hands unconsciously clenching and releasing. Chen Mao turned around and patted his shoulder. "It's normal to be nervous. It shows that this match is important to you." Campania nodded, but the unease in his eyes did not dissipate. Since arriving in Cartagena, The players had been particularly cautious. Even the usually lively Silva had become quiet. The system interface showed that more than half of the team's players had reached the orange alert level for stress. Playing in this state could easily lead to problems. Chen Mao took a deep breath. He needed to find a way to solve this. The next morning, at the Apuro training base, players arrived one after another. But the atmosphere on the training field was unusually dull. Fan Yunlong's passes were wildly inaccurate, Gomez's shots were weak, and even the usually steady Navas made mistakes in controlling the ball. Chapter 220. The night fell over Cartagena, enveloping the entire city, and the sea breeze gently brushed past the hotel window. Chen Mao sat in his room, with the team's technical statistics and opponent analysis reports spread out on the table, but his attention was not on these documents. At 2 in the morning, he was wide awake. Chen Mao opened the system interface, preparing for one last tactical simulation. Although Cartagena had limited strength, the pressure of playing away and the crucial moment of promotion made every detail vital. Suddenly, the system interface flickered. Detected that the host and team have entered the moment of fate decision. The special module for psychological pressure monitoring is temporarily activated. Chen Mao was taken aback. This was a new feature that had never appeared before. A brand new module appeared on the interface, displaying the real-time psychological status of each player on the team. He clicked to enter and was presented with a detailed list of pressure indices. Each player's name was followed by a color indicator, ranging from green to red, representing different levels of psychological pressure. Fan Yunlong, green, relaxed. Danny Garcia, green, relaxed. Navas, yellow, nervous. Boveda, yellow, nervous. Chapter 221. The air in Apuro Stadium was almost frozen. The throats of the 7,000 fans were already hoarse, yet they continued to shout desperately, trying to break the deadlock on the field with their voices. On the chairman's platform, Alex Allen Savar's palms were sweaty. He kept checking his watch and then looking up at the scoreboard on the field. The glaring 0-0 score was despairing. Damn turtle tactics, an elderly fan named Juan pounded the railing, his face flushed. He had cheered for Ibar for 40 years and had never seen such a suffocating match. Segunda Division, round 38. Ibar versus Cordoba. Ibar starting 11 formation. 4-2-3-1 goalkeeper. Javi Irita defenders. Ander Kappa, Raul Navas, and Neko Boveda. Diego Rico defensive midfielders. Danny Garcia. Fan Yunlong midfielders. Gabriel Silva, Jose Campania. Salby John forward. Inaki Gomez. Cordoba starting 11 formation. 5-4-1 goalkeeper. Alberto Garcia defenders. Jose Fernandez, Alberto Aguilar, Javi Gasper, Turner. Fuentes. Chapter 222. On the stands of the Cartagena Sports Stadium, red and blue flags fluttered in the sea breeze. The home fan shouts pierced the night sky, and Cartagena, fighting for relegation, displayed a reckless fighting spirit from the moment the whistle blew. Inaki Gomez kicked off from the center circle, passing the ball to Fan Yunlong. As soon as the Chinese player received the ball, Cartagena's forward Victor aggressively closed in. Fan Yunlong hurriedly passed the ball to Rico on the left. The young fullback clearly felt the pressure. He stumbled while controlling the ball, almost letting it roll out of bounds. Calm down, Navas loudly reminded his teammates from the back. But the tension had already spread within the Ibar team. Campania's pass went off target, and Bijan's dribbling lost its usual composure. In the 8th minute, Cartagena earned a free kick in the attacking area. Miguel Angel Corona took the kick, and after the ball passed over the wall, it was securely caught by Irurita. The Ibar goalkeeper threw the ball to Boveda, the center back, who prepared to organize the play from the back. At that moment, deafening boos and shouts erupted from the stands. Boveda instinctively turned his head to look, and his actions showed a subtle hesitation. Boveda's hesitation did not escape the eyes of Salva Ballesta. The veteran's instinct on the field screamed. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward before his mind could catch up. Chapter 223 in the second half at Apuro Stadium. The atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. The smell of sweat mingled with that of the grass filled his nostrils as Fan Yunlong wiped his forehead, feeling the heat radiating from every pore of his body. The Cordoba defense remained steadfast, and Aguilar's gaze was as cold as ice, scanning every Ibar player attempting to approach. In the 48th minute, Silva finally tore open a gap on the left. The Brazilian twisted his ankle skillfully, dazzling Fernandez with 3 feints. Get to the byline. Cross it in. The ball arced into the penalty area. Gomez rushed in desperately, but Aguilar beat him to it and headed the ball away. Damn, Silva slammed his hand on the grass, his eyes burning with frustration. Old Juan in the stands could no longer sit still. His 72-year-old body trembled, and his cane hit the concrete steps heavily. 40 years of waiting, 40 years of hoping. Was it all going to evaporate at this moment? Substitution. Chen Mao finally made a decision and gestured to the fourth official. In the 55th minute, Javi Lara replaced Campania. The experienced midfielder stepped onto the field with a mission. His only task was to break the deadlock with a long-range shot. Chapter 224. The locker room was eerily quiet. Only the hum of the air conditioning whispering in the corner. The players sat scattered in their positions, some staring at the ground, others covering their faces with towels. Boveda curled up in the corner, gripping his jersey tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Chen Mao stood among them, his gaze slowly sweeping over each frustrated face. He did not speak immediately, but walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and wrote a few words. Relegation. Do you remember? His voice was as light as a feather. 8 months ago, when I first walked into the Apiro locker room, you told me your goal. Fan Yunlong looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Relegation. Chen Mao turned to face everyone. Back then, you said that as long as you could stay in La Liga 2, it would be a victory. He erased those 2 words and wrote, La Liga. But now, you have forgotten who you were. You have forgotten the Eibar that fought desperately just to avoid relegation. Navas's fist slowly relaxed, and the captain's gaze began to focus. How many impossibilities have we overcome on this journey? Defeating Zaragoza in the derby, drawing against Celta away, beating Almeria at home. Chapter 225. The El Alcaraz Stadium in Huesca looked particularly grim at night. The deafening cheers echoed above the stadium, filled with desperation and longing for relegation survival. La Liga 2 Round 39. Huesca versus Eibar. Huesca starting lineup formation. 4-4-2 goalkeeper. Luis Garcia defenders. Rafael Lopez, Elder Rosario, Luis Hernandez, Sergio midfielders. Juanjo Camacho, David Pausa. Antonio Nunez, Jorge Larena forwards. Roberto, Mikel Rico Eibar starting lineup formation. 4-2-3-1 goalkeeper. Javi Irarita defenders. Ander Kappa, Raul Navas, Eneko Boveda, Diego Rico defensive midfielders. Danny Garcia. Fan Yunlong midfielders. Gabriel Silva, Jose Campania, Saul Bijan forwards. Inaki Gomez. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, scanning the situation on the field. Huesca's players pounced on every Eibar player with the ferocity of starving wolves. They're pressing, almost frenzied. Coach, their movements are too aggressive. Diego Rico ran to the sideline, a clear stud mark on his left leg still aching. Chapter 226. As the bus slowly entered the Eibar city, Chen Mao was shocked by the scene he saw through the window. Crowds filled the streets, red and blue scarves fluttering in the night breeze. Fireworks blooming in the night sky. God, the whole city has gone crazy. Fan Yunlong stared out the window, excitedly grinning, unable to close his mouth for a long time. The people outside were wildly banging on the bus, shouting the players' names. Children held up hand-painted banners, and the elderly shed tears of excitement. It felt like all the residents of the city had come out, and the streets were clogged. The bus stopped in front of the city hall, where Mayor Juan Carlos Irigoyen had been waiting for a long time. He wore an Eibar jersey and beamed with a bright smile. Mr. Chen Mao, the mayor stepped forward, shaking Chen Mao's hand tightly. I represent all the residents of the city to extend the highest respect to you. Chen Mao felt the warmth and slight tremor of the mayor's hand. The over 60-year-old man had tears in his eyes, his voice a bit choked. You have brought unprecedented glory to this city. According to the decision of the city council, I now officially confer upon you the title of honorary citizen of Eibar. Chapter 227. The night breeze at Apirua Stadium carried the salty scent of the sea, and 7,000 faces appeared particularly fervent under the lights. The banners in the stands swayed with the wind, and the 6 big words advanced to La Liga shone in the night. Old Juan gripped his cane tightly, his 72-year-old body trembling slightly with excitement. After 40 years, he waited from his youth to his old age just to see Eibar return to La Liga. Su Qing was adjusting the camera equipment in the media area, her eyes filled with anticipation. The importance of this match was self-evident. The winner would take the initiative on the road to promotion. President Alan Saval forced himself to sit down, but his crossed legs could not stop trembling slightly. The anxiety of a small club president facing a great opportunity had broken through his usual gentle facade. a showdown worth 60 million euros. This was the headline of this morning's AS newspaper. Promoting to La Liga means a comprehensive increase in broadcasting fees, sponsorships, and ticket revenues. A world of difference for a small club. Chen Mao stood at the edge of the technical area, scanning the Almeria bench across from him. The away team's head coach, Jose Guizhou, was giving final instructions to the players, his expression serious. Chapter 228. When Chen Mao walked into the locker room, the players had already gathered in small groups. Some playing mobile games, others chatting. The atmosphere was relaxed, with no trace of the usual tension during preparations. Gentlemen, Chen Mao clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The players looked up, their gazes focused on him. Fan Yunlong put down his phone. Gomez stopped his conversation with Silva in Spanish. And even the usually quiet Boveda turned around. Today's training was a bit special. Chen Mao's voice was calm and warm. There's no tactical practice today, no physical training. We're going to have some fun. The sun was just right on the training ground. Chen Mao divided the players into several small groups and started an unconventional shooting competition. The goal was simple: shoot from the center circle and see who could hit the crossbar. That's impossible. The young Campania shook his head, but his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Give it a try. Chen Mao placed the ball in the center circle. Fan Yunlong, you go first. The Chinese player took a deep breath, ran a few steps, and struck the ball hard. The ball arched high in the air, ultimately crashing into the stands, eliciting a burst of laughter. Chapter 229. The night sky over Cartagena was dotted with stars, and the Mediterranean breeze carried a faint salty scent through the hotel window. Chen Mao stood in the room, looking at the distant harbor lights through the blinds. Tomorrow would be the decisive battle. With only 90 minutes until La Liga, the pressure weighed heavily on everyone. Coach, I'm a bit nervous. Came a light knock on the door, and Campania poked his head in. The young midfielder looked a little pale, his hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing. Chen Mao turned around and patted his shoulder. Nervousness is normal. It shows this game is important to you. Campania nodded, but the unease in his eyes hadn't dissipated. Since arriving in Cartagena, the players had been particularly cautious. Even the usually lively Silva had become quiet. The system interface showed that over half of the team had reached the orange warning line for stress levels. Playing under such conditions could easily lead to problems. Chen Mao took a deep breath. He needed to find a way to break through. The next morning, at the Ipurua training base, the players arrived one after another. But the atmosphere on the training ground was unusually dull. Fan Yunlong's passes were wildly inaccurate. Gomez's shots were weak. And even the usually stable Navas made a mistake in receiving the ball. Chapter 230. Ipurua Stadium was especially beautiful today. The sunlight streamed through thin clouds onto the grass, and the red and blue scars in the stands created a sea of color. Fans arrived early. Today was different. Chen Mao stood at the entrance of the player tunnel, watching this special starting lineup. Ivan Sanchez nervously adjusted his gloves. The 22-year-old substitute goalkeeper had only had a few opportunities to play all season, but today he would guard the goal at this historic moment. Relax, Ivan. Navas came over and patted the young goalkeeper's shoulder. Today we just need to enjoy the game. Chen Mao's gaze swept over every face. Players like Alvaro Lopez and Miguel Ruiz, who rarely started, were excited, and Javier Lara had red eyes. Gentlemen, Chen Mao's voice was calm and warm. There's no pressure in today's match, only gratitude. Go enjoy these 90 minutes and accept the applause from the fans. The moment the players stepped out of the tunnel, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause. The banners in the stands fluttered in the wind. Thank you for the miracle. Forever heroes of La Liga, we are here. Chapter 231. The night in Cartagena enveloped the entire city, the sea breeze gently caressing the hotel windowsill. Chen Mao sat in the room, with the team's technical statistics and opponent analysis reports spread out on the table. But his attention was not on these papers. At 2 a.m, wide awake, Chen Mao opened the system interface, preparing for the final tactical simulation. Though Cartagena's strength was limited, the pressure of playing away and the critical moment of promotion made every detail crucial. Suddenly, the system interface flickered. Detected that the host and team have entered the moment of fate judgment. Special module psychological pressure monitoring temporarily activated. Chen Mao was taken aback. This was a new feature that the system had never presented before. A brand new module appeared on the interface, displaying the real-time psychological status of each player. He clicked to enter, and a detailed pressure index list appeared before him. Each player's name was followed by a color code, from green to red, representing different levels of psychological pressure. Fan Yunlong, green, relaxed. Danny Garcia, green, relaxed. Navas, yellow, nervous. Boveda, yellow, nervous. Chapter 232. The final whistle pierced the night sky, and the score was fixed at 0-1. Marcos Fernandez stood in front of the goal, his chest heaving violently. Although they lost, he wore an unmistakable excitement on his face. The few minutes he spent on the field would become the most precious memory of his life. The players were not dejected by the loss. On the contrary, they rushed towards Chen Mao, lifting him high into the air. In the night sky, Chen Mao spread his arms, feeling the deep affection from his disciples. The fans in the stands sang in unison, "We are the champions! We are the champions!" The song echoed through the sky, spreading across the city. The red and blue scarves danced in the night wind, and fireworks exploded in the distant mountains. The players of Mahrez were also moved by this atmosphere. They took the initiative to approach the Eibar players, offering hugs and congratulations. At that moment, football transcended victory and defeat, becoming a bond that connected hearts. After landing, Chen Mao looked around the stadium that held so many memories. The grass was marked with countless footprints, and the cheers of the fans echoed in the stands. This place had witnessed the birth of miracles and was about to witness the arrival of farewells. The award ceremony was held in the center of the field. Chapter 233. La Liga 2 Round 41. Cartagena versus Eibar. Cartagena's starting lineup. Formation 4-4-2. Goalkeeper, Juanma. Defenders, Javi Flores, Kiko, Mariano Sanchez, Gorka Kidra. Midfielders, Miguel Angel Corona, Ivan Balado, Antonio Longas, Tony Morel. Forwards, Victor Salva Ballesta. Eibar's starting lineup. Formation 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper, Javi Irida. Defenders, Ander Kappa, Raul Navas, Eneko Boveda, Diego Rico. Defensive midfielders, Danny Garcia, Fan Yunlong. Midfielders, Saul Bajan, Jose Campania, Oscar Lopez. Forward, Inaki Gomez. In the stands of Cartagena Stadium, the red and blue flags fluttered in the sea breeze. The shouts of the home fans pierced the night sky, and Cartagena, fighting for relegation, displayed a desperate fighting spirit from the moment the whistle blew. Inaki Gomez kicked off from the center circle, passing the ball to Fan Yunlong. As soon as the Chinese player received the ball, Cartagena's forward Victor aggressively closed in. Chapter 230 for the locker room was eerily silent, with only the hum of the air conditioner whispering in the corner. The players were scattered in their respective positions, some staring at the ground, others covering their faces with towels. Boveda huddled in the corner, gripping his jersey tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Chen Mao stood among them, his gaze slowly scanning each dejected face. He did not speak immediately, but walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and wrote down a few words. Relegation. Do you remember? His voice was as light as a feather. The goal you told me when I first walked into Apirua's locker room 8 months ago. Fan Yunlong raised his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Relegation. Chen Mao turned to face everyone, and at that time, you said that as long as we could stay in La Liga 2, it would be a victory. He erased those 2 words and wrote, La Liga. But now, you have forgotten your former selves. You have forgotten Eibar, who fought desperately just to avoid relegation. Navas's fist slowly unclenched, and the captain's gaze began to focus. How many impossibilities have we overcome on this journey? Defeating Zaragoza in the derby, drawing with Celta away, beating Almeria at home. Chapter 235. The air conditioning in the airplane cabin hummed softly as Chen Mao flipped through the thick folder in his hands. Su Qing handed over a cup of coffee, the warm aroma spreading in the cramped space. A detailed report on Leicester City. She pointed to the densely packed numbers and charts on the document, noting that their financial situation was much better than Eibar's, but there were also many problems. Chen Mao's gaze swept over the data, and suddenly, the system interface flickered in his mind. The familiar blue light danced at the edge of his vision, and a new task box slowly unfolded. SS level challenge task. The Rise of the Foxes. Task description. Lead Leicester City Football Club to promotion to the English Premier League within 2 seasons and win at least 1 major cup. Premier League. FA Cup, League Cup. Task reward. Comprehensive upgrade of system functions, unlocking top tactical modules. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Mao's eyes. An SS level task. The highest level of challenge offered by the system. 2 seasons, from the championship to the Premier League and into a cup championship, every step filled with thorns. What's wrong? Su Qing noticed the change in his expression. It's nothing. Chen Mao closed the folder and looked out the window at the sea of clouds, just thinking about the upcoming challenge. Chapter 236. Fan Yunlong understood the situation, gently pushing with the arch of his foot, the ball rolling towards Silva's running path. But Cartagena's right back Flores chased back just in time, both players touching the ball almost simultaneously. The ball bounced towards the sideline, but Silva did not give up. He used his body to push Flores aside, barely reaching the ball, and just as it was about to go out of bounds, he knocked it back to the incoming Kappa. After receiving the ball, Kappa did not hesitate and sent a cross at a 45-degree angle. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, flying towards the back post of the penalty area. Gomez and the opposing center back, Mariano, jumped simultaneously to contest, but neither managed to touch the ball. The ball flew over everyone's heads, heading towards the edge of the penalty area. There, Fan Yunlong was making a high-speed run. The Chinese player controlled the ball with his chest, the ball bouncing slightly higher. Surrounding defenders rushed in frantically, but Fan Yunlong remained calm. He waited for the ball to drop to an appropriate height, lightly tapped it with the inside of his right foot, and the ball changed direction, flying towards the right side of the penalty area. There, Beijing was waiting in an unmarked position. The veteran controlled the ball, adjusted, and shot. Everything flowed seamlessly. But just as he was about to complete his shot, Cartagena's midfielder Bellato lunged in with a flying tackle. Beijing had to adjust the shooting angle, and the ball slightly missed the post. Chapter 237. In the meeting room of the Belvoir training base. The long table was filled with Leicester City's coaching staff and scouting team, each person facing thick player dossiers. Steve Walsh leaned back in his chair with crossed arms, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the young Chinese coach sitting at the head of the table. The 50-year-old assistant coach was slim, with traces of time etched on his face, and the rhythm of chewing gum revealed his inner unease. Other scouts had their own thoughts. Chief Scout Martin Allen flipped through his notebook, occasionally glancing at Chen Mao. Fitness coach John Rudkin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Chen Mao stood up and walked to the whiteboard, picking up a black marker. The tip glided across the whiteboard, leaving clear handwriting, Jamie Vardy. Next to the name, he noted a series of numbers. 1 million. The meeting room instantly fell silent. Even the sound of the air conditioning seemed exceptionally clear. Several scouts exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Steve Walsh suddenly stood up, slamming his pen down on the notebook. The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet room. Chief, if I may speak frankly. His voice carried obvious dissatisfaction. Spending $1 million on a non-league hothead? That's crazier than losing a weekend at the casino. Chapter 238. In the King Power Stadium's press conference room. Camera flashes went off in succession. Jamie Vardy sat at the center of the podium, wearing a brand new Leicester City home jersey, the Fox emblem on his chest shining under the lights. His fingers gently brushed over the emblem, a rebellious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Flames burned in his eyes, filled with both desire for the future and provocation for the skeptics. Mr. Vardy, what are your thoughts on being valued at $1 million? A reporter raised his hand to ask. Thoughts? Vardy leaned back in his chair, his voice carrying a streetwise wildness. I just want to prove that the million is worth it with my goals. Laughter erupted from the audience. Several seasoned reporters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. Chen Mao sat beside Vardy, calmly observing the reactions in the room. He knew that such skepticism would linger for a long time until Vardy silenced everyone with his performance. After the press conference, Chen Mao returned to his office. Various player dossiers were spread out on the desk, and the tactical board on the wall was filled with formation diagrams. Su Qing walked in, holding 2 cups of coffee. The media reaction has been very intense. She placed the coffee in front of Chen Mao, and BBC's Linker has already published a column. Chapter 239. As the bus slowly drove into the city of Ibar, the scene Chen Mao saw through the window shocked him. The streets were packed with crowds, red and blue scarves fluttering in the night wind, and fireworks burst into colorful flowers in the night sky. Oh my God, the whole city has gone crazy. Fan Yunlong stared out the window, excitedly grinning, unable to close his mouth for a long time. People outside were madly pounding on the bus, shouting the players' names. Children held hand-painted signs, and elderly people were moved to tears. It felt like all the city's residents were out, and the streets were blocked. The bus stopped in front of the town hall, where Mayor Juan Carlos Irigoyen had been waiting for a long time. He was wearing an Ibar jersey, beaming with a radiant smile. Mr. Chen Mao. The mayor stepped forward, tightly grasping Chen Mao's hand. I represent all the city's residents in expressing my highest respect to you. Chen Mao felt the warmth and slight tremor in the mayor's palm. The elderly man in his 60s had tears in his eyes and a slightly choked voice. You have brought unprecedented glory to this city. According to the decision of the city council, I now officially grant you the title of honorary citizen of Ibar. Chapter 240. When Chen Mao walked into the locker room, the players had already gathered in small groups, some playing mobile games, others chatting. The air was filled with a relaxed atmosphere, no longer the tension of past preparations. Gentlemen, Chen Mao clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The players looked up, their gazes focused on him. Fan Yunlong put down his phone. Gomez stopped his conversation in Spanish with Silva, and even the usually quiet Bauida turned around. Today's training is a bit special. Chen Mao's voice was calm and warm. There would be no tactical drills, no physical training. We're going to have some fun. On the training ground, the sun was just right. Chen Mao divided the players into several small groups and started a unique shooting competition. The goal was simple: shoot from the center circle and see who can hit the crossbar. This is impossible. The young Campania shook his head, but his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Let's give it a try. Chen Mao placed the ball in the center circle. Fan Yunlong, you're up first. The Chinese player took a deep breath, ran a few steps, and struck the ball hard. The ball arced high in the air, eventually crashing into the stands, eliciting a burst of laughter. Chapter 241. The grass at the Belvoir Drive training ground glistened green under the July sun. Chen Mao stood in the center of the training field, scanning the neatly lined-up players before him. This was his first time facing the complete Leicester City squad, and he felt an indescribable excitement. Captain Wes Morgan stood at the front of the line, his sturdy figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Chen Mao's system interface quietly appeared, and the title above Morgan's head shimmered with purple light. Team Soul Leader. This innate leadership quality was exactly what the team needed as a spiritual pillar. Kasper Schmeichel stood in the goalkeeper position, his blonde hair shining in the sunlight. The blue title Bloodline Heritage emitted a faint glow around him. Chen Mao took a deep breath, his voice clear and resonant across the training ground. Gentlemen, from today onwards, we are a whole. His gaze swept across each face, his tone firm and powerful. I don't care who you were in the past or where you came from. From today on, you are only one identity. The Fox is fighting for victory. The expressions of the players varied. The veterans remained calm, while the young players' eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 242. The Apurua Stadium looked particularly beautiful today. The sun shone through the thin clouds onto the grass, and the red and blue scarves in the stands formed a sea. Fans arrived early. Today is different. Chen Mao stood at the player tunnel, looking at this special starting lineup. Ivan Sanchez nervously adjusted his gloves. The 22-year-old backup goalkeeper had only had a few appearances all season. Yet today he was to guard the goal at this historic moment. Relax, Ivan. Navis walked over and patted the young goalkeeper's shoulder. Today we just need to enjoy the game. Chen Mao's gaze swept over each face. Alvaro Lopez and Miguel Ruiz, players who rarely started, were visibly excited, and Javi Lacer's eyes were even red. Gentlemen, Chen Mao's voice was calm and warm. Today's match has no pressure, only gratitude. Go enjoy these 90 minutes. Go accept the applause from the fans. The moment the players walked out of the tunnel, the whole stadium erupted in thunderous applause. The banners in the stands fluttered in the wind. Thank you for giving us miracles, forever heroes of La Liga. We have arrived. Chapter 243. The King Power Stadium shimmered in the August sun, filled with over 10,000 fans. Blue and white scarves waved in the air, and songs rang out loudly. This was the first match of the new season, and also Chen Mao's debut as Leicester City's coach. In the locker room, Chen Mao checked the tactical board one last time. The formation diagram of Leeds United was densely marked with various arrows and symbols. The system interface flashed in his mind, revealing key information about the opponent. Neil Warnock, a typical English coach, advocated a tough style. Ross McCormick had the gold title, Cunning Fox Striker, above his head, while El Hadji Diouf bore the blue label, Wing Disruptor. These two would be the biggest threats. Gentlemen, Chen Mao put down the tactical pen and scanned each focused face. The whole world is watching us today. Vardy sat in the corner, his hands clenched into fists. Sweat had begun to bead on his forehead, and there was a burning urgency in his eyes. The £1,000,000 price tag felt like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders, making each breath feel heavy. Forget the outside noise. Chen Mao walked up to Vardy, his voice calm and firm. Use your speed to tear apart their defense. Use your runs to create opportunities. Chapter 244. The final whistle pierced the night sky, and the score was fixed at 0-1. Marcos Fernandes stood in front of the goal, his chest heaving violently. Although they lost, an undeniable excitement radiated from his face. Those few minutes on the field would become the most precious memories of his life. The players were not discouraged by the defeat. Instead, they rushed towards Chen Mao, lifting him high into the air. In the night sky, Chen Mao opened his arms, feeling the deep affection from his disciples. The fans in the stands sang in unison, "We are the champions! We are the champions!" The song echoed through the sky and spread across the city. The red and blue scarves danced in the night wind, and fireworks burst in the distant mountains. The players of Mahrez were also infected by this atmosphere. They took the initiative to approach the Eibar players, offering hugs and congratulations. In this moment, football transcended winning and losing, becoming a bond that connected hearts. After landing, Chen Mao looked around the stadium that held so many memories. The grass was marked with countless running footprints, and the voices of the fans echoed in the stands. This place witnessed the birth of miracles and was about to witness farewells. The award ceremony was held in the center of the stadium. Chapter 245. The silence in the locker room weighed heavily on everyone like a lead weight. Chen Mao put down the red pen in his hand and turned to face the players. His expression was calm, his voice steady. In the last 45 minutes, I saw the problems. He pointed to the densely marked arrows on the tactical board. The midfield and front line were completely disconnected, and the passing routes were cut off by the opponent. Drinkwater lifted his head, sweat sliding down his cheek. Danny, in the second half, you need to drop back more to receive the ball. Chen Mao drew new running routes on the tactical board. Don't rush to pass forward. First control the rhythm. His gaze turned to Vardy in the corner, and Chen Mao squatted in front of him. Jamie. Vardy slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with frustration and anger. Forget about your £1,000,000 price tag. Chen Mao's voice was gentle yet firm. You are now just a forward who needs to score goals for the team. Use your movement, not your temper. Vardy nodded emphatically, gripping his fists tighter. Cooperate with David. Don't always think about going solo. Chen Mao stood up and scanned the entire team. Football is a sport for 11 players. Outside the locker room door, the sound of fans returning to the stands echoed. The noise was urgent and chaotic, mixed with discontented murmurs. Chapter 246. The air conditioning in the airplane cabin hummed softly as Chen Mao flipped through the thick folder in his hands. Su Qing handed him a cup of coffee, the warm aroma spreading in the cramped space. A detailed report on Leicester City. She pointed at the densely packed numbers and charts in the document, noting that their financial situation was much better than Eibar's, but there were still many issues. Chen Mao's gaze swept over the data, and suddenly the system interface flickered in his mind. The familiar blue light danced at the edge of his vision, and a new task box slowly unfolded. SS-level challenge task. The Rise of the Foxes. Task description. Lead Leicester City Football Club to promotion to the English Premier League within 2 seasons and win at least 1 major cup title. Premier League. FA Cup, League Cup. Task reward. Comprehensive upgrade of system functions, unlocking top-tier tactical modules. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Mao's eyes. An SS-level task. The highest level of challenge offered by the system. 2 seasons from the Championship to the Premier League, then to the Cup title, each step filled with thorns. What's wrong? Su Qing noticed the change in his expression. Nothing. Chen Mao closed the folder and looked out the window at the sea of clouds, just thinking about the upcoming challenge. Chapter 247. Morning light streamed through the blinds of the training base office as Chen Mao sat at his desk, flipping through a mountain of newspapers. Each one prominently featured reports on yesterday's match, the headlines glaring enough to be hard to look at. The Sun, a £1,000,000 joke. Vardy's missed chance becomes an embarrassment for the championship. Daily Mail, Chinese coach S debut ends in a disastrous defeat. Leicester City fans demand refunds. Sky Sports, Gary Lineker blasts. I saw what £1,000,000 can buy. A yellow card and a ridiculous missed one-on-one. The last comment made Chen Mao pause in his page-turning. As a legendary striker for Leicester City, Lineker's words carried significant weight. The well-known BBC commentator ruthlessly criticized yesterday's performance on the show. His phone vibrated. A message from Su Qing added fuel to the fire. Social media in the UK has exploded. The topic of Vardy as a flop has reached the 3rd spot on the trending list. Chen Mao put down his phone and opened the window to breathe in the fresh air. In the distance, on the training ground, players were engaged in recovery training. Even from so far away, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 248 in the meeting room of the Belvoir training base. The long table was filled with Leicester City's coaching staff and scouting team, each with thick player dossiers in front of them. Steve Walsh crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the young Chinese coach sitting at the head of the table. The 50-year-old assistant coach was lean, with the marks of time etched on his face, and the rhythm of chewing gum revealed his inner unease. Other scouts were also deep in thought. Chief Scout Martin Allen flipped through his notebook, occasionally glancing at Chen Mao. Fitness coach John Rudkin tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Chen Mao stood up and walked to the whiteboard, picking up a black marker. The tip glided across the board, leaving clear lettering, Jamie Vardy. Next to the name, he noted a string of numbers, 1 million. The room fell silent instantly. Even the sound of the air conditioning became particularly clear. Several scouts exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Steve Walsh suddenly stood up, his pen striking the notebook heavily. The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet room. "Boss, if I may be blunt." His voice was tinged with obvious dissatisfaction. "Spending $1 million on a non-league hothead? That's crazier than losing a weekend at the casino." Chapter 249. Dark clouds loomed over Farmer Stadium. Light rain drizzling like threads on the green pitch. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, raindrops slowly sliding down his cheeks. Today's match was of great significance to him. After a crushing defeat in the first round, media skepticism was overwhelming. If they lost again, even Guizhou's support might waver. He took a deep breath. Looking towards the locker room, the players inside were making their final preparations. Today's starting lineup surprised everyone. Vardy was placed on the bench. "Boss, are you really not starting Jamie?" Steve Walsh approached him, lowering his voice to ask. Chen Mao shook his head. He needed to observe calmly and learn the survival tactics in the championship. Walsh frowned. As an assistant coach, he didn't fully understand this decision. Although Vardy had underperformed in the last match, his speed and impact were still crucial weapons for the team. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was particularly tense. The players changed into their match kits, awaiting the coach's final words. Vardy sat in the corner, lowering his head to adjust his shin guards. Wes Morgan walked up to him. "Don't think too much, Jamie. Opportunities will come." Chapter 250 in the press conference room at King Power Stadium. Flashes of cameras went off in succession. Jamie Vardy sat in the center of the podium, wearing a brand new Leicester City home jersey, the Fox emblem on his chest gleaming under the lights. His fingers gently brushed the emblem, a rebellious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The flames of ambition burned in his eyes, a mix of desire for the future and a challenge to his doubters. "Mr. Vardy, what are your thoughts on your 1 million price tag?" A journalist raised a hand to ask. "Thoughts?" Vardy leaned back in his chair, his voice carrying the rawness of the streets. "I just want to prove that the million is worth it with goals." A chuckle rose from the audience. Several seasoned journalists exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. Chen Mao sat next to Vardy, calmly observing the reactions in the room. He knew that such skepticism would persist for a long time, until Vardy silenced everyone with his performance. After the press conference, Chen Mao returned to his office. Various player dossiers were spread out on the desk, and the tactical board on the wall was filled with formation diagrams. Su Qing pushed the door open, carrying 2 cups of coffee. The media reaction is quite intense. She placed the coffee in front of Chen Mao, and BBC's Linker has already published column. Chapter 251. The halftime break lasted only 15 minutes, but it was crucial adjustment time for both teams. In Brighton's locker room, Gustavo Poyet was drawing up new tactical arrangements on the blackboard. Their defense was tenacious, but we cannot be defeated by patience. Poyet motivated the players with his Spanish-accented English. Increase long shots, strengthen wing crosses. Their central defense is tight, but there are gaps on the wings. Bissouma nodded. The former Spanish international understood the importance of the second half. Ashley Barnes was patting his thigh muscles, preparing for the collisions in the second half. In Leicester City's locker room, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Chen Mao didn't raise his voice to lecture, but instead walked up to each player for individual communication. "Danny, your long passes need to be more decisive." He lightly tapped Drinkwater on the shoulder. They press high, leaving space behind. Drinkwater wiped the moisture from his hair. "I'll find my chance, coach." Chen Mao turned to Morgan. "Wes, they might increase long shots in the second half. Pay attention to blocking the shooting lanes." "Leave it to me." Morgan's voice remained steady, the captain's armband gleaming under the locker room lights. Chapter 252. The grass at Belvoir training ground glistened in the July sun. Chen Mao stood in the center of the training field, his gaze sweeping over the neatly lined-up players before him. This was his first time facing the complete Leicester City squad, and a wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. Captain Wes Morgan stood at the front of the line, his robust figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Chen Mao's system interface quietly appeared, and the entry above Morgan's head flickered with a purple glow. Soul Leader. This innate leadership quality was exactly the spiritual pillar the team needed. Kasper Schmeichel stood in goal, his blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. The blue entry, bloodline heritage, radiated a faint aura around him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mao's voice clearly resonated throughout the training ground. Everyone, from today onward, we are a unit. His gaze scanned each face, his tone firm and powerful. I don't care who you were or where you came from. From today on, you are only one identity. The Foxes fighting for victory. The players' expressions varied. The veterans remained calm, while the younger players' eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 253. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze sweeping toward the locker room. Tonight's League Cup first round against League One team Barry was an excellent opportunity to test the substitute lineup. More importantly, it was Zhang Liang's first chance to start in a formal match. Nervous? Chen Mao walked over to Zhang Liang and lightly tapped his shoulder. Zhang Liang took a deep breath and nodded, a little but more excited. Remember, use your passing to tear apart their defense. The pressing intensity of these League One players is nowhere near that of the championship. In the player tunnel, both teams lined up, waiting to take the field. The Barry players' eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, the King Power Stadium was a stage for their dreams. Leicester City's rotated lineup looked somewhat unfamiliar. Ben Hamer donned his goalkeeper gloves, constantly moving his fingers. This goalkeeper, who usually sat on the bench, had finally waited for his chance to prove himself. Liam Moore paced back and forth in the center of the defense. As a product of local youth training, he had a special connection to this stadium. Relax, boys. Matt Mills patted Moore on the back. This is our home ground. The referee checked the equipment and signaled both sides to enter the field. The players streamed out, and the King Power Stadium erupted in enthusiastic applause. Chapter 254. The King Power Stadium sparkled under the August sun, with over 10,000 fans filling the stands. Blue and white scarves waved in the air, and the singing was deafening. This was the first match of the new season and Chen Mao's debut as Leicester City's coach. In the locker room, Chen Mao made one last check of the tactics board. The formation diagram for Leeds United was densely marked with various arrows and symbols. The system interface flickered in his mind, revealing key information about the opponent. Neil Warnock, a typical English coach, advocated a tough style. Ross McCormick had the golden entry, cunning fox striker, above his head, while El Hadji Diouf bore the blue tag, wing disruptor. These two would be the biggest threats. Everyone. Chen Mao put down the tactical pen, his gaze sweeping over each focused face. The whole world is watching us today. Vardy sat in the corner, his hands clenched into fists. Sweat had begun to bead on his forehead, and his eyes burned with eager flames. The £1 million price tag felt like a mountain on his shoulders, making every breath feel heavy. Forget the outside noise. Chen Mao walked in front of Vardy, his voice calm yet firm. Use your speed to tear apart their defense. Create opportunities with your runs. Chapter 255. The sky over the King Power Stadium was overcast, and the cloudy weather made the whole stadium feel somewhat dull. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze sweeping over the opposing team's coaching bench. Mark McKay was communicating with his assistant, and the Scottish coach's face was filled with confidence. Today will be a tough battle. Steve Walsh walked over to Chen Mao, holding a thick scouting report. Chen Mao nodded. He had conducted an in-depth analysis of Cardiff City through the system. Peter Whittingham's golden entry, set-piece master, shone brightly. The Welsh midfielder's free kick and corner techniques were akin to works of art. Even more daunting was Craig Bellamy, the veteran whose entry, old but tough, still emitted a dangerous glow. In the player tunnel, both teams lined up, waiting to take the field. Wes Morgan, as captain, scanned each teammate with determination. Schmeichel stood at the front of the line, his blonde hair shining under the lights. Remember, their set pieces are dangerous. Morgan quietly reminded his teammates. Drinkwater adjusted his shin guards, knowing that today's midfield battle would be exceptionally fierce. Matty James was beside him, doing his final warm-up. as the double pivot needed to shoulder defensive responsibilities. Chapter 256. The silence in the locker room pressed down on everyone like a lead weight. Chen Mao put down the red pen in his hand and turned to face the players. His expression was calm, his voice steady. In the last 45 minutes, I saw the problems. He pointed to the densely marked arrows on the tactics board. The midfield and forward line were completely disconnected, and the passing lanes were cut off by the opponent. Drinkwater lifted his head, sweat sliding down his cheek. Danny, in the second half, you need to drop back more to get the ball. Chen Mao drew new running routes on the tactics board. Don't rush to pass forward. First control the tempo. His gaze turned to Vardy in the corner. Chen Mao squatted down in front of him. Jamie. Vardy slowly looked up, his eyes filled with frustration and anger. Forget your 1 million price tag. Chen Mao's voice was gentle yet firm. Right now, you are just a forward who needs to score for the team. Use your runs, not your temper. Vardy nodded heavily, his fists tightening. Cooperate with David. Don't always think about going solo. Chen Mao stood up, scanning the entire team. Football is a team sport. Outside the locker room door, the sounds of fans returning to the stands echoed. The noise was urgent and chaotic, mixed with discontented murmurs. Chapter 257. The atmosphere in the locker room was stifling. The players sat in their positions, sweat dripping from their faces onto the floor. Chen Mao walked in, showing no signs of anger. He calmly picked up a marker and drew arrows on the tactics board. We played too cautiously in the first half. He turned to face the players. Cardiff City's defense is well organized, but they also have weaknesses. Wes Morgan lifted his head, the captain's armband shining under the lights. Their fullbacks were older and slower. Chen Mao pointed to the tactical board. Kante Dix in the second half. You need to cut inside more to create space for the fullbacks to overlap. The two wingers nodded in agreement. Tear their defense apart with width. Stop trying to break through the middle all the time. Drinkwater adjusted his shin guards. Coach, their pressing is intense. It's hard to control the ball in midfield. This is our opportunity. Chen Mao drew a circle on the tactical board. They are pressing too high. There will be space behind them. Schmeichel stood up, beads of sweat still on his blonde hair. I will keep an eye on their counterattack routes. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the players walked out of the tunnel again. The fans at the King Power Stadium were still singing loudly, blue scarves waving in the stands. Chapter 258. The morning light filtered through the blinds of the training base into the office, where Chen Mao sat at his desk flipping through a mountain of newspapers. Each one featured reports of yesterday's match on the front page, the headlines glaringly impossible to ignore. The Sun, a £1 million joke. Vardy's missed one-on-one becomes a championship disgrace. Daily Mail, Chinese coach's debut ends in disaster. Leicester City fans demand refunds. Sky Sports, Gary Lineker blasts. I saw what £1 million can buy, a yellow card and a ridiculous missed one-on-one. The last comment made Chen Mao stop turning the pages. As a legendary striker for Leicester City, Lineker's words carried significant weight. The well-known BBC commentator ruthlessly criticized yesterday's performance on the show. His phone vibrated. A message from Su Qing added to his troubles. Social media in the UK has exploded. The topic of Vardy the flop has climbed to third place on the trending list. Chen Mao put down his phone and opened the window to breathe in some fresh air. In the distance, on the training field, the players were undergoing recovery training. Even from this distance, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 259. The pitch at Portman Road glistened under the bright sunshine. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, his expression serious as he scanned the old stadium. The shadow of 3 winless games hung over everyone. And a victory today was a must. Boss, the players are all ready. Steve Walsh walked up to him, holding the final tactical arrangements. Chen Mao nodded. He had made his boldest decision yet. Vardy and Jiang Liang would start together, his sharpest double-edged sword. In a locker room, the atmosphere was tense and focused. Vardy sat in the corner, constantly moving his ankles. The setbacks from the last 3 games ignited a fierce determination within him. Jamie, today is your time to prove yourself. Wes Morgan approached, the captain's armband particularly striking under the lights. Jiang Liang silently tied his shoelaces on the other side. This was his second start in the championship, and the pressure was evident. Drinkwater sat next to him, encouraging his Chinese teammate in simple English. Trust your passing, just like in training. Drinkwater patted Jiang Liang's shoulder. Chen Mao entered the locker room, and all eyes were on him. The tactical board displayed clear arrows and running routes. Chapter 260. In the locker room, Chen Mao gently placed the tactical board on the table. The players sat in a semicircle, sweat glistening under the bright lights. Don't rush. Your opportunity will come. Chen Mao walked up to Vardy, lightly patting his shoulder. Keep moving, the opponent's stamina is dropping. Vardy looked up, his eyes gleaming with a stubborn fire. The two missed opportunities fueled an even stronger determination within him. I understand, coach. He clenched his fists. Jiang Liang sat in the corner, quietly drinking a sports drink. Drinkwater came over, gesturing the passing route from earlier. Nice pass. Keep passing like that, and the opportunities will increase. 15 minutes passed quickly. The players walked out of the tunnel again, and the sun at Portman Road was still blazing. Songs erupted from the away fans, blue scarves waving in the breeze. As the second half whistle blew, Leicester City's offense became more aggressive. Jiang Liang's passing tempo in midfield noticeably quickened, each pass carrying a clear purpose. In the 48th minute, Drinkwater intercepted the ball in the backfield and immediately launched a counterattack. A long pass found Vardy up front, who used his speed to shake off the defense. But his shot was blocked by the goalkeeper. Chapter 261. The skies over Farmers Stadium were overcast, with light rain falling like threads onto the green pitch. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, rainwater slowly trickling down his face. Today's match was particularly significant for him. After suffering a crushing defeat in the first round, the media's doubts were overwhelming. If he lost again, even Guizhou's support might waver. He took a deep breath and glanced toward the locker room. The players inside were making their final preparations. The starting lineup for today surprised everyone. Vardy was placed on the bench. "Boss, are you really not letting Jamie start?" Steve Walsh walked up to him, lowering his voice to ask. Chen Mao shook his head. He needed to observe calmly and learn the survival tactics in the championship. Walsh frowned. As the assistant coach, he didn't fully understand this decision. Although Vardy had performed poorly in the last match, his speed and impact remained important weapons for the team. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. The players had changed into their match kits, waiting for the coach's final speech. Vardy sat in the corner, bowing his head to adjust his shin guards. Wes Morgan walked up to him. "Don't think too much, Jamie. Opportunities will come." Chapter 262. Chen Mao stood at the sidelines, his gaze sweeping over the locker room direction. Tonight's League Cup first round, against League One team Barry, was an excellent opportunity to test the bench lineup. More importantly, it was Jiang Liang's first chance to start in an official match. Nervous? Chen Mao walked over to Jiang Liang and lightly patted his shoulder. Jiang Liang took a deep breath and nodded. A little, but mostly excited. "Remember, use your passing to tear apart their defense." The pressing intensity of these League One players is far less than that of the championship. In the player tunnel, the two teams lined up waiting. Barry's players had excitement shining in their eyes. For them, the King Power Stadium was a stage for their dreams. Leicester City's rotated lineup appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Ben Hamer wore goalkeeper gloves, constantly moving his fingers. The goalkeeper, who usually sat on the bench, finally had the chance to prove himself. Liam Moore paced back and forth in the center of the defense. As a locally trained center back, he had a special affection for this stadium. "Relax, boys." Matt Mills patted Moore's back. "This is our home ground." The referee finished checking the equipment and signaled that both sides could enter. The players streamed out, and a warm applause erupted in the King Power Stadium. Chapter 263. The morning fog on the training ground had not completely dissipated, and golden sunlight filtered through the clouds onto the lush green grass. Chen Mao arrived half an hour early, taking a deep breath of fresh air. The echoes of victory still linger in the air. Yesterday's match relieved everyone, as the oppressive gloom that had hung over them for 3 whole rounds finally dispersed. The players arrived one after another, their expressions noticeably more relaxed. Vardy even walked with a bounce. The goal he scored brought a different glow to him. "Good morning, coach." Drinkwater greeted him, his tone unusually light. Jiang Liang followed behind, carrying a training bag. Although still introverted, there was a newfound confidence in his eyes. That crucial pass yesterday had significantly elevated his status among his teammates. Steve Walsh emerged from the office, holding a thick stack of documents. He walked straight towards Chen Mao, something that would have been impossible in the past. "Boss," Walsh handed over the documents, his gaze lacking the usual skepticism. "A detailed analysis of our next opponent, Torquay United, which I organized last night." Chen Mao took the documents, inwardly reflecting. Victory is indeed the best adhesive, capable of dissolving all prejudices and distrust. Chapter 264. The sky over King Power Stadium was overcast, the cloudy weather making the entire stadium feel somewhat oppressive. Chen Mao stood by the sidelines. his gaze sweeping over the visiting team's bench. Mark McKay was discussing something with his assistant, the Scottish coach's face full of confidence. Today will be a tough match. Steve Walsh walked up to Chen Mao, holding a thick scouting report. Chen Mao nodded. He had already conducted an in-depth analysis of Cardiff City through the system. Peter Whittingham's set-piece master, golden entry sparkled. The Welsh midfielder's free kick and corner kick techniques were works of art. Even more formidable was Craig Bellamy, whose old but tough entry still radiated dangerous energy. In the players' tunnel, both teams lined up waiting to come out. Wes Morgan, as captain, scanned each teammate with a determined look. Schmeichel stood at the front of the line, his blonde hair shining under the lights. Remember, their set pieces are dangerous. Morgan reminded his teammates in a low voice. Drinkwater adjusted his shin pads, knowing today's midfield battle would be exceptionally fierce. Matty James was doing his final warm-up beside him. The double pivot needed to shoulder the defensive responsibilities. Chapter 265 Light rain fell intermittently at Plainmoor, the gray sky hanging low. This small stadium, which could only accommodate 6,000 people, felt particularly crowded. The home fan singing sounded loud and resolute in the rainy night. Chen Mao stood in front of the visiting team's bench, raindrops hitting his coat. In the second round of the League Cup, against the English League 2 team Torquay United, this should have been a match without suspense. Boss, is the player list confirmed? Steve Walsh approached, holding a tactical board. Chen Mao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the substitutes bench. Vardy, Jiang Liang, Drinkwater, Schmeichel, Morgan, and other main players sat there in training gear. Let the starters rest. This match is for the substitutes, Chen Mao said firmly. The championship schedule is too dense. We need to rotate. Walsh frowned. But Torquay United is not easy to deal with. They are very resilient at home. Trust our players. Chen Mao patted the assistant coach's shoulder. Everyone has a chance to prove themselves. In the locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The players in the rotated lineup knew this was their opportunity to perform, but the pressure came along with it. Chapter 266 The atmosphere in the locker room was stifling. The players sat in their respective spots, sweat dripping from their cheeks onto the floor. Chen Mao walked in without any sign of anger. He calmly picked up a marker and drew arrows on the tactical board. We were too restrained in the first half. He turned to face the players. Cardiff City's defense is well organized, but they also have weaknesses. Wes Morgan raised his head, the captain's armband shining under the lights. Their fullbacks are older and can't keep up with the pace. Chen Mao pointed to the tactical board. Conscious Dix, in the second half you need to cut inside more, creating space for the fullbacks to overlap. The two wingers nodded in agreement. Use width to tear apart their defense. Don't always think about breaking through the middle. Drinkwater adjusted his shin pads. Coach, their pressing is fierce. It's hard to control the midfield. That's exactly our opportunity. Chen Mao drew a circle on the tactical board. They press too high. There will be space behind them. Schmeichel stood up, sweat still glistening on his blonde hair. I will keep an eye on their counterattack routes. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the players walked out of the tunnel again. The fans at King Power Stadium were still singing loudly, blue scarves waving in the stands. Chapter 267 The whistle for the second half sounded amidst the cool rain, crisp and urgent. The Leicester City players emerged from the tunnel, their expressions starkly different from the first half. They quickened their passing rhythm. The ball moved swiftly across the slippery grass. The offensive surged towards Torquay United's half like a tide, each attack filled with determination. Chris Wood, remembering Chen Mao's instructions, began frequently drifting towards the flanks. His tall figure resembled a moving lighthouse, drawing the attention of the opposing center backs. The space in the penalty area was forcibly torn open by him time and again, although it had yet to be fatal. In the 52nd minute, Andy King sees an opportunity for a long shot, the ball grazing the post and flying out. A chorus of sighs arose from the away fans, the scale of victory still not tipping. Chen Mao stood in the rain, his expression exceptionally calm, hands in his coat pockets. His gaze moved back and forth between the field and the substitutes bench, like a hunter waiting for the right moment. In the 57th minute, he finally made a move. He turned and waved to the anxious figure on the substitutes bench. Vardy suddenly sprang up from his seat, his face a mix of disbelief and joy. He quickly took off his training vest, revealing the blue jersey underneath. Chapter 268 The pitch at Portman Road glistened under the bright sunshine. Chen Mao stood in front of the visiting team's bench, his expression serious as he scanned the ancient stadium. The gloom of 3 winless matches weighed on everyone's hearts. Today, victory was a must. Boss, The players are all ready. Steve Walsh walked up beside him, holding the final tactical arrangements. Chen Mao nodded. He had made the boldest decision. Both Vardy and Zhang Liang would start simultaneously. This was his sharpest, double-edged sword. In the locker room, the atmosphere was tense and focused. Vardy sat in the corner, constantly moving his ankles. The setbacks from the past 3 matches ignited his fighting spirit. "Jamie, today is your time to prove yourself." Wes Morgan approached, the captain's armband particularly striking under the lights. Zhang Liang was quietly tying his shoelaces on the other side. This was his second championship start, and the pressure was palpable. Drinkwater sat beside him, encouraging his Chinese teammate in simple English. "Trust your passing." Just like in training, Drinkwater patted Zhang Liang's shoulder. Chen Mao walked into the changing room, and all eyes were on him. The tactical board displayed clear arrows and running routes. Chapter 269, the September sunlight, streamed through the stands of the King Power Stadium, and the air was filled with the aroma of fish and chips and the scent of beer. It was Derby Day, and the whole of Leicester was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Blue scarves waved in the stands, and the fan songs echoed back and forth. The melody of "We Are Leicester" resonated in the sky, confronting the Derby County fans who had come from afar. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, feeling this unprecedented atmosphere. His coat swayed gently in the breeze as his focused gaze observed every detail on the field. "Boss, that's what Derby matches are like," Steve Walsh said excitedly as he walked up to him. "Football runs in our veins." Chen Mao nodded, his eyes sweeping over the starting lineup. Vardy paced back and forth in the attacking area like a cheetah ready to pounce. Zhang Liang was quietly warming up in the midfield, his movements light and precise. The atmosphere in the changing room was exceptionally tense. Wes Morgan sat in the middle, silently adjusting his shin guards. As the captain, he understood deeply what the Derby meant to the fans. "Today is different." Morgan stood up and looked around at his teammates. "This is not just about 3 points. This is about honor." Chapter 270 in the changing room. Chen Mao gently placed the tactical board on the table. The players sat in a semicircle, sweat glistening under the bright lights. "Don't rush. Your opportunity will come," Chen Mao said as he walked up to Vardy, patting his shoulder. "Keep running. The opponent's stamina is declining." Vardy raised his head, fire flickering in his eyes. The 2 missed opportunities had ignited his fighting spirit even more. "I understand, coach." He clenched his fists. Zhang Liang sat in the corner, quietly sipping on a sports drink. Drinkwater walked over, gesturing as he explained the trajectory of a pass. "Beautiful pass. Keep delivering like that, and opportunities will come." 15 minutes passed quickly. The players walked back out of the tunnel, and the sun at Portman Road was still blazing. Chant from the away fans echoed, and blue scarves fluttered in the breeze. The whistle for the second half blew, and Leicester City's offensive intensified. Zhang Liang's passing tempo in the midfield noticeably quickened, with each pass carrying a clear purpose. In the 48th minute, Drinkwater intercepted the ball in the backfield and immediately launched a counterattack. A long pass found Vardy in the attack, who used his speed to shake off the defense. But his shot was blocked by the goalkeeper. Chapter 271, the whistle for the second half, sounded amidst the blue and white scarves, the fan songs rising and falling. The intensity of the derby grew stronger. Less than 3 minutes into the half, Vardy was involved in a fierce confrontation with Guizhou in the attacking area. The two collided and fell to the ground. "Get up. Keep going," Morgan shouted from the back, his voice echoing across the field. The pace of the game was exceptionally intense, with every challenge accompanied by muscle clashes. Drinkwater engaged in a fierce contest with Bryson in midfield, both their eyes burning with a fighting spirit. In the 58th minute, Whalen once again received the ball in the center. The young talent showcased impressive footwork, and his continuous changes of direction left Zhang Liang struggling. Chen Mao frowned on the sidelines, his gaze drifting between the field and the substitutes bench. He noticed Zhang Liang's stamina was waning, and the Chinese players' movements were starting to slow down. In the 68th minute, Chen Mao finally made a decision. He turned and waved to the substitutes bench, and Andy King immediately jumped up from his seat. "King, go replace Zhang Liang." Andy King quickly took off his training vest, excitement shining in his eyes. He hurried to the sidelines, giving Zhang Liang a high five as they swapped places. Chapter 272, September. Sunlight filtered through the blinds into Chen Mao's apartment, golden light dancing on the wooden floor. Several local newspapers lay on the table, all featuring the same headline: "The magician from the East conquers King Power Stadium." Chen Mao sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot coffee. Steam rose slowly, blurring his vision. The derby match from last night seemed fresh in his mind, and the trajectory of Andy King's stunning goal replayed in his thoughts. The sound of his phone interrupted his reverie. Steve Walsh's voice came through the receiver, filled with a rare lightness. "Boss, the team has a day off today. Want to join me at my favorite pub?" Chen Mao thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. At 3 in the afternoon. In a traditional English pub in downtown Leicester, the wooden bar exuded a patina of age, and the walls were adorned with photographs and trophies from Leicester City's history. Walsh was already waiting in a corner, with 2 pints of beer in front of him. The foam slowly dissipated at the rim of the glasses, and the amber liquid shimmered under the dim lights. "Cheers to last night's victory." Walsh raised his glass, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Chapter 273. The morning fog on the training ground had not yet fully lifted, and golden sunlight poured through the clouds onto the lush green grass. Chen Mao arrived half an hour early, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. The afterglow of victory still lingered in the air. Yesterday's match had relieved everyone. The oppressive gloom that had hung over them for 3 rounds had finally dissipated. Players arrived one after another, their expressions noticeably more relaxed. Vardy walked with a bounce in his step. That goal had rejuvenated him. "Good morning, coach." Drinkwater greeted him, his tone unusually buoyant. Jiang Liang followed behind, carrying his training bag. Although still introverted, there was a newfound confidence in his eyes. That key pass from yesterday had significantly elevated his status among his teammates. Steve Walsh walked out of the office, holding a thick stack of documents. He walked straight up to Chen Mao, something that would have been unthinkable before. "Boss." Walsh handed over the documents, his gaze lacking the usual skepticism. "A detailed analysis of our next opponent, Torquay United. I worked late last night to put this together." Chen Mao took the documents, secretly impressed. Victory truly is the best adhesive, capable of resolving all biases and distrust. Chapter 274. Light rain intermittently fell at Plainmoor Stadium, and the gray sky hung low. This small stadium, which could only accommodate 6,000 people, felt especially crowded, with the home fans' chants ringing loud and resolute in the rainy night. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, raindrops hitting his coat. In the second round of the League Cup, facing the League Two team Torquay United, this was supposed to be a straightforward match. "Boss, has the player list been finalized?" Steve Walsh approached, holding the tactical board. Chen Mao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the substitutes bench. Vardy, Jiang Liang, Drinkwater, Schmeichel, Morgan, and other key players were seated there, dressed in training gear. "Let the starters rest. This match will be handled by the substitutes." Chen Mao's tone was firm. "The championship schedule is too congested. We need to rotate." Walsh frowned. "But Torquay United is tough to deal with. They are very resilient at home. Trust our players." Chen Mao patted the assistant coach's shoulder. "Everyone has a chance to prove themselves." The atmosphere in the changing room is somewhat tense. The players in the rotation lineup know this is their chance to perform. But with that comes pressure. Chapter 275. September 15th. The overcast Riverside Stadium is shrouded in gloom. The air is filled with the dampness of after rain, and the grass glistens under the lights. The Middlesbrough fans in the stands have begun their cheering, red scarves waving in the autumn breeze. Chen Mao stands in the away team's changing room, scanning each player. The tactical board on the wall is densely marked with the opponent's formation and characteristics, red arrows pointing to key positions. "Gentlemen, today we are facing a completely different team." Chen Mao points to the names on the tactical board. "Tony Mowbray's team is known for its discipline, and they will test us with traditional English football." Vardy sits in the corner, fists clenched. The victory in the derby has boosted his confidence, but he knows every match is a new challenge. Jiang Liang silently adjusts his shin guards beside him, focus etched on the face of the Chinese player. Jonathan Woodgate, former England international. Chen Mao circles the opposing center back on the tactical board. His experience and anticipation are top-notch. "Jamie, you need to move more to create space." Chapter 276. The whistle for the second half sounds in the cool drizzle, crisp and urgent. The Leicester City players emerge from the tunnel, their expressions markedly different from the first half. They quicken their passing tempo, the ball zipping across the slippery grass. The offensive surge crashes toward Torquay United's half, each attack filled with determination. Chris Wood remembers Chen Mao's instructions and starts to frequently drift to the flanks. His tall figure acts like a moving lighthouse, drawing the attention of the opposing center backs. The space in the penalty area is repeatedly torn open by him, though not yet lethal. In the 52nd minute, Andy King seizes an opportunity for a long-range shot, the ball grazing the post as it flies out. A collective sigh of frustration rises from the away fan stand. The scales of victory have not yet tipped. Chen Mao stands in the rain, his expression unusually calm, hands tucked into his coat pockets. His gaze shifts back and forth between the field and the substitutes bench, like a hunter waiting for the right moment. In the 57th minute, he finally makes a move. He turns and waves to the anxious figure on the substitutes bench. Vardy jumps up from his seat, a mix of disbelief and ecstasy on his face. He quickly removes his training vest, revealing the blue jersey underneath. Chapter 277. The door to the changing room slams shut, and Chen Mao takes one last look at the adjustments on the tactical board. The whistle for the second half is about to blow, and the noise from Riverside Stadium filters through the walls. The players step back onto the grass, the autumn clouds thicker than before. Vardy takes a deep breath, determination burning in his eyes. Zhang Liang gently touches his shin guards, preparing for a more intense physical contest in the second half. The kickoff whistle blows. Leicester City noticeably quickens their passing tempo. Drinkwater receives the ball and releases it without hesitation, sending it forward. The ball flows quickly across the pitch, each pass carrying a sense of urgency. In the 48th minute, Schlupp receives a pass on the left. He chooses not to cut inside, but goes directly down the sideline. Fuchs closely defends, and the two collide fiercely. The ball rolls out of bounds. Schlupp shakes his head as he gets up, clearly struggling to adapt to the intensity of the challenge. Middlesbrough's defensive strength is greater than in the first half. In the 52nd minute, Knockert finds space on the right. The French winger uses his dribbling skills to evade Richie's defense, then crosses to find Vardy in the box. Woodgate once again showcases his anticipation skills. The former England international moves early, easily clearing the ball. Vardy stamps his foot, frustration evident on his face. Chapter 278. September's sunlight filters through the King Power Stadium stands, and the air is filled with the aroma of fish and chips and the scent of beer. It's Derby Day, and the whole of Leicester is immersed in a festive atmosphere. Blue scarves wave in the stands, and the fan songs rise and fall. The melody of We Are Leicester echoes through the air, confronting the Derby County fans who have traveled from afar. Chen Mao stands on the sidelines, feeling this unprecedented atmosphere. His coat flutters gently in the breeze, his eyes focused on every detail on the pitch. "Boss, this is how a derby is." Steve Walsh walks up beside him, excitement in his voice. "Football runs in our veins." Chen Mao nods, his gaze sweeping over the starting lineup. Vardy paces back and forth in the attacking area, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Zhang Liang quietly warms up in midfield, his movements light and precise. The atmosphere in the changing room is exceptionally tense. Wes Morgan sits in the center, silently adjusting his shin guards. As captain, he knows what the derby means to the fans. Today is different. Morgan stands up and looks around at his teammates. This isn't just about 3 points, it's about honor. Chapter 279. In the next match, we will be stronger. September 16th in Leicester, the rain falls steadily. The Belvoir training ground is enveloped in a gray mist, the autumn chill seeping through the glass windows into the building. The training field is empty, last night's defeat casting a shadow over the entire club. The players enter the changing room with weary steps, each face marked by discontent. Chen Mao stands at the door of the tactical analysis room, his gaze sweeping over the arriving players. Vardy is the first to appear, the anger still burning in the eyes of the England forward. Zhang Liang follows closely behind, his head down, clearly troubled by last night's performance. "Gentlemen, please sit down." Chen Mao's voice is calm, lacking any reproach. The players look at each other and take their seats in their respective spots. The projector beam lights up the white wall, and the footage from last night's match begins to play. The first shot, Zhang Liang is dispossessed in midfield by Leadbitter. "Look here." Chen Mao uses a laser pointer to indicate the screen. Zhang Liang opted for a personal breakthrough, but the opponent's physical challenge caused him to lose balance. Zhang Liang lifts his head, a hint of self-reproach flashing in his eyes. The second shot, Vardy is easily dealt with by Woodgate in the penalty area. Chapter 280. On the night of September 18th, the King Power Stadium is illuminated as brightly as day by dazzling lights. The autumn breeze gently brushes over the grass, carrying a faint scent of fresh-cut grass. The stands are packed, a sea of blue surging under the night sky, and the fan songs resonate through the air. Chen Mao stands at the players' tunnel, taking a deep breath. The air tonight is filled with excitement and tension. This is the third round of the League Cup, and the opponent is Premier League side Fulham. Boss, are you ready? Steve Walsh walks up beside him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Mao nods, his gaze sweeping over the players in the changing room. Vardy is doing his final warm-up, each movement filled with explosiveness. Matty James silently adjusts his shin guards in the corner, the young Welshman's face reflecting intense focus. Remember our tactics. Chen Mao approached the tactical board, the black marker moving swiftly across the whiteboard. From the very first second, we have to suffocate them. The red arrows pointed towards Fulham's defense. Dense lines outlining a giant net. This was the trap carefully designed by Chen Mao, specifically to capture those Premier League gentlemen who were accustomed to slow-paced ball control. Chapter 281. The whistle for the second half sounded amidst the blue and white scarves, the fan songs rising and falling. The intensity of the derby was palpable. Less than 3 minutes into the game, Vardy had a fierce confrontation with Guizhou, and the two collided while fighting for the ball, both hitting the ground. Get up. Keep going. Morgan shouted loudly from the back, his voice echoing across the pitch. The pace of the game was exceptionally intense, with every duel accompanied by the clash of muscles. Drinkwater and Bryson were in a heated battle in midfield, both their eyes burning with the fire of competitiveness. In the 58th minute, Wilshere once again received the ball in the center. The young talent showcased astonishing footwork, his rapid changes of direction making Jiang Liang struggle. Chen Mao furrowed his brows on the sidelines, his gaze shifting between the field and the substitutes bench. He noticed Jiang Liang's stamina was waning, the Chinese player's movements starting to slow down. In the 68th minute, Chen Mao finally made a decision. He turned and waved to the substitutes bench, and Andy King immediately sprang up from his seat. King, go replace Jiang Liang. Andy King quickly took off his training vest, excitement glinting in his eyes. He walked briskly to the sidelines and exchanged high-fives with Jiang Liang for the substitution. Chapter 282. The September sunlight streamed through the blinds of Chen Mao's apartment, golden patches dancing on the wooden floor. Several local newspapers were spread out on the table, all featuring the same headline on the front page. The magician from the East conquers the King Power Stadium. Chen Mao sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot coffee. Steam rose slowly, blurring his vision. The derby from last night seemed fresh in his mind, the trajectory of Andy King's stunning goal replaying in his thoughts. The ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. Steve Walsh's voice came through the receiver, unusually relaxed. Boss, the team has a day off today. Want to join me at my usual bar? Chen Mao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. At 3 in the afternoon, in a traditional English pub in downtown Leicester. The wooden bar radiated the sheen of years gone by, the walls adorned with photos and trophies of Leicester City over the years. Walsh was already waiting in a corner, 2 pints of beer in front of him. The foam slowly dissipated at the rim of the glasses, the amber liquid shimmering under the dim light. Cheers to last night's victory, Walsh said, raising his glass, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Chapter 283. As the halftime whistle blew, the stands at the King Power Stadium were still buzzing with energy. The blue sea roared beneath the night sky, the fan songs never ceasing. Chen Mao strode confidently toward the players' tunnel, showing no signs of anxiety. In the locker room, players sat in their spots, drenched in sweat. Vardy wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, the fire still burning in his eyes. Drinkwater leaned against the wall, his chest heaving heavily. Gentlemen, Chen Mao entered, his voice calm and firm. In the 45 minutes of battle, you have already proven something. He approached the tactical board, the black marker moving swiftly across the whiteboard. The red arrows became denser, the tactical diagram growing more complex. They are tired. Chen Mao pointed to the area of Fulham's half. Look at Duff's running distance. Look at Berbatov's touches. Our pressing is destroying their rhythm. Matty James looked up, a flicker of confusion in the young Welshman's eyes. Boss, they're still in the lead. Just 1 goal. Chen Mao turned to face the players. 45 minutes is enough for us to create 10 chances. Chapter 284. On September 15th, the cloudy Riverside Stadium was shrouded in gloom. The air was damp with the scent of rain, the grass glistening under the lights. Middlesbrough fans in the stands had already begun their chants, red scarves waving in the autumn breeze. Chen Mao stood in the away team's locker room, scanning each player. The tactical board was densely annotated with the opponent's formation and characteristics, red arrows pointing to various key positions. Gentlemen, today we face a completely different team. Chen Mao pointed to the names on the tactical board. Tony Mowbray's team is known for their discipline, and they will test us with the most traditional English football. Vardy sat in the corner, fists clenched tightly. The victory in the derby had boosted his confidence, but he knew every match was a new challenge. Jiang Liang silently adjusted his shin guards nearby, his face reflecting intense focus. Jonathan Woodgate, former England international. Chen Mao circled the opposing center-back on the tactical board, noting his experience and anticipation skills are top-notch. Jamie, you need to make more runs to create space. Chapter 285, on the morning of September 19th. Sunlight streamed through the blinds of the Belvoir training ground into Chen Mao's office. A thick stack of England's major newspapers lay on the desk, all headlining the miracle of the previous night. The Sun's headline was particularly striking. The mysterious power for the East turns foxes into lions. The accompanying image captured Vardy celebrating after scoring, the England striker's outstretched arms dominating the page. The Guardian was more restrained but used words filled with shock. Leicester City's crazy night. Championship team humiliates Premier League aristocrats. The Daily Mirror focused on Chen Mao. Chinese coach's tactical revolution leaves Fulham humiliated at King Power Stadium. Chen Mao set down the newspaper and took a sip from his coffee cup. The bitter liquid spread across his tongue, bringing a moment of clarity. The joy of victory still coursed through his veins, but reason reminded him that this was just the beginning. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Steve Walsh entered, an uncontainable smile on his face. "Boss, did you see Lineker's column?" Walsh handed over his tablet, the screen displaying the BBC Sports page. Chapter 286, the locker room door slammed shut, and Chen Mao took one last look at the adjustments on the tactical board. The whistle for the second half was about to blow, the noise from Riverside Stadium filtering through the walls. The players stepped back onto the pitch, the autumn clouds hanging heavy. Vardy took a deep breath, the fire of determination burning in his eyes. Jiang Liang gently stroked his shin guards, preparing for even more intense physical confrontations in the second half. The whistle blew to signal the kickoff. Leicester City noticeably quickened their passing tempo. After receiving the ball, Drinkwater no longer hesitated, sending a pass forward. The ball flowed rapidly across the green pitch, each pass infused with urgency. In the 48th minute, Schlupp received a pass on the left. He chose not to cut in, but went straight down the sideline. Fland was tightly marking him, and the two collided fiercely. The ball rolled out of bounds. Schlupp shook his head as he got up, clearly unaccustomed to the earlier confrontation. Middlesbrough's defensive intensity was stronger than in the first half. In the 52nd minute, Kante found space on the right flank. The French winger used his dribbling skills to evade Ritchie's defense and immediately crossed the ball, looking for Vardy in the box. Woodgate once again demonstrated his ability to anticipate, moving ahead of time to easily clear the ball. Vardy stomped his foot, frustration written all over his face. Chapter 287, on September 22nd. The sky over King Power Stadium was clear. The autumn sunlight streamed through the stands onto the lush green pitch, and thousands of Leicester City fans had gathered outside the stadium. Blue scarves waved in the crowd, and songs echoed in the streets since early morning. The derby against Nottingham Forest held significance far beyond just 3 points. In the locker room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, staring at the lineup. He chose a starting 11 that balanced experience and impact, carefully considering each position. Vardy sat in the corner, tying his shoelaces, the England forward's movements slow and focused. His goal against Fulham 3 days ago had boosted his confidence, but the pressure of the derby was equally immense. Wes Morgan moved among his teammates, his voice low and steady. He patted everyone's shoulders, conveying an undeniable determination in his gaze. Today is not about tactics. Chen Mao turned to face the players, his voice calm yet firm as steel. The derby was about willpower, about the thirst for victory. Drinkwater took a deep breath. The England midfielder understood the weight of the match. The home winning streak must not be interrupted in the derby. The fans' expectations were the greatest pressure. Chapter 288, in the next match, we will be stronger. On September 16th in Leicester, light rain fell. The Belvoir training ground was shrouded in a gray mist, and the autumn chill seeped through the glass windows into the building. The training ground was empty. Last night's defeat had plunged the entire club into silence. The players walked into the locker room with weary steps, each face marked by discontent. Chen Mao stood at the door of the tactical analysis room, his gaze sweeping over the arriving players. Vardy was the first to appear, anger still burning in the England forward's eyes. Jiang Liang followed closely, his head down, clearly troubled by last night's performance. "Gentlemen, take a seat." Chen Mao's voice was calm, showing no hint of reproach. The players exchanged glances and sat down in their respective places. The projector's beam illuminated the white wall, and the footage from last night's match began to replay. The first shot, Jiang Liang was dispossessed in midfield by Leadbitter. "Look here." Chen Mao pointed to the screen with a laser pen. Jiang Liang opted for a personal breakthrough, but the opponent's physical challenge caused him to lose balance. Jiang Liang lifted his head, a hint of self-reproach flashing in his eyes. The second shot, Vardy was easily dealt with by Woodgate in the box. Chapter 289, the captain's roar echoed in the locker room. Morgan's eyes were red, his anger trembling his voice. "This is a derby." Morgan's fist struck the locker again. "We represent more than just ourselves." Vardy was the first to stand up, shaking off the towel. The fire of defiance rekindled in his eyes. Drinkwater quickly followed, determination written all over the midfield core's face. Andy King clenched his fists, and everyone could feel the surge of fighting spirit in their blood. Chen Mao quietly observed all this. Sometimes, motivation among players is more effective than any tactical arrangement. As the whistle for the second half blew, Leicester City players charged out of the tunnel. Their steps were firm and powerful, a stark contrast to the first half. The fans at King Power Stadium immediately sensed this change. Blue scarves waved in the stands, and the songs resonated once again. Just 3 minutes into the second half, Leicester City showcased a brand new look. Drinkwater fiercely pressured in midfield, successfully intercepting Guardiola's pass. Vardy sprang into action, his speed exploding at that moment. He shook off Ayala's grasp and headed straight for the box. But Nottingham Forest's defense was equally tenacious. Halford provided timely cover, using his body to block Vardy's path. Chapter 290 on the night of September 18th, King Power Stadium was illuminated as bright as day by dazzling lights. The autumn breeze gently brushed over the grass, carrying a faint scent of freshly cut grass. The stands were packed, a sea of blue surged under the night sky, and the fan songs filled the air. Chen Mao stood at the players' tunnel, taking a deep breath. Excitement and tension filled the air tonight, as it was the third round of the League Cup, with Fulham from the Premier League as the opponent. "Boss, are you ready?" Steve Walsh walked up to him, his eyes shining with anticipation. Chen Mao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the players in the locker room. Vardy was doing his final warm-up, every movement filled with explosiveness. Matty James quietly adjusted his shin guards in the corner, his young Welsh face full of focus. "Remember our tactics." Chen Mao approached the tactical board, the black marker moving quickly across the whiteboard. "From the first second, we need to suffocate them." The red arrows pointed towards Fulham's defense, dense lines outlining a massive trap. This was the carefully designed trap by Chen Mao, specifically to ensnare those Premier League gentlemen accustomed to slow-paced ball control. Chapter 291 on September 24th. The sky over Leicester was dotted with scattered clouds. At the Belvoir training ground, the warmth of the Derby victory had not yet dissipated. The players wore relaxed smiles, and the momentum of consecutive wins filled the entire team with confidence. On the league table, Leicester City had quietly climbed to a mid-table position. From the rocky start of the season to now, finding their rhythm, everyone felt the team's progress. In the tactical analysis room, Chen Mao sat alone in front of the large screen. Clips from recent matches played on the computer screen, and his brow furrowed slightly. Vardy's figure appeared repeatedly on the screen. Speed breakthroughs, goal-scoring attempts, celebrating goals, but more footage showed the chances he had missed. His technique is still too rough. Chen Mao murmured to himself, fingers tapping on the keyboard. The system interface flickered before his eyes, revealing detailed data analysis. Vardy's shooting success rate was only 23, far below the standard of a top striker. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire team gathered for a meeting. The players filed into the analysis room, still carrying the sweat and relaxed expressions from training. Vardy sat in the front row, the England forward habitually twisting the water bottle in his hands. His consecutive goals had boosted his confidence, and he radiated a rebellious aura. Chapter 292 as the halftime whistle blew. The stands at King Power Stadium were still filled with heat. The blue sea surged under the night sky, and the fan songs never ceased. Chen Mao strode toward the players' tunnel, his face showing no signs of anxiety. In the locker room, the players sat in their places, drenched in sweat. Vardy wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, the fire still blazing in his eyes. Drinkwater leaned against the wall, his chest heaving heavily. "Gentlemen." Chen Mao pushed the door open and entered, his voice calm and firm. After 45 minutes of competition, you have proven something. He walked towards the tactical board, the black marker quickly moving across the whiteboard. The red arrows became denser, and the tactical diagram grew more complex. They were tired. Chen Mao pointed to the area in Fulham's half. Look at Duff's running distance. Look at Berbatov's touches. Our pressing is destroying their rhythm. Matt James raised his head, a look of confusion flashing in the young Welshman's eyes. Boss, they're still leading. Just one goal. Chen Mao turned to face the players. 45 minutes is enough for us to create 10 chances. Chapter 293, King Power Stadium. On September 29th, in the 8th round of the championship, Leicester City faced Bolton Wanderers away. This was a tough match. Bolton had just been relegated from the Premier League and still retained many players with top-flight quality. They were eager to return to the Premier League quickly and would not easily let go of any opponent. In the away team's dressing room, Chen Mao was conducting the final tactical arrangements. The tactical board was densely marked with Bolton's formation and key player positions. Pay attention to their two flanks. Chen Mao pointed at the tactical board with the pen. Eggles and Petrov, both speed-type wingers. Their crosses are accurate and pose a great threat. The system interface in front of him flickered with detailed data analysis. Both wingers had the blue attribute of speedster on the wing, with speed and explosiveness at the top level of the championship. And their center forward, Davies. Chen Mao continued to analyze. A typical English aerial fortress, excellent in heading ability. Wes, you need to keep a close eye on him. Morgan nodded heavily, a fighting fire flashing in the captain's eyes. Competing against a powerful center forward is his battlefield. Our tactic is simple. Chen Mao put away the tactical board. Looking at each player, seize the opening. Use our current high morale to strive for an early goal. Chapter 294. On the morning of September 19th, sunlight poured into Chen Mao's office through the blinds at the Belvoir training base. A thick stack of newspapers from major English outlets lay on the desk, and the front page headlines were all reporting on last night's miracle. The Sun's headline was particularly striking. The mysterious power of the East turns foxes into lions. The accompanying image was of Vardy celebrating after scoring, with the England forward's outstretched arms dominating the entire page. The Guardian was relatively restrained but still used shocking language. Leicester City's crazy night. Championship team humiliates Premier League aristocrats. The Daily Mirror focused on Chen Mao. The tactical revolution of a Chinese coach leaves Fulham humiliated at the King Power Stadium. Chen Mao put down the newspaper and picked up his coffee cup, taking a small sip. The bitter liquid spread on his tongue, bringing a moment of clarity. The joy of victory still flowed in his veins, but reason told him that this was just the beginning. A knock on the door sounded. Steve Walsh pushed the door open, a smile he could not suppress on the assistant coach's face. "Boss, have you seen Lineker's column?" Walsh handed over a tablet, displaying the BBC Sports page. Chapter 295. In the away team's dressing room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, the marker in his hand quickly moving across the whiteboard. The players formed a semicircle, their sweat-drenched faces filled with focus. "Look here." Chen Mao drew Bolton's formation on the tactical board, with Ricketts and Alonso, two fullbacks who contribute significantly to the attack. He marked the forward runs of the two fullbacks with a red pen. The system data showed that Bolton's fullbacks made over 15 forward runs per game on average, leaving gaps behind them. The more they push forward, the larger the space behind them. Chen Mao turned to Vardy and Nugent. "You two will stretch the wings in the second half, focusing on attacking these areas." Vardy nodded emphatically. The England forward's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. The missed opportunities in the first half fueling his determination. "Danny." Chen Mao looked at Drinkwater. "Your long passes are key. Pick the right moment and deliver it perfectly." Drinkwater patted his chest. Coming from Manchester United's youth academy, he never lacked experience and technique in crucial moments. As the second half began, Leicester City's tactical adjustments had an immediate effect. The team clearly intensified their attacks on Bolton's two flanks. In the 48th minute, Schlupp received a pass from Konchesky on the left. The Ghanaian winger chose not to cut inside, but advanced along the sideline. Chapter 296. On September 22nd, the sky above King Power Stadium was cloudless. The golden autumn sun poured onto the lush green pitch from the stands, and thousands of Leicester City fans had gathered outside the stadium. Blue scarves fluttered in the crowd, and songs echoed on the streets since dawn. The derby against Nottingham Forest carried significance far beyond just 3 points. In the dressing room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, staring at the lineup arrangement. He chose a starting lineup that combined experience and impact, with every position carefully considered. Vardy sat in the corner, tying his shoelaces, the England forward's movements slow yet focused. The goal against Fulham 3 days ago boosted his confidence, but the pressure of the derby was equally immense. Wes Morgan moved among his teammates, his voice deep and resolute. He patted each player's shoulder, his gaze conveying undeniable determination. Today is not a technical lesson. Chen Mao turned to face the players. His voice calm, yet as hard as steel. The derby is a test of will, a thirst for victory. Drinkwater took a deep breath. The England midfielder understood the weight of this match. The momentum of consecutive home victories could not be interrupted in the derby. The fans' expectations were the greatest pressure. Chapter 297. On October 1st, at Belvoir Training Base, the players who had just finished the match against Bolton were undergoing recovery training. Chen Mao stood in his office. His gaze focused on the system interface in front of him. Dense data flickered on the screen, every number revealing subtle changes in the players' physical conditions. Red warning lights flashed next to the data of several key players. Vardy's muscle fatigue had reached 78, Drinkwater's running distance had decreased by 12 compared to last week. And even the Ironman Morgan had noticeably reduced his number of bursts compared to previous matches. The system's training plan optimization module automatically popped up suggestions. The players need to immediately adjust their training intensity and increase the proportion of recovery training. Chen Mao frowned. The continuous tough matches had indeed taken a huge toll on the team, and the grueling draw against Bolton had pushed the players' stamina to the limit. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Steve Walsh entered, followed by fitness coach Santiago Gil. The meticulous Spaniard who had followed Chen Mao from Eibar to Leicester City, loyal to him. "Boss, what's the training schedule for today?" Walsh sat down in chair, and the players looked somewhat fatigued. Chapter 298. The captain's roar echoed in the dressing room. Morgan's eyes were red, his voice trembling with anger. "This is a derby." Morgan's fist slammed against the locker again, reminding us that we represent more than just ourselves. Vardy was the first to rise, shaking off the towel. The fire of determination reignited in his eyes. Drinkwater quickly followed, his face filled with resolve. Andy King clenched his fists, and everyone could feel the surge of fighting spirit in their blood. Chen Mao quietly observed all of this. Sometimes, motivation among players is more effective than any tactical arrangement. The whistle for the second half sounded, and the Leicester City players rushed out of the tunnel. Their steps were firm and powerful, a stark contrast to the first half. The fans at the King Power Stadium immediately sensed this change. Blue scarves waved in the stands, and songs echoed into the sky again. Just 3 minutes into the second half, Leicester City showcased a brand new look. Drinkwater fiercely pressured in midfield, successfully intercepting Guardiola's pass. Vardy instantly took off, his speed exploding at that moment. He broke free from Ayala's entanglement and charged towards the penalty area. However, Nottingham Forest defense was equally tenacious. Halford timely positioned himself, using his body to block Vardy's advancing route. Chapter 299. The sky over Leicester was cloudless on October 6th. After a week of scientific adjustments, the Leicester City players were in high spirits, each of their eyes sparkling with a desire for victory. In the locker room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, quickly sketching Watford's formation on the whiteboard with a marker. The players formed a semicircle, attentively listening to the coach's analysis. "Look here." Chen Mao marked Watford's 3-5-2 formation with a red pen, explaining that Zola's team had strong attacking power, and both forwards were difficult to deal with. The system interface displayed detailed opponent analyses in his mind. Vidra's check blade entry indicated that his speed reached an astonishing level, while Dini's penalty area tank trait meant he posed a significant threat inside the box. Vidra is fast, Dini is strong. Chen Mao turned to the defensive line. "Wes, you are responsible for marking Dini. Zach, Vidra is yours. Keep up with his speed." Morgan nodded heavily, the captain's armband gleaming under the lights. Whitbread also made a gesture of response, the young center back showing no signs of fear in his eyes. "Today we are using 4-2-3-1 for the first time." Chen Mao drew their formation on the tactical board. "Liang, you will play as the attacking midfielder." Chapter 300. The feeling of being ahead was vividly displayed among the Leicester City players. Jiang Liang stood in the attacking midfielder position, scanning the entire field. Appearing calm every time he received the ball, his feet gently caressed the ball, his movements graceful as if conducting a symphony. Watford's midfielders closed into pressure, but the Chinese player always managed to escape entanglement in the simplest way. Maintain the rhythm. Chen Mao waved his arms on the sidelines. The system interface displayed real-time data, showing that Leicester City's possession rate had reached 65, with Jiang Liang completing 23 passes at a success rate of 91. The sun in the second half was still scorching, sweat rolling down every player's forehead. However, the Leicester City players were full of energy. A week of scientific recovery training ensured they had ample stamina. In the 59th minute, something exciting happened. Drinkwater held the ball in the backfield, unfazed by Vider's pressing. Trained at Manchester United, he demonstrated solid fundamentals, shielding the ball with his body. A precise long pass sailed over the midfield, landing steadily at Jiang Liang's feet. The Chinese player received the ball with his back to the goal, and Watford's Abdi immediately pressed closely. Jiang Liang didn't turn around, but cleverly used the outside of his foot to pass the ball to the right. Chapter 301. On September 24th, sporadic clouds floated in the sky over Leicester. At the Belvoir training base, the warmth of the Derby victory had not yet dissipated. The players wore relaxed smiles, and the momentum of consecutive wins filled the entire team with confidence. On the league table, Leicester City had quietly climbed to a mid-table position. From a rocky start to now finding their form, everyone felt the team's progress. In the tactical analysis room, Chen Mao sat alone in front of the large screen. Clips from recent matches played on the computer screen, and he frowned slightly. Vardy's figure repeatedly appeared on the screen. Speedy breakthroughs, goal-scoring attempts, celebrating goals. But more often were the moments he missed opportunities. His technique is still too rough, Chen Mao muttered to himself, fingers tapping on the keyboard. The system interface flickered in front of him, revealing detailed data analyses. Vardy's shooting success rate was only 23, far below the standard of top forwards. At 2 in the afternoon, the entire team gathered for a meeting. The players filed into the analysis room, still carrying the sweat and relaxed expressions from training. Vardy sat in the front row, the English forward habitually twisting his water bottle. His consecutive goals had boosted his confidence, radiating a rebellious aura. Chapter 302. At the Ricoh Arena on September 29th, in the 8th round of the championship, Leicester City faced Bolton Wanderers away. It was a tough match. Bolton had just been relegated from the Premier League and still retained many players of top-flight caliber. They were eager to return to the Premier League quickly and would not easily let any opponent slip by. In the away locker room, Chen Mao was conducting the final tactical arrangement. The tactical board was densely annotated with Bolton's formation and key player positions. Pay attention to their 2 flanks. Chen Mao pointed at the tactical board. Eagles and Petrov, both are speedy wingers. Their crosses are precise and very threatening. The system interface flickered in front of him, displaying detailed data analyses. Both wingers had the blue entry of winged steed, with speed and explosiveness at the top level of the championship. And their striker, Davies. Chen Mao continued his analysis. A typical English style, aerial fortress, excellent heading ability. Wes, you must keep a close eye on him. Morgan nodded heavily, the fire of battle flickering in the captain's eyes. Competing against a powerful striker was exactly the battlefield he excelled in. Our tactic is simple. Chen Mao put away the tactical board, scanning each player, seize the initiative, utilize our current high morale to strive for an early goal. Chapter 303. The echoes of the 3-0 victory over Watford still lingered in the air. On the training ground, Steve Walsh approached Chen Mao. The English coach held a thick notebook in his hands, his expression showing unprecedented seriousness. Boss, about the details of the high pressing from yesterday, Walsh opened his notebook. Could you clarify the timing of the transition between offense and defense? Chen Mao was somewhat surprised. This was the first time Walsh had actively sought advice on tactical details. From initial skepticism to now humbly seeking guidance, the senior assistant's transformation brought Chen Mao a sense of relief. The moment we lose possession, we must complete the first press within 3 seconds. Chen Mao picked up the tactical board. The key is to shorten the opponent's thinking time. Walsh diligently recorded every point. His gaze was focused like a beginner, showing no sign of a seasoned coach's arrogance. Look at Jiang Liang's performance yesterday. Chen Mao continued to explain that he could always complete passes in the shortest time possible, which was the effect they wanted. Not far away on the training ground, players were undergoing recovery training. Jiang Liang and Vardy stood together, with the Chinese player patiently teaching the English forward how to use chopsticks. Chapter 304. On October 20th, Ewood Park was shrouded in pouring rain, and the sky was as gloomy as a giant lead plate. The rain ruthlessly pounded the turf, splashing up sprays of water, and the entire stadium was filled with the damp smell of soil. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, raindrops dripping from the brim of his hat. His gaze pierced through the rain curtain, focusing intently on every detail on the field. Tonight's match was crucial for Leicester City. It was their last test before heading to Anfield to challenge Liverpool. Blackburn Rovers were also a team relegated from the Premier League, with rich experience in top-flight football. Playing at home, they became even more difficult to deal with in such harsh weather. The weather was terrible. Steve Walsh tightened his coat. The rain had soaked through his notebook. Chen Mao did not respond, his attention fully concentrated on the field. The system interface flickered in his mind with real-time data, precisely recording each player's position and condition. Blackburn's formation was simple but extremely effective in this weather. Two forwards, Nuno Gomez and Jordan Rhodes, continuously attacked Leicester City's defense, while midfielder Danny Murphy controlled the pace of the game like a precision machine. Chapter 305. On October 1st at the Belvoir training ground, players who had just finished the Bolton match were undergoing recovery training. Chen Mao stood in his office, his gaze focused on the system interface before him. Dense data danced across the screen, with every number revealing subtle changes in the players' physical conditions. Red warning lights flickered next to the data of several key players. Vardy's muscle fatigue had reached 78. Drinkwater's running distance had decreased by 12 compared to last week. And even the Ironman Morgan had noticeably reduced his sprinting frequency compared to previous matches. The system's training plan optimization module automatically popped up suggestions. Players needed to immediately adjust training intensity and increase the proportion of recovery training. Chen Mao frowned. Continuous hard matches had indeed taken a huge toll on the team, and the tough draw against Bolton had pushed the players' physical limits. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Steve Walsh entered, followed by fitness coach Santiago Gil. This meticulous Spaniard had followed Chen Mao from Eibar to Leicester City, devoted to him. "Boss, what's today's training schedule?" Walsh sat down in the chair, and the players looked somewhat fatigued. Chapter 306. On October 6th, the sky over Leicester was clear, and after a week of scientific adjustments, Leicester City players were in high spirits, each with a gleam of desire for victory in their eyes. In the locker room, Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, quickly sketching Watford's formation with a marker. The players formed a semicircle, attentively listening to the coach's analysis. "Look here." Chen Mao marked Watford's 3-5-2 formation in red, noting that Zola's team had strong attacking power, with both forwards being difficult to deal with. The system interface in his mind displayed a detailed analysis of the opponent. Vidra's check blade attribute had his speed at an astonishing level, while Dini's tank in the box trait indicated a significant threat in the penalty area. Vidra is quick, Dini is strong. Chen Mao turned to the defensive line. "Wes, you mark Dini closely. Zach, Vidra is yours. Keep up with him using your speed." Morgan nodded firmly, the captain's armband shining under the lights. Whitbread also made a responsive gesture, showing no fear in the eyes of the young center back. "Today we will use 4-2-3-1 for the first time." Chen Mao drew their formation on the tactical board. "Liang, you'll play as the attacking midfielder." Chapter 307. As the halftime whistle blew, Leicester City players rushed out of the locker room tunnel as if reborn. The rain continued to pour. Wes Morgan was the first to step onto the grass, his stride as firm as that of steel warrior. The captain's shoulders were straight, and even in this muddy battlefield, he exuded an unshakable authority. "Let's go," Morgan shouted, his voice penetrating the rain and reaching the entire stadium. After the start of the second half, Leicester City transformed completely. The players fought ruthlessly in the mud, with each tackle splashing up huge sprays of water. Drinkwater's interceptions in midfield became fiercer. The former Manchester United player had fully activated his Red Devil legacy attribute. Every challenge he made was filled with the spirit of Old Trafford. In the 52nd minute, Drinkwater engaged in a fierce physical confrontation with the opposing midfielder Guizhou. Both fell into the mud, but Drinkwater was the first to get up, protecting the ball. "Well done, Danny," Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines, rain streaming down his cheeks. Blackburn began to feel the pressure. Leicester City's frantic pressing made their passes hurried, leading to an increase in mistakes. Chapter 308. The exhilaration of taking the lead was vividly displayed by Leicester City players. Jiang Liang stood in the attacking midfielder position, his gaze sweeping across the entire field. Appearing calm and unhurried with every touch of the ball, his feet caressed the ball gracefully, as if conducting a symphony. Watford's midfielders closed in a press, but the Chinese player always managed to shake off their entanglements in the simplest way. Maintain the rhythm. Chen Mao waved his arms on the sidelines. The system interface showed real-time data. Leicester City's possession rate had reached 65, and Jiang Liang alone had completed 23 passes with a success rate of 91. The sun in the second half was still scorching, with sweat rolling down every player's forehead. However, Leicester City's players were in high spirits, as a week of scientific recovery training ensured they were well rested. In the 59th minute, something spectacular happened. Drinkwater received the ball in the backfield, unfazed by Vidra's pressing. Coming from Manchester United's youth academy, he displayed solid fundamental skills, using his body to shield the ball. A precise long pass traversed the midfield, landing steadily at Jiang Liang's feet. The Chinese player received the ball with his back to the goal, and Watford's Abdi immediately pressed closely. Jiang Liang did not turn around, but cleverly used the outside of his foot to distribute the ball to the right. Chapter 309. On October 22nd, at the Belvoir training ground, in stark contrast to the muddy, rainy night at Ewood Park the previous day, Chen Mao stood at the edge of the training ground, holding a tablet. The screen flickered with dense data charts, each number representing Liverpool's tactical secrets. "Boss, how is the recovery of the players?" Steve Walsh walked over, concern in his eyes. "Very good, even better than I expected." Chen Mao did not look up, his finger sliding across the screen. The victory on that rainy night had given them a huge boost in confidence. On the training ground, the players are engaged in light recovery training. There is no intense confrontation, no high-intensity running. Everything seems calm and unhurried. Vardy hums a little tune while jogging, his face still reflecting the excitement of scoring last night. His steps are light, showing no signs of having just endured a fierce battle. Jamie looks in a good mood. Drinkwater follows Vardy closely, and their conversation drifts in the gentle breeze. "Of course, I was a hero yesterday." Vardy grins, his eyes sparkling with pride. Wes Morgan shakes his head nearby, but there's a smile on his face too. The captain knows that such confidence is a valuable asset for the team. Chapter 3:10 in the tunnel of Anfield. The "Black This is Anfield" sign hangs coldly overhead. The Leicester City players line up, their footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor. Jiang Liang bites his lip, his palms already sweating. This is the stage he has dreamed of countless times, yet it is also a pressure he has never experienced. "Did you hear that?" Vardy leans into Jiang Liang's ear, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "They're singing 'You'll Never Walk Alone.' I dreamed of playing to this sound when I was a kid." Jiang Liang nods, but his throat is too dry to make sound. The light at the end of the tunnel grows brighter. That's the legendary Anfield pitch. The songs of 47,000 Liverpool fans reach his ears, shaking everyone's hearts. "Stay calm." Morgan's voice comes from the front, the captain's back straightens. "This is just another game." But everyone knows this is far from just another game. The moment they step out of the tunnel, the whole world changes. The Red Sea of the KOP stand surges. The songs form a massive wave, crashing into every corner of the stadium. The Leicester City players instinctively huddle together, facing this unprecedented spectacle. Chapter 3:11. The afterglow of the 3-0 victory over Watford still lingers in the air, and on the training ground, Steve Walsh approaches Chen Mao. The English coach holds a thick notebook in his hands, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. "Boss, about the high-pressing details from yesterday." Walsh opens his notebook. "Can you explain the timing of the transition between offense and defense in more detail?" Chen Mao is somewhat surprised. This is the first time Walsh has actively sought tactical details. From initial doubt to now humbly seeking advice, the transformation of this seasoned assistant coach brings Chen Mao comfort. "The moment we lose possession, we must complete the first press within 3 seconds." Chen Mao picks up the tactical board. The key is to shorten the opponent's thinking time. Walsh diligently records every point. His focus is that of a beginner, showing no airs of a seasoned coach. "Look at Jiang Liang's performance yesterday." Chen Mao continues to explain. "He always manages to make the pass in the shortest time. That's the effect we want." Not far away on the training ground, players are engaged in recovery training. Jiang Liang stands together with Vardy, the Chinese player patiently teaching the English forward how to use chopsticks. Chapter 3:12. The 15 minutes of halftime pass in the blink of an eye. In the corridor of the changing room, the Leicester City players line up again. Each face shows determination, as Chen Mao's words ignite a spark of hope in their hearts. Zhang Liang walks in the middle of the line, his steps more resolute than in the first half. The trust of the head coach gives him immense strength, and the feeling of being understood helps him regain his confidence. Are you ready, guys? Morgan turns to his teammates, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ready. Vardy is the first to respond, his voice booming throughout the corridor. The moment they step out of the tunnel, the noise from Anfield rushes over them once again. But this time, the Leicester City players do not flinch. They hold their heads high, ready to face the challenges of this football sanctuary. Before the second half begins, Chen Mao stands at the edge of the technical area. He makes no substitutions, but gestures to the players on the field. Move up 5 meters. This is his tactical adjustment. Press up. Chen Mao's voice cuts through the noise, applying pressure on the players. Liverpool resumes play, and Rodgers' team maintains the rhythm from the first half. Gerrard commands from midfield, his passes still precise and deadly. Chapter 313 Ewood Park on October 20th is shrouded in pouring rain, the sky gloomy like a giant lead plate. The rain mercilessly pounds the grass, splashing droplets everywhere, filling the stadium with the scent of damp earth. Chen Mao stands in front of the away team's bench. Rainwater drips from the brim of his hat. His gaze pierces through the rain, keenly focused on every detail on the field. Tonight's match is crucial for Leicester City, as it is their last test before heading to Anfield to challenge Liverpool. Blackburn Rovers is also a team relegated from the Premier League, with rich top-flight experience. Playing at home, they seem even more formidable in such harsh weather. The weather is terrible. Steve Walsh tightens his coat, rain soaking through his notebook. Chen Mao does not respond, his attention fully on the field. The system interface flickers in his mind with real-time data, precisely recording each player's position and status. Blackburn's formation is simple, but in this weather, it proves highly effective. The two forwards, Nuno Gomez and Jordan Rhodes, constantly threaten Leicester City's defense, while midfielder Danny Murphy operates like a precision machine, controlling the pace of the game. Chapter 314, the morning sun shines through the blinds of the training base, illuminating the floor. Chen Mao's phone has not stopped vibrating since the night before. He picks it up casually to check. The screen displays 99 unread messages. Coach Chen, congratulations. This is one of the greatest victories in championship history. The first message comes from a BBC reporter. Hello, I'm the sports editor of The Sun, and I hope to have an exclusive interview with you in Jiangliang. We are IMG agency and would like to discuss commercial collaboration with Vardy. Chen Mao sighs softly, setting his phone to silent mode. He had anticipated such reactions, but the intensity of the media frenzy still exceeded expectations. Entering the cafeteria at the training base, Chen Mao finds that nearly all the staff are watching TV. The large screen is playing Sky Sports morning program, and the host excitedly replays Zhang Liang's astonishing assist. Look at this pass. The angle, power, timing, every detail is flawless. The commentator's voice is full of admiration. This is the art of football. The magician from the East has silenced Anfield. Applause erupts in the cafeteria, and several staff members rush over to Chen Mao as he enters. Chapter 315. As soon as the halftime whistle blows, the Leicester City players burst out of the changing room corridor like they have been reborn. The rain continues to pour down. Wes Morgan is the first to step onto the pitch, his stride as firm as a steel warrior. The captain stood tall, his shoulders straight, exuding an unshakable authority even on this muddy battlefield. Come on, Morgan shouted, his voice cutting through the rain and reaching every corner of the field. After the second half began, Leicester City transformed completely. The players fought fiercely in the mud, with every tackle splashing up huge sprays of water. Drinkwater's interceptions in midfield became even more aggressive. The former Manchester United player activated the Red Devils' legacy trait, with every challenge reflecting the fighting spirit of Old Trafford. In the 52nd minute, Drinkwater clashed fiercely with the opposing midfielder, Guizhou. Both fell into the mud simultaneously, but Drinkwater was the first to rise, protecting the ball. Good job, Danny. Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines, rain streaming down his cheeks. Blackburn began to feel the pressure. Leicester City's relentless pressing made their passing hurried, and mistakes started to increase. Chapter 316. The pitch at King Power Stadium. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze sweeping over the Birmingham City players, silently calculating tactical layouts. Boss, their center forward is really a giant. Steve Walsh handed over the latest intelligence, his brow furrowed. Chen Mao took the materials, his eyes lingering on Zikik's data. Standing at 2.02 meters tall and weighing 95 kilograms, he had a heading success rate of 78. The system interface showed the Serbian center forward flashing the golden aerial dominator trait. Get Wes and Liam ready. Chen Mao closed the folder. Today would be a tough game. In a locker room, players were making their final preparations. Vardy tightened his shoelaces, his movements more meticulous than usual. The glory of Anfield was still fresh in his mind, but he knew he was facing a completely different challenge today. Jamie, how are you feeling? Nugent patted his partner on the shoulder. Never felt better. Vardy stood up, determination shining in his eyes, ready to show them what grassroots power looks like. Morgan quietly checked his shin guards in the corner, the captain's face serious. As the core of the defense, he knew the weight of responsibility today. Liam Moore sat nearby, looking somewhat nervous. Chapter 317, at the Belvoir training base on October 22nd. Contrasting sharply with the muddy, rainy night at Ewood Park the day before, Chen Mao stood at the edge of the training field, holding a tablet. The screen flickered with dense data charts, each number representing Liverpool's tactical secrets. Boss, how is the recovery of the players? Steve Walsh approached, concern in his eyes. Very good. Better than I expected. Chen Mao didn't look up, his fingers sliding across the screen. The victory from the rainy night gave them a massive boost in confidence. On the training field, players were engaging in light recovery training. There were no fierce confrontations, no high-intensity running. Everything appeared relaxed. Vardy jogged while humming a tune. Still excited from the previous night's goal, his steps were light, showing no signs of having just endured a tough battle. Jamie seemed in good spirits. Drinkwater jogged alongside Vardy, their conversations drifting in the gentle breeze. Of course, it was a hero yesterday. Vardy grinned, pride sparkling in his eyes. Wes Morgan shook his head nearby, but wore a smile as well. The captain knew that this kind of confidence was a precious asset for the team. Chapter 318. As the whistle for the second half blew, Morgan displayed a completely different defensive posture. He no longer tried to compete with Zikic in the air, but instead stuck close to the Serbian giant, using his body and subtle movements to disrupt the opponent's reception. That's it, Wes, Schmeichel shouted from the back. Make him uncomfortable. When the first long ball came, Zikic found it difficult to jump as easily as in the first half. Morgan's defensive maneuvering forced him to handle physical contact before he could think about heading the ball. The ball flew over his head, and Drinkwater appeared at the second drop point, controlling it steadily. Beautiful. The fans in the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause. They saw hope. Chen Mao nodded on the sidelines. The tactical adjustments were starting to take effect. The system showed Zikik's heading success rate had dropped to 45, exactly the outcome he wanted. With worries lifted, Leicester City's attack began to flow smoothly. The midfield was no longer disrupted by the opponent's long passes, and the rhythm of passing gradually returned. In the 55th minute, Kante received the ball on the right, facing an advancing defender. The Frenchman showcased his exquisite footwork, performing consecutive stepovers before cutting inside to look for passing opportunities. Chapter 319. Inside the tunnel at Anfield, the cold black "This is Anfield" sign hung overhead. Leicester City players lined up, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. Zhang Liang bit his lip, his palms already sweating. This was the stage he had dreamed of countless times, but it was also a pressure he had never experienced. Did you hear that? Vardy leaned into Zhang Liang's ear, excitement flashing in his eyes. They were singing "You'll Never Walk Alone." I dreamt of playing in such an atmosphere when I was a kid. Zhang Liang nodded, but his throat was so dry he couldn't make a sound. The light at the end of the tunnel grew brighter. It was the legendary Anfield pitch. The voices of 47,000 Liverpool fans filled the air, shaking everyone's hearts. Stay calm. Morgan's voice came from the front, the captain's back straight, reminding them it was just another match. But everyone knew it was far from just another match. The moment they stepped out of the tunnel, the whole world changed. The KOP stands surged with a sea of red, the singing merging into a giant wave crashing against every corner of the stadium. Leicester City players instinctively huddled together, facing this unprecedented spectacle. Chapter 320. The 15 minutes of halftime passed in the blink of an eye. In the locker room tunnel, Leicester City players formed a line once more. Every face was marked with determination, Chen Mao's earlier words igniting a spark of hope in their hearts. Zhang Liang walked in the middle of the group, his steps more resolute than in the first half. The coach's trust gave him immense strength, and that feeling of being understood restored his confidence. Are you ready, guys? Morgan turned to his teammates, fire burning in the captain's eyes. "Ready." Vardy was the first to respond, his voice booming throughout the tunnel. As they stepped out of the tunnel, the noise of Anfield rushed over them once more. But this time, Leicester City's players did not flinch. They held their heads high, ready to face the challenge of this football sanctuary. Before the second half began, Chen Mao stood at the edge of the technical area. He made no substitutions, but signaled to the players on the field. "Move the formation forward 5 meters. This was his tactical adjustment. "Press forward." Chen Mao's voice cut through the noise, reaching the players' ears, urging them to apply pressure. Liverpool restarted the game, and Rodgers' team maintained the same rhythm as in the first half. Gerrard commanded the midfield with confidence, his passes still precise and deadly. Chapter 321. The Valley Stadium in South London was shrouded in gloom, thick clouds obscuring the sky, as if foreshadowing the difficulty of the match. Charlton Athletic fans gathered early in the stands, their red and white scarves fluttering in the breeze, creating a particularly intense home atmosphere. Chen Mao stood at the entrance of the away team's locker room, his gaze sweeping across the historic stadium. The Valley Stadium bore the century-old glory and hardships of Charlton Athletic, and every inch of turf told the story of English football's traditions. "Boss, Charlton's defense is well organized." Steve Walsh handed over the latest intelligence report, his brow slightly furrowed. Chen Mao took the report, his eyes lingering on the tactical analysis of Charlton's coach, Chris Powell. The former England international was known for his defensive skills, and his team's cohesion was excellent. Although lacking superstars, every position was well balanced. The system interface showed that Charlton's core player, Ricardo Fuller, had the blue attribute of target man in the box. Although this veteran was not fast, his role as a pivot in the penalty area was unmatched. Prepare the players to be patient. Chen Mao closed the folder, his eyes firm. Today would be a war of attrition. Chapter 322. The morning sun poured through the blinds of the training base, casting light on the floor. Chen Mao's phone had not stopped vibrating since last night. He picked it up casually to check, the screen displaying 99 unread messages. "Coach Chen, congratulations. This is one of the greatest victories in championship history." The first message was from a BBC journalist. "Hello, I'm the sports editor of The Sun, and I would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you and Jiang Liang. We are IMG agency and want to discuss commercial cooperation with Vardy." Chen Mao sighed lightly and put his phone on silent mode. He had anticipated such reactions, but the media frenzy was still beyond imagination. Entering the cafeteria of the training base, Chen Mao found almost all the staff watching television. The large screen was airing Sky Sports morning program, with the host excitedly replaying Jiang Liang's astonishing assist. "Look at that pass. The angle, the power, the timing, every detail is flawless." The commentator's voice was filled with admiration. "This is the art of football. The magician from the East has silenced Anfield." Applause erupted in the cafeteria as several staff members rushed to Chen Mao upon his arrival. Chapter 323. The locker room was particularly quiet in the second half. Everyone could hear the singing of Charlton fans outside, the oppressive feeling of home advantage thickening the air. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, drawing an arc with a tactical pen in his hand. "Patience." He tapped the tactical board lightly, his voice calm and firm. "Their stamina will decline, and their focus will wane." Jiang Liang lowered his head to check his shin guards, feeling a bit frustrated after being intercepted a few times. Drinkwater walked over and patted his shoulder. "Don't rush, Liang. Do more 1-2s to tire them out." Vardy was in the corner, moving his ankles, the fire of determination still burning in the England forward's eyes. Although there weren't many opportunities in the first half, he believed there would be a turning point in the second half. "Are you ready?" Morgan stood up, the captain's voice echoing in the locker room. "In 50 minutes, we go home with a victory." As the whistle for the second half blew, the lights at the Valley Stadium shone brightly under the gloomy sky. Charlton still set up a dense defense, but Leicester City's attack became more organized. In the 48th minute, Jiang Liang received a pass from Drinkwater near the center circle. This time he did not rush forward, but passed laterally to Knockard. Chapter 324. The morning sun streamed through the blinds of Leicester City's training base into the meeting room, golden spots dancing on the tactical board. Chen Mao held a coffee cup, his focus fixed on the technical statistics from last night's match. The data from the Charlton game was shocking. 15 midfield turnovers. With a successful interception rate of only 62, these cold numbers revealed the team's weaknesses. Steve Walsh entered, holding a thick stack of match footage. The assistant coach's face was etched with fatigue, clearly having watched the match footage repeatedly last night. Boss, I've watched the footage 3 times. Walsh placed the materials on the table. James and Andy King were too soft. They couldn't handle the pressure at critical moments. Chen Mao nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The goal we conceded against Charlton was precisely because the midfield lacked effective interceptions, allowing the opponent to launch a deadly counterattack easily. We need a change, Steve. Chen Mao stood up and walked to the window. Having skill alone is not enough. We also need a steel-like will. Outside the training base, the players were doing their morning run. Vardy and Jiang Liang ran side by side to the front, their strides different, yet both exuding resilience. Chapter 325, The Pitch at King Power Stadium. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze sweeping over the Birmingham City players across the field, silently calculating the tactical layout. Boss, their center forward is a real giant. Steve Walsh handed over the latest intelligence report, his brow furrowed. Chen Mao took the report, his eyes lingering on Jukik's data. Standing at 2.02 meters tall and weighing 95 kilograms, he had a heading success rate of 78. The system interface showed the Serbian striker flashing the golden attribute of aerial dominator. Get Wes and Liam ready. Chen Mao closed the folder. Today would be a tough match. In the locker room, players were making final preparations. Vardy tightened his shoelaces, his movements more meticulous than usual. The glory of Anfield still lingered in his mind. But he knew that today he faced a completely different challenge. Jamie, how do you feel? Nugent patted his partner's shoulder. Never felt better. Vardy stood up, determination shining in his eyes. Let them see what grassroots power looks like. Morgan quietly checked his shin guards in the corner, the seriousness etched on the captain's face. As the core of the defense, he knew the weight of today's responsibility. Liam Moore sat nearby, looking somewhat nervous as a young center back. Chapter 326. As soon as the whistle for the second half sounded, Morgan exhibited a completely different defensive posture. He no longer tried to contest Jukic in the air, but stayed close to the Serbian giant, using his body and subtle movements to disrupt the opponent's reception. That's it, Wes, Schmeichel shouted from the back. Make him uncomfortable. When the first long ball came, Jukic realized he couldn't jump as easily as in the first half. Morgan's tight defense meant he had to deal with physical contact before considering heading the ball. The ball flew over his head, and Drinkwater appeared in the second drop zone, just in time, controlling the ball steadily. Nice! The fans in the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause, seeing hope. Chen Mao nodded on the sidelines. The tactical adjustments were starting to take effect. The system showed Jukic's heading success rate had dropped to 45, exactly the result he wanted. With worries lifted, Leicester City's attack began to flow smoothly. The midfield was no longer disrupted by the opponent's long passes, and the rhythm of passing gradually returned. In the 55th minute, Kante received the ball on the right flank. Facing an approaching defender, the Frenchman showcased his superb footwork with a series of nutmegs. He cut inside to look for a passing opportunity. Chapter 327. Chen Mao stood in front of the coaching bench, his gaze sweeping over the players who were warming up. Today, facing the newly promoted Huddersfield, he hoped to consolidate the team's position at the top of the standings with a resounding victory. Steve, what is Huddersfield's attacking strategy? Chen Mao turned to Walsh beside him. Grayson is smart. They like to create threats down the flanks, Walsh replied, flipping through the scouting report. James Vaughan is a handful. This guy has a lot of impact. Chen Mao nodded. The system had already indicated that Vaughan possessed the attribute of impact forward. Such players require special attention, as a single oversight could lead to a fatal threat. In the locker room, the players were making their final preparations. Jiang Liang carefully checked his cleats. Today he would once again partner with Vardy in the starting lineup, which made him both excited and nervous. Relax, Liang, Vardy said, coming over to pat him on the shoulder. Today we're going to show these newcomers what real football is. Drinkwater was tying his shoelaces nearby, focused on the task at hand. He knew the significance of today's match for the team. Every point mattered in relation to their seasonal goals. Chapter 328. The Valley Stadium in South London was shrouded in gloom, heavy clouds obscuring the sky as if foreshadowing a tough match. Charlton Athletic fans had gathered early in the stands, red and white scarves fluttering in the breeze, creating a particularly intense home atmosphere. Chen Mao stood at the entrance of the away team's locker room, his eyes scanning this historic stadium. The Valley Stadium bore witness to Charlton Athletic's century of glory and hardship, every inch of turf telling the story of English football's tradition. Boss, Charlton's defense is well organized. Walsh handed over the latest intel, his brow slightly furrowed. Chen Mao took the report, his gaze lingering on the tactical analysis from Charlton's coach Chris Powell. This former England international was known for his defensive prowess. His team had excellent cohesion. Although lacking superstars, every position was balanced. The system interface showed that Charlton's key player, Ricardo Fuller, had the blue attribute of target man in the box. Although this veteran wasn't fast, his ability to hold the ball in the box was unparalleled. Prepare the players to be patient. Chen Mao closed the folder, his eyes firm. Today will be a battle of attrition. Chapter 329. The steam in the locker room exuded the joy of victory. Players were chatting in small groups about the exciting combinations from the first half. Laughter echoing off the tiled walls. Jiang Liang sat in the corner, holding the commemorative ball from his first official goal. The excitement of scoring still coursed through his veins, making him relive the sensation of that long-range shot over and over again. Relax, Liang, Vardy said, sitting down beside him. In the second half, we need to control the tempo and not let the opponent seize counterattack opportunities. Chen Mao pushed the door open, and the locker room fell silent. His expression did not reflect the ease of a 3-goal lead. Instead, it carried a hint of seriousness. Gentlemen, we played well in the first half. Chen Mao walked to the tactical board, but there are still 45 minutes to go. He drew several arrows on the board. Huddersfield will ramp up their attacks. We need to stay focused. Morgan nodded in understanding. As captain, he knew that any lapse in concentration in the championship could be costly. I will make some adjustments in the second half. Chen Mao turned to face the players. Matty, you're ready to replace Danny. Chris, be prepared as well. Chapter 330. The sky over KC Stadium was gray and overcast, the low-hanging clouds creating a stifling atmosphere over the entire stadium. The away team bus slowly drove into the stadium, and Chen Mao observed Hull City's home ground through the window. The stand were already filled with orange and black figures. The Tigers fans waving their scarves in anticipation of the upcoming top-of-the-table clash. KC Stadium, we meet again, Walsh whispered next to Chen Mao. Steve Bruce never lets the away team leave here easily. Chen Mao nodded in understanding. The system had already analyzed Hull City's tactical characteristics for him. Their 3-5-2 formation was extremely solid, and the impact from the wingbacks was impressive, especially El Mohammadi, who had the attribute of Egyptian wing. In the locker room, the players wore serious expressions. The pressure of the top-of-the-table clash made the air feel heavy as everyone silently prepared for the match. Vardy tightened his shoelaces, his movements more meticulous than usual. The importance of this match was evident. Today, we faced the toughest opponent in the championship. Chen Mao walked to the tactical board, and all eyes focused on him. Steve Bruce is not to be underestimated. Their defensive system is very mature. Chapter 331. The locker room was particularly quiet in the second half. Everyone could hear the songs of Charlton fans outside. The sense of home advantage made the air feel thick. Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, his tactical pen tracing an arc in the air. Patience, he lightly tapped the board, his voice calm and resolute. Their stamina will decline, and their focus will wane. Jiang Liang bowed his head to check his shin guards, feeling a bit frustrated after a few turnovers. Drinkwater walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Don't rush, Liang. Do more 1-2s, tire them out. Vardy was in the corner, stretching his ankles, the fire of competition still burning in the England forward's eyes. There weren't many opportunities in the first half, but he believed there would be a breakthrough in the second half. Are you ready? Morgan stood up, his captain's voice echoing in the locker room. In 50 minutes, we'll go home with a victory. As the whistle for the second half blew, the lights at the Valley Stadium shone particularly bright under the gloomy sky. Charlton continued to set up a tight defense, but Leicester City's attack became more organized. In the 48th minute, Jiang Liang received a pass from Drinkwater near the center circle. This time, he didn't rush forward, but instead passed sideways to Conical. Chapter 332. In the away team's locker room at KC Stadium, the air was thick with heat. The players' jerseys were soaked with sweat, the exhaustion from the first half evident. Chen Mao approached the tactical board, and everyone's gaze naturally focused on him. He did not speak immediately, but quietly observed the condition of each player. We played well in the first half. Chen Mao finally spoke, his voice steady and strong. But we still have 45 minutes to prove ourselves. He redrew the formation on the tactical board. Their 3-center-back system has indeed limited our speed advantage, but has also exposed space behind the wingbacks. Vardy wiped the sweat from his face, his gaze still sharp. Although there weren't many chances in the first half, He had never stopped running. We need to be more patient in the second half. Chen Mao's fingers traced a few lines on the tactical board. Don't rush. Opportunities will come. Kante adjusted his shin guards. The left back had suffered under El Mohammedi's onslaught in the first half. Sweat dripped down his cheek, but his eyes were resolute. Morgan stood up from his seat, the captain's authority filling the locker room. Guys, we have proven that we can compete with them. Chapter 333, the morning sunlight filtered through the blinds of the Leicester City training base and spilled into the meeting room, golden spots dancing on the tactical board. Chen Mao held a coffee cup, his gaze focused on the technical statistics from last night's match. The data from the Charlton game was shocking. 15 midfield losses. A success rate of only 62 for interceptions. These cold numbers revealed the team's weaknesses. Steve Walsh walked in, holding a thick stack of match video materials. The assistant coach's face was etched with fatigue, clearly having watched the match footage repeatedly last night. Boss, I've watched the video 3 times. Walsh placed the materials on the table. James and Andy are too soft. They can't withstand pressure at critical moments. Chen Mao nodded, tapping his fingers on the table. The goal conceded against Charlton was precisely due to the midfield's lack of effective interceptions, allowing the opponent to launch a deadly counterattack easily. We need a change, Steve. Chen Mao stood up and walked to the window. Technical skills alone are not enough. We also need a steel-like will. Outside the training base, the players were out for their morning run. Vardy and Jiang Liang were running side by side at the front, their strides different but both revealing resilience. Chapter 334, Chen Mao stood in front of the coaching bench, his gaze sweeping over the players warming up. Today, facing the newly promoted Huddersfield, he hoped to secure a resounding victory to solidify the team's position at the top of the standings. Steve, how's Huddersfield attacking pattern? Chen Mao turned to Walsh beside him. Grayson is clever. They like to create threats from the flanks. Walsh flipped through the scout report in his hand. James Vaughan is a nuisance. This guy has strong impact. Chen Mao nodded. The system had already indicated that Vaughan had the entry, impact forward. Such players need special attention. A single oversight could pose a lethal threat. In the locker room, players were making their final preparations. Jiang Liang carefully checked his cleats, excited yet nervous to partner with Vardy in the starting lineup again today. Relax. Liang. Vardy came over and patted him on the shoulder. Today we'll show these newcomers what real football is. Drinkwater was tying his shoelaces nearby, his face reflecting focus. He knew today's match was crucial for the team. Every point mattered for the season's goals. Chapter 335, raindrops tapped against the bus windows at KC Stadium. And Chen Mao gazed at the blurred street scene outside. Yet another name, N'Golo Kante, vividly appeared in his mind. By the time he returned to Leicester's training base, it was already deep into the night. However, Chen Mao's office was still brightly lit, and Su Qing was engaged in a heated discussion on the phone. Yes, our offer is serious. Su Qing's voice carried a professional calmness. 500,000 euros. That's not a small amount in League Two. Chen Mao gently pushed the door open, and Su Qing looked up and gestured to him, indicating that the call was about to end. All right, we await your response. Su Qing hung up the phone and let out a long breath. The president of the Boulogne club could hardly believe his ears just now. Chen Mao sat down in his chair, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This call could change the fate of Leicester City. How did they respond? Chen Mao's fingers lightly tapped on the table, feeling more nervous than he had imagined. Su Qing opened her notebook, densely filled with negotiation points. The president initially thought it was a prank. After all, Kante was just an ordinary key player in their team. Chapter 336, the sky above King Power Stadium was overcast, and the chilly November wind, mixed with fine rain, swirled above the stands. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, hands in his coat pockets, scanning the warming-up Millwall players. This team from South London, known as the Lions, was famous for its fierce playing style and tenacious fighting spirit in the championship. Boss, their movements are indeed quite large. Walsh walked up to Chen Mao, holding a thick opponent analysis report. Jimmy Abdu has received 7 yellow cards this season, making him one of the most foul-prone midfielders in the championship. Chen Mao nodded, his gaze serious. The system interface flashed in his mind. The entire Millwall team bore the blue entry, Iron Will, which meant they would become even more dangerous in adversity. In the locker room, players were making their final preparations. Vardy sat in the corner, focused on tying his shoelaces. The English forward's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never feared physical confrontations. Jamie, it might get rough today. Morgan walked over and patted Vardy on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. Vardy looked up. a cold smile on his lips. Captain, this is the kind of match I've been waiting for. Chapter 337. The steam in the locker room was filled with the joy of victory. Players chatted in small groups about the exciting plays from the first half, laughter echoing off the tiled walls. Jiang Liang sat in the corner, holding the commemorative ball from his first official match goal. The excitement of scoring still coursed through his veins, making him reminisce about the feel of that long-range shot over and over again. Relax, Liang. Vardy came over and sat down beside him. In the second half, we need to control the tempo. Don't let the opponent seize counterattack opportunities. Chen Mao pushed the door open, and the locker room instantly fell silent. His expression didn't show any ease from the 3-goal lead. Instead, it carried a hint of seriousness. Gentlemen, we played well in the first half. Chen Mao walked to the tactical board, but there is still 45 minutes left. He drew several arrows on the tactical board. Huddersfield will strengthen their attack. We need to stay focused. Morgan nodded in understanding. As the captain, he knew that any slack in the championship could come at a cost. I will make some adjustments in the second half. Chen Mao turned to face the players. Maddie, you're ready to replace Danny. Chris, you also need to be prepared. Chapter 338. The players sat in their respective positions, breathing heavily. The intense 45 minutes of confrontation had soaked everyone's jerseys with sweat. Chen Mao pushed the door open, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted players. Drinkwater's calves were bandaged, and Vardy had noticeable bruises on his knee. Gentlemen, we withstood their onslaught in the first half. Chen Mao walked towards the tactical board, but that's not enough. He drew the adjustment plan for the second half on the whiteboard. Vardy's position was moved from the center to the flank, causing the English forward to frown slightly. Jamie, in the second half, you need to utilize the space on the flank. Chen Mao pointed to the tactical board. Their center backs are strong, but they lack quick turning speed. Vardy nodded, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. The confrontation with Stewart in the first half made him realize that brute force wasn't always the best choice. Danny, keep looking for space behind Jamie. Chen Mao turned to Drinkwater. Their defense will be torn apart by your passes. Drinkwater moved his injured calf, the pain still present. But the Welsh midfielder's gaze remained determined. The break time soon ended, and the players walked back onto the field. The stands of King Power Stadium are still filled with the loud singing of home fans. Blue scarves flutter in the cold wind. Chapter 339. The sky over KC Stadium is gray and overcast, with low-hanging clouds casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire stadium. The away team's bus slowly drives into the stadium, and Chen Mao observes the home ground of Hull City through the car window. Many orange and black figures have already gathered in the stands, with the Tigers fans waving their scarves, warming up for the upcoming top-of-the-table clash. KC Stadium, we meet again. Wall speaks softly beside Chen Mao. Steve Bruce never lets the away team leave here easily. Chen Mao nods in understanding. The system has already analyzed Hull City's tactical characteristics for him. The 3-5-2 formation is extremely solid, with incredible wing-back attacking power, especially that player with the Egyptian flyer attribute. El Mohammadi. In the locker room, the players' expressions are serious. The pressure of the top-of-the-table clash makes the air feel heavy, as everyone silently prepares for the match. Vardy tightens his shoelaces, his movements more meticulous than usual. The importance of this match is self-evident. Today, we face the toughest opponent in the championship. Chen Mao walks to the tactical board, and everyone's attention is focused on him. Steve Bruce is not to be underestimated. Their defensive system is very mature. Chapter 340. In the last few days of November, Leicester City's training base is particularly busy. The joy of defeating Millwall has not yet faded, and Chen Mao has hung a densely packed schedule in the tactical analysis room. The devilish December schedule looms ahead, 6 championship matches and a League Cup quarterfinal. The crowded match arrangements make one gasp. Gentlemen, this is the test we must go through on the road to the championship. Chen Mao stands in front of the schedule, his gaze sweeping over the players gathered in the meeting room. December will determine how far we can go this season. Vardy sits in the front row, excitement sparkling in the England striker's eyes. A crowded schedule means more opportunities to score for him. Drinkwater looks a bit worried. The Welsh midfielder clearly knows that such a schedule is a huge test for the team's depth. Rotation is necessary. Chen Mao writes a few key words on the whiteboard: fitness management, injury prevention, tactical flexibility. These 3 points will be crucial for us to smoothly navigate December. Schmeichel raises his hand, the Danish goalkeeper's expression serious. Coach, does our substitute lineup have enough strength to cope with these matches? Chapter 341. In the away team's locker room at KC Stadium, the air is thick with steam. The players' jerseys are soaked with sweat, the exhaustion of the first half evident. Chen Mao walks to the tactical board, and everyone's gaze naturally focuses on him. He doesn't speak immediately, but quietly observes each player's condition. We played well in the first half. Chen Mao finally speaks, his voice steady and powerful. But we still have 45 minutes to prove ourselves. He redraws the formation on the tactical board. Their three center-back system indeed limits our speed advantage, but also exposes space behind the wingbacks. Vardy wipes the sweat from his face. His gaze still sharp. Although there were few chances in the first half, he never stopped running. We need to be more patient in the second half. Chen Mao's fingers trace a few lines on the tactical board. Don't rush. Opportunities will come. Konchesky adjusts his shin guards. The left back has suffered from El Mohammedi's attacks in the first half. Sweat drips down his cheeks, but his gaze is resolute. Morgan stands up from his seat, the captain's authority radiating in the locker room. Guys, we have proven that we can compete with them. Chapter 342. A light drizzle falls at London Road Stadium, dyeing the grass a deep green. In the away locker room, Chen Mao checks the tactical board one last time. Steve, how is their defense? Walsh puts down his tactical notes, frowning slightly. Young, energetic, but lacking experience. Zakwani is a good center back, but can be easily overwhelmed by speed. Chen Mao nods, his gaze falling on Vardy's name. Without Jiang Liang's organization, he needs a more direct attacking approach. Jamie, today you are the spearhead. Chen Mao turns to Vardy, who is tying his shoelaces. They will give you space. Seize the opportunity. Vardy looks up, desire flashing in his eyes. Understood, boss. In the player tunnel, players from both teams stand side by side. The Peterborough United players look very young, with an average age of under 24. Darren Ferguson stands at the front of the line, determination written across the face of this legendary son. Gentlemen, let's show our football. Ferguson's voice echoes in the tunnel. Chen Mao quietly stands in front of the Leicester City line, the sound of rain pounding on the stadium roof. He knows that the opponent's youthful storm should not be underestimated. The players step into the rain. Although London Road Stadium is not large, the atmosphere is lively. The home fan singing penetrates the rain, cheering for the young warriors. Chapter 343. Raindrops beat against the bus windows at KC Stadium. And Chen Mao gazes at the blurred street scene outside, but another name, N'Golo Kante, clearly emerges in his mind. By the time they return to Leicester's training base, it is already late at night. However, Chen Mao's office is still brightly lit, and Su Qing is on the phone, passionately discussing something. Yes, our offer is serious. Su Qing's voice exudes professional calmness. 500,000 euros, which is not a small amount in League 3. Chen Mao gently pushes the door open, and Su Qing gestures for him to wait as she wraps up the call. Okay, we await your response. Su Qing hangs up, letting out a long breath. The president of Boulogne Club could hardly believe his ears just now. Chen Mao sits down in his chair, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. How do they respond? Chen Mao's fingers lightly tap on the table, feeling more nervous than he imagined. Su Qing opens her notebook, filled with densely packed negotiation points. The president initially thought it was a prank. After all, Kante was just an ordinary starter on their team. Chapter 344. The sky over King Power Stadium is overcast, with the cold November wind mixed with fine rain swirling above the stands. Chen Mao stands on the sidelines, his hands in his coat pockets, scanning the Millwall players warming up. This team from South London is known as the Lions, famous for their fierce playing style and tenacious fighting spirit in the championship. Boss, their movements are indeed very big. Walsh walks over to Chen Mao, holding a thick opponent analysis report. Jimmy Abdu has received 7 yellow cards this season, making him one of the most fouled midfielders in the championship. Chen Mao nods, his expression serious. The system interface flashes in his mind. The entire Millwall team carries the blue attribute of iron will, meaning they become even more dangerous in adversity. In the locker room, players are making their final preparations. Vardy sits in the corner, focused on tying his shoelaces. The England striker's eyes show a hint of excitement. He is never afraid of physical confrontation. Jamie, today may be rough. Morgan walked over and patted Vardy on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. Vardy looked up, a cold smile on his lips. Captain, this is the kind of match I've been waiting for. Chapter 345. The rain was pounding against the stands of London Road Stadium as the players stepped out of the tunnel, the pitch already becoming more slippery. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on Vardy in the attacking area. "Jamie, remember our tactical plan from the locker room?" The English striker nodded, his eyes burning with desire. The first half's draw left him with a pent-up energy. The second half was his time to prove himself. The whistle blew, and the second half began. Leicester City immediately showcased a different tactical approach. Drinkwater's passes became more direct, frequently looking for space behind Vardy. The young defenders of Peterborough United quickly felt the pressure. In the 48th minute, Kante received the ball on the right, and the French winger chose not to dribble, but instead passed it back to Drinkwater. The Welsh midfielder scanned the situation in the attacking area and then sent a low long pass. Vardy understood and made a forward run, with Sequani closely following him. The duel between the two unfolded at the edge of the penalty area, where experience and speed were about to be tested. The ball slightly deviated from Vardy's running path, but the English forward adjusted his steps, using his chest to stop the ball. Sequani thought the opportunity had come and immediately rushed forward to press. Chapter 346. The pitch at King Power Stadium glistened with a verdant sheen under the warm winter sun. In the stands, blue scarves waved like an ocean as the fans welcomed back their heroes with raucous songs. Jiang Liang stepped out of the player tunnel, the cheers washing over him, stirring his emotions. The starlight of Turin still flickered in his mind, but at this moment, his heart had completely returned to this familiar land. "Welcome home, golden boy." A banner in the stands fluttered in the wind. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze locked on the young man walking towards the center circle. The baptism in Turin 2 days ago had transformed Jiang Liang. That calmness, that confidence, was the transformation he had hoped to see. The Barnsley players were visibly anxious in the away locker room. They knew they were not only facing the championship leaders, but also a candidate for the Golden Boy Award who had just returned from Europe in glory. "Gentlemen, forget about the honors he received in Turin." Barnsley manager Keith Hill tried to motivate his players. "In today's 90 minutes, we have the chance to prove ourselves." As warm-ups finished, Chen Mao gathered the players together. His voice was calm and strong. "Liang has just returned from Turin, but we cannot dwell on past glories. Today, we must prepare for Wednesday's battle with a victory." Chapter 347. The players sat in their respective positions, panting heavily. The intense 45 minutes of competition had soaked everyone's jerseys with sweat. Chen Mao pushed the door open and scanned the weary players. Drinkwater had bandages wrapped around his calves, and Vardy had noticeable bruising on his knee. "Gentlemen, we held up against their attack in the first half." Chen Mao walked towards the tactical board, but that wasn't enough. He drew up the adjustment plan for the second half on the whiteboard. Vardy's position shifted from the center to the flanks, causing the English forward to frown slightly. "Jamie, you need to utilize the space on the wing in the second half." Chen Mao pointed at the tactical board. "Their center backs are strong, but they lack quick turning speed." Vardy nodded, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The confrontations in the first half with Guizhou had made him realize that going head-to-head wasn't the best option. "Danny, keep looking for space behind Jamie." Chen Mao turned to Drinkwater. "Their defense will be torn apart by your passes." Drinkwater moved his injured calf, the pain still there. But the Welsh midfielder's gaze remained resolute. The break quickly ended, and the players returned to the field. In the stands at King Power Stadium, the home fan songs were still loud, and the blue scarves fluttered in the cold wind. Chapter 348. In the last few days of November, Leicester City's training base was particularly busy. The joy of defeating Millwall had not yet faded when Chen Mao hung up a densely packed fixture list in the tactical analysis room. The grueling December schedule loomed ahead: 6 championship matches and 1 League Cup quarterfinal. The packed match schedule made people gasp. "Gentlemen, this is the test we must endure on the road to the championship." Chen Mao stood in front of the fixture list, his gaze sweeping over the players gathered in the meeting room. "December will determine how far we can go this season." Vardy sat in the front row, excitement shining in his eyes. The packed schedule meant more opportunities for him to score. Drinkwater, however, looked somewhat worried, knowing that such a schedule would be a significant test of the team's depth. "Rotation is necessary." Chen Mao wrote a few keywords on the whiteboard: fitness management, injury prevention, tactical flexibility. These 3 points would be key to whether we could smoothly navigate through December. Schmeichel raised his hand, his expression serious. "Coach, does our substitute lineup have enough strength to handle these matches?" Chapter 349. The halftime bell echoed in King Power Stadium, in the stands resembling a blue ocean. Fans were still immersed in the celebration of a 3-0 lead. In the locker room, Chen Mao faced the excited players, his expression calm as water. We played well in the first half, but the game is not over. He scanned each player, his gaze firm. In the second half, keep scoring to build more confidence for Wednesday's match. Jiang Liang sat in the corner, beads of sweat still clinging to his forehead. The starlight of Turin still flickered in his eyes, but at this moment, his heart completely belonged to this British land. Vardy walked over and patted him on the shoulder. That pass was beautiful, mate. Keep playing like this, and I can score 10 goals. Wes Morgan was nearby, adjusting the captain's armband, his face filled with satisfaction. Such a start, such a state, was exactly what the team needed to strive for higher goals. The whistle for the second half sounded, and King Power Stadium erupted again. The Barnsley players walked out of the tunnel with their heads down, having completely lost their fighting spirit. Keith Hill gestured anxiously from the sidelines, trying to reorganize the attack. But Leicester City's offensive surged like a tide. In the 52nd minute, Chen Mao made his first substitution, bringing on Nugent for Vardy. The English forward received a standing ovation from the fans as he left the field. Chapter 350 on the training ground. The green grass glistened enticingly under artificial lights. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, holding a tactical clipboard, his gaze fixed on the players undergoing final sprint training. Vardy's figure darted in front of the penalty area, each burst of speed explosive like a beast. Last 10 minutes. Give it your all. Wes Morgan's voice echoed in the night sky. The captain, dressed in training gear, had sweat dripping down his chiseled face. Even in training, every tackle was unreserved. Jiang Liang effortlessly orchestrated the ball from midfield. After returning from Turin, he exuded a calmness that was palpable. The rhythm of passing, the timing of stopping the ball, everything seemed so natural and smooth. The whistle blew, signaling the end of training. Players walked towards the players' tunnel in groups of 2 or 3, their faces showing a mix of exhaustion and excitement. Tomorrow is the quarterfinals of the League Cup, and a fighting spirit burned within everyone. Tactical room gathering. Chen Mao's voice echoed across the training ground. The players quickly washed up and walked into the familiar room one by one. A tactical board hung on the white walls, and the projector was ready. Chapter 351 at London Road Stadium. A light drizzle painted the grass a deep green. In the away team's locker room, Chen Mao checked the tactical board one last time. Steve, how is their defense? Walsh put down his tactical notes, his brow slightly furrowed. Young, energetic but lacking experience. Zakwani is a good center back but can be easily challenged by speed. Chen Mao nodded, his gaze landing on Vardy's name. Without Jiang Liang's organization, he needed a more direct attacking approach. Jamie, today you're the spearhead. Chen Mao turned to Vardy, who was tying his shoelaces. They will give you space. Seize the opportunity. Vardy looked up, his eyes shining with eagerness. Understood, boss. In the players' tunnel, players from both teams stood side by side. The Peterborough United players looked very young, with an average age of under 24. Darren Ferguson stood at the front of the line, a look of determination written on the face of this legendary son. Gentlemen, let's show our football. Ferguson's voice echoed in the tunnel. Chen Mao quietly stood in front of the Leicester City line, the sound of rain pattering against the stadium roof. He knew not to underestimate the youthful storm of his opponents. The players stepped into the rain. London Road Stadium, though small, had a lively atmosphere. The home fan songs pierced through the rain, cheering for the young warriors. Chapter 352 Raindrops pounded on the stands of London Road Stadium. As the players stepped out of the tunnel, the grass had become even more slippery. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on Vardy in the front line. Jamie, remember our tactical arrangements in the locker room. The England forward nodded, his eyes burning with desire. The draw in the first half left him with a pent-up energy. The second half was his time to prove himself. The whistle blew, and the second half began. Leicester City immediately displayed a different tactical appearance. Drinkwater's passes became more direct, frequently looking for space behind Vardy. The young defenders of Peterborough United quickly felt the pressure. In the 48th minute, Kante received the ball on the right, and the French winger chose not to break through, but passed the ball back to Drinkwater. The Welsh midfielder observed the situation in front, and then sent a low long pass. Vardy instinctively started to make a forward run, with Zakwani closely following him. The duel between the two unfolded at the edge of the penalty area. A contest of experience against speed was about to be decided. The ball slightly deviated from Vardy's running path, but the England forward adjusted his steps, using his chest to control the ball. Zakwani thought the opportunity had come and immediately rushed forward to press. Chapter 353 in December. The night sky of Leicester was dotted with stars. and King Power Stadium shone like a brilliant gem under the spotlight. 30,000 fans surged into the stands, blue scarves fluttering in the night breeze, and songs resonated through the air. In the tunnel of the locker room, players from both teams stood shoulder to shoulder. The Aston Villa players looked relaxed, occasionally chatting, clearly not treating this match as a significant challenge. Bentic's tall stature stood out in the lineup, and the Belgian forward wore a faint smile. His 2 goals in the preseason had filled him with confidence against Leicester City's defense. Agbonlahor was at the back of the group, stretching his legs. The Ghanaian winger's speed was the core weapon for Villa's counterattacks. He occasionally glanced at the Leicester City players, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In contrast, the atmosphere among Leicester City players was entirely different. Each player was tense, their gazes sharp as drawn swords. Vardy stood at the front of the line, his fists clenched, veins bulging. The humiliation of being completely restricted in the preseason burned within him. Tonight was his moment to wash away that shame. Zhang Liang took a deep breath, the starlight of Turin still sparkling in his eyes. His experience with the Golden Boy Award had transformed him completely. He was now ready to prove himself on the highest stage. Chapter 354. After taking a 1-0 lead, Chen Mao immediately made adjustments. He gestured for the whole team to withdraw into formation, switching from a lightning-fast attack to an extreme defensive counterattack mode. The faces of the Villa players grew serious. Lambert waved his arms anxiously on the sidelines. The Scottish coach clearly did not anticipate such a resilient resistance. "Push up. Get the ball back." Delph shouted loudly to his teammates in midfield. The English midfielder's eyes burned with an unwilling flame. Aston Villa's attacking focus shifted entirely to Bentic. The Belgian forward stood like a moving fortress, waiting for a bombardment inside the penalty area. Agbonlahor sprinted down the right, his speed making Konchesky work hard. Each breakthrough came with thunderous momentum, trying to create opportunities for Bentic. Wyman on the left was equally active. The German winger engaged in fierce competition with Drury, their clashes sparking fire. In the 43rd minute, danger struck again. Enzo Bia sent a precise long pass from midfield, the ball flying straight to the right side of the penalty area. Agbonlahor shook off Konchesky and received the pass near the byline. The Ghanaian winger showed no signs of hesitation and lifted his foot for a cross. The ball spun strongly as it flew towards the center of the penalty area. Chapter 355. The night sky of Turin was dotted with stars, and the lights in Piazza San Carlo sparkled brilliantly. Zhang Liang stood in front of the hotel mirror, adjusting his tie repeatedly. The black tailcoat made this young man from the east appear particularly solemn. Su Qing gently patted his shoulder, smiling as she helped him tidy his collar. "Nervous?" Zhang Liang took a deep breath, his palms slightly sweaty. "A bit, but more excited." Outside the window, the noise of Italian reporters could be heard, and flashes of lights flickered continuously. This ancient city was buzzing because of tonight's ceremony, with the eyes of all of Europe focused here. Luxury cars slowly drove towards the venue, and Zhang Liang looked through the car window at the fans lining the streets. Some waved Chinese flags, while others wore Leicester City's blue jerseys. "Look, your supporters," Su Qing pointed outside. A group of Chinese international students held up a banner that read "Pride of Chinese Football." Zhang Liang's eyes instantly moistened. This support from his compatriots was more precious than any trophy. The red carpet was rolled out in front of the venue, and the long lenses set up by various media were densely packed. The moment Zhang Liang stepped out of the car, flashes of light surged like a tide. He straightened his back, a confident smile appearing on his face. Chapter 356. The afterglow of celebration lingered in the air. Players gathered in small groups, reminiscing about the epic defensive battle they had just fought. Schmeichel sat in a corner, his goalkeeper gloves casually tossed aside. The Danish player's eyes still held the excitement from the match. Those world-class saves kept his adrenaline rushing through his veins. "Casper, you were simply a god tonight." Whitbread walked over and patted the goalkeeper's shoulder hard. Schmeichel grinned, but quickly composed himself. The semifinals were the real test. Morgan leaned against the locker, his captain's armband already removed, but his leadership aura still lingered. The Jamaican defender was exhausted, but his spirits were unprecedentedly high. "Listen up, guys." Morgan clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. "We just defeated a Premier League team. What does that mean?" "It means we have the ability to compete with any opponent." His teammates nodded in agreement, confidence burning in their eyes. Vardy took off his shirt, revealing a lean but powerful torso. The excitement of his goal still lingered on his face. That goal was simply perfect. Drinkwater walked over to Vardy, and the Welsh midfielder extended his fist. Chapter 357. The pitch at King Power Stadium glimmered with a verdant sheen under the warm winter sun. In the stands, blue scarves waved like an ocean, and fans welcomed their returning heroes with rousing songs. Jiang Liang stepped out of the players' tunnel, and the cheers that met him made his heart race. The starlight of Turin still flickered before his eyes, but at this moment, his heart was fully back in this familiar land. "Welcome home, Golden Boy." The banner in the stands flapped in the wind. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on the young man walking toward the center circle. The baptism in Turin 2 days ago had transformed Jiang Liang completely. The calmness, the confidence, this was the transformation he had hoped to see. The Barnsley players looked nervous in the away dressing room. They knew that today they were facing not only the championship leaders, but also a Golden Boy Award nominee just returned from Europe. "Gentlemen, forget about the honors he received in Turin." Barnsley manager Keith Hill tried to motivate his players. "In today's 90 minutes, we have a chance to prove ourselves." After the warm-up, Chen Mao gathered the players together. His voice was calm and powerful. "Liang just returned from Turin, but we cannot dwell on past glories. Today, we must prepare for Wednesday's battle with a victory." Chapter 358. Above Aston Gate Stadium, the gray clouds hung low. Fine raindrops fell diagonally, giving the pitch a moist sheen. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth, mixed with the distant songs of fans. In the red stands, Bristol City supporters waved their scarves, cheering for their home team. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's bench, raindrops soaking his coat. The young coach's gaze scanned the pitch, the system interface flashing data in his mind. Albert Adoma, Ghanaian winger, blue, speed 85, dribbling 78, stamina 82. This Ghanaian winger was one of the few highlights for Bristol City. Chen Mao frowned, knowing that Konchesky would face a tough test today. "Gentlemen, are you ready?" Morgan shouted on the pitch, the captain's voice ringing out especially clearly in the rain. The Leicester City players lined up to kick off. Vardy jumped up and down to maintain his excitement, but his movements seemed a bit stiff. The intense match against Villa earlier in the week was clearly still affecting him. Drinkwater stood in the center circle, his expression slightly fatigued. The continuous high-intensity matches had brought the team's stamina reserves close to their limits. Chapter 359. The halftime whistle echoed at King Power Stadium, and the blue ocean of the stands was still immersed in the celebration of a 3-0 lead. In the dressing room, Chen Mao faced the excited players, his expression calm as water. "We played well in the first half, but the match is not over." He scanned each player, his gaze firm. In the second half, continue scoring to build more confidence for Wednesday's match. Jiang Liang sat in the corner, beads of sweat still on his forehead. The starlight of Turin was still flickering in his eyes, but at this moment, his heart completely belonged to this British land. Vardy walked over and clapped him on the shoulder. "That pass was beautiful, mate. Keep playing like this, and I can score 10 goals. Wes Morgan was nearby, adjusting his captain's armband, a satisfied look on his face. This kind of start, this kind of form, was exactly what the team needed to push for higher goals. The second half whistle blew, and King Power Stadium erupted once again. The Barnsley players walked out of the tunnel with their heads down, having completely lost their fighting spirit. Keith Hill gestured anxiously from the sidelines, trying to reorganize the attack. But Leicester City's offensive surged like a tide. In the 52nd minute, Chen Mao made his first substitution, bringing on Nugent for Vardy. The English striker received a standing ovation from the fans as he left the field. Chapter 360. On the training ground. The green pitch shimmered enticingly under artificial lights. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, holding a tactical clipboard, his gaze locked on the players who were undergoing their final sprint training. Vardy's figure darted in front of the penalty area, each burst of speed resembling that of a beast. "Last 10 minutes. Give it your all." Wes Morgan's voice echoed in the night sky. The captain, dressed in training gear, had sweat dripping down his chiseled face. Even in training, every tackle he made was uncompromising. Jiang Liang expertly controlled the ball in midfield. Since returning from Turin, he exuded a calm demeanor. The rhythm of his passing, the timing of his touches, everything felt so natural and fluid. The whistle blew, signaling the end of training. The players walked toward the players' tunnel in small groups, their faces showing exhaustion but excitement. Tomorrow was the quarterfinals of the League Cup, and everyone felt the fire of battle burning within them. Tactical room gathering. Chen Mao's voice resonated across the training ground. The players quickly washed up and filed into the familiar room. The tactical board hung on the white walls, and the projector was ready. Chapter 361. The young coach slowly walked to the tactical board, his damp coat still dripping with rain. Look at what you all look like now. His gaze swept across each tired face, like a group of little kittens soaked in the rain. Vardy lifted his head, the fire of determination flickering in the English forward's eyes. Drinkwater still leaned against the locker, his breathing a bit heavy. I don't care how tired you are, or how heavy this rain is. Chen Mao drew several lines on the tactical board. Bristol City is just a relegation team, yet we let them dominate at home. Morgan stood up, his expression becoming serious. Coach, we'll adjust our state. Adjust? Chen Mao turned to face the players. What I want to see is not an adjustment, but an awakening. He pointed to the diagram on the tactical board. In the second half, we need to change the tempo. Jiang Liang, you're coming on to replace Andy. The Chinese player nodded, determination shining in his eyes. The experience of the Golden Boy Award had given him the courage to face any challenge. Jamie, you need to stretch wide and provide support more. Chen Mao looked at Vardy. Don't always think about going straight for the goal. Learn to utilize team play. Chapter 362. Snowflakes fluttered and danced above the rural manor on the outskirts of Leicester. This is the first snowfall since the beginning of winter, with thick snow decorating the entire estate in a silver cloak. The classical Tudor-style architecture looks particularly solemn against the snowy backdrop, with warm lights glowing from every window. Chen Mao stands at the entrance of the estate, watching the arriving team members. Everyone's face is filled with excited smiles, with family members closely following behind. The victory of overturning Bristol City in the away game still echoes in everyone's hearts, and tonight's Christmas party will be the best way to celebrate. Boss, how do I look? Vardy emerges from a taxi, dressed in a complete Santa Claus outfit. The red hat is crooked on his head, and the white beard almost covers his entire face. Jamie, are you sure this outfit won't scare the kids? Morgan steps out of another car, the captain followed by his wife and two young daughters. Don't worry, I'm the most popular Santa with the kids. Vardy pats his bulging belly, stuffed with cotton. The hall of the estate has already been decorated warmly. A giant Christmas tree stands in the center, with colorful ornaments sparkling under the lights. A long table is filled with exquisite food, ranging from traditional roast turkey to various desserts. Chapter 363. The December Leicester night sky is dotted with stars, and the King Power Stadium shines like a brilliant pearl under the spotlight. 30,000 fans flood into the stands, blue scarves fluttering in the night breeze, and songs echo through the air. In the corridor of the changing rooms, players from both teams stand side by side. The Aston Villa players appear relaxed, occasionally chatting, clearly not viewing this match as a significant challenge. Benteke's tall figure stands out in the lineup, the Belgian forward wearing a faint smile. His 2 goals in the preseason have filled him with confidence in Leicester City's defense. Agbonlahor is stretching his legs at the back of the group. The Ghanaian winger's speed is a core weapon for Villa's counterattack. He occasionally glances at Leicester City's players, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In contrast, the atmosphere on the Leicester City side is entirely different. Every player is tense, their gazes sharp as drawn swords. Vardy stands at the front of the lineup, fists clenched, veins bulging. The humiliation of being completely restricted in the preseason burns in his chest. Tonight is his moment to wash away the shame. Jiang Liang takes a deep breath, the starlight of Turin still sparkling in his eyes. The experience of the Golden Boy Award has transformed him completely. He is now ready to prove himself on the highest stage. Chapter 364. Heavy dark clouds gather above the King Power Stadium, and the gloomy weather makes December's Leicester appear especially desolate. The fans in the stands wrap their scarves tightly, the warm breath forming white mist in the cold air. Chen Mao stands at the sidelines, scanning the players who are warming up. The aftertaste of the Christmas party seems to have left traces on everyone's faces. Vardy's gaze lacks its usual sharpness, and Jiang Liang's movements appear somewhat sluggish. Something is off. He shakes his head inwardly. In the opposing team's changing room, Wolves head coach Solbakken is making final tactical arrangements. This team, recently relegated from the Premier League, is eager to regain lost dignity against Leicester City. Bakary, you are our key today, Solbakken says, patting Seiko's shoulder. Use your cannon to blast open their goal. The Mali winger nods, confidence sparkling in his eyes. His right foot is the sharpest weapon for Wolves. The whistle for the start of the match blows, and the King Power Stadium erupts. But this enthusiasm is quickly doused by the situation on the field. Just 5 minutes into the game, Wolves demonstrate a force that belies their relegation status. O'Hara's midfield distribution is orderly, each pass precisely tearing apart Leicester City's defense. Chapter 365. After taking a 1-0 lead, Chen Mao immediately makes adjustments. He gestures for the entire team to fall back into formation, switching from a blitzkrieg to an extreme defensive counterattack mode. The faces of the Villa players grow serious. Lambert waves his arms anxiously from the sidelines. The Scottish manager clearly did not anticipate encountering such stubborn resistance. Push up. Get the ball back. Delph loudly directs his teammates from midfield. The English midfielder's eyes burn with a fiery unwillingness. Aston Villa's offensive focus completely shifts to Bentik. The Belgian forward stands like a moving fortress, waiting for the bombardment in the penalty area. Agbonlahor is sprinting down the right. The Ghanaian winger's speed keeps Konchesky on his toes. Each breakthrough carries a thunderous momentum, attempting to create opportunities for Bentik. Wyman on the left is equally active. The German winger engages in an intense duel with Delph, their confrontation sparking with intensity. In the 43rd minute, danger strikes again. Enzo Bia delivers a precise long pass from midfield, the ball flying directly to the right side of the penalty area. Agbonlahor shakes off Konchesky and receives the pass near the baseline. The Ghanaian winger doesn't hesitate, lifting his foot for a cross. The ball, spinning fiercely, flies towards the center of the penalty area. Chapter 366. The aftertaste of celebration still lingers in the air. Players gather in small groups, reminiscing about the epic defensive battle just fought. Schmeichel sits in a corner, his gloves casually tossed aside. The adrenaline from a few world-class saves still surges through the Danish goalkeeper's veins. Casper, you were simply divine tonight. Whitbread approaches, firmly patting the goalkeeper's shoulder. Schmeichel grins, but quickly reins in his expression. The semi-finals will be the real test. Morgan leans against the locker, the captain's armband already removed. But the aura of leadership still follows him. The Jamaican defender is physically drained, yet his mental state is unprecedentedly euphoric. Listen up, guys. Morgan claps his hands, drawing everyone's attention. We just beat a Premier League team. What does that mean? It means we have the ability to take on any opponent. His teammates nod in agreement, flames of confidence burning in their eyes. Vardy takes off his jersey, revealing a lean but powerful torso. The excitement of his goal still lingers on his face. That goal was simply perfect. Drinkwater approaches Vardy, extending his fist. Chapter 367. As the whistle for the second half blows, Leicester City players exhibit a completely different demeanor. Vardy's eyes rekindle the wildness from the streets as he uses his body to push past Wolves defender Johnson on his first touch. The English forward's movements are aggressive, each run filled with strong purpose. This is what I want to see from you, Jamie. Chen Mao, on the sidelines, clenches his fists in satisfaction, nodding. In the 52nd minute, Jiang Liang receives the ball in midfield. This time, the Chinese player shows no hesitation, delivering a long pass directly to right winger Knockert. The French winger immediately cuts in after receiving the ball, encountering Seiko's defense at the edge of the penalty area. The two engage in a fierce physical contest, with Knockert using clever feints to shake off his opponent, and then he shoots. The ball flew straight towards the bottom left corner of the goal. But Wolves goalkeeper Ikem reacted quickly, diving to deflect the ball out of bounds. What a shame. A sigh echoed in the King Power Stadium. Wolves head coach Solbakken paced nervously on the sidelines. He could clearly sense a change in his opponents, and the oppressive offensive strategy put immense pressure on the relegation-threatened team's defense. In the 58th minute, Leicester City's attack intensified. Drinkwater delivered a precise through ball from midfield, and Vardy successfully timed his run to beat the offside trap, creating a one-on-one situation. Chapter 368. On Christmas morning, Chen Mao arrived early at the training ground, contemplating the empty pitch. It was his first Christmas in England, and he was experiencing this unique football cultural tradition for the first time. In China, Christmas is just an ordinary holiday, but in England, even on Christmas Day, professional teams must continue training. The Boxing Day match holds significant meaning for English fans, as it is the most important entertainment activity during their Christmas holiday. Boss, Merry Christmas. Vardy was the first to arrive at the training ground, a bright smile on his face. Merry Christmas, Jamie, Chen Mao replied, internally contemplating today's training arrangements. After the match against Wolves a few days ago, he realized that the players needed to find a balance in the tight schedule. Players arrived one after another, each face radiating holiday joy. Morgan wore a red Christmas hat, and Schmeichel had a small Christmas bell attached to his training kit. Even the usually serious Drinkwater was humming Christmas songs. Today we won T have our regular training. Chen Mao clapped his hands, gathering all the players at the center circle. Let's do something special. Chapter 369. Above Ashton Gate Stadium, the gray clouds hung low. Fine rain fell diagonally, coating the pitch with a layer of moisture. The air was filled with the damp smell of earth, mixed with the distant sounds of fans singing. In the red stands, Bristol City supporters waved their scarves, cheering for their team. Chen Mao stood in front of the away team's technical area, raindrops soaking his jacket. The young coach surveyed the field, the system interface flashing data in his mind. Albert Adoma, Ghanaian winger, blue, speed 85, dribbling 78. Stamina 82. This Ghanaian winger was one of the few highlights for Bristol City. Chen Mao frowned. He knew Koscielny would face a tough challenge today. Gentlemen, are you ready? Morgan shouted on the field, the captain's voice ringing out clearly in the rain. Leicester City players lined up to kick off. Vardy jumped in place, trying to keep his body energized. However, his movements appeared somewhat stiff, the midweek clash against Villa clearly still affecting him. Drinkwater stood in the center circle, his expression slightly fatigued. The continuous high-intensity matches had brought the team's physical reserves to their limits. Chapter 370. The young coach slowly walked to the tactical board, his damp jacket still dripping with rain. Look at you now, he said, scanning each tired face like a group of wet kittens. Vardy lifted his head, a spark of determination flickering in the England forward's eyes. Drinkwater still leaned against the locker, his breathing a bit labored. I don't care how tired you are or how heavy the rain is. Chen Mao drew a few lines on the tactical board. Bristol City is just a relegation team, yet we let them dominate at home. Morgan stood up, his expression turning serious. Coach, we will adjust our condition. Adjust? Chen Mao turned to face the players. What I want to see is not adjustment, but awakening. He pointed to the diagram on the tactical board. In the second half, we need to change the pace. Jiang Liang, you'll replace Andy. The Chinese player nodded, determination evident in his eyes. His experience with the Golden Boy Award had given him the courage to face any challenge. Jamie, you need to pull wide more often to support. Chen Mao looked at Vardy. Don't always think about charging directly. Learn to utilize team play. Chapter 371. The sunlight of Boxing Day penetrated the steel structure of Hillsborough Stadium, casting mottled shadows on the lush green grass. The stands were packed, with Sheffield Wednesday fans wearing blue and white striped jerseys, waving their scarves to cheer for their team. The traveling Leicester City fans, though fewer in number, sang just as loudly, their blue flags fluttering in the cold wind. Chen Mao stood in the away team's technical area, a dark blue scarf tightly wrapped around his neck. Last night's gift from Su Qing not only warmed his body, but also his heart. He scanned the players on the field, each face reflecting focus and determination. Come on, Owls, shouted the Sheffield Wednesday fans in unison, their voices resonating throughout the stadium. The referee checked his watch and then put the whistle to his lips. The 22 players on the field took their positions, awaiting the start of this Boxing Day clash. The whistle blew, and the match officially began. Sheffield Wednesday kicked off first, with midfielder Semedo passing the ball to Whitehead. The Spanish midfielder didn't rush to advance, but instead controlled the ball steadily, observing the situation on the field. Leicester City players quickly got into the game. Chapter 372. In the locker room, only the sound of heavy breathing was heard. Schmeichel stood against the wall, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. Chen Mao stared at the red and blue marks on the tactical board. Koscielny, the Polish left-back, looked up. In the second half, don't push up too much. Hold the flanks. Chen Mao circled on the tactical board. Antonio is too fast. You can't handle him alone. Schlupp put down his water bottle. Jeffrey, you have to come back to help him. Chen Mao watched the Ghanaian winger as the two formed a double team to limit his space. Understood. Morgan stood up and clapped. Brothers, just 45 minutes left. The captain's voice echoed in the locker room. Hold the score. 3 points are ours. The whistle blew to start the second half. Sheffield Wednesday's offensive was even fiercer than in the first half, with Semedo constantly directing from midfield. In the 48th minute, Antonio received the ball on the right. Koscielny didn't press, blocking the cutting route. Schlupp had already run back, forming a double team. Antonio attempted to change direction, but the space was too tight, and he could only pass the ball back to Semedo. Good. Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines. In the 52nd minute, Whitehead's long shot was saved by Schmeichel and went out for a corner. The corner was taken, but the header went over the crossbar. Chapter 373. Snowflakes fluttered down over the countryside estate on the outskirts of Leicester. This was the first snowfall of winter, and the thick blanket of snow adorned the entire estate in a silver coat. The classical Tudor-style architecture appeared particularly solemn against the snowy backdrop. Warm light spilling from every window. Chen Mao stood at the entrance of the estate, watching the players arrive one after another. Everyone's face is filled with excited smiles, and family members are closely following behind. The victory of coming from behind to defeat Bristol City still resonates in everyone's hearts. And tonight's Christmas party will be the best way to celebrate. Boss, how do I look? Vardy emerged from a taxi, dressed in a complete Santa Claus outfit. The red hat was askew on his head, and the white beard almost covered his entire face. Jamie, are you sure this outfit won't scare the kids? Morgan stepped out of another car, with his wife and 2 young daughters following behind. Don't worry, I'm the most popular Santa with the kids. Vardy patted his bulging belly, stuffed with cotton. The Hall of the Manor has already been decorated warmly. A huge Christmas tree stands in the center, with colorful decorations sparkling under the lights. The long table is filled with exquisite food, from traditional roast turkey to various desserts. Chapter 374. Thick clouds gather over the King Power Stadium, and the gloomy weather makes December in Leicester feel particularly bleak. Fans in the stands wrapped their scarves tightly, their warm breath forming white mist in the cold air. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, scanning the players warming up. The afterglow of the Christmas party seems to have left traces on everyone's face. Vardy's eyes lack the usual sharpness, and Zhang Liang's movements appear a bit sluggish. Something's off. He shook his head inwardly. In the visiting team's locker room, Wolves coach Solbakken is making final tactical deployments. This team, which has just been relegated from the Premier League, is eager to regain their lost dignity against Leicester City. Bakary, you're our key today. Solbakken patted Seiko's shoulder. Use your firepower to break open their goal. The French winger nodded, confidence sparkling in his eyes. His right foot is Wolves' sharpest weapon. The whistle for the start of the match sounded, and the King Power Stadium erupted. But this enthusiasm was quickly doused by the situation on the pitch. Within just 5 minutes, Wolves showcased a dominance that belied their relegation status. O'Hara's midfield orchestration was meticulous, each pass precisely tearing through Leicester City's defense. Chapter 375. The bus stopped at the entrance of the Belvoir training ground, and players began to get off, heading towards the locker room. Chen Mao did not follow them inside, but turned towards the coach's office. Steve Walsh was already waiting there with several notebooks spread out on the table. Boss, I've organized the data on Crystal Palace. Walsh pushed a notebook across. Zaha has scored 13 goals and provided 7 assists this season. He's definitely the best winger in the championship. Chen Mao opened the notebook, which contained Zaha's match data, an average of 47 dribbles per game with a success rate of 68. His crossing success rate was 41, but his key passes ranked 3rd in the league. He likes to cut in from the right and shoot with his left foot, which is very threatening, Walsh said. I suggest we let Schlupp and Konchesky defend him together to use their physicality to limit his speed. The system interface popped up. Opponent deep analysis. Wilfried Zaha, 20, position, right winger. Keywords: wing sorcerer, purple, dribbling master, blue, speed burst, blue, overconfidence, negative blue. Core features: extremely strong one-on-one ability. Likes to break through with the ball and cut in for shots, very threatening. Weakness: over-reliant on personal ability, average team coordination awareness, prone to one-on-one situations in dense defenses. Chapter 376. As the whistle for the second half sounded, Leicester City's players displayed a completely different demeanor. Vardy's eyes reignited with the wildness from the streets. And on his first touch, he used his body to push past Wolves defender Johnson. The England forward's movements were aggressive, each run filled with strong purpose. This is what I want to see, Jamie. Chen Mao clenched his fists on the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction. In the 52nd minute, Zhang Liang received the ball in midfield. This time, the Chinese player showed no hesitation, sending a long pass directly to the right wing for Konchesky. The French winger immediately cut in after receiving the ball, encountering Seiko's defense at the edge of the penalty area. The two engaged in a fierce physical battle, and Konchesky used a clever feint to shake off his opponent before shooting. The ball flew straight towards the lower left corner of the goal, but Wolves' goalkeeper Ikem reacted quickly, diving to deflect the ball out of bounds. What a pity! A sigh echoed around the King Power Stadium. Wolves coach Saul Bakken paced nervously on the sidelines. He could clearly feel the change in the opponent's performance. This aggressive offensive put immense pressure on the relegated team's defense. In the 58th minute, Leicester City's offensive grew even more intense. Drinkwater delivered a precise through ball from midfield, and Vardy successfully broke the offside trap, forming a one-on-one opportunity. Chapter 377. The grass at King Power Stadium was soaked. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, staring at Ian Holloway on the opposite bench. The Crystal Palace manager was shouting instructions onto the pitch, his arms waving like a propeller. "Boss, Zaha is in great form today." Steve Walsh leaned over, lowering his voice. Chen Mao didn't respond, just watching Zaha warm up on the field. That kid was making cutting movements on the right, each step looking powerful. The system interface popped up in his mind. Wilfried Zaha, current status, excited attack desire 15. Keyword, overconfidence, purple. Keyword effect, personal ability increases by 20 in favorable conditions. Tendency to go solo increases by 35 in adverse conditions. Chen Mao's mind stirred. This keyword is interesting. Fierce in good times, loves to go solo in tough times. As long as he can be forced into adversity, this kid will become a ticking time bomb for Crystal Palace. The whistle blew, and the match began. Crystal Palace kicked off, immediately pushing the ball forward. Zaha received the ball on the right, with Konchesky stepping up to block. Zaha made a right-footed cut, changing direction. Konchesky was deceived by the shift in weight, almost falling over. Chen Mao squinted. Schlupp. Schlupp was already running back, but Zaha was too fast. He performed a step over, swaying his body, causing both Konchesky and Schlupp to miss their tackles. Chapter 378. The sunlight on Boxing Day penetrated the steel structure of Hillsborough Stadium, casting dappled shadows on the lush green grass. The stands were packed, with Sheffield Wednesday fans in blue and white striped jerseys waving scarves to cheer for their home team. The traveling Leicester City fans, though fewer in number, sang just as loudly, their blue flags fluttering in the cold wind. Chen Mao stood in the visiting team's technical area, a dark blue scarf tightly wrapped around his neck. Last night's gift from Su Qing not only warmed his body, but also his heart. His gaze swept over the players on the pitch, each face reflecting focus and determination. "Come on, else!" The Sheffield Wednesday fans shouted in unison, the sound echoing in every corner of the stadium. The referee checked his watch and then put the whistle to his mouth. The 22 players on the field took their positions, waiting for the start of the Boxing Day clash. The whistle blew, and the match officially began. Sheffield Wednesday kicked off first, with Semedo passing the ball horizontally to Whitehead in midfield. The Spanish midfielder did not rush to push forward, but steadily controlled possession, observing the situation on the field. The Leicester City players quickly got into the game. Chapter 379. The locker room was eerily quiet. The players sat in their respective spots, no one speaking. Vardy had his head down, resting his elbows on his knees. Wu Lei leaned against the wall, staring at the floor. Chen Mao entered, walking to the tactics board, listening. Everyone raised their heads. In the first half, Zaha had the ball 14 times, successfully breaking through 3 times and losing possession 7 times. Chen Mao wrote the numbers on the tactics board, and he was already confused. Walsh stood next to him, flipping through his notebook. In the second half, he would be more aggressive because he wanted to prove himself. Chen Mao said, "What we need to do is wait for him to make a mistake." Drinkwater raised his hand. "Coach, how do we play in the second half?" "Keep pressing up," Chen Mao said, drawing arrows on the tactics board. "Jiang Liang, you stay back and cut off their passing routes." Drinkwater and Andy King pushed forward to contest for the second ball. Morgan spoke up. "What about our defense?" Chen Mao said, "High pressing, don't give them a chance to breathe." Whitbread frowned. "Isn't that too risky?" "Risky?" Chen Mao turned around. "We're behind now. Do we wait to lose?" No one spoke in the locker room. Chen Mao walked to Vardy and patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 380. The bus stopped at the entrance of the Belvoir training base, and the players got off one after another, heading toward the locker room. Chen Mao did not follow them in, but turned and walked to the coach's office. Steve Walsh was already there, with several notebooks spread out on the table. "Boss, I've organized the data on Crystal Palace." Walsh pushed a notebook toward him. "Zaha has scored 13 goals and provided 7 assists this season. The best winger in the championship. No doubt." Chen Mao opened the notebook, which contained Zaha's match data. An average of 47 breakthroughs per game, with a success rate of 68. The crossing success rate was 41, but his key passes were 3rd in the league. He likes to cut inside from the right and shoot with his left foot. Very threatening. Walsh said, I suggest we have Schlupp and Konchesky defend him together, using physicality to limit his speed. The system interface popped up. Opponent deep analysis. Wilfried Zaha, age, 20, position, right winger. Attributes, wing sorcerer, purple, dribbling master, blue, speed demon, blue, overconfidence, negative blue. Core characteristics, extremely strong one-on-one ability. Likes to hold the ball and break through, very threatening. Weakness, overly reliant on personal ability, average teamwork awareness, easily gets caught in one-on-one situations against dense defenses. Chapter 381, Heathrow Airport. Chen Mao stood at the arrival gate, looking at the flight information screen. MU 551, Shanghai to London, arriving on time. Su Qing stood next to him, holding a sign with Wu Lei's name on it. Nervous? Su Qing asked. Not nervous, Chen Mao said. Just want to see him quickly. The crowd surged out. Chen Mao scanned each face. Suddenly, he saw him. Wu Lei was pushing a luggage cart, looking around. Wu Lei. Chen Mao raised his hand. Wu Lei saw him, and his face instantly broke into a smile. He quickened his pace, walked up to Chen Mao, put down his luggage and bowed. Coach Chen, don't do that. Chen Mao patted his shoulder. You're in England now, no need for that. Wu Lei stood up straight, smiling a bit shyly. How did you sleep on the plane? Su Qing asked. Not much sleep, Wu Lei said, too excited. Let's go. Chen Mao took his luggage cart. We're heading back to Leicester first. In the car, Wu Lei sat in the back seat, his face pressed against the car window, looking outside. The sky in England seemed to always be overcast. You'll get used to it, Chen Mao said. Let me tell you about the team situation. Wu Lei turned his head. Chapter 382, the grass at the King Power Stadium was soaked. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, staring at Ian Holloway on the opposite bench. The Crystal Palace manager was shouting at the field, his arms waving like a propeller. Boss, Zaha is very excited today. Steve Walsh leaned over, lowering his voice. Chen Mao didn't respond, just watched Zaha warming up on the field. That kid was making directional changes on the right wing, each move powerful and swift. The system interface popped up in his mind. Wilfried Zaha, current state, excited, attacking desire 15. Attribute, overconfidence, purple. Attribute effect, personal ability increases by 20 in favorable conditions. Tendency to go solo increases by 35 in adverse conditions. Chen Mao's heart stirred. This attribute is interesting. In favorable conditions, he's fierce as a tiger. In adverse conditions, he loves to go solo. As long as we can force him into adversity, this kid will become a ticking time bomb for Crystal Palace. The whistle blew, and the match began. Crystal Palace kicked off, immediately pushing the ball forward. Zaha received the ball on the right wing, and Konchesky stepped up to block him. Zaha flicked the ball with his right foot and changed direction. Konchesky was faked out of his balance, nearly falling. Chen Mao squinted. Schlupp was already running back. But Zaha was too quick. He performed a bicycle kick, swaying his body, and both Konchesky and Schlupp missed their tackles. Chapter 383 at the King Power Stadium. The player tunnel was packed with people, and Wu Lei stood in the middle of the line, repeatedly wiping his hands on his shorts. He wiped them 5 times. Would look back at him and nodded. Wu Lei forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Nervous? Zhang Liang asked from the side. A little. Wu Lei's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Normal. I almost threw up on the sidelines my first time. The referee blew the whistle. The team walked out. Wu Lei followed behind, his legs feeling as weak as 2 strands of noodles. Stepping out of the tunnel, the lights shone down harshly. Thousands in the stands were shouting, the roar like a tsunami. Wu Lei looked up for a moment, and his legs felt even weaker. Damn, this is scarier than an 80,000 seat stadium in Shanghai. Wu! Someone shouted his name. He turned to look, scanning the crowd, but couldn't see who it was. Don't dawdle, line up, which shouted from the front. Wu Lei hurried a few steps, almost tripping over his own feet. He stood in position as the national anthem began to play. He stood straight, his eyes fixed on the advertisement board in front. After it finished, the referee blew the whistle. The match began. Leicester City kicked off first. Ben Marshall passed the ball to Andy King. Andy King moved forward as Rotherham United's midfielder pressed up. The ball was passed to the left wing. Lloyd Dix received the ball, took a few steps forward, and crossed it. Chapter 384, Heathrow Airport. Chen Mao stood at the arrival gate, looking at the flight information screen. MU 551, Shanghai to London, arriving on time. Su Qing stood beside him, holding a sign with Wu Lei's name on it. Are you nervous? Su Qing asked. Not nervous, Chen Mao replied, just eager to see him. The crowd surged out. Chen Mao scanned every face. Suddenly, he saw him. Wu Lei was pushing a luggage cart. Looking around. Wu Lei. Chen Mao raised his hand. Wu Lei saw him, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He quickened his pace, walked up to Chen Mao, put down his luggage and bowed. Coach Chen, no need for that, Chen Mao said, patting him on the shoulder. You're in England now. No need for this formality. Wu Lei straightened up, smiling a bit shyly. How did you sleep on the plane? Su Qing asked. Not much, Wu Lei said, too excited. Let's go. Chen Mao took over his luggage cart and headed back to Leicester. In the car, Wu Lei sat in the back seat, pressing his face against the window, looking outside. The sky in England seemed to always be overcast. You'll get used to it, Chen Mao said. Let me tell you about the team situation. Wu Lei turned his head. Chapter 385. The whistle blew. The second half began. Leicester City kicked off, passing the ball to the midfield. Wu Lei stood on the right flank, shaking his arms. His legs were still soft, but not as exaggerated as in the first half. Deep breath. Don't think about those missed balls. Don't think about those off-target shots. Just run. Run your heart out. In the 48th minute, Andy King received the ball in midfield and moved forward. Rotherham United's defense was pressing high. Andy King suddenly accelerated, charging towards the edge of the penalty area. Kerry Onison stretched his leg to intercept but missed. Andy King adjusted his step and shot. The ball drilled into the bottom right corner of the goal. 1-0. The stands erupted. Wu Lei ran over and embraced his teammates. Keep pressing. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Chen Mao shouted from the sidelines. The players nodded. Wu Lei ran back, feeling relieved. At least they were ahead. At least the pressure was a bit lighter. In the 51st minute, Leicester City continued to attack. Ben Marshall received the ball on the right, glanced at the front line. Wu Lei was running, heading towards the back of the penalty area. Marshall lifted his foot and passed the ball. It was a bit high. Wu Lei jumped to try to control it, but the ball bounced off his thigh and flew away. Damn, here we go again. No worries, keep running, Wood shouted from the front. Wu Lei gritted his teeth and ran back. Chapter 386, King Power Stadium. The player tunnel was crowded, and Wu Lei stood in the middle of the line, repeatedly wiping his hands on his shorts. He wiped them 5 times. Wood turned back to look at him and nodded. Wu Lei forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Nervous? Jiang Liang asked beside him. A bit, Wu Lei said, his voice like a mosquito. It's normal. I almost threw up on the sidelines during my first match. The referee's whistle blew. The team walked out. Wu Lei followed behind, his legs feeling as soft as 2 noodles. As they exited the tunnel, the lights blared down on them. Thousands in the stands were shouting, the roar like a tsunami. Wu Lei looked up for a moment, and his legs felt even weaker. Damn, this is scarier than the Shanghai 80,000 seat stadium. Wu! Someone shouted his name. He turned his head to look, scanning the crowd, but couldn't see who it was. Don't freeze. Line up, Wood shouted from the front. Wu Lei hurried a few steps and almost tripped over his own feet. He took his position as the national anthem began to play. He stood straight, his eyes fixed on the advertising board in front of him. After the anthem, the referee blew the whistle. Kickoff. Leicester City kicked off first. Ben Marshall passed the ball to Andy King. Andy King moved forward, and Rotherham United's midfield pressed up. The ball was passed to the left. Lloyd Dix received the ball, took a few steps forward, and crossed it. Chapter 387. Wu Lei's goal sent King Power Stadium into a frenzy. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, watching the players celebrate, already thinking about the tough match in 2 days. Chelsea, the Blues, who had just won the Champions League. Back in the locker room, the players were still excitedly discussing the recent match. Chen Mao clapped his hands, waiting for everyone to quiet down. Let's put the FA Cup aside for now and talk about the League Cup semi-final. He turned around and wrote Chelsea on the tactical board. The locker room instantly fell silent. Vardy licked his lips. Boss, are we really going to Stamford Bridge to take them on? Of course, do you want to forfeit? Laughter erupted, but it was tinged with tension. Chen Mao scanned the room, saying to rest well and that there would be a tactics meeting tomorrow. After the meeting, Chen Mao went straight to the tactics room. Tapes were played one after another. In a match between Chelsea and Manchester City, Hazard evaded 3 defenders on the left before assisting Torres for a goal. Against Arsenal, Mahrez through ball tore apart the entire defense. Against Tottenham, Oscar's long shot left the goalkeeper with no reaction. Chen Mao rubbed his eyes and opened the system interface. Chapter 388. The bus stopped at the player tunnel entrance at Stamford Bridge. Vardy looked out the window at the dense crowd and spat. Damn, there were really a lot of them. Wu Lei sat beside him, his palms sweaty. The venue's lights shone through the car window, and he could see his fingers trembling slightly. Nervous my ass. Vardy patted his shoulder. It's just a pitch. The grass is the same. Chen Mao stood in front of the bus, waiting for everyone to get off. A light drizzle hit his face. It was cold. The locker room was one floor down. The corridor was long, and the walls were adorned with Chelsea's honor photos. The Champions League trophy shone under the lights. Dilat swallowed. Morgan walked over and slapped him on the back of the head. What are you looking at? It's going to be ours soon. The locker room was very quiet. The players changed into their jerseys and sat in their respective spots. Chen Mao walked to the middle, looking around. Remember what I said. Run, take the ball, and pass it forward. It's that simple. Vardy was the first to stand up, understanding. The others followed suit, forming a circle. Morgan extended his hand, and everyone stacked their hands together. 3 months ago, we were in the second division, and now we were standing at Stamford Bridge. Morgan's voice was not loud. What are you afraid of? Chapter 389. The whistle blows. The second half begins. Leicester City kicks off, and the ball is passed to midfield. Wu Lei stands on the right side, shaking his arms. His legs are still weak, but not as exaggerated as in the first half. Deep breath. Don't think about the missed balls. Don't think about the shots that went wide. Just run. Run like hell. In the 48th minute, Andy King picks up the ball in midfield and drives forward. Rotherham United's defense is pushing up high. Andy King suddenly accelerates, charging towards the edge of the penalty area. Kaolai Anderson stretches out a leg to intercept but misses. Andy King takes a step to adjust and shoots. The ball drills into the bottom right corner of the goal. 1-0, the stand erupt. Wu Lei runs over and hugs his teammates. Keep pressing forward. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Chen Mao shouts from the sidelines. The players nod. Wu Lei runs back. He breathes a sigh of relief. At least we're ahead. At least the pressure is a bit less. In the 51st minute, Leicester City continues to attack. Ben Marshall receives the ball on the right side and glances at the front. Wu Lei is running, heading towards the back of the penalty area. Marshall lifts his foot and passes the ball. The ball is a bit high. Wu Lei jumps up to try to control it, but it bounces off his thigh and flies away. Damn, here we go again. It's all right, keep running, which shouts from the front. Wu Lei grits his teeth and runs back. Chapter 390. Wu Lei's goal sends King Power Stadium into a frenzy. Chen Mao stands on the sidelines, watching the players celebrate, already thinking about the tough match in 2 days. Chelsea, the Blues, who just won the Champions League. Back in the locker room, the players are still excitedly discussing the game they just played. Chen Mao claps his hands, waiting for everyone to quiet down. Let's set aside the FA Cup for now and talk about the League Cup semi-final. He turns around and writes the word Chelsea on the tactical board. The locker room instantly falls silent. Vardy licks his lips. Boss, are we really going to Stamford Bridge to take them on? Of course. Do you want to forfeit? Laughter erupts, but there's tension in the laughter. Chen Mao scans the room. Go back and rest well. We'll have a tactical meeting tomorrow. After the meeting, Chen Mao heads straight into the tactics room. Tapes are played one after another. Chelsea versus Manchester City. Hazard dribbles past 3 defenders on the left before assisting Torres for a goal. Against Arsenal, Mahrez splits the entire defense with a through ball from midfield. Against Tottenham, Oscar's long shot leaves the goalkeeper frozen. Chen Mao rubs his eyes and opens the system interface. Chapter 391. As soon as the second half starts, Torres is substituted. Demba Ba enters the field, bigger and faster. Morgan glances and tugs at his shirt. Chelsea kicks off. Ramirez passes to Mata, who distributes the ball to Hazard. Hazard receives the ball, and Dilat closes in. A faint acceleration, and Dilat is shaken off. Hazard charges down to the byline and crosses. Demba Ba jumps in the penalty area, and Morgan jumps too. The two collide, and the ball is deflected. Chelsea corner. Mata walks to the corner flag and glances at the penalty area. The ball is delivered. Cahill wins the first touch, heading the ball toward goal. Schmeichel dives to save, pushing the ball out for a corner. Another corner. This time it's Oscar to take it. The ball flies to the back post. Ivanovic heads it. The ball grazes the post and goes out. The fans at Stamford Bridge begin to shout, their voices growing louder. Leicester City's players are running around in the penalty area. Everyone is panting. In the 58th minute, Hazard has the ball again, this time on the left side. 2 quick changes of direction, and Dilat can't keep up. A cross. Lampard arrives from the back, striking the ball fiercely. The ball flies like a cannonball toward the top right corner of the goal. Schmeichel dives, but can't reach it. Chapter 392. Newspapers pile up on the table. The headlines are large, each one featuring Vardy's photo at the moment he scored with a chip shot. Vardy sits in the dining room, holding a copy of the Daily Mail. Wu Lei sits beside him, watching. They're writing about you. Vardy flips a page. Nonsense. Jiang Liang walks over with a cup of coffee, glancing at the newspaper. I'm in it too. Your pass. Wu Lei points to the photo. This one. Jiang Liang smiles and sits down. The door to the training room opens. Steve Walsh walks in, holding a stack of newspapers. Have you all seen it? Vardy nods. Don't get carried away. Walsh throws the newspapers on the table. Their SA match this weekend. Got it. Walsh turns and leaves. Vardy pushes the newspaper aside and stands up. Time to train. There aren't too many people on the training ground. A few substitutes are running laps. Nugent is practicing shooting in the corner area. Chen Mao stands on the sidelines with a tactical board. Vardy walks over. Boss. How are we playing next? Chen Mao glances at him. We'll discuss it in the meeting later. Vardy nods and turns to warm up. There's the sound of a helicopter overhead. Chapter 393. The bus stops at the player entrance of Stamford Bridge. Vardy looks through the car window at the dense crowd outside and spits. Damn, there are a lot of people. Wu Lei sits beside him, his palms sweaty. The venue's lights shine through the car window, and he can see his fingers trembling slightly. What are you nervous about? Vardy pats his shoulder. It's just a pitch. The grass is the same. Chen Mao stands in front of the bus, waiting for everyone to get off. Raindrops fall on his face. It's cold. The locker room is one floor down. The corridor is long, and the walls are filled with Chelsea's honor photos. The Champions League trophy shines under the lights. Gillette swallows. Morgan walks over and slaps him on the back of the head. What are you looking at? It'll be ours soon. The locker room is very quiet. The players have changed into their jerseys and are sitting in their respective spots. Chen Mao walks to the middle and looks around. Remember what I said. Run, tackle, and pass forward. It's that simple. Vardy is the first to stand up, understood. Others stood up and formed a circle. Morgan extended his hand, and everyone's hands stacked together. 3 months ago, we were in the China League. Now we're standing at Stamford Bridge. Morgan's voice was not loud. Who cares? Chapter 394. The stands at King Power Stadium were filled with people. The sky was cloudy, and the wind was gentle. In the players' tunnel, both teams stood ready, with Vardy at the front, spinning the ball in his hands. The referee blew the whistle, and they walked out. Vardy followed. Cheers erupted from the stands. Leicester City's fans waved their scarves and sang. Burnley players came out, with Duff at the front, expressionless. Chen Mao stood by the sidelines, watching the field. Assistant coach Walsh stood next to him, chewing gum. Boss, that Austin kid is tough. Chen Mao nodded, but didn't say anything. The referee blew the whistle. The game began. Drinkwater passed the ball to Andy King, who moved forward. Burnley midfielder McCain rushed up to press, and King passed to Schlupp. Schlupp dribbled forward. Trippier closed in. Unable to pass, he returned the ball to Morgan. Morgan controlled the ball and glanced at the front. Vardy was running in the center, with Duff following him. Morgan made a long pass. The ball flew over half the field. Duff jumped up and headed the ball back. Burnley midfield took the ball for a counterattack. Marnie dribbled forward, and Drinkwater approached. Marnie passed to Wallace on the side, who crossed the ball. Austin jumped ahead in the box, and Liam Moore leapt up, colliding with him. Chapter 395. Just after the second half began, Torres was substituted. Demba Ba came on, bigger and faster. Morgan glanced over and tugged at his shirt. Chelsea kicked off. Ramirez passed to Mata, who spread it to Hazard. Hazard received the ball, and Drinkwater closed in. A feint, he accelerated, and Drinkwater was shaken off. Hazard dribbled down to the byline and crossed the ball. Demba Ba jumped in the box, and Morgan jumped too. They collided, and the ball was deflected. Chelsea corner. Mata walked to the corner flag and glanced at the box. The ball was delivered. Cahill won the first header and shot. Schmeichel dove to save, pushing the ball out of play. Another corner. This time Oscar took it, sending the ball to the back post. Ivanovic jumped, and the ball grazed the post before going out. Stamford Bridge's fans began to shout, their voices growing louder. Leicester City players ran around in the box, each one panting. In the 58th minute, Hazard got the ball again, this time on the left. He made 2 quick changes of direction, and Drinkwater couldn't keep up. He crossed. Lampard surged from the back, striking the ball fiercely. The ball flew like a bullet to the top right corner of the goal. Schmeichel dived, but couldn't reach it. Chapter 396. Newspapers piled up on the table. The headlines were huge, each one. Vardy sat in the dining room, holding a copy of the Daily Mail. The front page featured his photo, capturing the moment he scored with a delicate flick. Wu Lei sat next to him, having breakfast, watching him. It's about you. Vardy turned a page. Nonsense. Jiang Liang walked over with a cup of coffee, glanced at the newspaper. I'm in there too. Your pass. Wu Lei pointed to the photo. This one. Jiang Liang smiled and sat down. The training room door opened. Steve Walsh walked in, holding a stack of newspapers. You all saw it, right? Vardy nodded. Don't get carried away. Walsh tossed the newspapers on the table. There's a match this weekend. Got it. Walsh turned and left. Vardy pushed the newspapers aside and stood up. Time for training. The training ground was not crowded. A few substitute players were running laps, and Nugent was practicing shots in the corner. Chen Mao stood by the sidelines, holding a tactical board. Vardy walked over. Boss. How are we playing next match? Chen Mao glanced at him. We'll discuss it in the meeting later. Vardy nodded and turned to warm up. There was the sound of a helicopter overhead. Chapter 397, the second half whistle sounded. The players repositioned. The singing in the stands didn't stop. Leicester City fans waved their scarves, chanting the team name over and over. Vardy stood in the center circle, glancing at the substitutes. Wu Lei was warming up, taking off his jacket to hand to the staff. The game began. Drinkwater passed the ball to Kante, who moved forward. Burnley midfielder McCain rushed up to press. Kante passed to Schlupp on the side. Schlupp broke through. Trippier closed in tackle. Unable to pass, he returned the ball. Morgan received it, glanced at the front, and made a long pass, searching for Vardy. Vardy took off, with Duff chasing him. The ball came down. Duff jumped and headed it back. Burnley regained possession. In the 48th minute, Marnie took the ball in midfield, and Drinkwater rushed up to press. Marnie passed to Wallace, who pushed toward the byline. Kante caught up, and Wallace crossed. Austin jumped to head in the box, and Liam Moore leaped to intercept. They collided, and the ball flew out of play. Corner kick. Wallace stood at the corner flag, looking at the box. The ball was delivered. Schmeichel rushed out and cleared it. Leicester City began their counterattack. Drinkwater received the ball and passed to Kante. Kante moved forward, but was stopped by McCain. The ball returned to Burnley's feet. Chapter 398, the stands at King Power Stadium were filled with people. The sky was cloudy, and the wind was gentle. In the players' tunnel, both teams stood ready, with Vardy at the front, spinning the ball in his hands. The referee blew the whistle, and they walked out. Vardy followed. Cheers erupted from the stands. Leicester City's fans waved their scarves and sang. Burnley players came out, with Duff at the front, expressionless. Chen Mao stood by the sidelines, watching the field. Assistant coach Walsh stood next to him, chewing gum. Boss, that Austin kid is tough. Chen Mao nodded, but didn't say anything. The referee blew the whistle. The game began. Drinkwater passed the ball to Andy King, who moved forward. Burnley midfielder McCain rushed up to press, and King passed to Schlupp. Schlupp dribbled forward. Trippier closed in. Unable to pass, he returned the ball to Morgan. Morgan controlled the ball and glanced at the front. Vardy was running in the center, with Duff following him. Morgan made a long pass. The ball flew over half the field. Duff jumped up and headed the ball back. Burnley's midfielder receives the ball, initiating a counterattack. Marnie carries the ball forward, and Delat moves up to meet him. Marnie passes to Wallace on the flank, and Wallace crosses the ball. Austin rushes in for a header in the box, while Liam Moore jumps up, and the two collide. Chapter 399. The sky over Leicester is darkening. The newspaper stand is crowded with people, all vying for the sports section of the day. The front page headlines are all about the second leg of the semifinal. The miracle of the King Power Stadium? Can the Foxes defeat the Champions League winners again? Fans are holding newspapers, reading while discussing the match. At the Belvoir training ground, a large number of fans have gathered since morning. They're holding banners and shouting slogans, waiting for the players to arrive. Chen Mao sits in his office, looking out the window. The players on the training field are doing recovery training, moving slowly, without any contact. The door opens. Su Qing walks in, holding a document. It's Vic High-S instructions. Chen Mao takes it, opens it to read. The marketing department has already started designing special edition jerseys for the final. There are also scarves and souvenirs. Su Qing sits down in a chair, saying that hotels around Wembley are also being contacted. Chen Mao places the document on the table without speaking. Everyone believes we can win. Su Qing looks at him, wondering if this expectation might turn into pressure, overwhelming the players. Chen Mao stands up and walks to the window. On the training field, Vardy is running, with Wu Lei following behind. The two are chatting while running. Chapter 400. The lights at the King Power Stadium are all on. The stand are filled with people, blue scarves held high. The singing waves on and on. Chen Mao stands at the sideline, watching the players line up. Chelsea's players are already warming up on the opposite half, with Hazard dribbling, Mata passing, and Bosch shooting. The referee walks over, checking his watch. Are you ready? Chen Mao nods. The players walk towards the center circle. Morgan and Lampard shake hands and call for the coin toss. The coin lands, and Morgan wins. We kick off first. The referee blows the whistle. The match begins. Vardy passes the ball to Wu Lei, who returns it to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang receives the ball, looks forward, and passes to Drinkwater. Drinkwater carries the ball forward, with Mikel rushing up. He passes to Andy King. King receives the ball, with Hazard closing in. He returns it to Whitbread. Whitbread clears it with a big kick, sending the ball forward. Louise heads it back, and Chelsea regains possession. Lampard receives the ball in midfield and passes to Mata. Mata takes the ball, turns, and looks forward. A direct pass. Hazard makes a run on the left, with Kangziski chasing him. Hazard dribbles towards the baseline, with Kangziski closing in. He changes direction and cuts inside. Dilat comes in to help defend, and Hazard crosses. Chapter 401. The whistle for the second half blows. The players reposition. The singing from the stands has stopped. Leicester City fans holding up scarves, repeatedly chanting the team name. Vardy stands in the center circle, glancing at the substitutes bench. Wu Lei is warming up, taking off his jacket and handing it to the staff. The game restarts. Drinkwater passes the ball to Conical, who carries it forward. Burnley's midfielder McCain rushes up, and Conical passes to Schlupp on the flank. Schlupp breaks through, with Trippier closing in to intercept. Unable to pass, he returns it. Morgan receives the ball, looks forward, and makes a long pass to Vardy. Vardy makes a run, with Duff chasing him. The ball comes down, Duff jumps to head it back. Burnley regains possession. The 48th minute. Marnie receives the ball in midfield, with Drinkwater rushing up to pressure him. Marnie passes to the side. Wallace receives the ball and pushes towards the baseline. Kangziski catches up and Wallace crosses. Austin rushes in for a header in the box, while Liam Moore jumps to block. The two collide, and the ball flies out of bounds. It's a corner. Wallace stands at the corner flag, glancing at the penalty area. The ball is taken. Schmeichel charges out and clears it. Leicester City begins a counterattack. Drinkwater receives the ball and passes to Conical. Conical carries it forward, but is intercepted by McCain. The ball returns to Burnley's feet. Chapter 402. The sky over Leicester is darkening. The newspaper stand is crowded with people, all vying for the sports section of the day. The front page headlines are all about the second leg of the semi-final. The miracle of the King Power Stadium? Can the Foxes defeat the Champions League winners again? Fans are holding newspapers, reading while discussing the match. At the Belvoir training ground, a large number of fans have gathered since morning. They're holding banners and shouting slogans, waiting for the players to arrive. Chen Mao sits in his office, looking out the window. The players on the training field are doing recovery training, moving slowly without any contact. The door opens. Su Qing walks in, holding a document. It's Vic Hai's instructions. Chen Mao takes it, opens it to read. The marketing department has already started designing special edition jerseys for the final. There are also scarves and souvenirs. Su Qing sits down in a chair, saying that hotels around Wembley are also being contacted. Chen Mao places the document on the table without speaking. Everyone believes we can win. Su Qing looks at him, wondering if this expectation might turn into pressure, overwhelming the players. Chen Mao stands up and walks to the window. On the training field, Vardy is running, with Wu Lei following behind. The two are chatting while running. Chapter 403. The second half begins. Benitez has made a substitution. Moses goes off, and Oscar comes on. Fans in the stands discuss this change, while Chen Mao stands at the sideline, showing little expression. Chelsea's midfield begins to control the ball. Lampard passes to Oscar, who turns with the ball and passes to Mata. Mata then passes to Hazard. Hazard carries the ball on the left flank, with Dilat chasing him. Hazard changes direction and crosses. The ball flies into the box, and Ba heads towards goal. Morgan jumps up and heads the ball away. The 51st minute. Leicester City has the ball in the backfield, and Schmeichel plays it forward. Vardy and Louise are contesting for a header, and the ball is headed back. Drinkwater receives the ball and carries it forward. Mikel rushes up to pressure him, and Drinkwater passes to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang receives the ball, glancing forward. Wu Lei is making a run, and Vardy is also pushing forward. He passes to Andy King. King receives the ball, turns, and passes back to Drinkwater. Drinkwater then passes to Conical. Conical receives the ball on the right side, with Cole rushing up. He returns it to Dilat. Chelsea continues to press forward. The 54th minute. Hazard has the ball again, this time outside the penalty area. He dribbles continuously, with Whitbread and Morgan both defending him. Hazard suddenly shoots, and the ball flies towards the top right corner of the goal. Chapter 404. The lights at King Power Stadium were all on. The stands were packed with people, blue scarves held high, and waves of singing echoed. Chen Mao stood by the sidelines, watching the players line up. The Chelsea players were already warming up on the opposite half, with Hazard dribbling, Mata passing, and Demba Ba shooting. The referee walked over and checked his watch. "Are you ready?" Chen Mao nodded. The players walked towards the center circle. Morgan and Lampard shook hands and called for the toss. The coin landed, and Morgan won. "We kick off first." The referee blew the whistle. The match began. Vardy passed the ball to Wu Lei, who returned it to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang received the ball, looked ahead, and passed it to Drinkwater. Drinkwater moved forward, and Mikel rushed up. He passed to Andy King. King received the ball, and Hazard closed in on him. King returned it to Whitbread. Whitbread cleared the ball with a big kick, sending it forward. Louise headed it back, and Chelsea regained possession. Lampard received the ball in midfield and passed to Mata. Mata took the ball, turned around, and looked forward. A straight pass. Hazard took off down the left flank, with Konchesky chasing him. Hazard dribbled towards the baseline, and Konchesky closed in. He changed direction and cut inside. Delat defended, and Hazard crossed the ball. Chapter 4:05. Newspapers covered the table. The front page of the Sun read, "The Blue Miracle, Leicester City advances to Wembley." The Guardian used a full page, with Chen Mao's photo taking up half of it. The Daily Mail's headline was more direct, "The New Magician of Britain." Chen Mao sat in his office, looking at the newspapers. Walsh walked in, holding a few more copies. "Here you go, boss, you're on fire." Chen Mao didn't look up. "Did you watch the BBC program?" Walsh nodded. Lineker apologized. "What did he say?" "He said he was wrong, that you were leading Leicester City to write a fairy tale." Walsh sat down and added that he wanted to take back all his previous doubts. Chen Mao pushed the newspapers aside. "There's a dinner tonight, arranged by Vic High." "I know. The players are all ready." Chen Mao stood up and walked to the window, watching the players jogging and relaxing on the training field. Vardy and Wu Lei were running side by side, chatting about something. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the hotel lobby was decorated grandly, with 3 rows of long tables and a champagne tower in the middle. The players arrived one after another, all dressed in formal attire. Vardy adjusted his tie, saying, "This thing is choking me." Wu Lei laughed. "You'll get used to it." Morgan walked over, patting the shoulders of the two. "Relax tonight, but don't drink too much." Chapter 4:06. The second half began. Benitez made a substitution, bringing off Moses for Oscar. The fans in the stands were discussing this change, while Chen Mao stood by the sidelines with a neutral expression. Chelsea's midfield began to control the ball. Lampard passed to Oscar, who turned and passed to Mata. Mata then passed to Hazard. Hazard carried the ball down the left flank, with Delat chasing him. Hazard changed direction and crossed. The ball flew towards the penalty area, and Demba Ba headed it towards the goal. Morgan jumped and headed the ball away. In the 51st minute, Leicester City took possession in their own half, and Schmeichel cleared it to the front. Vardy and Louise contested for the header, and the ball was headed back. Drinkwater received the ball and moved forward. Mikel rushed in a press, and Drinkwater passed to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang received the ball, glancing ahead. Wu Lei was making a run, and Vardy was also pushing forward. The ball was passed to Andy King. King received the ball, turned, and passed back to Drinkwater. Drinkwater then distributed it to Konchesky. Konchesky received the ball on the right side, with Cole rushing up. He returned it to Delat. Chelsea continued to press forward. In the 54th minute, Hazard got the ball again, this time just outside the penalty area. He dribbled continuously, with Whitbread and Morgan defending against him. Hazard suddenly shot, and the ball flew towards the top right corner of the goal. Chapter 4:07. The bus stopped outside Riverside Stadium. The players got off with the substitutes, Vardy and the others not present. Ben Hamer walked ahead with a bag. Liam Moore followed behind. This was his first start in the FA Cup. Chen Mao was the last to get off, glancing at the stadium. The stands at Riverside Stadium were already filled with people, and Middlesbrough fans were singing. Walsh walked over. "Boss, they have all their first team." Chen Mao nodded, acknowledging it. Mowbray stood on the sidelines, watching the Leicester City players with a smile. This was an opportunity for revenge. In the locker room, the players were changing into their jerseys, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. Ben Hamer sat in the corner, putting on his gloves. Liam Moore was checking his shin guards. Matty James was pacing back and forth. Chen Mao walked in. Everyone looked over. "Today is your chance." Chen Mao stood in the middle. "Prove that you can win too." Ben Hamer looked up. Liam Moore stopped what he was doing. "Once you put on this jersey, there is no distinction between starters and substitutes." Chen Mao looked at everyone, only Leicester City. The players nodded. "Let's go." The team walked out of the locker room. The corridor was noisy, as Middlesbrough's players were already waiting. Woodgate stood at the front, an experienced veteran, his gaze cold. Chapter 408. Newspapers covered the table. The front page of the Sun read, "The Blue Miracle, Leicester City advances to Wembley." The Guardian used a full page, with Chen Mao's photo taking up half of it. The Daily Mail's headline was more direct, "The New Magician of Britain." Chen Mao sat in his office, looking at the newspapers. Walsh walked in, holding a few more copies. "Here you go, boss, you're on fire." Chen Mao didn't look up. "Did you watch the BBC program?" Walsh nodded. Lineker apologized. "What did he say?" "He said he was wrong, that you're leading Leicester City to write a fairy tale." Walsh sat down and added that he wanted to take back all his previous doubts. Chen Mao pushed the newspapers aside. "There's a dinner tonight, arranged by Vic High." "I know. The players are all ready." Chen Mao stood up and walked to the window, watching the players jogging and relaxing on the training field. Vardy and Wu Lei were running side by side, chatting about something. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the hotel lobby was decorated grandly, with 3 rows of long tables and a champagne tower in the middle. The players arrived one after another, all dressed in formal attire. Vardy adjusted his tie, saying, "This thing is choking me." Wu Lei smiled. "You'll get used to it." Morgan came over, patted both of them on the shoulders, and said, "Relax tonight, but don't drink too much." Chapter 409. The second half kicks off. Wu Lei stood on the field, replacing Nugent. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, watching the game. Middlesbrough launched the first attack. Lee Bitter received the ball in midfield and passed it to McDonald. McDonald moved forward, followed by Liam Moore. McDonald passed to Carreal. Carreal received the ball, and James closed in. James successfully intercepted the ball and passed it to Don. Don moved forward with the ball, noticing Wu Lei making a run. He made a direct long pass. The ball flew toward the forward area. Woodgate turned to chase, but Wu Lei had already gotten past him. Wu Lei's speed was too fast for Woodgate to catch up. Hines came into cover. Wu Lei received the ball just as Hines arrived. Wu Lei passed to Wood. Wood received the ball, turned, and shot. The ball was blocked by Steele. In the 52nd minute, Leicester City continued their attack. Schlupp received the ball on the wing and crossed it into the box. The ball flew into the penalty area. Wood received the ball in the center, with Woodgate tight against him. Wood protected the ball and passed it back to Don. Don received the ball and saw Wu Lei making a run. He passed it directly. Wu Lei received the ball, and Flandre closed in. Wu Lei changed direction, and Flandre couldn't keep up. Wu Lei continued to advance. Hoyt rushed in from the side. Wu Lei passed to Marshall. Marshall received the ball and shot. Chapter 410. The bus stopped outside the Riverside Stadium. The players got off, and the substitutes, including Vardy, didn't come. Benamer walked ahead, carrying a bag. Liam Moore followed behind. It was his first start in the FA Cup. Chen Mao was the last to get off and took a look at the stadium. The stands at Riverside Stadium were already filled with people, and Middlesbrough fans were singing. Walsh walked over and said, "Boss, they're all first-team players." Chen Mao nodded, acknowledging it. Mowbray stood on the sidelines, watching the Leicester City players with a smile. This was a chance for revenge. In the locker room, the players were changing into their jerseys, and the atmosphere was a bit somber. Benhamer sat in a corner, putting on his gloves. Liam Moore was checking his shin guards. Matty James was pacing back and forth. Chen Mao walked in, and everyone looked over. "Today is your chance," Chen Mao said, standing in the middle. "Prove that you can win too." Benhamer looked up. Liam Moore stopped what he was doing. "Once you put on this jersey, there is no distinction between starters and substitutes." Chen Mao looked at everyone, only Leicester City. The players nodded. "Let us go." The team walked out of the locker room. The tunnel was noisy, and the Middlesbrough players were already waiting. Woodgate stood at the front, a veteran with a cold gaze. Chapter 411. A car stopped in front of the Belvoir training ground. Suchin got out and turned to look at the passenger seat. Kenny opened the car door, standing at the gate of the training ground with a backpack. He was not tall, about 1.68 meters, thin and dark, with a shy smile on his face. Dressed in very ordinary sportswear, he looked like an average player who had just come from a street soccer field. On the training field, Vardy and Drinkwater were passing the ball to warm up. Seeing Suchin bringing someone in, Vardy stopped his movements. "Is this it?" Drinkwater also looked over. "Is this the new guy?" Vardy walked closer, sizing up Kante from head to toe. "Brother, are you sure you're in the right place?" Kante didn't understand much, just smiled and nodded. Suchin walked over. "This is N'Golo Kante from France." Vardy raised an eyebrow. "France? What position do you play?" "Defensive midfielder." Vardy looked at Kante's build. "Defensive midfielder? With that frame?" Suchin ignored him and led Kante toward the locker room. Chen Mao was already waiting in the tactics room. When he saw Kante come in, he walked over. "N'Golo, welcome." Kante extended his hand. "Hello, coach." His English was a bit halting, but very earnest. Chen Mao shook his hand. Go change, there will be a test later. Kante nodded and followed Su Qing to the locker room. Chapter 412. The area outside the Reebok Stadium was already packed with people. Chen Mao stood at the entrance of the away team tunnel, looking at the densely packed blue and white scars in the main stand. He clearly remembered the earlier match that ended 2-2. Walsh walked over with a tactics board in hand. Boss, Bolton is still lining up in a 4-4-2 today. Chen Mao took the board and glanced at the formation diagram. Li Zhongxing is playing left winger. The new Korean signing from the winter window is very agile with the ball. Chen Mao returned the board to him. Have Dyer pay attention to the right side defense. Walsh nodded and turned to head toward the locker room. The players had already changed into their jerseys. Vardy was sitting in the corner, tying his shoelaces. Morgan stood in the middle, adjusting his armband in front of the mirror. Drinkwater and Andy King were passing the ball back and forth to warm up. When Chen Mao walked in, everyone stopped their movements. Today's strategy remains unchanged. Midfield will be a hard clash, and we will look for Vardy up front. Vardy looked up. Boss, that knight is very tall, so don't try to match him physically. Use your speed to get past him. Vardy nodded. Chen Mao turned to Morgan. Wes, keep a close eye on Sortle. Morgan clenched his fist. Leave it to me. Let S go. The players stood up and gradually walked out of the locker room. Kante sat quietly at the end of the substitutes bench, watching his teammates leave with his hands behind his back. Chapter 413, the second half kicks off. Wu Lei stood on the field, replacing Nugent. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, watching the game. Middlesbrough launched the first attack. Lee Bitter received the ball in midfield and passed it to McDonald. McDonald moved forward, followed by Liam Moore. McDonald passed to Correal. Correal received the ball, and James closed in. James successfully intercepted the ball and passed it to Don. Don moved forward with the ball, noticing Wu Lei making a run. He made a direct long pass. The ball flew toward the forward area. Woodgate turned to chase, but Wu Lei had already gotten past him. Wu Lei's speed was too fast for Woodgate to catch up. Hines came into cover. Wu Lei received the ball just as Hines arrived. Wu Lei passed to Wood. Wood received the ball, turned, and shot. The ball was blocked by Steele. In the 52nd minute, Leicester City continued their attack. Schlupp received the ball on the wing and crossed it into box. The ball flew towards the penalty area. Wood received the ball in the center, closely marked by Woodgate. Wood shielded the ball and passed it back to Don. Don took the ball and saw Wu Lei making a run. He passed it directly to him. Wu Lei received the ball, and Flandre chased after him. Wu Lei changed direction, and Flandre couldn't keep up. Wu Lei continued to push forward. Hoyt rushed in from his side. Wu Lei passed to Marshall. Marshall received the ball and shot. Chapter 414. The whistle for the second half sounded. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed as if he was just out for a stroll. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, being anxious wouldn't change anything. The tense situation in the first half was like two bulls butting heads in the mud. Neither could do anything to the other. On the field, Bolton's midfield core, Pratley received the ball and was about to push forward when Drinkwater closed in on him. As a result, Pratley, tall and strong, leaned in and shoved Drinkwater aside. Damn, the physicality in the championship is no joke. The ball was passed to Eagles, who lifted his foot for a long shot. But the football arced beautifully, perfectly avoiding the goal. The commentator fell silent for 3 seconds. Boss, Walsh came over, his face full of concern. And he can't move anymore. He almost bent over to the ground just now. Chen Mao's gaze turned to the field, and Andy King was indeed standing near the center circle, hands on his hips, his chest heaving heavily. The white mist he exhaled seemed to express his inability to continue. Substitution. Chen Mao uttered 2 words. Walsh immediately responded. Who comes on? James or Marshall? Chen Mao's gaze passed over Walsh and landed on the quietly sitting figure on the bench, who looked like a mere decoration. Chapter 415. A car stopped at the entrance of the Belvoir training base. Su Qing got out and turned to look at the passenger seat. Kenny opened the car door, standing at the entrance of the base with a backpack. He was not tall, around 1.68 meters, slim, with a shy smile on his face. Dressed in very ordinary sportswear, he looked like an average player just coming from street court. On the training field, Vardy and Drinkwater were passing the ball to warm up. When they saw Su Qing bringing someone in, Vardy paused. Is this it? Drinkwater also looked over. Is this the new guy? Vardy approached, sizing up Kante. Bro, are you sure you came to the right place? Kante didn't quite understand, just smiled and nodded. Su Qing walked over. This is N'Golo Kante. He comes from France. Vardy raised his eyebrow. France? What position does he play? Defensive midfielder. Vardy looked at Kante's build. Defensive midfielder? With that frame? Su Qing ignored him and led Kante towards the locker room. Chen Mao was already waiting in the tactics room. When he saw Kante come in, he got up and walked over. "N'Golo, welcome." Kante extended his hand. "Hello, coach." His English was halting but earnest. Chen Mao shook hands with him. "Go change. There's a test later." Kante nodded and followed Su Qing to the locker room. Chapter 416. The area outside the King Power Stadium was already packed with people. Chen Mao stood at the entrance of the away team's tunnel, looking at the densely packed blue and white scarves in the main stand. He clearly remembered the previous match that ended 2-2. Walsh walked over holding a tactics board. "Boss, Bolton is still playing 4-4-2 today." Chen Mao took the board and glanced at the formation. Li Zhongqing was on the left wing. The new Korean recruit from the winter window is quite agile with the ball. Chen Mao handed the board back to him. "Tell Drat to pay attention to the right side defense." Walsh nodded and turned to walk towards the locker room. The players had already changed into their jerseys. Vardy was sitting in the corner, tying his shoelaces. Morgan stood in the middle, adjusting his armband in front of the mirror. Drinkwater and Andy King were passing the ball back and forth to warm up. When Chen Mao walked in, everyone stopped their actions. "Our strategy remains unchanged. Hard confrontation in midfield, and look for Vardy up front." Vardy looked up. "Boss, that knight is very tall, so don't try to outmuscle him. Use your speed to get away from him." Vardy nodded. Chen Mao turned to Morgan. "Wes, keep a close eye on Sortle." Morgan clenched his fist. "Leave it to me. Let's go." The players stood up and walked out of the locker room one by one. Kenny sat quietly on the edge of the bench, watching his teammates leave with his hands behind his back. Chapter 417. The locker room at the Belvoir training base was as hot as a steam room. The players had just finished their recovery training, and the smell of sweat mixed with hormones filled the air, with only one topic of conversation. "Is that French guy a battery charger?" Vardy tossed a wet towel over his shoulder. "Damn, that running. I feel like he could wear down the pitch." Drinkwater leaned against the locker, unscrewing a bottle of water. "The data analyst just came to me, asking if there was a bug in the system. Half an hour. 5 kilometers, 8 tackles, 0 fouls. This is not scientific. It's metaphysical." David Nugent added, "I was tracking him the whole time. That kid steals the ball like he's picking walnuts in his backyard. Easy, precise, and damn polite, smiling at people after he steals it." Laughter erupted in the locker room. "Next game, he has to start." Captain Wes Morgan walked in, and as soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent. With him sweeping in front, "I feel like I could play for another 5 years." Chen Mao listened at the door for half a minute before turning to the tactical analysis room. These rough men, even when complimenting someone, were so straightforward. Walsh had been inside for a while. The projector was buzzing, and the screen displayed the data from yesterday's match. Chapter 418. The whistle for the second half sounded. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed as if he was just out for a stroll. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, being anxious wouldn't change anything. The tense situation in the first half was like two bulls butting heads in the mud. Neither could do anything to the other. On the field, Bolton's midfield core Pratley received the ball and was about to push forward when Drinkwater closed in on him. As a result, Pratley, tall and strong, leaned in and shoved Drinkwater aside. Damn, the physicality in the championship is no joke. The ball was past the Eagles, who lifted his foot for a long shot. But the football arced beautifully, perfectly avoiding the goal. The commentator fell silent for 3 seconds. "Boss," Walsh came over, his face full of concern. "And he can't move anymore. He almost bent over to the ground just now." Chen Mao's gaze turned to the field, and Andy King was indeed standing near the center circle, hands on his hips, his chest heaving heavily. The white mist he exhaled seemed to express his inability to continue. "Substitution," Chen Mao uttered 2 words. Walsh immediately responded, "Who comes on? James or Marshall?" Chen Mao's gaze crossed over Walsh and landed on the quiet figure on the bench, still as a decoration. Chapter 419. The whistle for the second half blew. Nottingham Forest players seemed to have transformed, their eyes flashing with intensity. After the kickoff, they didn't even bother to tussle in midfield, sending a long pass straight into Leicester City's defense. Simple, brutal, and pure English-style play. Head coach O'Driscoll waved his arms on the sidelines, spitting as he shouted, like a frenzied traffic officer. Chen Mao understood. If they couldn't compete with Kante in midfield, they would simply bypass it. Force brings miracles, right? In the 48th minute, a Nottingham Forest defender sent a long pass to striker Sharp. Morgan held his position, using his wall-like body to head the ball away. As soon as the ball landed, Kante was already at the spot. But before he could make a play, Forest midfielder Lansbury charged in from the side, and knocked him to the ground. Foul! Lansbury spread his hands, looking innocently at the referee, arguing, I just wanted to win the ball. He too skinny. Chen Mao raised an eyebrow on the sidelines. Oh, they're starting to use their bodies? This is a tactical requirement. Kante got up from the ground, brushed off the grass, said nothing, and continued running back to his position. Chapter 420. At the Belvoir training base, the locker room was as hot as a steam room. The players had just finished recovery training, and the smell of sweat mixed with hormones, with only one topic of conversation. Is that French guy on charge? Vardy threw a wet towel over his shoulder. Damn it, that running. I feel like he could turn the turf into a polished surface. Drinkwater leaned against the locker. Open a bottle of water. The data analyst just asked me if there's a bug in the system. Half an hour, 5 kilometers, 8 tackles, 0 fouls. This is unscientific. It's metaphysics. David Nugent added, I was keeping an eye on him the whole time. That kid steals the ball like he's picking walnuts in his backyard. Easy, precise, and damn polite, smiling at people after he steals the ball. Laughter erupted in the locker room. Next match, he must start. Captain Wes Morgan walked in, and as soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down. With him sweeping in front of me, I feel like I could play for another 5 years. Chen Mao listened for half a minute at the door before turning and heading to the tactical analysis room. These rough guys, even their compliments are so straightforward. Walsh was already inside, the projector buzzing, and the screen displayed data from yesterday's match. Chapter 421. At the free kick spot in the city ground, the atmosphere was as tense as ice. Vardy stood over the ball, rubbing his palms and staring at the wall of defenders. Forest goalkeeper Darlow bounced left and right on the goal line, directing the wall's positioning. To the left. Half a step more to the left. Booing rained down from the stands. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, silent, watching Vardy. Vardy glanced back. Chen Mao gave him a thumbs up. He grinned, turned back, and began his run-up. 3 steps. He struck. Vardy kicked a strange curling shot, the ball arcing around the left side of the wall, heading for the top corner of the goal. Darlow jumped, just managing to touch the ball with his fingertips. The ball struck the crossbar with a loud bang. The crowd gasped. The ball ricocheted back into the penalty area, creating chaos. Jiang Liang didn't know when he had run to the edge of the penalty arc. He saw the ball bounce out and lifted his leg for a volley. The ball struck an opposing defender, changing direction and rolling toward the bottom left corner of the goal. Darlow had just landed and couldn't react in time for a second save. The ball slowly rolled into the net. 12. Jiang Liang stood there, unable to believe the goal had gone in. The next moment, Vardy rushed over and knocked him down onto the grass. Chapter 422. The whistle for the second half blew. Nottingham Forest players seemed to have transformed, their eyes flashing with intensity. After the kickoff, they didn't even bother to tussle in midfield, sending a long pass straight into Leicester City's defense. Simple, brutal, and pure English-style play. Head coach O'Driscoll waved his arms on the sidelines, spitting as he shouted, like a frenzied traffic officer. Chen Mao understood. If they couldn't compete with Kante in midfield, they would simply bypass it. Force brings miracles, right? In the 48th minute, a Nottingham Forest defender sent a long pass to striker Sharp. Morgan held his position, using his wall-like body to head the ball away. As soon as the ball landed, Kante was already at the spot. But before he could make a play, Forest midfielder Lansbury charged in from the side and knocked him to the ground. Foul! Lansbury spread his hands, looking innocently at the referee, arguing, I just wanted to win the ball. He's too skinny. Chen Mao raised an eyebrow on the sidelines. Oh, they're starting to use their bodies? This is a tactical requirement. Kante got up from the ground, brushed off the grass, said nothing, and continued running back to his position. Chapter 423. In the cafeteria at the Belvoir training base, Vardy sat down with his plate, poking at the pasta with his fork. Another Premier League team. Conacher looked up. Who? Stoke City. Vardy grinned. We drew them in the FA Cup at home. Drinkwater put down his cup. Sky City? Yeah. Those guys who can only kick long. Vardy threw his fork onto the table. Perfect. We'll use them as a sacrifice for the final. Morgan passed by and patted Vardy on the back of the head. Say less, finish your training first. Captain, I'm speaking the truth. Vardy turned. We've taken down Chelsea. Why fear Stoke? Morgan didn't respond, carrying his plate toward the corner. Jiang Liang sat there, looking down at his food. Eat slower. Morgan sat down across from him. No one else competing with you. Jiang Liang looked up, his mouth full. Captain, yesterday's match, you played well. Luck. Morgan shook his head. Not luck, it's brains. Jiang Liang put down his chopsticks. The coach said I'm still far off. He said everyone is far off. Morgan cut into his steak, but you got on the field and scored. That's enough. Chapter 424. The pitch at King Power Stadium was a bit soft. You could feel the traces of last night's rain. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, watching Stoke City players warm up. Crouch stood in the penalty area, his height of over 2 meters like a telephone pole. Walsh walked over, chewing gum. Boss, how we defend against this guy? Don't defend. Huh? Let him have the ball, but don't let him have it comfortably. Walsh paused for 2 seconds, then turned and walked away. In the changing room, the players are making their final preparations. Vardy ties his shoelaces and looks up at Chen Mao. Boss, how are we playing today? Run. Run? Yes. Let them follow you and run until they vomit. Vardy grinned. Wu Lei sits in the corner, looking down. Chen Mao walks over and squats down. Nervous? Wu Lei nods. Don't be afraid. Your task today is very simple. What? Stay on the flanks, create space, don't crowd into the middle. Wu Lei looks up at Chen Mao. Their center back turns slowly. Use your speed to draw them out, and the middle will be open. Wu Lei nods again. The whistle blows, and the players walk out of the tunnel. The singing from the stands crashes down, and blue flags wave everywhere. Chapter 425. In front of the free kick spot at the City Stadium, the atmosphere is as frozen as if it were solidified. Vardy stands over the ball, rubbing his palms together, staring at the wall of defenders. Forest goalkeeper Caldaro jumps left and right on the goal line, directing the positioning of the wall. Move left. Half a step more to the left. The boos from the stands come pouring down. Chen Mao stands quietly on the sidelines, watching Vardy. Vardy glances back, and Chen Mao gives him a thumbs up. He grins, turns back, and starts his run-up. 3 steps. He strikes. Vardy kicks a bizarre, curling shot that goes around the left side of the wall, heading for the top corner of the goal. Darlow leaps, his fingertips just brushing the ball. The ball hits the crossbar with a loud bang. The crowd gasps. The ball bounces back into the penalty area, creating chaos. Jiang Liang, who has somehow made it to the top of the penalty arc, sees the ball bounce out and lifts his leg for a volley. The ball crashes into an opposing defender, changing its trajectory and rolling toward the bottom left corner of the goal. Darlow has just landed, unable to react in time. The ball leisurely rolls into the net. Jiang Liang stands there in shock, unable to believe the goal went in. The next moment, Vardy rushes over and tackles him down onto the grass. Chapter 426. The second half begins, and Leicester City kicks off. Vardy passes the ball back to midfield, where Drinkwater receives it, not rushing forward, and passes it sideways to Konchesky. Konchesky takes a couple of steps and returns the ball to Whitbread. Whitbread stops the ball, looks at the front line, and passes it sideways to Morgan. The ball circulates in the backfield as Stoke City's forwards begin to press. Crouch moves up, reaching out to Morgan. Morgan passes the ball to Schmeichel, who takes a look at the time and boots it long. The ball flies over the halfway line and is headed back by Huth. Kante wins the second ball in midfield and passes to Drinkwater. Drinkwater continues to pass back to Konchesky. Stoke City players start to panic as Whalen rushes up to press. Konchesky spreads the ball out wide to Schlupp. Schlupp takes the ball, glances at the right side, and passes to Wu Lei. Wu Lei receives the ball, facing Wilson. He doesn't move toward the middle, but takes a step toward the sideline instead. Wilson catches up, his body pressing against Wu Lei. Wu Lei suddenly accelerates, passing him on the outside. Wilson turns to chase, but can't catch up, watching helplessly as Wu Lei drives the ball forward. Huth comes in from the middle, reaching out toward Wu Lei. Chapter 427. In the cafeteria at Belvoir Training Base, Vardy sits down with a plate, stabbing at the pasta with his fork. Another Premier League match. Konchesky looks up. Who? Stoke City. Vardy grins. We drew them in the FA Cup at home. Drinkwater puts down his cup. Sky City? Yes. The ones who can only boot the ball long. Vardy throws his fork onto the table. Perfect for us to sacrifice them for the final. Morgan walks by and pats Vardy on the back of his head. Say less. Finish training first. Captain, I'm just speaking the truth. Vardy turns his head. We took down Chelsea. Are we still afraid of Stoke? Morgan doesn't respond, carrying his plate to a corner. Jiang Liang sits there, head down, eating. Eat slower. Morgan sits down across from him. No one is competing with you. Jiang Liang looks up, mouth full, Captain. You played well in yesterday's match. Luck. Morgan shakes his head. Not luck, it's brains. Jiang Liang puts down his chopsticks. The coach says I'm still far from it. He says everyone is far from it. Morgan cuts into the steak on his plate, but you got on the field and scored. That's enough. Chapter 428. The grass at King Power Stadium is a bit soft, and you can feel the traces of last night's rain when you step on it. Chen Mao stands at the sidelines, watching Stoke City players warm up. Crouch stands in the penalty area, his height of over 2 meters resembling a telephone pole. Walsh walks over, chewing gum. Boss, How do we defend against this guy? Don't. Huh. Let him have the ball, but don't let him have it comfortably. Walsh is stunned for 2 seconds before turning to leave. In the changing room, the players are making their final preparations. Vardy ties his shoelaces and looks up at Chen Mao. Boss, how are we playing today? Run. Run? Yes. Let them follow you and run until they vomit. Vardy grinned. Wu Lei sits in the corner, looking down. Chen Mao walks over and squats down. Nervous? Wu Lei nods. Don't be afraid. Your task today is very simple. What? Stay on the flanks, create space, don't crowd into the middle. Wu Lei looks up at Chen Mao. Their center back turns slowly. Use your speed to draw them out, and the middle will be open. Wu Lei nods again. The whistle blows, and the players walk out of the tunnel. The singing from the stands crashes down, and blue flags wave everywhere. Chapter 429, on the training ground. The air is so quiet that you can hear the wind blowing through the grass. The players form a circle, like a group of penguins waiting to be fed, all eyes focused on Chen Mao and his tactical board. The starting lineup for the final is all first-string players. Chen Mao writes 11 names on the whiteboard with a marker. Goalkeeper, Schmeichel. Defenders, Dramit, Morgan, Whitbread, Konchesky. Midfielders, Konchesky, Kante, Drinkwater, Schlupp. Forwards, Nugent, Vardy. Vardy stretched his neck to see the formation clearly, his brows furrowing into a knot. 442? That's such an old-fashioned formation, boss. Chen Mao completely ignored his complaint and heavily circled Bale's position in the Spurs formation with a red marker, the circle resembling a target. Rich. Right back Richard Delat looked like a student called on in class, his body jolting as he looked up. You have only one task. Keep a close eye on Bale. Chen Mao's voice was calm, but the content was not. From the first second of the match until the final whistle. If he goes to the bathroom, you ask him if he needs paper. Wherever he goes, you go. Understood? Chapter 430. Wembley Stadium, the stands split in half. One half white, one half blue. The singing of 90,000 people collided, like two waves crashing together, shaking the air in the stadium. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, watching the players line up. Opposite, Villas-Boas stood straight, his suit buttoned up to the neck, like someone ready to attend a funeral at any moment. The referee blew the whistle. Kickoff. Adebayor passed the ball back to midfield. Parker received it and passed it sideways to Dembele. Dembele took a couple of steps, glanced at the left side. Bale raised his hand for the ball. The ball was passed over. Bale controlled it and looked ahead. Delat was already close, less than half a meter away. Kante came in from the side, blocking Bale's path forward. Bale glanced at Delat, then at Kante. After a pause of less than half a second, he took a step outward. Delat followed, leaning his body against him. Bale accelerated, trying to overtake from the outside. Delat didn't follow but cut inside, blocking his route back. Kante swooped in from the side, forming a pincer movement with Delat. Bale was forced to stop and could only pass back to Asuikato. Asuikato took the ball, moved forward a couple of steps, and glanced at the penalty area. Adebayor raised his hand in the middle. Vertonghen followed him. Chapter 431. The second half began. Leicester City kicked off. Vardy passed the ball back to midfield. Drinkwater took the ball but didn't rush forward, passing it sideways to Konchesky. Konchesky took a couple of steps and passed back to Whitbread. Whitbread controlled the ball, looked at the front, and passed sideways to Morgan. The ball went around the backfield, and Stoke City's forwards started pressing. Crouch moved up, reaching out towards Morgan. Morgan passed the ball to Schmeichel. Schmeichel took the ball, checked the time, and kicked it long. The ball flew over half the field, only to be headed back by Huth. Kante got the second drop point in midfield and passed to Drinkwater. Drinkwater continued to pass back to Konchesky. Stoke City's players began to panic. Whalen rushed up to press. Konchesky split to the side for Schlupp. Schlupp took the ball, glanced at the right, and passed to Wu Lei. Wu Lei received the ball with Wilson in front of him. He didn't bring it towards the middle, but took a step towards the sideline. Wilson followed closely, leaning his body in. Wu Lei suddenly accelerated, overtaking him from the outside. Wilson turned to chase but couldn't catch up, only watching helplessly as Wu Lei charged forward with the ball. Huth came over from the middle, reaching out towards Wu Lei. Chapter 432. On the training ground, the air was so quiet one could hear the wind blowing through the grass. The players formed a circle, like a group of penguins waiting to be fed, all eyes focused on Chen Mao and his tactical board. The starting lineup for the final, all first-team players. Chen Mao wrote down 11 names on the whiteboard with a marker in a flamboyant style. Goalkeeper, Schmeichel. Defenders, Delat, Morgan, Whitbread, Konchesky. Midfielders, Kante, Drinkwater, Schlupp. Forwards, Nugent, Vardy. Vardy stretched his neck to see the formation clearly, his brows furrowing into a knot. 442? That's such an old-fashioned formation, boss. Chen Mao completely ignored his complaint and heavily circled Bale's position in the Spurs formation with a red marker, the circle resembling a target. Right back Richard Delat looked like a student called on in class, his body jolting as he looked up. You have only one task. Keep a close eye on Bale. Chen Mao's voice was calm, but the content was not. From the first second of the match until the final whistle. If he goes to the bathroom, you ask him if he needs paper. Wherever he goes, you go. Understood? Chapter 433. The whistle blew for the second half, and the players ran back onto the field. Nugent didn't come out, and Jiang Liang stood in his position. The blue section in the stands erupted in cheers. They realized Leicester City was going all out for an attack. Villas-Boas stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowing. Kickoff. Drinkwater passed the ball back to Kante, who passed sideways to Schlupp. Schlupp took a couple of steps and passed forward to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang received the ball, turned, facing Parker. Parker rushed up to press. Jiang Liang cut right and dodged. He looked up at the front. Vardy was making a run, pulling to the right. Vertonghen followed him. Jiang Liang didn't pass, but advanced with the ball. Dembele came in from the side, and Jiang Liang passed the ball to Drinkwater. Drinkwater received the ball, glanced at the right side. Konchesky raised his hand near the sideline. The ball was passed over. Konchesky caught it, facing Asuikato. He took a step inside, and Asuikato followed. Konchesky suddenly accelerated, overtaking him from the outside. Asuikato turned to chase, but couldn't catch up. Konchesky charged towards the baseline, delivering a cross. The ball flew into the penalty area, and Vardy jumped, heading the ball towards a goal. The ball was blocked by Dawson and fell outside the penalty area. Chapter 434. The heat of the celebration had not completely faded when Chen Mao's phone became the hottest potato in all of England. Interview requests from various media, cooperation intentions from agents, and even endorsement inquiries from several unknown small brands made it as lively as a market during the new year. He sat in the office at Leicester City's training base, looking at the message from Su Qing on his phone screen. Congratulations, you are now more popular than fish and chips. Chen Mao replied with a scene emoji and then turned the phone screen down on the table. Silence is the primary element of productivity. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was polite but hurried, revealing the visitor's emotions. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Steve Walsh walked in with a thick folder, his face displaying a complex expression of excitement, admiration, and a hint of I knew this would happen, but I'm still shocked. Boss, we've made it. Walsh slammed the folder onto Chen Mao's desk with a muffled thud. This is the preliminary statistics after winning the championship. The club's official website received over 5,000 season ticket applications in one night. The inventory of nearby stores was almost emptied, especially the jerseys printed with Vardy's and those two Chinese kids' names. Chapter 435. Wembley Stadium, the stands split in half. One half white, the other half blue. The singing of 90,000 people collided, like two waves crashing together, shaking the air in the entire stadium. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, watching the players line up. Opposite him, Villas-Boas stood straight, his suit buttoned up to his neck, looking like someone ready to attend a funeral at any moment. The referee blew the whistle. The game began. Adebayor passed the ball back to the midfield, where Parker received it and laid it off to Dembele. Dembele took a couple of steps and glanced to the left. Bale raised his hand for the ball. The ball was passed over. Bale controlled it and looked ahead. Delat had already closed in, less than half a meter away. Kante made a diagonal run from the side, cutting off Bale's advance path. Bale glanced at Delat, then at Kante. After a pause of less than half a second, he took a step outside. Delat kept up leaning in. Bale accelerated, trying to overtake on the outside. Delat didn't follow but cut inside, blocking Bale's route back. Kante came in from the side, forming a sandwich with Delat. Bale was forced to stop and could only pass back to Asuikato. Asuikato received the ball, took 2 steps forward, and glanced at the penalty area. Adebayor raised his hand in the middle, with Vertonghen following him. Chapter 436. The whistle for the second half sounded, and the players ran back onto the field. Nugent didn't come out, and Jiang Liang took his place. The blue section of the stands erupted in cheers. They realized Leicester City was going all out for an attack. Villas-Boas stood on the sidelines, his brows furrowed. The game resumed. Drinkwater passed the ball back to Kante, who laid it off to Schlupp. Schlupp took a couple of steps forward and passed it to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang received the ball, turned, and faced Parker. Parker came up to press. and Jiang Liang dodged to the right. He looked ahead. Vardy was making a run, pulling to the right. Vertonghen followed him. Jiang Liang didn't pass, but pushed forward with the ball. Dembele came in from the side, and Jiang Liang passed the ball to Drinkwater. Drinkwater received the ball. Looked to the right. Cohn was raising his hand near the sideline. The ball was passed over. Cohn caught it, facing Asuikato. He took a step to cut inside, and Asuikato followed. Cohn suddenly accelerated, overtaking on the outside. Asuikato turned to chase but couldn't catch up. Cohn surged towards the byline and delivered a cross. The ball flew into the penalty area. Vardy jumped, heading the ball towards a goal. The ball was blocked by Dawson, falling outside the penalty area. Chapter 437. Before the bus had even come to a stop, the jeers from Derby County fans rained down like dense hail. Pride Park Stadium was surrounded by 3 layers of people, holding banners and shouting all sorts of foul language. Someone had written in red paint on a white cloth, "League Cup champion? Kneel here." Chen Mao glanced out the window and then withdrew his gaze. Vardy, sitting in the front row, gave the finger to the outside, only to be smacked on the back of the head by Morgan. "Shut the hell up." Vardy chuckled a couple of times and turned to Chen Mao. "Boss, how many are we scoring today?" Chen Mao ignored him. The bus stopped, and the players began to get off, with police forming a human wall on both sides. The jeers from Derby County fans grew louder, with some throwing water bottles towards them, intercepted by the police. In the locker room, the players changed into their jerseys, and Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board, listening. Everyone raised their heads. "We just won the League Cup, and you're happy. I'm happy. But starting today, everyone wants to step on us to rise. Derby County wants to, and every other team does too." Chen Mao drew a few lines on the tactical board, pointing to the midfield position. "They will focus on the midfield, especially Kante and Drinkwater. You two will be closely marked today." Chapter 438. The whistle for the second half sounded, and both sides took their positions on the field again. The home fans from Derby County shouted even louder. The entire stand erupted. Guizhou took the ball, took a couple of steps forward, and looked ahead. Martin was waiting in front, and Guizhou made a long pass. The ball flew over the halfway line, and Morgan jumped, heading the ball back. Kante intercepted it in midfield and passed to Drinkwater. Drinkwater received the ball, took a step forward, and Hughes rushed in from the side. Drinkwater passed the ball to Schlupp, who took the ball, advanced a couple of steps, and Ward came up to mark him closely. Schlupp wanted to cross, but Ward poked a foot in, sending the ball out of play. Throw in. Konchesky threw the ball to Kante, who received it, took a step forward, and cuts followed. Kante passed the ball to Drinkwater, who received it, looked ahead, and couldn't find a suitable passing route. He passed the ball back to Whitbread, who received it and laid it off to Morgan. Morgan took the ball, advanced a step, and Martin came closer press. Morgan passed to Schmeichel, who received it and booted it long. The ball flew over the halfway line, and Guizhou headed it back. Hughes received the ball in midfield, took a couple of steps forward, and looked ahead. Chapter 439. The fervor of the celebration had not yet completely faded when Chen Mao's phone became the hottest potato in all of England. Requests for interviews from various media outlets, collaboration intentions from agents, and even endorsement inquiries from several unknown small brands flooded in, bustling like a market during the new year. He sat in the office at Leicester City training base, looking at the message from Su Qing on his phone screen. "Congratulations. You're now more popular than fish and chips." Chen Mao replied with a read receipt emoji and then flipped his phone screen down on the table. Quiet is the first element of productivity. "Knock, knock, knock." The knocking was polite but hurried, betraying the visitor's emotions. "Come in." The door opened and Steve Walsh walked in, holding a thick folder, his face displaying a mix of excitement, admiration, and a complex expression of "I knew this would happen, but I'm still shocked." "Boss, we've hit the jackpot." Walsh slammed the folder onto Chen Mao's desk with a muffled thud. "This is the preliminary statistics. After winning the championship, the club's official website received over 5,000 season ticket applications in one night. The inventory of nearby stores was almost emptied, especially the jerseys printed with Vardy's and those 2 Chinese kids' names." Chapter 440. Before the bus had even come to a stop, the jeers from Derby County fans rained down like dense hail. The outer perimeter of Pride Park Stadium was surrounded by 3 layers of people, holding banners and shouting profanities that were unbearable to hear. Someone had written in large letters on a white cloth with red paint, "League Cup champions? Kneel here." Chen Mao glanced through the car window and withdrew his gaze. Vardy, sitting in the front row, gave the middle finger to the outside, only to be slapped on the back of the head by Morgan. "Shut the hell up." Vardy chuckled a couple of times, turned to Chen Mao, and asked, "Boss, how many are we scoring today?" Chen Mao ignored him. The car stopped, and the players got out one after another, with police forming a human wall on both sides. The boos from the Derby County fans grew louder, and someone threw a plastic water bottle towards them, which was intercepted by the police. In the locker room, the players changed into their jerseys, and Chen Mao stood in front of the tactical board. "Listen up." Everyone lifted their heads. "We just won the League Cup. You're happy. I'm happy. But starting today, everyone wants to step on us to rise up. Derby County thinks so, and every other team does too." Chen Mao drew a few lines on the tactical board, pointing at the midfield position. "They will focus on the midfield, especially Kante and Drinkwater. You two will be marked closely today." Chapter 441. After the post-match press conference, Chen Mao returned to his office and closed the door. There was a fax on the desk from the FA, detailing the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. Leicester City versus Manchester United, away at Old Trafford. This string of words seemed to come with its own BGM, like the soundtrack of an epic disaster movie. Chen Mao stared at it, feeling like the progress bar of his career was flashing a red alert. He picked up the phone and dialed Walsh. "Steve, come to my office and bring some quick relief pills." After hanging up, Chen Mao opened his computer and skillfully accessed the legendary coach system. Damn, the same familiar formula again. He entered Manchester United in the search box and hit enter. The screen was instantly covered in a blood-red hue, a color worse than his own complexion. Rows of blinding data flashed on the screen, and Chen Mao felt like he was looking at a hellish judgment list rather than a player roster. There was a knock on the door, and Walsh walked in, looking as serious as if he had just attended Chen Mao's memorial service. "Boss." Chen Mao pointed to a chair, indicating for him to sit down and prepare himself mentally. "Did you see the draw results?" "I did." Walsh's voice trembled slightly. "Old Trafford. Sir Alex Ferguson." Chapter 442. The afternoon sun shone on the grass at King Power Stadium, with over 10,000 fans in the stands. Chen Mao stood at the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, watching the players warm up on the field. Morgan and Vardy sat on the bench in training gear, with Vardy's leg constantly shaking. Walsh walked over with a tactical board in hand. "Are you really going to play this lineup?" Chen Mao didn't turn his head. "Let's try it out. Ipswich ISNT strong anyway." Walsh glanced at the names on the tactical board. "What is at the front?" "Jiang Liang and Wu Lei are on the wings. Are we playing without a striker?" Chen Mao turned his head. "You've seen the aerial defense capability of Vidic and Ferdinand on the Manchester United side. Playing high balls against them is just asking for death. I need to see if this running system can tear apart their defense." Walsh nodded and said nothing more. The referee blew the whistle, and the match began. Ipswich kicked off. Murphy passed the ball to McGoldrick, who returned it to Hyam, who took 2 steps forward. Schlupp pressed up, and Hyam passed the ball to Edwards. Edwards received the ball, glanced at the front, and saw Wood pressing the opposing defender without any openings. He passed the ball horizontally to Emmanuel Thomas, who received the ball as Wu Lei rushed in from the side. Chapter 443. The whistle for the second half sounded, and both sides returned to the field. The Derby County home fans were louder, and the entire stand felt like it was boiling over. Kirsch took the ball, advanced a couple of steps, and looked at the front. Martin was waiting ahead, and Keek sent a long pass. The ball flew over half the field. Morgan jumped and headed the ball back. Kante intercepted in midfield and passed to Drinkwater. Drinkwater received the ball, took a step forward, and Hughes rushed in from the side. Drinkwater passed the ball to Schlupp, who took the ball and advanced a couple steps, with Ward coming up to defend closely. Schlupp tried to cross, but Ward stretched out a foot, and the ball went out of bounds. A throw-in. Konchesky threw the ball to Kante, who caught it, took a step forward, and Kutz came up. Kante passed the ball to Drinkwater, who received it and looked at the front, but couldn't find a suitable passing route. He passed it back to Whitbread, who received the ball and passed it to Morgan. Morgan took the ball, advanced a step, and Martin closed in a press. Morgan passed the ball to Schmeichel, who received it and kicked it long. The ball flew over half the field, and Kier headed it back again. Hughes received the ball in midfield, took a couple of steps forward, and looked at the front. Chapter 444. In the office, Chen Mao was alone. He didn't review the just concluded match. That 5-1 victory seemed to him like the first slime monster one encounters when leaving the novice village, with no reference value. He opened the computer, and on the screen was the emblem of their opponent 3 days later, Manchester United. And that red devil father, Ferguson. A sense of absurdity washed over him, akin to discovering that the review materials for an upcoming graduate exam were elementary school Pinyin dictionary. The legendary coach system, activate. Tactical simulator has been activated. Matchup: Leicester City versus Manchester United. Venue: Old Trafford. Chen Mao adjusted the lineup, placing Vardy and Wu Lei in the dual forward positions. The two fastest knives were aimed at Manchester United's two center-backs, Vidic and Ferdinand, who turned slower than an aircraft carrier. Theoretically, this is called asymmetric warfare. Simulation starts. The little figures on the screen began to move, the blue dots representing Leicester City scattered like dandelions in the wind, while the red dots representing Manchester United tightened like a fishing net. 90 minutes of virtual time flashed by. Simulation result: Leicester City 0-3 Manchester United. Post-match evaluation: a brave but meaningless attempt. Chapter 445. After the post-match press conference, Chen Mao returned to his office and closed the door. There was a fax on the desk from the FA, detailing the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. Leicester City versus Manchester United, away at Old Trafford. This string of words seemed to come with its own BGM, like the soundtrack of an epic disaster movie. Chen Mao stared at it, feeling like the progress bar of his career was flashing a red alert. He picked up the phone and dialed Walsh. "Steve, come to my office and bring some quick relief pills." After hanging up, Chen Mao opened his computer and skillfully accessed the legendary coach system. Damn, the same familiar formula again. He entered Manchester United in the search box and hit enter. The screen was instantly covered in a blood-red hue, a color worse than his own complexion. Rows of dazzling data flashed across, and Chen Mao felt as if he were not looking at a player list, but rather a judgment list from hell. The door was knocked, and Walsh entered with a grave expression, as if he had just attended Chen Mao's memorial service. "Boss." Chen Mao gestured to a chair, signaling him to sit down and prepare himself mentally. "Did you see the draw results?" "I did." Walsh's voice trembled slightly. "Old Trafford, Sir Ferguson." Chapter 446. As the bus rolled into Manchester, rain began to fall outside. The cabin was very quiet. Too quiet. A group of professional players, all over 6 feet tall, sat as silently as elementary school students punished by the teacher. Their eyes were glued to the window, staring at the red outline of Old Trafford, blurred by the rain. Theater of dreams, Chen Mao thought to himself, but to the visiting team, it felt more like a crematorium. Captain Wes Morgan coughed heavily, trying to break the frozen atmosphere. No one paid him any mind. Chen Mao turned his head to take a glance. Vardy had his headphones turned up to the maximum, his fingers drumming frantically on his knees as if casting a spell on himself. Wu Lei sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed, his eyelashes trembling. Kante was as calm as ever, looking as if he were going downstairs to buy a bottle of water. Chen Mao stood up and stretched his neck. "Get off the bus." The rain hit his face cold. He ignored the players and walked into the hotel where they were staying. Assistant coach Steve Walsh jogged to catch up, holding a pile of documents. "Boss, tomorrow's press conference tactics are confidential, but in terms of posture, shouldn't we?" Chapter 447. The afternoon sun shone on the grass at King Power Stadium, where over 10,000 spectators filled the stands. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, watching the players warm up on the field. Morgan and Vardy sat on the bench in training gear. With Vardy's legs shaking, Walsh walked over, holding a tactical board. "You really plan to play this formation?" Chen Mao didn't turn his head. "Let's give it a try. Ipswich isn't that strong anyway." Walsh glanced at the names on the tactical board. "What is at the front? Jiang Liang and Wu Lei are on the wings. Are we going for a no-forward approach?" Chen Mao turned his head. "You've seen the aerial ability of Vidic and Ferdinand on the Manchester United side. Attacking with high balls is asking for death. I need to see if this running system can break their defense." Walsh nodded and said nothing more. The referee blew the whistle, and the match began. Ipswich kicked off. Murphy passed the ball to McGoldrick, who sent it back to Hyam, who took a couple of steps forward. Schlupp pushed up, and Hyam passed the ball to Edwards. Edwards received the ball, glanced at the front line, and saw Wood pressing the opposing defender with no openings. Edwards passed the ball horizontally to Emmanuel Thomas, who received it as Wu Lei rushed in from the side. Chapter 448. In the office, Chen Mao was alone. He didn't review the recently concluded match. That 5-1 victory seemed to him like the first slime monster you encounter when leaving the novice village, of no reference value. He opened his computer, and the screen displayed the emblem of the opponent 3 days later, Manchester United, along with the Red Devils' godfather, Ferguson. A sense of absurdity washed over him, like discovering that the study materials for an upcoming exam were elementary school pinyin encyclopedia. Legendary coach system, activate. Tactical simulator has been activated. Matchup: Leicester City versus Manchester United. Venue: Old Trafford, Chen Mao adjusted the lineup, placing Vardy and Wu Lei in the dual forward positions. The two fastest knives aimed at Manchester United's two centre-backs, Vidic and Ferdinand, who turned slower than aircraft carriers. Theoretically, this is called asymmetric warfare. Simulation begins. The little figures on the screen began to move, the blue dots representing Leicester City scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind, while the red dots representing Manchester United tightened like a fishing net. 90 minutes of virtual time flashed by. Simulation result: Leicester City 0-3 Manchester United. Post-match evaluation: a brave but meaningless attempt. Chapter 449. Raindrops pounded the grass at Old Trafford, creating a misty haze. Red, everywhere red. In a sea of 90,000 people, the one blue spot in the away stand looked like a lifeboat surrounded by a tsunami. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, letting the rainwater flow down the brim of his coaching jacket. In the players' tunnel, both teams emerged. Manchester United's red jerseys looked like a burning flame. Vidic walked at the front, his broad shoulders capable of shielding two people behind him. Ferdinand followed closely, his steps steady and slow, as if patrolling his territory. Chen Mao thought to himself, with such an aura, one might mistake them for real estate tycoons collecting rent. His gaze shifted to his players. Vardy was twisting his neck, producing cracking sounds, his fingers repeatedly clenching into fists and then relaxing, like a mad dog about to be released from a cage. Wu Lei had his head down, breathing a bit heavily, likely intimidated by the atmosphere. Captain Morgan patted the backs of the two young players beside him. "Don't be scared." The opening whistle blew. Manchester United took possession. Carrick received the ball in midfield, scanned left and right, and delivered a ground ball to Valencia. Leicester City retreated en masse, with all 11 players falling back past the halfway line, adopting a posture of "you can hit us, we'll just lie down here." Chapter 450. The final whistle blew. 0-2. Leicester City players stood in place, rain mixing with sweat, dripping down from their hair. A few hundred blue fans in the away stand were still singing, their voices flickering like candle flames in a crowd of over 70,000. Morgan led the players over, taking off his jersey and tossing it into the stands. Some Manchester United fans also stood and applauded. Chen Mao watched this scene with no expression. They lost, but it wasn't shameful. He turned and walked towards the players' tunnel, planning how to scold people when he got back. Defeated but honorable. Those 4 words were the most toxic chicken soup in professional football. "Young man," a voice, old yet powerful, called from behind. Chen Mao stopped and turned around. Ferguson stood there, the collar of his trench coat turned up, hands in his pockets, his red nose more prominent in the cool air. The old lord himself, alive. Ferguson approached, chewing gum with an aura of authority. He patted Chen Mao's shoulder with a firm grip. "Young man, you have a great team." This opening line was as standard as a textbook. "They have big hearts." Chen Mao nodded, forcing a professional smile. "Thank you, sir. They still have a lot to learn." Chapter 451. As the bus entered Manchester, rain began to fall outside the window. The cabin was very quiet. Too quiet. A group of professional players, all over 1.8 meters tall, were as silent as elementary school students punished by the teacher. Their eyes were glued to the car window, watching the red outline of Old Trafford, blurred by the rain. Dream Theater. This name was really artistic, Chen Mao thought, but for the visiting team, it felt more like a crematorium. Captain Wes Morgan coughed heavily, trying to break the frozen atmosphere. No one paid attention to him. Chen Mao turned around and glanced back. Vardy had his headphones turned up to the maximum, fingers drumming frantically on his knees, as if casting a spell on himself. Wu Lei was hugging his arms, eyes closed, his eyelashes trembling. "Kante vas estamos afer," looking as if he were going downstairs to buy a bottle of water. Chen Mao stood up and stretched his neck. Getting off the bus, the rain hit his face. Cold. He ignored the players and walked into the hotel where they were staying. Assistant coach Steve Walsh ran up behind him, holding a pile of documents. "Boss, the tactics for tomorrow's press conference are confidential, but in terms of posture, shouldn't we?" Chapter 452. Walsh stared at the pile of torn pieces of the Brave Foxes on the ground, his throat dry. "Boss, Kevin really wants to. Tell him to get lost." Chen Mao turned and walked away, his leather shoes crunching on the grass, like chewing something. Walsh hurried to catch up, speaking in a hushed tone. "But Mr. Vikai really cares about the team's public image, community relations, media goodwill." Chen Mao stopped, turned back, and the look in his eyes made Walsh feel like a student who forgot to turn in his homework. "Steve, Tell Vic High that what I want is not a glorious defeat that looks good in the newspapers, but a championship trophy hanging in the honor room. If he wants to play this game, I can still change things now. What nonsense is this? Losing and still posing like you tried your best. Is this football or a draft? Waiting for fans to vote for your resurrection? Walsh opened his mouth, unable to say a word. This Chinese kid really doesn't leave himself any room for maneuver. After a moment, he nodded. I understand. Back in the office, Chen Mao slammed the door shut and threw himself into the chair. Chapter 453. Raindrops hit the grass at Old Trafford, creating a mist. Red, everywhere red. In a sea of red from 90,000 people, the little blue spot in the visiting stand looked like a survival raft surrounded by tsunami. Chen Mao stood at the sidelines, letting the rain flow down the brim of his coach's cap. In the player tunnel, both teams came out. Manchester United's red jerseys looked like a burning flame. Vidic walked at the front, his shoulders so wide that two people behind him could hide. Ferdinand followed beside him, walking steadily and slowly, as if patrolling his territory. Chen Mao thought that the aura was so strong that anyone unaware would think some real estate tycoon was coming to collect rent. His gaze shifted to his players. Vardy was twisting his neck, making cracking sounds, his fingers repeatedly clenching and unclenching like a mad dog about to be released from its cage. Wu had his head down, breathing a bit rapidly, probably scared by the atmosphere. Captain Morgan patted the backs of the two young players beside him. Don't be scared. The whistle blew to signal the start. Manchester United had the ball. Carrick took possession in midfield, glanced left and right, and sent a ground pass to Valencia. Leicester City retreated completely, all 11 players back past the halfway line, adopting a posture of you can attack as you like, I'll just lie down here. Chapter 454. The final whistle blew. 0-2. The Leicester City players stood still, rain mixed with sweat dripping down from their hair. A few hundred blue fans in the visiting stand were still singing, their voices like a candle flame in the wind among the 70,000 people in the home crowd. Morgan led the players over, taking off his jersey and throwing it into the stand. Some Manchester United fans stood and applauded. Chen Mao watched this scene with no expression. They lost, but it wasn't too disgraceful. He turned and walked toward the player tunnel, thinking about how to scold people when he got back. Glorious defeat? Those 4 words are the most toxic soup in professional football. Young man, a hoarse yet powerful voice sounded behind him. Chen Mao stopped and turned around. Ferguson was standing there, the collar of his coat up, hands in his pockets, his red nose more prominent in the cool air. The old sir himself. Alive. Ferguson walked over, chewing gum with an aura of a big shot. He patted Chen Mao on the shoulder, not lightly. Young man, you have a great team. This opening line was as standard as a textbook. They have big hearts. Chen Mao nodded, forcing a professional fake smile. Thank you, sir. They still have a lot to learn. Chapter 455. March 30th, Cardiff City Stadium. The sky was overcast, the clouds pressing down low, as if they were going to cover the entire stadium. Chen Mao stood at the sidelines, hands in his pockets, watching the warm-up on the pitch. The international break was over and the league was starting again. The opponent in this match was Cardiff City, ranked second in the championship, right behind Leicester City. If they won, there would be a 6-point gap. If they lost, they would be leveled. Steve Walsh walked over, holding the opponent's starting lineup. Boss, they set up a tight defense. I saw. Chen Mao took the lineup and glanced at it. 4-4-2, a typical English style, with 4 midfielders lined up across and 2 forwards blocking positions. The opposing coach, Malky Mackay Scott, knew his football. They'll sit back in their half and wait for us to make mistakes. Walsh nodded. Yes, their captain Hudson is tough, and the defense is hard to break through. Chen Mao didn't speak, his gaze shifting to his players. Kante was stretching, his movements so standard it looked like he was taken from textbook. Drinkwater and Jiang Liang were passing the ball, their rhythm complementing each other well. Vardy was practicing shooting in the penalty area, each kick powerful and fierce. Chapter 456. The next day, at the Leicester City training base, the players were still doing their regular warm-up, while Chen Mao had singled out Wu Lei. He pointed at the 5 inflatable dummies lined up in front of the goal. Do you see them? Wu Lei nodded. From now on, they're your brothers. Chen Mao handed him an eye mask. Put it on. Wu Lei. Put it on. Wu Lei was confused, but still put on the eye mask. Everything went dark. Chen Mao's voice sounded beside him. I will kick the ball to your feet and make a sound at the same time. As soon as you hear the sound, turn around immediately and shoot. No thinking aloud for even a tenth of a second. What kind of training is this? Listening for sounds to play whack-a-mole? Before Wu Lei could process this, Chen Mao called another person over. Jamie Vardy, chewing gum, swaggered over. Boss, what's up? Want me to teach this kid how to score goals? No. Chen Mao pointed at the masked Wu Lei. Your task is more important. From now on, direct all your lifetime's worth of swear words at him for indiscriminate psychological attacks. Vardy was stunned. In his 25 years of life, it was the first time he had heard such a bizarre request. Chapter 457. Walsh stared at the pile of shredded brave foxes on the ground, his throat dry. Boss, Kevin really wants him to roll out. Chen Mao turned to leave, his leather shoes crunching on the grass, as if he were chewing something. Walsh hurried to catch up, his voice low, as if he were stealing. But Mr. Vikhai really values the team's public image, community relations, media goodwill. Image? Chen Mao stopped, turned back, and his gaze made Walsh feel like a student who had forgotten to turn in his homework. Steve, you tell Vikhai that I don't want a noble failure that looks good in the newspapers. I want a championship trophy hanging in the honor room. If you want to play this game, now's the time for me to step in. What nonsense is this? Losing and still posing as if you tried your best? Is this football or a talent show? Are you waiting for fans to vote you back to life? Walsh opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. This Chinese kid really leaves no room for himself. After a while, he nodded. I understand. Back in the office, Chen Mao slammed the door shut and threw himself into the chair. Chapter 458. March 30th, Cardiff City Stadium. The sky was gloomy, with clouds hanging low, as if they were going to cover the entire stadium. Chen Mao stood on the sidelines, hands in his pockets, watching the warm-up on the field. The international match day was over, and the league was starting again. The opponent was Cardiff City, second in the championship standings, right behind Leicester City. If we win, the gap widens to 6 points. If we lose, we get caught up. Steve Walsh walked over, holding the opposing team's starting lineup. Boss, they've set up a tight formation. I see. Chen Mao took the list and glanced at it. 4-4-2, a typical English style, with 4 midfielders lined up horizontally and 2 forwards positioned. The opposing coach, Mark McKay, a Scot, knows the game well. They'll sit back in their half and wait for us to make mistakes. Walsh nodded. Yes, their captain Hudson is tough. The back line is hard to break. Chen Mao said nothing, his gaze shifting to his players. Kante was stretching, his movements so standard they looked like they were cut out of textbook. Drinkwater and Zhang Liang were passing the ball in warm-up, their rhythm well-coordinated. Vardy was practicing shots in the penalty area, each kick powerful. Chapter 459. April 1st, Leicester Training Base. On the tactical room's whiteboard, Chen Mao drew a circle with only one name inside. Kante. From today, N'Golo is our midfield free man. Chen Mao's finger tapped on the whiteboard. His defense covers the entire midfield. Danny, Liang, you two push forward and don't worry about the back. Drinkwater looked up. Boss, one person defending the entire midfield? One Kante is enough. Chen Mao turned, his gaze landing on Kante in the corner. You can do it, right? Kante nodded. No problem. Vardy muttered beside him. Boss, are you trying to squeeze N'Golo dry? Shut up. Chen Mao drew several lines on the whiteboard radiating from Kante's position. This tactic is called the blue shield. N'Golo is the core of the shield. The rest of you just focus on attacking. He put down the pen. Next up is a devilish schedule. Brighton, Burnley, Middlesbrough. 3 matches in a week. If we get through this, promotion is secure. Walsh quietly spoke up. Boss, the players are under a lot of pressure. I know. Chen Mao glanced at the players sitting there. Chapter 460. The next day, Leicester City Training Base. The players were still doing their regular warm-up when Chen Mao pulled Wu Lei aside. He pointed at 5 inflatable dummies lined up in front of the goal. Do you see them? Wu Lei nodded. From now on, they are your brothers. Chen Mao handed him an eye mask. Put it on. Wu Lei, put it on. Wu Lei was confused, but still put on the eye mask. Everything went dark. Chen Mao's voice sounded beside him. I will kick the ball to your feet and make a sound at the same time. As soon as you hear the sound, turn around immediately and shoot. No thinking aloud for even a 1/10 of a second. What kind of training is this? Listening for sounds to play whack-a-mole? Before Wu Lei could process this, Chen Mao called another person over. Jamie Vardy, chewing gum, swaggered over. Boss, what's up? Want me to teach this kid how to score goals? No. Chen Mao pointed at the masked Wu Lei. Your task is more important. From now on, direct all your lifetime's worth of swear words at him for indiscriminate psychological attacks. Vardy was stunned. In his 25 years of life, it was the first time he had heard such a bizarre request. Chapter 461. April 6th, King Power Stadium. Inside the player tunnel, Chen Mao took one last look at his starting 11. 4-3-3 formation, blue shield tactic. Today was the first public presentation of this system he had built. The core idea of this tactic was straightforward. Leave the midfield to one person while the others focus on attack. And that person had to be a god. Fortunately, he had one. Boss, Brighton's lineup. Walsh handed over a crumpled piece of paper, his expression like someone constipated for 3 days. Chen Mao took it, his gaze quickly scanning. Goalkeeper Cusack, defenders Calderon, Greer, Dunk, Bridge, midfielders Bridcut, Orlandi, Lopez, forwards Lulua, Aloha, Barkley. Oh, same lineup. They're also in a 4-3-3. Have they gone mad? Want to trade blows with us? Walsh's eyebrows twisted into a knot. No. Chen Mao returned the list to him, his heart calm, even a bit amused. Their coach, Poyet, was a Uruguayan, the believer in technical play. He thought our players' feet were made of construction site cement and wanted to use possession to toy with us. What about us? Chapter 462, the second half resumes. Brighton indeed made a substitution, bringing on a muscle-bound midfielder to replace the technical Orlandi. Poyet was gearing up for a physical game. Walsh leaned over from the sidelines and lowered his voice. Boss, they're about to start going all out. Chen Mao ignored him, his gaze locked on the small black figure on the field. Kante was jogging in small steps near the center circle like a metronome. The newly substituted strongman rushed in without a word, intending to surprise Kante with a shoulder check, trying to use his weight to teach him a lesson. Chen Mao silently mocked in his mind. Want to use your body to knock Kante? Why not try using your head to hit a wall? You might even end up with a concussion. Kante slightly shifted his body, and the strongman collided with what felt like an oiled stone, his force slipping away. Kante swiftly nudged the ball, instantly changing possession. The strongman stood there questioning his life choices. Kante had already started, passing the ball to Drinkwater. Drinkwater looked up and immediately spotted two figures racing forward in the attack. Vardy and Wu Lei, like two arrows released from a bow, launched simultaneously. One charged into the center, while the other sprinted down the wing. It was the double ghost strike, a routine they had practiced countless times. Chapter 463, April 1st, Leicester Training Base. On the tactics board, Chen Mao drew a circle with only one name inside. Kante. From today on, N'Golo is our free midfielder. Chen Mao's finger tapped on the board. His defensive coverage spans the entire midfield. Danny Bright, you two push forward, don't worry about the back. Drinkwater looked up and said, Boss, one person defending the entire midfield? One Kante is enough. Chen Mao turned around, his gaze landing on Kante in the corner. You can do it, right? Kante nodded, no problem. Vardy mumbled beside him, Boss, are you trying to squeeze N'Golo dry? Shut up. Chen Mao drew a few lines on the board, radiating from Kante's position. This tactic was called the blue barrier. N'Golo is the core of the barrier. The rest of you just focus on attacking. He dropped the pen. Next up was a grueling schedule. Brighton, Burnley, Middlesbrough, 3 matches in a week. If we get through this, promotion will be secure. Walsh quietly spoke up. Boss, the players are under a bit of pressure. I know. Chen Mao glanced at the players sitting there.